And to those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here.
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
We're back, baby. America is back. The NFL, the Shield. Thursday Night Football, Tarico Collinsworth, Toes, Chiefs, Ravens. The most powerful drug in the history of the United States of America is back in our lives. Welcome back, football, and good morning, Marcus Boucher.
Murph, good morning. Happy Friday morning. Happy football season. Happy cheat day, cuz I'm ready to go for the NFL season.
Yesterday was cheat day, cuz we destroyed a bunch of donuts.
A lot of donuts yesterday.
I'm kind of disappointed to walk in and see no pink in the on the shuffleboard table this morning. We had a lot of pink yesterday. Dude, it's back, baby. Football's back. Sorry, baseball. Sorry.
Yeah.
We spent a long time. I mean, baseball is basically like, it's great. We love it. 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 And then the moment football arrives, like, whoop, off to the side.
I mean, it's so funny. We were talking about this at the KNBR Sweet Night the other night. Like, me and Raph are facing each other in the semifinals for our fantasy baseball playoffs. And we're like, oh, I forgot to start a guy today because I was paying attention to Thursday Night Football because I had my fantasy football draft.
It's incredible because it can consume us. Like, we'll come in here and break down a Tuesday night loss to the freaking Diamondbacks. And we'll be 808 KNBR, but the first whiff of pigskin, the first whiff, so it's just basically a placeholder. And I love it. And listen, you're talking to you and I are two seam heads here, man. We love baseball. We love it. But the moment the pigskin enters the fray, man, it just dominates everything. What is it? Is it the helmets? Is that what it is?
It's
the helmets are so pretty. Is that it?
The helmets are pretty.
Is it the pretty white green grass with the white chalk? Is it the commercials?
Points. It's everything.
What is it? The commercials?
It's the music to start the broadcast.
What is it?
It's a little bit of everything, Murph.
Is it the violence?
Oh, I love violence, Murph.
Is it Taylor Swift?
No, it's not Taylor. I'll tell you that.
By the way, so I didn't get until the back to school night last night. Very time consuming.
Back to school.
You love to see the community out there to back to school night. You get some thoughts on some teachers. But anyway, next thing you know, I don't get home till the end of the third quarter. So I only saw the fourth quarter in its entirety, which was, by the way, quite a show, obviously, all the way down to the end. If anybody missed it, the defending champ Chiefs, who we have had a little too much of in our lives, quite frankly.
A lot too much.
Eked out a 27-20 win over the Baltimore Ravens and Lamar Jackson when Isaiah Likely, the star of the night, the tight end who caught 9 balls for 111 yards and a touchdown. Did anybody play him in our league? Do we figure out who?
I would assume no. I mean, I was checking a couple fantasy leagues that I'm in to see if people even drafted him. Shout out to one of my buddies in our Dynasty Football League. Has both Mark Andrews and Isaiah Likely, and he started Mark Andrews yesterday.
There it is.
That's a bummer to start your season.
I think most people did, didn't they? I'm trying to figure. It says here, it looks like Likely's not on any of our teams. Isn't that right? If there's a yellow
That is
plus
correct.
sign?
He's on the waiver wire.
Can I put in a waiver claim?
You better
for
put
him?
in that claim. Although there is some controversy about whether or not we even have a waiver wire. Shout out to new commissioner.
There's
Derek
a lot
Papa.
of controversy.
I heard him riffing yesterday during the KNBR draft show.
Well, he's skidding the car all over the road.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
And he's turned that car around after the morning show. Just beat him to a pulp over about him.
Is he lashing out at us?
Yeah, he was like, oh, I tried to change the rule, and the morning show freaked out. It's like, yeah, because you wanted everybody to claim waivers at midnight when we're all sleeping.
Yeah,
Some of us have to wake up and work in the morning, Derek.
I told him. I said on the text line who I was voting for our next commissioner. Yeah, I thought I would shake it up a little bit. But listen, obviously we thank him for taking the job. But the moment he takes the job, we're going to rip his A.
Dude, how about the fact that we didn't even know if we were going to be playing last night? We hosted the KNBR draft yesterday at 1. Then once the draft is completed, it says, here's your week 2 matchup against Raph.
Yeah.
I'm like, what about week 1? The game starts in like 3 hours.
Yeah. There was a major confusion. Papa's the. Let's put it this way. You always talk about the first 100 days of a presidency. You know, it's always a thing. Oh, the U.S. president's first 100 days. Let's talk about like the first 100 minutes of Derek Papa's run as commissioner.
And it's a bit rough. It's a bit that we do on the morning show when Murph calls in the wins. Maybe we should have Murph calling in the wins of the mid-segment read to that suit Derek Papa.
Yeah, that empty suit. Yeah, we're going to do that. Well, hey, we're off to a good start. I'm beating Jacob Leisboy early on. He had Derrick Henry, Isaiah Pacheco. So nobody had Isaiah Likely. And did anybody have I had my eye on Xavier Worthy, but somebody snagged him. Who was it? It was Copes? Okay, it was Copes who
there
did
he
it.
is with the Copes chuckle.
Copes is north, south, east, west. I thought he was my neighbors think I'm on drugs. Who was that?
That's Raph.
Oh, that's pretty good.
That's a good name.
That was one of the better ones. Everybody said, listen, my neighbors, Nabers, Malik neighbors, New York Giants wide receiver rookie, think Amon, A-M-O-N, my guy, mid-segment read, Amon Ross St. Brown. My neighbors think I'm on drugs. Good name.
Yeah.
Very good.
It's a good riff. Now, let me ask you, Murph, because I know there's been some back and forth, specifically between you and Copes over the year, about naming your fantasy team on a player that's not on the actual roster.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Like when he did Dak Lives Matters.
Yeah, I didn't like that.
And he did not have Dak Prescott on his roster.
Yeah. I'm against it.
Mm-hmm.
Just like you don't play blow the whistle at Giants games. Should we get Copes in here?
Which is why I think Murph endorses my team and endorses me over Copes, of course. Because last year I was the Kittle Rascals, and guess who I got in the 5th round this year?
Oh, did you get him?
George Kittle.
I didn't notice.
The Kittle Rascals are back.
The layout of my screen was a little rough, and I wasn't able to tell. So you can keep your team name.
Yeah, Kittle Rascals are back. I don't know. I might switch it up this year because the Kittle Rascals missed the playoffs last year. So maybe I might shake it up, but I still got George Kittle.
Well, you were doing that draft at the Giants game.
So how about that? I'm in 2 different KNBR leagues, the OG League and the Live Golf Tour League ran by Austin Sky. Both leagues are drafting in the middle of a Giants game.
It's incredible.
Shout out to the sports leader.
So you were drafted off your phone while getting, by the way, we should say forcibly removed from your seats, right?
Oh, man. Me and young Tony were being heckled by some ushers yesterday.
Listen, Usher's bucking for a promotion. You should be, as I told young Tony, you guys, what you should have said to this usher, male, female, I don't know. You know what? You're lucky I'm here.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? We got people willingly staying away from games like this. We're here to support the squad. You should be thanking us for being in these seats right now.
I mean,
you know what I mean?
me and Tony were sitting in an empty section.
Yeah.
And it wasn't just me and Tony, because, of course, after she checked in with us, every single fan that sat down, she would come walking down the steps saying, "Can I see your ticket? Can you see your ticket?"
You know what? I'd be like, you know what? Again, you should be thanking me for being here. And you know what? Go get me a Coke. You know what I mean?
Murph, I have a theory. If you are able to make it past the usher and successfully seat dive, it's like reaching home base when you're playing tag.
Yeah, absolutely.
You made it back to the homeland. You made it down to your seat. I broke the line. Like, we're playing Red Rover.
Yeah.
They sent me through. I got through that line of defense. It's my seat now.
Yeah, she violated the social contract, particularly for a team that's 68 and 72, and it was in danger of getting swept.
It wasn't
by the
a good look.
Diamondbacks.
It reminded me of last year going out to the Oakland Coliseum and literally sitting in a section all by myself and the usher asking me for my ticket. I swear. And I looked at the usher. I was like, what, am I sitting in somebody's seat? Yeah. There's 12 people at the game today.
Yeah, you were like, come on, bro. Am I getting punked? Is this on candid camera?
Yeah, where's Ashton Kutcher?
There's no ushers at the Oakland Coliseum.
Yeah, I was like, you guys got problems of your own up in the 3rd deck and what's going on up there.
But, well, yeah, sometimes that's
caught
on
saying.
film. Yeah. Cue the you have it, don't you? The porn music?
Ooh, I didn't know if we wanted to hit the music this early.
And by the way, yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
My board was down. Keep it moving.
Right. We had a little miscommunication. What is this? Derek Popper running the Fantasy Football League? Come on.
That's exactly what it is.
Well, we got to call it in, even though we just said that baseball is now shunted to the side. The Giants actually decided to not get swept last night to honor Matt Chapman in his sleeveless guns press conference. They're showing off it was bicep day, bis and tris day, and so Matt Chapman signs his new deal. He goes out there, plays for the Giants last night, but the hero was a guy who's hitting on the interstate in the second half of the season. The wildly slumping catcher, Patrick Bailey, drives in all 3 runs, including a walk-off. I don't know where young Tony and Marcus were at that point. Maybe he'd been kicked out of several sections.
Yeah, we were in a separate section.
By the time he hit the ground rule double that plated Tyler Fitzgerald, as both make up for first-inning defensive miscues. Fitzgerald and Bailey each contributed to Blake Snell's shortest outing of the season.
That
1 inning.
Strike.
In the meantime, Pat Burrell calls it in, and Rob Manfred answers. So it says, "What? You guys are still playing baseball out there?" He said, "Why don't you stuff it, you empty suit, and put it in the books?" San Francisco Giants 3, Arizona Diamondbacks 2.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball. Screw you. Screw you.
Let's go, San Francisco. Let's go, Giants.
I love you.
Say hey, say Willie, that Giants kid is great.
I like that.
Thank you very much. Enjoyed it.
There it is. Always good to hear that. And now the Giants go down to San Diego tonight to play the smoking hot Padres.
Or it's going to be popping.
It'll be definitely popping. Mason Black gets the ball tonight.
Painted black, Mason.
How about your boy Landon Roop yesterday?
Roop, there it is.
Yeah.
Had a really good outing. Came in and threw 4 innings after Blake Snell got pulled.
Against Michael King. I was very confused as to why Snell got pulled for, and they said pitch count. I'm like, so? 42. But I read his quotes. He said, I've had situations like that before where I have that much of a first inning. He said, it's not good to go back out. That's what he said. It was very curious. He goes, I've done it before. There's a lot of risk and no reward. I guess he was concerned about some health, or is he just now packing it in, getting ready for free agency?
No, I think 42 pitches in one inning is a lot of stress on the arm. Now, obviously, 42 total pitches, if we're talking about the span of 3-4 innings, is nothing. But to have that amount of high-stress pitches on your arm, he essentially threw a full bullpen in that first inning, and that's why they decided to shut him down.
I was surprised, but they wound up winning the game, and as the bullpen does a fantastic job. So there you go, a little baseball hit amidst the high of the NFL. The Chiefs do it. They haunt Lamar yet again, and you all saw the toe that will haunt. As Patrick Mahomes said, he's got to wear white cleats next time.
Yeah, that toe cost a lot of people money, Murph.
Yeah, I know, right? It did. It really did.
It really did.
Shout out, Kevin. We got to go through great toes in history. Kevin Durant, remember the three-pointer?
Are you telling
that
me
was a two-pointer?
Are you telling me Isaiah Likely also wears a shoe size one size too big?
Like KD.
That was the story about KD.
That was it. Yeah. And, of course, for me and John Joe Curley, the Seinfeld Costanza bit on the coup de toe. I sent that to the cooler of content. And then, of course, you got what? Rex Ryan? Rex or Rob?
Rex.
Ryan.
Rex was the foot guy.
He likes toes.
He likes them a lot.
Yeah, so things we can talk about.
Mount Tomore.
It is Friday. That means we got the first ever Friday football forecast. Brian and Bobby's best bets coming your way. We got that Friday energy. It's awesome. And we'll get to the guest list next on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Center.
You gotta wear white cleats next time. That's
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Stay locked into KNBR all day for your chance to win 2 weekend passes to the Aftershock Festival in Sacramento. The lineup includes Slayer, Slipknot, Iron Maiden, Motley Crue, and more. When you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR to win 2 weekend passes. We love our loyal KNBR listeners, and we want to reward you. So stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away at 9:15 this morning. It is the last day of this contest, and it is all furnished by Danny Wimmer. You can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Down to one play, 5 seconds to go. He's rushed 4. Lamar trying to make magic happen. Throw it end zone. Likely 2 feet down. Yes! Touchdown! What a play! Isaiah Likely!
Let's make sure. Oh, very close.
The runner's toe hit out of bounds. It's an incomplete pass. The game is over. Kansas City has won. The Chiefs have won it 27-20.
That's incredible, man. The drama. It's just so much fun having the NFL back in our lives. I mean, it could have been like a 31-13 game. No, buddy, no. It went down to the final blade of grass to eliminate the Baltimore Ravens, get their heart broken again by the Chiefs, and now the Chiefs have tiebreaker in head-to-head if there's any potential playoff. Did you see Lamar doing the running off the field pointing, giving the pantomime, like, we'll be back?
Yeah.
He was giving, like, we'll be back, and the Chiefs were like, okay, cool. We'll look forward to that.
Even Isaiah Likely after the game yesterday was like, yeah, that's the best that the Chiefs have. That was our worst. We'll see you in the postseason.
Okay, man, let the games begin.
So, boy, oh, boy, the NFL scriptwriters got it right again, Murph.
Now, well, they do it well. They work hard all summer on the script. So here's my hot take. I don't really believe this, but what if I went with this hot take? That the cleat was inbounds, and it was only the tip of the shoe that was over the white boundary, and the tip of the shoe had a little space between the shoe and the ground. Therefore, I don't know if the tip of the shoe actually touched the grass. Did it?
Did it touch the tip of the grass?
Did the tip of the shoe, here we go. So here's my shoe.
Okay.
Oops.
Oh, this is a great visual. Murph's about to fall out of his chair. I think he just pulled out his headphones trying to show off his shoes.
I did, and now I'm back. Okay, so here we go. Guy who's well into his 50s.
He's still pretty flexible for being in his 50s.
So this tip right here, right? And then you got a cleat right here, right? So here's my hot take. What if the cleat was inbounds?
Oh, the actual cleat.
The cleat was inbounds, but the tip, which, by the way, isn't touching the grass, right?
Right?
Okay.
I get your argument now.
Is there an argument to be made that is not?
This visual is really helpful, Murph.
By the way, go to YouTube right now. Check it out. How am I looking?
This is fantastic.
How am I looking?
We got Murph doing yoga, showing off his shoes this morning.
This is like that old TV show, That's Incredible. When I was a kid, this yogi got into a glass box. It was like a glass box. It was like 1 foot by 1 foot. The guy got in it.
Oh.
It was insane.
Well,
My mind was blown for years.
Well, Murph, I would appreciate if you actually stopped doing it because now you're giving me PTSD of the time when Triple E told us that he could put both of his legs behind his head.
By the way, I'm going to be sore this weekend, and I'm going to be like, why am I sore? It's like, because at 6:20 on Friday, I was cranking my leg around.
Because you were arguing whether or not the actual cleat or the
It's
tip
my hot take, just for
touched
fun.
the edge. Well,
Do you
Murph,
buy it at all?
I don't know. I don't think I buy it because, Murph, in my world, even the tip counts.
Just the tip.
Just the tip, baby.
Just the tip. Young Tony, let's say good morning to this kid here. He was at the Giants game yesterday, getting kicked out. You were, you know what, kind of burnishes your street cred that you're a bit of a roughie and it gets thrown out of sections, buddy. So
does that make me a bad influence on young Tony?
Yeah, the whole thing's playing out. It's like an after-school special.
I'm
You're the
corrupting
bad
a kid.
guy. Come on, let's go down. Let's go steal a candy bar from the store and all that.
You notice that young Tony's not wearing a quarter zip today.
He's turned bad boy. So
he's got a leather jacket on.
Props
Smoking
to
a cigarette
you.
back
Props
there.
to you for getting thrown out of a section. Good job. Were you a little miffed at that whole thing, or what?
I mean, I was definitely surprised. There wasn't a lot of people at this game.
Yeah, man. Once again, you're lucky. I literally would have told the woman, "You're lucky we're here. You should be thanking me for being here."
Yeah.
And again, now go get me a Coke.
No.
It's a great riff.
Do you buy my theory that particularly the cleat could be inbounds with the tip of the shoe is
was
hovering
close.
in the air?
I agree with you. It was very, very close.
They quickly. By the way, that was one of the quickest replay reviews ever. Usually they take like 10 minutes. Guys like, nah, touchdown Chiefs or incomplete pass.
So the cameras they have now are absolutely incredible. The NBC It camera where they can zoom in and see like every single blade of grass.
Yeah, so good. But that one actually was still a little blurry when they zoomed in.
Now, do you buy into the theory of Lamar Jackson saying, or excuse me, Patrick Mahomes saying, well, he should have wore white cleats? Because that argument has been made before.
Sure.
If you can see grass in between, it doesn't count. But if you
Tyler
have white
Rogers,
cleats,
buddy.
it
Tyler
would blend
Rogers.
in.
There's a history of this in the history of sports. Tyler Rogers wears the white cleats because he brings the ball down low. And famously in the 1960, whatever it was, a 69 World Series, Orioles Mets. Here's going to get the old heads going here. There was a hit by pitch incident. And I think it was Frank an Oriole claimed he was hit by a pitch. The Mets were saying he wasn't. I may be screwing up the teams, but here's what it came down to. I think it was Frank Robinson. Dude, ready for this? Picked up the ball and showed the black smudge on the ball where he had, ready for this, like polished his cleats to prove that the ball had hit him in the foot. He's like, look, there's shoe polish on the ball. And I was like, wait, first of all, you're polishing your cleats? We need to talk about that before we go any further. Second of all, he's like, yeah, he does that just for that case so that if a ball hits him and it picks up shoe polish. So he is awarded first base. I don't know.
That's smart.
It was a very famous incident. I was a kid reading about it in school. I'm not sure if I got that right. But it had to do with shoe polish on the shoe, back to your white cleats, back to Isaiah Likely, and the Chiefs getting the call. By the way, somebody else is saying, you had something there?
Oh, I was just going to say, if Isaiah Likely was playing for the Oakland A's, that's a touchdown catch. I know how much you love those white cleats.
Or the Giants who wear too many white cleats these days. Jeez, don't get me going. 510 is talking about what you were talking to me during the break, this illegal formation. So I missed the first half, back to school night. You got it. You know, I mean, going from math to English to all that stuff. And I missed this whole deal about this illegal formation.
Oh, man, you want to talk about a buzzkill. After the game starts, after the long kind of celebration ceremony that they had, which I protested, I refused to watch, by the way. I didn't want to see the Chiefs raising another trophy and raising another banner.
Good man.
But once the game actually starts, the first drive for the Baltimore Ravens, they called 3 different illegal formation calls. And now the new rule is because they don't want offensive tackles lining up in the backfield, they have to be aligned with the rear end of the center. Okay. Well, they called it 3 times, even warned the Ravens. But then here's Juwan Taylor repeatedly doing it over and over and over again, and also false starting on damn near every play, just like he was doing in the Super Bowl last year against Nick Bosa.
Yeah.
And the Chiefs didn't have it called against them a single time. It just really felt like a buzzkill. Like, all right, the NFL season's going. Lamar's ripping off big chunks, and the flags were just flying out there in the first quarter. And it felt like it was extremely targeted towards the Baltimore Ravens.
Am I getting perhaps some silver and black Boucher here?
Yeah, you know how much I hate the Chiefs.
Is that what I'm getting?
Also had the Ravens +3.
That's not very disturbing. I know we talked about that briefly on the air. I'm in that pool, and I took the Chiefs. -3. So that toe meant a lot to me. That did. That toe meant a lot.
Meant a lot to a lot of people.
Because Harbaugh was going for 2. That meant the Chiefs were going to, the Ravens were going to cover no matter what.
And I love that move by John Harbaugh.
I agree with you. I agree. Now, in fact, my first instinct was go for 2.
Go for the throw.
Nationally, they're talking about the throws Lamar did not make. The two plays prior. The first one to Likely in the back corner of the end zone. He was open earlier. He missed him.
Tough
and then
too.
the one that really startled everybody was the Zay Flowers.
Yeah.
He was just running across the end zone. He threw it behind him. He actually said after the game he was throwing to Bateman, not Flowers.
He said he thought Bateman was going to sit down, but he missed Bateman by a few feet.
And he didn't see
Flowers by yards.
So is this more fodder for anti-Lamar criticism?
Yeah, of course it is.
Yeah.
I mean, people are still going to kill Lamar until he finally slays the beast that is Patrick Mahomes. And until he finally wins a playoff game, the criticism's never going to end with Lamar Jackson.
And the whole thought that ultimately he's not going to make the pocket pass he needs to make. The guy's fantastic. He's electric, right? He's amazing. And yet people there's 2 plays there where he could have thrown the touchdown pass that needed to be thrown. By the way, I want to just come clean. On draft day when the Chiefs got Xavier Worthy, I believe I said on the air, I'm going to call bust on this guy.
Did you really?
Well, I think it wasn't like a long riff. I just briefly said it. But, sometimes you keep receipts on yourself, And I was like, I said that about Xavier Worthy. Because it was one of those guys I was like, because it was my anti-combine thing. Where I was like, it's not the combine. It's a football field. You got to do it on the field, man.
Yeah, but he was the fastest guy ever at the combine.
I know. That's what angered me.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, oh, this guy's fast. I'm like, well, so what? Can he play? So I took an anti-Worthy stance just because I was sick of hearing about his 4.21. 2 touchdowns yesterday.
Yeah. Shout out to the Buffalo Bills for trading away that pick to the Kansas City Chiefs.
Which was, again, insane. And also, by the way, we have a regular texter who's saying, who's been harping on us for weeks, saying, don't sleep on the Niners missing on the BYU tackle that the Chiefs sniped from them. And, dude, that guy played great last night. You don't think the Niners could use that? You don't think the Niners could use that?
I could use the tackle, man.
I mean, remember they had their eye on him. We all thought they were going to draft him. Remember? But it was like, oh, the BYU tackle, the BYU tackle, the BYU tackle. And then they didn't. And then the Chiefs took him, and he started last night, and he played well. I mean, you don't think you could use that? I mean, all love to Colton McKivitz and everything, but, bro. So, anyway.
Where's the Super Bowl hangover for the Chiefs?
Yeah.
What the hell?
There we go. It'll come.
I'm one game in, and I'm already disappointed.
I know. The Chiefs really do. They press your buttons.
I know, dude. They've climbed the power rankings of my most hated teams in the NFL.
Yeah, they keep doing their thing. By the way, just don't forget, Tom Brady's going to be on your TV this Sunday just to get you going again.
Oh, can't wait.
What are you going to do when he officially becomes part owner of the Raiders?
I don't know. Go cry myself to sleep.
Why don't
I don't
you
know.
just smoke the peace pipe with him and, talk Bay Area sports?
Is Tom in the community?
Well, I'm going to say...
I'll pass the Dutchie to the left-hand side.
What do you think?
I would say no.
Okay. He's just... Because he doesn't want anything in his body, a toxin in his body.
He probably smokes like avocado seeds or something.
All right, let's get the guest list on Friday, 9/6/24. Football Friday, baby. We're back. We are back. And Young Tone is in our league now. By the way, welcome to the league, kid.
Thank you.
And I hope to be talking all kinds of S to you. I get in the league just to talk S.
Yeah.
That's all I do.
It's great stuff.
I was trying to poke a bunch of people yesterday. I wasn't getting many people weren't coming back. Usually Copes is very active on that stuff.
Yeah.
But he's laying low right now.
Well, they were too busy hosting the KNBR off-air draft podcast, which you can go back and watch if you want to see all the draft picks on YouTube.
Derek Papa was begging people to call, begging us to call in. I was like, no, bro.
Yeah, I was like, Derek, I'm at a Giants game with Young Tony. I got 60 seconds to make a pick. You want me to call in and make a pick at the same time while I'm on my phone drafting at the Giants game?
And by the way, shout out, I got a last shout at Matt Spider Leland for taking all 59 seconds to make his pick every time. I was like, bro, make your pick. But I'm going to go ahead and say on record, I think I was the fastest picker. Did you guys notice that? I was making my picks lickety-split. I was ready to go, baby.
Lickety-split.
I was ready to go. Young Tone, do you like your team?
I like it, yeah. It's also the late rounds that take a lot more time to think through things. There's a lot of, scrubby players on the waivers or on the draft board. Like, you got to think things through, but I understand. And it sounds like Leland was working as well, so.
So what?
We're all working.
Come on.
Agreed.
So your team name is This Team is Dog S.
Yeah, we might be workshopping that. Marcus and I were talking about it.
With the Logan Webb.
Tim Webb asked me to keep it the same, by the way, for the record.
That's his team name in fantasy baseball also.
Oh, okay. I didn't understand.
Shout out Logan Webb.
You went with the Logan Webb. All right, what do we got, buddy?
All right, we have an incredible show planned for you guys. Frank Gore is going to join the show at 6:45 this morning. Start us off.
That's huge.
On the right foot.
Is he talking Niners or Jets? He's a former Jet, don't forget.
Also going to be inducted in the Niners Hall of Fame on Monday night.
Oh, that's huge.
Yeah.
Huge.
Brian and Bobby's Best Bets making its return at 7:15 this morning.
That,
Brian and Bobby.
Who are they? We have Mike Krukow joining the show at 7:30, and then we have the big hit John Lynch today at 8 a.m.
Wow, jeez.
Unbelievable.
What a show.
And then Greg Pop at 8:30.
Oh,
Time to come to Pop on a Friday.
it's time to come to Papa, Tony.
And then close the show out with a cooler at 9:15.
Man, oh man, I'm glad I came to work today. Frank Gore at 6:45. Stay tuned on the Sports Leader. Bright and early on a Friday morning. He's ready to go on a Friday. He's Steve Moskowitz. Steve on the line. Steve, you want to talk to us about what to do if you can't pay your taxes?
You call us. Just think about it. Here it is, the weekend coming up. Wouldn't it be great if you didn't have to think about this anymore? Say, look, you can't pay your taxes. Maybe you don't even owe what the government says. A lot of times those bills are wrong. That's the first thing we do is check the bill. And if it's wrong, we get it corrected. But what if it's not wrong? What if you really owe it? There's so many good options that may apply to you. For example, can you just pay part and have the government forgive the rest? Or pay in monthly installments that you can afford, not what some IRS agent says you can afford. Or get the penalties forgiven. Or just have them leave you alone for a while till you're back on your feet. Or maybe it's not even your fault. Maybe it's your former spouse or former business partner. Shift it away from you to them. I could go on, but you get the idea. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you, and then we can go ahead and we want to do everything for you. The only thing you have to do is pick up the phone and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
Yeah, give him a call. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com. Never too early for Amici's Pizza. Not on a Friday morning at 6:33. Let's talk pizza and football. Amici's East Coast Pizzeria celebrating football season. So if you can't make it to the game in person, most of us watch on TV. Have pizza delivered to you. Have pasta delivered to you. Have salads and flame roasted chicken wings delivered to you. By the way, have it delivered direct from Amici's, Amici's.com. None of this third-party nonsense. We got 14 locations, including Hayward and Sacramento. Shout out Hayward and Sacramento. And if you do want to get off your duff and go to an actual Amici's, why don't you try the new location at Pier 39 in San Francisco? Sounds pretty darn cool, man. Catch a game on one of their big screen TVs there. Yeah, that's the nearest Amici's, the newest Amici's, I should say, on the top level of Pier 39. So whether you prefer to order for delivery or pick up at Amici's.com, or go out and meet up with family and friends at an Amici's restaurant to share pizza and football. 2 words, baby. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
That tied the game at 2. It's still tied. Now Bailey hits a drive into the gap. Left center field hit well. Way back there, one hop up over the wall, and the ball game is over. Fitzgerald scores, and Patrick Bailey with a 2-strike count is able to get it done, and he's the Giant who drove in all the runs today as they snap this losing streak, beating the D-backs 3-2.
Hey, we squeezed in a little baseball. We talked about pigskin moving in and baseball moving out. But, we got to keep a little part of our brain here on the Giants because of the big Matt Chapman news yesterday, and he had his press conference. And then the Giants celebrated with a little 3-2 win. It's funny, his first at bat after the contract, I think it was a couple guys on. He struck out. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, and then he makes that beautiful backhanded play, snow cones the ball, throws it a little high to Lamont Wade Jr. Now, Lamont Wade got the tag down, but I heard people in the crowd like, oh, of course, he makes an error after signing the contract. After a day where we were just talking about how he throws to the chest every single time.
I know, but
that's not an error. He tagged him out.
Yeah, and he also was throwing from a.
And in live action with young Tony as my witness, I said, that's an out. That's an out. I don't even need to see the replay. I saw the tag. Lamont Wade Jr. did a great job getting it down.
How'd you guys see that when you were being forcibly removed from your section?
That's the thing. I was getting pulled by my neck. I was getting pulled by my ear like my mom used to do when I was a kid.
He wound up hitting a double and scoring a run. Mm-hmm. I mean, so he went 1 for 4. That's what, 247 hitter goes 1 for 4. That's what they do. But he also played great D. Struck out twice last night. No ribbies. But there he was, man. And it was, a couple of things of note. And we got Frank Gore coming up real quick. So let's make this real quick. A couple of things he said of note. Number one, this feels like home. He said, get a little emotional. Any reggae songs about feeling like home? Find me some of those.
There's got to be songs.
Yeah. Give me a reggae song about feeling like home. So that was kind of cool. And then this, he wants to be here. So, I mean, we always knew it was a stupid narrative. Nobody wants to be here. First of all, they're going to go where the money is, number one. And number two, people want to be here. It's a beautiful ballpark. And by the way, if you're so concerned with San Francisco, I'm never going to San Francisco. By the way, I'm talking to half of our show lives in San Francisco happily, right?
I want to be here.
If you don't, by the way, you can go live in Lafayette where you can eat off the streets, by the way. You know what I mean? Have your meal on the street.
I mean, pick your poison. Whether you want to go up to Marin, whether you want to go down to Palo Alto, whether you want to go to Los Altos, whether you want to go to Lafayette. There's plenty of beautiful places in the Bay Area.
I think Marin is less desirable because you have to navigate from the Golden Gate Bridge. You have to zigzag all the way down to Oracle Park. You live in the East Bay like Lafayette or Walnut Creek, Bay Bridge, boom, right there.
Well, here's the thing. Go by Klay Thompson's old house and you can just take the boat straight to the ballpark.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah. That's
number one, he wants to be here. Number two, he said, I've already had people reach out to they want to be here.
There it is, dude. There it is.
Who texts Matt Chapman saying, bro, I'm coming? Who was it?
I need to know.
Who's he talking about?
Juan Soto.
Who's he talking about? There it is. Juan Soto.
I said it.
Alex Bregman. Alex Bregman.
Yeah.
But he can't because he plays third base.
Somebody search Matt Chapman's
Cody
Instagram
Bellinger?
and see who he's following.
Bellinger?
Connect the dots. I don't care. But this was my whole.
Or is it some obscure A's reliever? You know what I mean? So,
hopefully he's texting Lawrence Butler, your guy Larry.
Where's my Larry Butler, man? Where's my Larry Butler?
Yeah, but this was the point of my points yesterday and even my points I made this offseason about having Matt Chapman in your lineup just makes it a more credible lineup.
Yeah.
And it is going to help recruit other free agents to come to San Francisco.
Yeah, for sure. And interestingly, some people push back against the Farhan thing, particularly Baggerly. He said, I don't think this guarantees Farhan.
Yeah, Farhan was actually asked about that yesterday at the press conference too, and he did a nice job dancing around that question.
Man, come on, man. But, it's interesting. Baggerly countered my counter, which was I thought that this meant that Farhan was staying. And he countered and said, this means more about Bob Melvin's longevity than Farhan's.
I agree with that take.
You do? Interesting. I feel like Greg Johnson's – I've told you guys all along, I don't think Greg Johnson's going to make the move. I said, no, things could go really – say they lose 20 in a row or something and people start pointing fingers and saying how bad the clubhouse is and how terrible the organization is, then he could be gone.
And Usher starts kicking fans out of seats that nobody's sitting in.
By the way, they wouldn't do that at Candlestick. They would not do that at Candlestick. And I would say that it's still my belief Greg Johnson's not going to make the move, and I still do think that this signing indicates that they are riding with Farhan. But there's a counter out there that Farhan could still be on the chopping block at the end of this season. So we'll have to continue to talk about that. Hey, this segment was sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care closer than you think. Speaking of world class, one of the greatest 49ers of all time is next. He's going into the Niner Hall of Fame. He's one of the greats, Frank Gore, to get us ready for the 49ers 2024 season. Frank Gore next on the Sports Leader.
It's a Football Friday here on the Murph and Marcus Show, and what's a better way to celebrate than by joining Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app with over 5 million active members. Prize Picks is the easiest and most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. Unlike other apps, on Prize Picks, it's just you against the numbers, and it's simple. All you need to do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat options and watch the winnings roll in. I've been telling you all week long, they got a promotion this weekend for Caleb Williams. All you need is 1 single yard. But if you want some action tonight with the Packers and Eagles playing out in Brazil, I like Josh Jacobs, lone man in that backfield, to have more than 62 rushing yards. So join me on Prize Pick. All you got to do is download the app and use the code word LEADER, and you will instantly get $5 when you play $5. Excuse me, you will instantly get $50 when you play $5. You don't even need to win to receive the bonus. It's guaranteed. So join me on Prize Picks. Prize Picks, run your game.
Give me my money!
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Full house pistol again for Kaepernick. Takes the snap. Going to give it to Gore. Frank running left. Got blocked and gets outside 30. Down the far side 20, 15, 10, 5. And Gore is out of bounds. He's marked out of bounds at the 7-yard line. The 49ers have first and goal.
Oh, good to hear Frank Gore gashing his way down the sideline. Part of 16,000 yards that he gained, one of the greatest running backs in NFL history, who will be going into the 49ers Hall of Fame on Monday night. A perfect chance for us to catch up with Frank and to get a little hype going here for Monday night's 49ers-Jets game. So, Frank, you've been on the Murph and Marcus show before. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher. We do the morning show here on the flagship in San Francisco. Hey, congratulations on the 49ers Hall of Fame, Frank. Good morning.
Yeah, congrats, Frank.
What's up? Good morning. Good morning.
How you doing today? You got your workout in yet?
Yeah, you already know. I already did that.
Hey, let's first talk about your son, man. Congrats. He made it to the Bills practice squad. I'm sure maybe he wanted to make the 53-man, but still, he's got himself an opportunity, doesn't he?
Yeah, he do. I'm very proud of him. Like I told him, it was all God plans, all God time. I will say he did show that he belongs in this league. Had a great preseason, had a great training camp. So I'm happy for him, man. I just told him that he just got to keep his head down and keep working. When your name get called, just stay ready. And take advantage of it. And I know he will. He built right.
It's hard, right? I mean, you want to be that guy on the field, but he's young. So to be patient and to stay ready takes a certain maturity, right? You coaching him up on the mental part?
Yeah. He handled it when he got released. He handled it. I was surprised the way he handled it. It made me feel better about, situation because, I didn't never get that feeling. I never got that call, But when I talked to him that morning, and he told me, the Bills want to bring him back if nobody didn't claim him. And he wanted to go back to the Bills. He liked it there. But I told him, man, you did everything you could do. You showed you got tape. You showed got people that you can play. You had a great preseason. When you got your opportunity, you took advantage of it. And I'm proud of you. Now you just, when you go to practice squad, you have to work every day, because you never know what happens in a long season. I know that, they know that he can play the game of football. And whenever his number get called, he will show it. I know that for a fact.
Frank Gore Jr. heading into his first NFL senior, but Frank Gore Sr. is heading into the 49ers Hall of Fame after playing 10 years in San Francisco and 16 years total in the NFL. Frank, what was your secret to longevity and success in the National Football League?
I was work, man. I worked my behind off. Bring my behind off. Love the game of football. And also when I never forgot when I got drafted. Scott McCoy, the York family, a lot of people told me that they reached for me. They shouldn't have took me in the third round. And, I wanted to prove to them that they did the right thing, man. So that's why another thing, man, I'm so happy that, to get inducted, in San 49ers Hall of Fame because, everything, when I first got here, people didn't think I would, be here. And I showed them, that the Niners, the York family did the right thing by bringing me there, man. And, to say that, I'm being mentioned, my name mentioned with the top guys, man, who ever played at the Niners. And you think about it, man, this organization got a lot of great players who did a lot of great things in the NFL, man. One of the best receivers who ever played the game. Quarterbacks, you got arguably quarterbacks in Joe Montana, Steve Young. We got Ronnie Lott, we got Brian Young, Patrick Willis, and the list goes on, man. And a guy who, everybody said they reached on, blessed to be a part of this, 49ers Hall of Fame, man. I'm very excited about it.
Frank Gore is the voice you hear, of course, and, man, it's a no-brainer. You are, of course, one of the great 49ers of all time. You're right there on that list with those guys, and you go in Monday night. So let's talk about the team you're going to see on Monday night. How are you feeling about the 2024 49ers? So all sorts of things that went into this question, Frank. Number one, Ayuk held out till the very end. Number two, Trent Williams held out to the very end. And then number three, the really scary incident with Ricky Pearsall, who gets shot and, by the grace of God or whatever universe is happening, survives. He's healthy. He was actually watching practice yesterday, tossing a ball in the air. So I want to hear Frank's opinion on how the summer went for the 49ers and how that gets them going into Monday night.
Some was, ups and downs. When you don't have your top guys around, it's tough. But I would say, like, the guys who was there, they was working their behind off. I think we'll be fine because, Trent played a bunch of football. Ayuk, even though he wasn't practicing, he was working out because I talked to him. And I think, that team played a bunch of football together, so they do know each other. I just want them boys to go out there and let's get this win, man. Get this win so I can have a better day, getting inducted to the Hall of Fame. And for Ricky, man, I'm just happy that, he was still with us, and, man, he's very blessed. He's blessed, man.
Frank Gore is the voice you hear this morning on the UMA guest line. And, Frank, you had the privilege of walking out of that tunnel 16 times in week one. What do you think that atmosphere is going to be like Monday night against the Jets? And what do you think the atmosphere is going to be at halftime when you are inducted into the 49ers Hall of Fame?
I think it's going to be crazy, for what you said. Monday night game, all our guys back. Everybody know what our goal is. And then another thing, man, a guy who played 16 years in the league, played 10 years with the Niners, who gave them their all, man. Every time I stepped foot on the field, when we had good team, bad team, everybody know 21 was going to come to play, no matter what. And, man, I just want everybody who, all my fans, I want to see a bunch of 21 jerseys out there, man, because, I gave them all. I tried my best, to do what it takes to help our team get a Super Bowl. We didn't. But, man, I know every time I step foot on the field, man, I wanted my fans to be proud.
Oh,
so I want them to come out Monday night rocking, man, before we try to get this win started off.
It was so obvious, the guts and effort that you had out there. By the way, all-time leading rusher. 49ers all-time leading rusher is Frank Gore. So I can't wait for you to get that honor at halftime. He's going to the 49ers Hall of Fame. He says, wear your 21 jersey. You heard him, guys. our producer says, we were just talking about this yesterday off the air. We were like, hey, what's your favorite jersey? And our producer, the guy you talked to when you called in, he said yesterday, he said Frank Gore 21's his favorite jersey. So you got fans right here in the building. Hey, Frank, about the 2024 49ers again, Christian McCaffrey missed all August, and then there was a little disturbing news that they added an Achilles tendon to the injury report. Now he's still likely to play. Just wondered your thoughts on McCaffrey. He had the most touches of anybody in the NFL last year, so should they give him maybe fewer touches to keep that body intact?
I think we got to let him decide that, because one thing I know about McCaffrey, I know that even when he was saying he could have played 2 weeks ago if we had to, I believe him. And the way he attacked the all season, man, he attacked it the right way. So I think we just got to let him decide, can he touch it how he want, let him touch it how he want to. I know, everybody say he getting older, we getting, at the position, but he his off seasons and the way he attacked practices and the way he prepared himself, he should be fine, man. He'll be fine. So I'll let him decide, how he want to touch the rock,
Yeah, and I'm sure Christian is happy that Trent Williams is back in the building. He'll be lining up at left tackle on Monday night. And Frank, we talk about so much with running backs, their offensive line, and how you guys work together. But just in general, before we let you go, is there anybody from the 10 years you spent with the 49ers that you want to give a shout out, whether it's players or coaches, that helped contributed to your career?
I want to give a shout out to I'm going to have to say the York family, Scott McClellan, because during the draft process, during the draft, he called me earlier. He told me, I can't take you with the first, I can't take you with the second, but I will take you with the third. And the reason why I can't take you with them first two picks because of my injuries. He was like, and other people called me too during the same time. But when I had people call me and say take me in the second, and a bunch of people who said they was going to take me passed up on me. And when the Niners got with the first pick of the third round, Scott McClellan kept his word. And when I got the call, and he asked me if I'm ready to be the man here, and I told him yeah. And I meant that because, he was honest with me. A lot of guys during the prospect told me that they will take me. They didn't. And when that third round pick came, the first pick, the man called me, and I was the Niners, and I told him he made the right decision. And I want to thank Dr. York because he had to sign off on it because of my injuries, because a lot of people took me off the board. And, I just wanted to let them know that I gave them my all. I love them. I love Scott McClellan as a friend. I love the York family. They blessed me and my family, and even giving me a shot to reach my childhood dreams. So, man, I want to give a shout-out to them and also my fans for just standing behind us, man, when we was down. Yeah, I love it out there in the Bay, man. Faithful, I love y'all, and I can't wait to Monday night to celebrate with y'all. That's how this thing rocking, man. For the Jets can't hear nothing on offense. Let's go do our thing this Monday night.
Perfectly said, man. Congratulations to the 49ers all-time leading rusher. He'll be inducted into the 49ers Hall of Fame on Monday night. And like he said, go get that win, too. So really always great catching up with you, Frank. You truly are one of the greats. In an unbelievable franchise, you're one of the great players in the history of the franchise. So congratulations on your career. Enjoy Monday night, and we'll look forward to talking to you down the road.
Yeah, thanks, Frank.
All right, y'all. Thank you.
There he is, Frank Gore, father of Frank Gore Jr., who's on the Bills practice squad. He'll be going in the Niner Hall of Fame. This guy, I mean, when you talk about being down, you start 05, 06, 07, 08, 09, 10. Really, the first 5 years of his career, Niners were terrible. He was an absolute stallion, man. That's why I remember we were doing the show back then. I was like, this guy might be my favorite 49er of all time. No, I mean, Montana a lot, all that stuff. But, I mean, honestly, he's on that short list. That's why he goes in to that Hall of Fame. And then Harbaugh came, and he finally got to taste the postseason. And they came, as we know, listen, we're not going to relitigate the Super Bowl and Greg Roman and Inside the 10. I get it. I know you're all thinking it. We all know it. There's nothing we can do about it right now, all right? So,
21 was in the backfield, Murph.
No.
But to your point, dude, like, what a workhorse that Frank Gore was. When you ask him, when I asked him, like, what was your secret to success and longevity? I mean, the fact that he played 10 years with the 49ers alone, 16 total years, is top 3 all-time in NFL rushing yards. And this is coming after a college career where he had multiple knee injuries. Like, you heard him talk about how the 49ers drafted him in the 3rd round and how most teams took him off the board.
2 ACLs.
2 ACL injuries.
Yes. And this is 05. Now ACL's like, you know, Aaron Rodgers blows out his Achilles and thinks he can come back in the same year. In 20 years, medicine's come a long way. That was literally 20 years ago that happened to him. And like you said, and kids out there driving to school with your parent, what did he say was a secret? He said one word. What was it? Work. Like young Tony. Yeah. When he sent his manifesto out about know your role, keep your mouth shut, do your job, all that stuff. That's the secret. There's no secret. That's the secret. There's no secret.
Just
right?
put in the work.
Put in the work. Believe me, what are we at my dinner table right now? Because that's how I talk to the kids. By the way, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. But I also like how he renounced his what let me get the stats here for you. His 15 games as a New York Jet because he was like, let's go out there and get that Jets. Let's go tear the Jets up.
Yeah,
He's like, he did spend 2020. He played with the Jets in the pandemic season. So some more stats for this guy.
It just kind of felt weird, though. It's like when LaDainian Tomlinson went to the Jets. It just didn't look right.
He spent a year in Buffalo, and he also spent a year in Miami, and he also spent 3 years as a Colt.
That's right.
You remember that with Andrew? Was he there with Andrew Luck, right?
Yeah. Is that so? He ended with the Colts, or where'd he end up?
He ended
with
the Jets.
With the
so
Jets,
he went from the Niners to the Colts. See, that 2014 season, that was just like when 2014 happened, and Harbaugh left, and Kaepernick, and everything went to hell. That was the year they opened Levi's, guys. We're in year 10 of Levi's. You know that, right?
Levi's has come a long way.
By the way, we're in year 10. Has it cooled down yet?
No, but they're investing all that money into Levi's. Maybe they'll put an awning up.
And so he went straight to the Colts. And I remember we were mad about that on the show. And then he kind of thrived with the Colts. 967 yards in his first year, 1,025 in his next year, 961 in his next year. Then 1 year in Miami, and then 1 year in Buffalo, and then 1 year with the Jets. And now he's back. He's back with the organization, too. The Yorks I give the Yorks a lot of credit. They've treated him tremendous. They've treated him very, very well.
Yeah, and it's awesome that he's back with the team. I mean, we talked to him earlier this summer about working with guys like Isaac Garendo and like the rookie running backs out there working with Frank Gore Jr. He had like a whole camp this summer working with those guys.
Speaking of running backs, as we transition out of Gore into this Monday night, Chris McCaffrey might have an Achilles tendon strain.
Uh-oh.
Here's Kyle Shanahan.
Christian calf Achilles limited.
You said Christian McCaffrey Achilles?
Calf/Achilles.
A new injury?
No.
Okay. That was short, but they're saying it's not. I mentioned to you guys, I didn't even want to put this out there, but we got to be real. There was a stretch in Carolina where he missed a lot of games. He has not, knock on Formica, as a Niner. So I was going to ask Frank, but he was saying he was so obviously wrapping up the interview with his big speech about all the people he wanted to thank. But I did want to ask him his opinion on Jordan Mason. Because are you guys ready? Are you guys ready for Jordan Mason? Because it might be a lot of. In fact, we were doing our fantasy draft yesterday, and he was on the board. I was like, I should probably take him because there might be games where he's RB1.
I mean, if you took Christian McCaffrey #1 overall in your fantasy draft, Jordan Mason is a must-add. He should have been drafted if he's on your waiver wire. Go get him. Yeah. Because Murph, you heard Kyle Shanahan say this is not a new injury. Well, it's news to me that it's an Achilles. Because to me, there's a big difference between the Achilles and a calf strain. Even though technically I am a doctor at 955 and they are connected to each other, but this reminds me a lot of the Kevin Durant situation when his injury was described as a calf strain.
Dude.
Next thing you know, KD tears his Achilles.
May lightning strike you for, can we have lightning strike this guy right now?
I mean, I'm just giving you my honest takes. That's the first thing I thought about.
Oh, man.
I hate to even put that out there.
Yeah, you can't put that out there.
I know, dude, you're talking to a guy that's been Christian McCaffrey's biggest fan since he was down at Stanford. Damn. I love CMC. I know. But you throw out the word Achilles, and I instantly, my panic meter starts to go up.
I just wanted to hint at it. I didn't want to actually
I kicked down the door, dude. I mean, we got to be honest with the people.
Yeah.
This is concerning to me.
It's very concerning.
They're saying it's not concerning. To me, I'm concerned.
No, I'm concerned, as we know from Soundbites past. By the way, how about Mike Kohler? How about this PD? What's he good for? See, by the way, now these PD, we're going to be cracking them.
Absolutely.
Don't think Kohler, he texted, it's the 11th season at Levi's. All right, yeah, Mr. Frickin' 11. All right, buddy. Don't forget PD now. You're on air fodder.
How about
Don't
Mr.
think we're not buddy anymore, buddy.
How about Mr.
You're
PD?
You're the enemy now, buddy.
How about Mr. PD gives us a shout out for being the 20th season of the flagship radio station for the 49ers. Shout out to KNBR. This year is season number 20.
Dude, that's great knowledge.
That's good knowledge.
You know what? Get some applause for that.
Oh,
Forget the 11th season and leave us. All right, 760 texts in and says, when is the Friday football forecast? What is that a plant? Did somebody is that guy like a plant? Because literally we are here to say that starting in a few minutes on Friday, September 6th, and taking you all the way into 2025. Are you ready for 2025, y'all? The Friday football forecast / Brian and Bobby's best bets.
It got rebranded.
It did get rebranded. But it always is. Heritage is the triple F. Now it's the 4 Bs. Brian, Bobby, best bets.
There it is.
There it is.
Little alliteration for you.
Give you guys 4 Bs coming your way. The forecast, best bets, whatever you want to call it. All I see are winnable games, as the great Dante Whitner once said. So thanks to Frank Gore for hopping on. Everybody give him a big, and wear your 21 jersey out there on Monday night. That's a good one. If you had to get any jersey, that's a pretty good one to get. So Brian, Bobby, who the hell are they? Best bets. Next on the Sports Leader. It's going to bring you to your knees.
It's Friday, it's cheat day, but the water boy is not cheating on his diet because I've got all the secrets, I got all the answers. Actually, I don't, but my friends at the Abundant Life Weight program does because they've been asking one simple question all summer long. Have you been searching for the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections? Well, the team at Abundant Life Weight Loss has the secret to losing 1 pound of fat every day. Their weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally and safely. I started this program 5-6 weeks ago now, and I dropped 20 pounds this summer. Tony tells me how good I'm looking every single day. So if you want to look as good as the water boy, join this program because there's no counting points or calories, no exercise, and no prepackaged meals, no surgeries, no drugs or injections that have serious side effects. And if you want to learn more, it's easy. All you need to do is visit AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com, or you can schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110. Or again, you can visit online at AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. That's AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. KNBR heads, you ready for your weekend picks?
Yeah, baby!
It's Brian and Bobby's Best Bets on the Sports Leader. But wait, who the are Brian and Bobby?
Oh, look at that. There's a few things going on in there. A lot of emotions in there. A lot of emotions as we dive into the first Friday of the season. Brian and Bobby's Best Bets. Well, we had Friday Football Forecast for all those years, and then obviously we had to maybe do a little rebranding. And, well, he's Bobby. I'm Brian. And these are your best bets.
Who? It's funny that we actually went from 3 Fs to 4 Bs because, Murph, my report cards had more Fs than Bs back in the day.
Did you see 623's text?
Oh, that's a great text.
He says 4 Bs, or as Marcus would call it, an impossible semester in school.
Yeah, dude. C's get degrees, not Bs, baby.
Oh, man. All right, well, we're back, baby. We are back, and it is fun as heck to have football in our lives. As we said, the script writers know what they're doing because last night couldn't have been more fun with the toe heard round the world and the Chiefs getting their win over the Ravens, angering a nation of Chiefs haters. By the way, Taylor Swift's arrival, notable yesterday with her, I'd say she was turning heads.
I understand.
I know. I've watched the workplace videos. I can't get too into my descriptions.
Yeah, pump that back a little bit,
Let's
Murph.
just say she was, she was a fashion plate last night. All right? Is that okay? Can I say that?
Yeah,
I don't know.
She's a fashionista.
Anyway, the point is this. I am, of course, known as Saturday Murph. He's known as Sunday Boucher. Traditionally, it used to always be that Paulie went first and I went second. But do you want to go chronologically where I go Saturday, you go Sunday?
Yeah, we can kick it off with some college football. Whatever way you want to go, Murph.
It was always a little odd that we did Sunday before Saturday. So after 20 years, why don't we flip it to Saturday before Sunday?
But here's the question, Murph.
What's that?
We got a Friday night primetime game that may or may not be in Bobby Boucher's best bets.
Well,
so if we do want to go chronologically.
Okay, so this would be the one exception because this is the only Friday night game of the year. Oh, no, there's a Black Friday, isn't there? Thanksgiving, huh? Are you picking the Friday game?
Well, Murph, spoiler alert, I am.
Okay.
I am
Well,
starting
let's go
off
in with that.
because I want some action. We had some action last night. I had the Ravens +3. You had the Chiefs -3, and I missed it by a toe, Murph.
I'm kind of like amazed right now that we're going to go to a whole new thing of chronological picks. I kind of like it.
Now, am I going to give one NFL pick and then you're going to give your Saturday picks and then we'll go Sunday?
I kind of like that.
I like that, Murph.
This, yeah.
I like it. All right, let's set it all up for the people who don't know who the hell Brian and Bobby are. I'm Bobby Boucher. I've been doing betting segments on KNBR for the last 2 years, and John Joe Curley knows nothing about it, so I'll tell John Joe and I'll tell everybody that's unaware that over the last 2 seasons on air here at KNBR, I have a record of giving out picks of 61, 39, and 5 against the spread in the last 2 seasons.
This is like one of those. It's like one of those 800 number ads we have on Saturday mornings.
The Waterboy's got a 60% rate. He's winning all season long. 808 call right now. Bang the number.
If you want to dive into the history of this show about the guy we used to have on Fridays, oh boy, yeah. If you need to get him, he's at a correctional facility. All right, so be careful. All right, dude. That's all I'm going to say.
I'm calling from the
clink. I'm going to say, as you kids would say, real ones know.
Yeah.
Real ones know.
What was that? Somethingwins.com.
Adam.
There he is.
You
all
remember that?
I see are winnable bets.
You were like in elementary school back then.
I just know it from the riffs, Murph.
Do you know about it?
I know it from the riffs.
Oh, boy. This guy, he was something else. Anyway, hey, a check is a check. The check cleared with the ad department. All right, buddy. Friday night, you're going to Brazil. Shout out the TikTok sort of viral song by Declan McKenna, Brazil. You guys know that one?
I don't think I do.
A little bit of a toe tapper. Yeah. Go dial that one up, dude. I heard it on TikTok, put it on the playlist. I think the kids liked it. Declan McKenna, Brazil. It's like a little bit of a toe tapper for the last couple of years.
All right.
Anyway, go ahead, buddy. Yeah.
Well, Murph, I got a toe tapper for you because my first bet is going to be on tonight's game, primetime down in Brazil, where the Eagles are technically the home team in a stadium that you're not allowed to wear a green-colored uniform. Green Bay Packers against the New York Jets. Murph, the line's at 2.5. It's a line that's been moving all week. I was hoping to get it at 3 points.
Do you know this one?
I do not know this song.
It's a little indie jam, little indie pop jam. Hang on.
I'd appreciate if this song didn't interrupt my takes. I'm giving out bets here. I don't give a damn about TikTok right now. Come on.
I wanted to play it for your Brazil pick.
No. I don't need it.
There's another one, the famous song Brazil by the... Yeah. You know this one? You know this one?
No, I don't know this song.
You guys don't know this one?
But I know who I'm betting on tonight, Murph.
Keep it playing for his Brazil pick.
Spreads at 2.5 down in Brazil. And Murph, the Philadelphia Eagles had one of the worst collapses that we saw last year at the end of the season.
This is working for me. Yeah, this is working for me.
A team that went 1-6 straight up down the stretch. A team that went 0-7 down the stretch against the spread. The Eagles were free falling last year. So I don't know if they figured out this offseason what the hell's going on with that offense. They bring in Saquon Barkley. But I got to say, I like the Packers here. And they're getting 2.5 points. I would buy the hook, get up to 3 if you can. But still, I think the Packers win outright. They brought in Josh Jacobs this year. He's going to dominate that backfield. I like the Packers to get the upset win. I'm going money line, but I'll take the points
it's
too.
It's a hell of a game. I got to tell you guys. So I'm in that pool where we're playing for big points, as it were. You can crank that back up there. Thank you, Tone. Here's the deal. That's a tough game.
It is a tough game.
It's a really tough game. And I stared at that thing for a long time. And I got no problem with you taking the Packers at all. It's a tough pick. I wound up taking the Eagles in my pool, but this is easily the most interesting game of week one.
Yeah.
Easily.
It's a great game, a good matchup, and my rule of betting is anytime I think a team can win and they're getting points, I take that game. I think the Packers can win, so give me the points.
Okay, buddy. I'll be curious. I did take the Eagles just in the end. I kind of feel like they're like on that point where they got to prove that last year was not the end of the run, and they got to. And I'm not sure that the Packers were as good as they showed at the end of that run, but it's gonna be a hell of a game. So 5:15 or 5:20 on Peacock, is that it?
Oh yeah, I love that it's on Peacock, Murph.
Yeah, buddy, I know, right? Exactly.
All right, so my next game is on Sunday. So do you want to slide in here with Saturday Murph?
All right, buddy. Oh, so we're doing this. Is all a new deal, dude. Okay, so here we go into Saturday. I love our Saturdays, and last week was awesome having it back in the business. We got a couple of dandies. We're gonna start at real early. You ready for this? You ready for the Texas Longhorns at the Michigan Wolverines? Bro,
hook them.
You want to talk about blue blood programs? They've only played. Can you believe this? They've only played once in the history of their schools.
Wow.
Michigan is the all-time leading. Little trivia for you, young Tone. Michigan, the all-time winningest program in the history of college football because they go back to the 1880s, 70s, whatever. whereas Texas is the 4th winningest program in the history of college football. So 2 of the 4 winningest programs in the history of college football are tangling up in Ann Arbor. Let's be honest. Michigan without Jim Harbaugh is like 1/100th as interesting as they were with Jim Harbaugh, right? That said, they're still the Michigan Wolverines, and they're still stacked. And Texas is back. They've been down for so long. Sarkisian and Quinn Ewers, who's a possible Heisman Trophy candidate. Although, how can anybody win the Heisman other than Travis Hunter in Colorado, who does it on both sides of the ball? But that's a topic for another day. Anyway, I'll get right to the pick here. Texas is favored by 7, which is too much. It's too much to give the Michigan Wolverines. It will be a close game. It'll be a slugfest. Michigan's defense. I hate Michigan's offense. They don't move the ball well. That does give me some pause. And I do feel like maybe if Texas has their chance to kind of show out, this is their game, but they're not going to win by 7. If they win, they're going to win by less than 7. So give me Michigan and the 7 at the Big House at a 9 a.m. kickoff. That's a really fun one there, man. So great helmets, great unis, great matchup. Then I got to do this. This is a tradition unlike any other.
Tradition.
Like the forecast, like Brian and Bobby's best bets. You show me the Cal Golden Bears, I'm going the other way, baby. You know the deal. The one time I took them led to one of my great meltdowns on the air, right, of your Cal, and you'll always be Cal when I finally rode with them. But they're going down to Auburn. Shout out old Peaches, who's still hanging out down in South City with the lovely Michelle. And I know a bunch, actually, a very good friend of mine, Coach Jim, and a bunch of Cal Bears were on the flight. You know what he told me? He said a lot of Cal Bears on the flight yesterday down to Alabama for the game, including Larry Bear, flying in coach. Ooh. He goes, he's a man of the people. I said, or has something gone on at the Giants we need to know about? Uh-oh. I bet Larry's pissed that this out that he's revealing that he's flying out in coach. But anyway, so Cal's going down there. My buddy Gary Juicy's down there too. Congrats to all the Bears having a good time down there on the plains. And last year when Auburn came to Berkeley, that was a close game. It was only a 14-10 game, which was pretty surprising. But, dude, I don't know. Cal last week against UC Davis, very unimpressive. I know Auburn played an FCS team, but you're giving me 13 points. It's Auburn minus 13. That's an easy 14-point win. Just a classic, like 31-17, 34-20. Just kind of a boring, routine 14-point win for the Auburn Tigers. Cal's not ready for that smoke all the way down in Alabama. So give me Auburn minus 13. Sorry, Cal, but you knew I was going to go there. Auburn minus 13, Michigan plus 7. Them's the Saturday picks, Waterboy. We flip it over to you because it's back to Sunday now.
Sunday at Murph. I'm going straight to the 105 window for my second Bobby Boucher best bet because week 1, let's be honest, is a hard week to bet in the NFL. But there's 2 things I look for. 1, home underdogs, and 2, betting against rookie quarterbacks. So I'm going to take the latter here with this strategy, and I'm taking the Seattle Seahawks minus 6 against the Denver Broncos. Bo Nix making his NFL debut, traveling on the road up to Seattle where we know how loud it can get up there. I think that's going to be a tough environment. And Murph, you've heard me this offseason talk about Mike McDaniel, who is now taken over as head coach of the Baltimore Ravens, how I do think he's a Shanahan system solver, beat Kyle Shanahan last year, beat Bobby Slowick and D'Amico Ryans, beat the other Mike McDaniel over there. It's Mike McDonald with the Baltimore Ravens.
There's a lot of mix.
A lot of Mics out there.
Don't forget the Mick you had in Vegas and you fired.
Yeah, regardless, at the end of the day, I'm taking the Seattle Seahawks minus 6 over the Denver Broncos.
That's an interesting pick because I had that same pick in my pool and I wound up taking the Broncos.
You took the Broncos.
But I didn't feel great.
Rookie quarterback on the road.
I didn't feel great about it. I didn't. You're right. I just said, you know what? Blank Seattle. Sometimes you got to say blank Seattle.
I feel that. It's like me last night. I said blank the Chiefs.
It's funny. The line opened at 5.5, and a lot of people I think hopped on it.
I would like it at 5.5, but if it stays underneath the touchdown, I don't mind laying 6 or 6.5.
It's not a bad pick. You know which one you stayed away from, which I thought was the no-brainer of the week, was the Bengals Patriots. Patriots are supposed. People are talking about the Patriots being terrible this year. Do you buy that?
Yeah, I think they're going to be awful, but also week 1 with an 8-point spread, 8.5-point spread. It's the only spread in week 1 of the NFL season more than a touchdown, so I stayed away from that game.
Yeah, I wound up taking the Bengals, and I have to pick one game as your triple game, like the 3X game, and that's the one I went with. So root for the Bengals plus 10. All right, so there you go. You got your Friday, you got your Saturday, you got your Sunday, and then you got, of course, the Friday football, or I should say the Brian and Bobby's Best Bets Couch Potato Guide. The 5 best TV games of the weekend coming your way. And we start with, and I'm hesitant to even put this one in there, guys, because it is on Peacock, but we start with Friday night. I mean, this, like I said, you guys think this is the best game of the week?
I think you can make that argument better than 49ers Jets.
5:15, Green Bay versus Philadelphia at Sao Paulo. Don't wear your green, all right? Just don't do it. Unless you're an Eagles fan. Then you're like, what are you going to do about it, right?
Yeah, have at it.
So again, Peacock, you can't exit out. It's going to be laborious to exit out to watch Mason Black pitching in San Diego on a Friday night. But this game is on 8-10, the spread. So that's my 1-star pick. My 2-star pick is the game I just told you guys about, Texas, Michigan. Great helmets, great tradition. Early. I like a good early game to get you going at 9 a.m. on Fox. Also on KNBR 1050. Can Steve Sarkisian and the Texas Longhorns hook them up there at the Big House. Great matchup. My 3-star pick, Waterboy, is just for you. LVR at LAC. The Raiders at the Chargers. It was way more fun in San Diego, outdoors on the grass, especially when they had the old Padres infield at Jack Murphy, right? But and it's not the same at SoFi where they have just the worst fans. So it's a Raider home game, right?
It's absolutely a Raider home game.
Yeah,
and going back to my thought process of taking home dogs, Raiders are getting 3 points. They're technically on the road, but LA is going to be a home game for the Raiders.
I wound up taking Harbaugh on the Chargers in that game. I actually took the Raiders, and then I thought about Gardner Minshew, and I went over it. I said, Harbaugh's going to win his opener. But anyway, that's a great game. That's at 1 o'clock on CBS. You're fired up.
I'll be there.
Yeah, it'll be a really, really good one. You can bomb down for the game, bomb back up.
And I'm taking the Raiders in that game.
There you go. And then my 4-star pick is, guys, the Sunday afternoon CBS game on 125, or pardon me, Fox, I say CBS, Fox game on 125, Dallas at Cleveland. You're like, Murph, why are you taking Dallas at Cleveland? Do you know why? Tom Brady's broadcast debut. Are you ready for this? G-Pop is fascinated. It's like G-Pop is, have you heard him talk about that a lot on Papa and Lund?
Yeah.
He's fast. He said Brady did 15 rehearsals before he got ready to do this. And according to Papa with the dig, he's like, and I heard he needed all 15. That's what he said. So
welcome to the world of
Brady
Papa.
on the mic. Do you want it? Do you need it?
No, not really, to be honest with you.
But anyway, Brown, and believe me, I drive in every morning and I do the rotation of 3 different national shows trying to steal content for our show. Dude, the greenie thing with the Dallas, dude, where the big D stands for, I want to destroy my TV and radio every time you say the big D.
Yeah.
But anyway, I've heard so much about the freaking Cowboys all off season that I want them to just like implode and lose or do whatever. But either way, Tom Brady's on that game. That makes it a 4-star game. 125 on Fox, Tom Brady. And then I'm going with no Niners playing this weekend. They can't be my 5-star pick. So you know what it is? It's the Sunday Nighter.
I like that.
I think other than the Eagles, Packers, because the reason I didn't make that number 1 is because it's a Friday night on Peacock. Who wants a Friday night on Peacock? Sunday night, because Rams at Detroit, 5:15. It's the NBC Sunday night game. We started on 8:10. You pick it up over on 104.5 and 680 after the Giants beat the Padres. And, dude, these are literally 2 direct objects in the 49ers rearview mirror, like the old objects in the rearview mirror, maybe closer than they appear. Those are both teams the Niners need to worry about, the Rams and Detroit. So who do you root for in this game?
I'm going...
I mean, for the Niners, perspective.
Well, I'm not going for a rooting interest, Murph. This is a betting segment. I can tell you who I'll be betting on. I'll be betting on the Rams plus 4.5. Matthew Stafford going back to Detroit.
I took the Lions.
Wow.
Yeah.
Look at this, back and forth. Well, that's good radio.
I know. Well, either way, it's the game of the week other than the Eagles-Packers on Friday night at Peacock, which I could not in good conscience make the 5-star pick because it's a Friday night on Peacock. So it's Sunday night, great game, and the Lions, man, talk about the team that's supposed to be the dudes. They have the Rams and Matty Stafford. Stafford's return, if that's considered emotional at all. How can it be that emotional when they won no playoff games, right? He never won a playoff game?
Yeah, but still, there were stories about like his wife being heckled in Detroit, so it seems like there's a little bit of bad blood there between Stafford and the Detroit Lions.
I'll tell you where there's no bad blood. I'll tell you where the good blood is. With Brian and Bobby's best bets in the books for the first time this year. I feel great, baby. I feel great. I feel like we're back. We broke a sweat. The picks are in. They're in the barn. You know what? It's in God's hands now, guys. It's in God's hands.
I see are winnable bets.
And you know what? Then we go to Mike Krukow, and then we go to John Lynch. We got that Friday vibe. Damn, somebody bring me a donut on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Just win, baby.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
The Bay is still buzzing. The Bay is still buzzing from Brian and Bobby's Best Bets. They're in the books. If you missed it, you have to go to KNBR.com and check it out. But in the meantime, we roll on with Mike Krukow. We do it every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We got John Lynch at 8, so it's exciting. Hookup made, Young Tone, with Mike, brought to us by Northern California Honda dealers. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model. So before we talk about the Giants, two things I wanted to say to Mike. Number one, thank you and Kipe for being so nice to show the enthusiastic 12-year-old Millville Little League All-Stars. And you guys had some really nice things to say, Mike. So thank you for that. That was fun. Believe me, the kids' lives were made. They were very, very excited. And then the number two thing is, Mike, this week we had a surprise call-in for my birthday from Fred Lynn. And I was going down a rabbit hole, and I thought, did you tell us that you and him played high school ball against each other?
Oh, yeah. He went to El Monte High School in Southern California. I went to San Gabriel. We were in the same class. And he's the best athlete I ever saw the whole time in Southern California, we had a lot of guys in our league that got to the big leagues in a lot of different sports. There are a lot of athletes down there. But he was a three-sport guy, a true three-sport guy. And when we saw him, I saw him in basketball and baseball. He was a pitcher. And I think the Yankees drafted him like in the top 5, maybe a second-round pick or whatever. And he didn't sign. He went to SC. He was going to play football there and baseball. But hard-throwing lefty, just a great athlete. And you saw our careers kind of paralleled a little bit. He went to the American League. I went to the National League. I did face him towards the end of my career when he was with the Padres. But just an incredible athlete and a good football player. He was a guy that we thought was going to play football at SC. That's how good he was. But and then when his rookie year, when he was the MVP and the Rookie of the Year, we weren't surprised by any of that. He was just that good. He was such a standout in everything they did. And so, yeah, it was fun. It was fun to kind of, tell, Fred Lynn, I went to high school with that guy. I did it for years.
That's so great. He called in. He was very enthusiastic, and he's down in Carlsbad now. He looks great. I think he's like just playing tennis, eating seafood, and swimming in the ocean. He looks like $1 million. So fun for the two of you guys. That's a heck of a high school league to have Freddie Lynn and Mike Krukow in it. So anyway, I just wanted to go down memory lane there for a bit. And so, hey, speaking of memories, good memory for Patrick Bailey yesterday, right? 3 RBIs, and it helped overcome the first inning where he had an unfortunate pass ball incident. And Mike, for a guy like him he's on the interstate in the second half, he's literally hitting in the 100s. He says he feels a little bit better last couple days, but what an important day for him, huh?
Well, he needed it badly, and he really picked up a couple guys because we had a second, third, nobody out situation, and that's been the hardest thing for this team to do is score when you have runner at third, less than 2 outs. And coming into Bailey's at bat, Wade strikes out, Fitzgerald strikes out, so we're thinking bad thoughts. This isn't going to happen. They're down 2-0, and it goes to a 3-2 counter, and he goes opposite way with a base hit and he knocks in 2, and it's like, oh my gosh, the scourge has been lifted. And then, wouldn't you know, we get into the bottom of the 9th inning in a tie score, and there's a great at-bat to start the inning from Fitzgerald, and he steals. And we thought it was going to be a bunt situation. Bailey's a pretty good bunter. I thought that Bob Melvin would give up an out here to get a runner in scoring position. And what does Bailey do? Takes a pitch so Fitzgerald can steal, and he steals it easily. And then the next pitch hits it off the wall on a hop, and the Giants win. He needed it badly. He knocked in all 3. It was just such a nice way to end because after the first inning, I didn't even want to do the game anymore. It was so bad. It was just bad. And, Blake Snell had to pitch through an error. He had to pitch through a pass ball with the bases loaded on a strikeout. It was just a bad inning. And then we just kept doing the Nissan keys of the game. And play clean. You've got to play clean. That's one of our keys today. And it was the antithesis of clean. It was just awful. And then lo and behold, here comes Landon Roop, and the bullpen stiffens up, and it winds up be in one of our favorite games of the year. So that's baseball.
Yeah, Mike, I was actually going to follow up on that Blake Snell first inning, 42 pitches after the drop third strike. Doesn't come out for the second inning. What were your thoughts on the Giants shutting him down after those 42 pitches?
Well, I think he shut himself down. And I was a bit surprised by that. But, you know, I mean, he knows his arm. He's gone through 2 injuries this year. And he had a similar start where he went high in the pitch count. He came back out, and he just didn't recover. And this was 42 stress pitches. Every pitch that he had that inning was just, you know, he was digging deep. And I guess he felt he just didn't have much left. So fortunately, it wasn't an injury. I thought, well, maybe, you know, the groin heated up again or the oblique heated up. We didn't know. We were speculating. We didn't hear anything until after the game. So, you know, just happy that it wasn't anything big, but I hadn't really seen anything like that before.
It was odd. I don't want to be like nefarious about it, but is it possible that he's sort of shutting it down because he's going to opt out for free agency?
I don't think so. I think he's heavily motivated to put up some numbers because he can walk out. You know, I mean, if you're an organization that is interested in him, and right now there's about 28 that are, you want to let everybody know you can take the ball every 5th day and you can deal. So I don't think that he's winding down just because he has a lot at stake. He hasn't pitched all year long. He's been in the IL twice, so he's got to let teams know that he's healthy. I mean, because he's looking for you know, a mega deal. You know, 5 or 6 years into length, and if you're a pitcher and you're 31 years old, you know, you're going to have to let everybody know that you're rock solid. So I think that'll be his motivation between now and the end of the year.
Blake Snell has the ability to either opt in or opt out of his contract at the end of the season. One guy who doesn't have that option anymore is Matt Chapman. Mike, we haven't talked to you since he signed the contract extension Wednesday night. What does it mean for the Giants organization to lock up Matt Chapman for the next 6 years?
It means a lot. You know, and Chapman alluded to it in his presser. He said that he already was getting phone calls from guys who were prospective free agents that were congratulating him and hoping that they might have the chance to come and play with him. So from a perspective in regards to what your image is as an organization that signs guys, I think that's a big deal. But I like the fact that, number one, he anchors down the infield. And number two, I mean, I know the guy now, and I see what he does in that clubhouse every day. And he is a major solid. And there isn't anything phony about this guy. And so those are players you build around. I mean, he's truly a cornerstone athlete in everything that he does, and he represents your organization well. So, look, if I'm a pitcher, I want to go to a place that's got great defense. I want to see guys like Chapman. I want to see guys like Jung-Hoo Lee, and you know, you're seeing them. So it's of huge significance. And plus, from my perspective, you know, there's a really good shot that I won't be broadcasting ball games 6 years from now. So the rest of my career, I'm going to have a chance to watch him play, and that's a good thing.
Well, you're broadcasting games 6 years from now. I've got bad news for you. You're still around, all right, buddy? We got you.
Well, that's the plan.
All right, so you're going to be doing him in 2030. So, I mean, I hate to be a cynic here, Mike, and I love Matt Chapman, and my big thing when they signed him in March was, yes, man, this is the kind of winner and leader and everyday guy you need, and he's been that guy. So then I asked myself, why are they 69 and 72 then? I would have thought that maybe he would have helped develop a winning culture, and unfortunately they're under 500.
Well, you know, that's the thing about baseball. I mean, you have to have 5 guys that have clues to what they're doing. And, you know, you have one guy, and that's a position you don't worry about anymore. You know, he's going to give you what he gives you offensively. He's going to be there, and he's going to anchor that side of the infield down. I mean, that's his responsibility. Well, now you have other guys that have to step up. And we get back to this resounding theme that we've been talking about developing. You have talent now that you are going to count on going into next year that you didn't know about prior to this year. So the more pieces that you can get that anchor down a position, anchor down a spot in the lineup, the tougher you're going to be. And the other thing, too, is every year a young player plays at the big league level, one thing happens to them. They get stronger. They get up to strength level at the big league level. And this is one thing when young players, you know, they're young men, and you get in to the big leagues, and the first thing you realize is, you know what, I need to do some homework. I need to hit the weight room. I mean, it happened to me. I got up there in 1976, and the first thing I know is, oh my God, I don't know if I can play here. These guys, they're big, strong people, and so it had to change everything. And it's kind of a revelation. You also have to figure out that I have to have a plan. I can't go up there and just kind of diddle dink around in the batter's box. I have to have a plan, and you start learning what those plans are. You start learning how to identify guys on the mound and what they have, and what's working that day, and what type of swing you need to have to try and beat that stuff. And it's the same thing for a pitcher. You start to learn how to read pitch types, and realize that this guy right here is going to give me problems. I need to come up with something that I can use to get him out. I have nothing that really is going to put him at a disadvantage here. And that's when you start learning different movements on your fastball. That's when you start learning the importance of in and out and up and down. It's just a glorious education that starts once you get up here. So, you have to be patient with some of your young guys. And that's what this year is all about. You don't have to worry about Matt Chapman. That's locked in.
Right, for sure. And then before I let you go, just on it's bad news for Casey Schmidt, right? I mean, he was going to be the guy, and David VR also, but maybe that has passed. I don't know. So if you're a Giants guy like Casey Schmidt, what's your reaction, and what do you think the Giants' evaluation of him at this point is, given that third base is locked down?
Casey Schmidt's a good talent, really good talent. He's got some really good tools. So he has a really good base with which to try and start his career from. But he's got to change some things. He has to really work hard on identifying balls and strikes, staying in the strike zone, getting good pitches to hit. I mean, when we last saw him, he was right on top of the plate. You get on top of the plate for one reason. You're not getting to the outside pitch. Well, as dramatic as he was on the top of the plate, when you're telling that pitcher out there, I can't get to the outside pitch. Well, guess what? You're telling him what you're thinking. So what does that expose? It exposes you on the inside. It exposes you that this guy can jam you. He can run two-seam movement in on your hands, and you can't get it. And if you take it, it's a strike. That's how close to the plate he was. So he needs some self-evaluation, and he needs to start doing some things to get better, to get up to speed. There's some play in his handwork to the ball. Same thing with Marco Luciano. He's not ready to go defensively. He's got some play in his hands. I mean, when the ball gets hit to him, he's not relaxed. With Fitzgerald, he needs work on his backside. When he goes to his right, it's a little hard-handed. And all of these things have to be evaluated from within. And then you need to get technique that allows you to make your game better. All these guys have great base. I mean, I'm not giving up on David VR. I love his inside-out swing, but he's got too much slant in his swing. He's got too much lift in his swing. So he's popping balls up, but he should be driving the other way, more on the line. Fix it. That's what you do when you get here. You get labeled early, but oftentimes, where you are when you get labeled as a young player and where you are in 4 years is a completely different player. And so these guys who have talent, they need to get better. They need to get up to speed.
You say it all the time. It's the big leagues. It's the big leagues, man. And you either adjust or die. And so we'll see what happens there for good. All right, Mike. Well, it should be fun. San Diego's playing great. Although, did you see what happened to them yesterday? They were up 3-0 in the ninth inning and had their best guy on the mound, Suarez, and he gave up a grand slam to the Tigers, and they lost 4-3. So maybe the Giants can go kick them when they're down, Mike.
Kick them when they're down. I like that. It's a good attitude. Yeah. So it'll be an interesting series. Mason Black will have the challenge of a lifetime tonight, so that's the key. Yeah, Petco will be popping too. So anyway, thanks again. You guys were awesome on Wednesday, and we will look forward to this interesting series against the Padres, see how the young kids do. So enjoy the weekend, Mike. We'll talk to you Monday.
Yeah, thanks, Mike.
At a bit.
Mike Krukow every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Yeah, just look at the Padres, see how they're doing. They were up 3-0, and the first time their bullpen's blown a lead in the ninth since June 2nd or something like that. So, ouch. So they said Petco was dazed. The Tigers hit a grand slam in the ninth inning to beat them 4-3.
Was it a sold-out crowd last night in Petco?
Good question.
I would assume it was, but even on a night where Thursday Night Football is kicking off, it was still popping down at Petco.
It's definitely popping. You haven't been down there, have you?
I've never made it down to Petco.
Dude, you might want to get there, grab a brew, and start walking around.
Oh, I might start walking down there right now. See the Giants this weekend.
You might make some new friends.
Actually, that sounds like a good weekend. I'll stop at the Raider-Charger game and I'll hit the Giants on Sunday.
40,000 at Petco last night.
Strong on a Thursday night when the NFL season's kicking off.
Mike is brought to to us by NorCal Honda, your Northern California Honda dealer. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan. Find savings on every model. Kyle Shanahan joins Tolbert and Copes today. However, Mike Silver filling in for Tolbert. So Silver and Copes today. And if they have Kyle, that means we have John Lynch. 49er General Manager John Lynch, Fridays at 8. Let's get hyped. Football's back on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Stay locked into KNBR all day for your chance to win 2 weekend passes to the Aftershock Festival in Sacramento. The lineup includes Slayer, Slipknot, Iron Maiden, Motley Crue, and more. When you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR to win the 2 weekend passes. We love our loyal KNBR listeners, so we want to reward you. Stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away at 9:15 this morning. It is all furnished by Danny Wimmer, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
All right, let's talk Provident Credit Union. Let's talk about scoring big for your savings. Pick a term certificates is what we're talking about from Provident Credit Union. So right now you can earn an impressive 4.25% annual percentage yield on your savings. So whether you choose a 3-month or 6-month term, this limited time offer is perfect for meeting your short-term savings goals. Imagine your money working as hard as you do. So, if you're looking to grow your savings without tying up your money for too long, this is your chance to earn 4.25%. With rates like these, why would you wait? So, visit providentcu.org or stop by your local branch today to get started. Do not miss out on this chance to maximize your savings. This rate is effective as of August 13th, 2024. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Learn more at providentcu.org.
Hold it now. This is the Big Hit.
sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
First of all, I love y'all, and I can't wait to Monday night to celebrate with y'all. That's how this thing rocking, man. So the Jets can't hear nothing on offense. Let's go do our thing this Monday night.
There it is. Frank Gore joined our show early this morning at 6:45. He's going to the 49ers Hall of Fame, all part of the big Monday night that awaits us, 5:15. Man, Monday night's a blessing and a curse, man. It's always great when you're the only show in town, and it's always fun, but I hate having a weekend of football and no 49ers. You got to wait and wait and wait and wait. And they've gotten this a lot, this season opening one. Remember these two? They kind of used to do double, maybe all the way up through last year. Didn't they do 2 Monday night games?
They were giving you 2 Monday night games.
Yeah.
I think last year they had them competing against each other. They were on at the same time.
Things got odd.
Yeah.
I remember Mike Ditka was in the booth at Candlestick with Mike and Mike. Do you guys remember that one? Mike, and Mike. It was Ditka. Those were grim years.
3 Mikes, huh?
Those were the Singletary years. And I remember the big deal on our show was that Ditka had been caught. They did a cutaway to the booth. I'm going to get very juvenile right here. This joke is very juvenile, very sophomoric.
I'm here for it.
But he was caught on camera, what we described on the air, rearranging the furniture.
Oh,
you know what I mean? Yeah.
I understand.
Some rearranging going on. It made for a top. We riffed on it the next morning.
I'm sure you did.
Hopefully none of that. Shots from the waist up only on
yes, please.
on Monday nights. All right, are we ready for the 49ers, who are now favored by, was it 4.5? Is that the latest?
4.5, 4 is the latest that I've been seeing, yeah.
And that's a game where I felt, when the first schedule came out, I said, okay, Niners beat the Jets. And then as the summer went on, I was like, man, I don't know. And then as they got Ayuk and Trent back, I was like, okay, feeling better. And now as I hear about Christian McCaffrey, I'm going back to I don't know. And who knows what the Jets are going to be? We talked to Mark Cannizzaro about this. Like this promise that never gets delivered. Oh, yeah, this is the year. Oh, they're going to be good. Oh, they're going to be good. No, there's not. And we'll see.
I mean, it's crazy to see that the New York Jets are the favorite to win the AFC East at plus 160 over the Buffalo Bills. Like, there's a lot of hype and expectations for this team, for a team that hasn't had a winning record yet with Robert Saleh at the helm. And there's so much expectation that Aaron Rodgers is going to be Aaron Rodgers from 4 years ago. He hasn't played a single game snap since tearing that Achilles. And here we are, almost a year to that date on Monday night. He'll be back on the field.
And Nick Bosa will be chasing him, and Leonard Floyd will be chasing him, and the new D tackles will be chasing him, and of course the new linebacking core. I think we don't even talk about the linebacking core without Dre Greenlaw. It's a big deal now. It's a big deal. Are you ready for Breece Hall to maybe? I don't know. I mean, seriously, last time we saw the Lions and the Packers, Levi staying there, gashing that Niner run defense. Nick Sorensen and Brandon Staley. We have talked about it, not a ton. But that's going to be a huge focus, that front seven.
I mean, we talked about outside of Trent Williams and Brandon Ayuk and all the off-the-field stuff that the 49ers are dealing with on the field. I'm most intrigued to see what this new-look defensive line is going to look like. Because, to your point, this was not a defensive line that performed well in the postseason last year, getting gashed by both the Lions and the Green Bay Packers. And week one, Breece Hall has been the darling of everybody's fantasy drafts, going off the board right after Christian McCaffrey. This is a guy that everybody is expecting to have a breakout season. And with the weapons he has around him, whether it's Garrett Wilson or Aaron Rodgers, Monday night's going to be a big test for that 49ers defensive line.
You know what's funny, though? You go to the Super Bowl, they held Isaiah Pacheco 18 carries, 59 yards. They shut him down. You know who was the leading rusher in that game? Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, Patty using his legs.
9 for 66. McCaffrey, 22 for 80 in that game. Didn't really go off. By the way, just kind of interesting to go back and look at that box score in general. Brock Purdy, 23 of 38, 255 for a touchdown. No picks, got sacked once. His passer rating was 89. Patty Mahomes, 34 of 46, 333, 2 touchdowns and a pick. He did throw that pick, guys. Don't forget. And can you remember a bonus, a shiny nickel for those of you who remember who made the interception?
Oh, I was going to get a shiny nickel for saying the 6 pass calls that happened right after it.
It was Jair Brown.
Tig.
Jair Brown made a pick in the Super Bowl. How about that? All right, we're getting ready for John Lynch to join us. He does it every Friday at 8. Obviously, Christian McCaffrey question coming. And obviously, Ricky Pearsall, who was out of practice apparently yesterday, tossing a football up in the air.
Unbelievable.
Right?
Did you see his comments to Kyle Shanahan that he told him that he wanted to play week 1 against the Jets?
Do you have that tone, the Kyle Shanahan comment on Ricky Pearsall? Yeah, he wanted to play.
I mean, for this guy to take a bullet to the chest, to survive, to walk to the ambulance moments after it happened, to then FaceTiming the team at the team party on Saturday, being released on Sunday, being back at the weight room on Monday with Tim Ryan, and now he's on the practice field. This is unbelievable.
I mean, I can't even believe I'm going to riff like this, but I was really moved when he lifted his fist in the air and yelled, "Fight! Fight! Fight!"
Stop it.
Yes, all right, buddy. He did. So, anyway, Kyle Shanahan yesterday, in the scary news about McCaffrey, he did tell us the story about Ricky Pearsall being back and wanting to play. It's incredible. We'll talk to Lynch about that in just a couple of minutes, too, as the 49ers get ready for the Jets on Monday night. Robert Saleh angle, we haven't explored that. I mean, here's a guy who was a very popular defensive coordinator here. He almost was like ready to be a head coach based on voice alone. You know, yeah, I'm Bob Saleh and all that. And the look, the shiny head, the buff, he hits the weight room, all that good stuff. You know, it's funny. That's part of the deal. Actually, I'd say that's part of the deal. But then you got some kind of nerdy guys like Mike McDaniel down in Miami. Although, have you seen his new look, Mike McDaniel?
Oh, he's the coolest guy in school now.
I don't know, man.
Somebody had a great photo side by side of him saying freshman year versus your senior year.
In only 2 years, they said he's turned into an extra from Scarface.
That's it. He's a fifth-year singer now.
But anyway, the Bob Saleh angle, what does he know about the 49ers? What does he know about a Kyle Shanahan offense?
Yeah, also, I want to talk to John about the decision to promote Nick Sorensen to defensive coordinator because they've had success, whether it's Robert Saleh, whether it's DeMeco Ryans. Now, last year, they went outside of the organization and bring in Steve Wilkes. That did not work out. They moved on this offseason, so we'll see if Nick Sorensen has any similarities to Robert Saleh or DeMeco Ryans.
Damn, all that negativity, Steve Wilkes, and you still had a lead in the fourth quarter in the Super Bowl and in overtime. But then again, the reason you didn't keep the lead maybe was because of Steve Wilkes in the defense, right? So, hey, guys, if you just tuned in, Christian McCaffrey, they added an Achilles tendon to his injury report. Definitely freaked us out for sure. Jordan Mason becomes more of a focus. And now you look at Elijah Mitchell being out for the year as a big problem. And because you guys, ready for this? The other guy, Patrick Taylor. It's Patrick Taylor. And Isaac Guerrero is still battling. God, he's battling these nagging injuries too. Seems like of all that, like Ricky Pearsall injury prone, and obviously the incident, Guerrero injury prone. That seems like the guy of those offensive skill players they drafted, Jacob Cowing, might be the guy who makes the most impact on Monday night.
And we might see Jacob Cowing returning punts and maybe even kick returns. Now, Isaac Guerrero had that big kick return with the last game of the preseason, so maybe that could have been an option for him. But, Murph, the three guys you just named all have 4.3 speed. A big element for John Lynch this offseason was to add some more speed to this roster.
Speed kills, baby.
Yes, it does.
By the way, we have some couple texts in on the Golden State Lumber Building text line. People got PTSD watching the Chiefs' offensive line commit penalties that were not called last night.
I had PTSD watching Jawan Taylor get a false start on every single play, like he did in the Super Bowl against Nick Bosa on every play.
I mean, man, oh man, it's
throw a flag one time.
Do we really believe the officials are in the bag for the Kansas City? I saw a very disturbing AI-generated image on Twitter this morning of Patrick Mahomes and an NFL referee making out.
Oh, no.
They were kissing.
AI is wild.
I know.
Murph.
AI is bonkers. All right. Well, listen, let's get going on the John Lynch hookup coming your way. You never found that Pearsall thing? Well, the good news is, and I'll need a big old honking laugh track here, please. The good news is somebody cut it. Hey, Mike Holler. You run your shop here. Hey, you're listening to KNBR AM. And hey, he's the enemy now. You're the enemy now. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. I will be down there Monday night at the game, which is always a big deal for me to get off my duff and drive all the way down from the North Bay.
That's big for you.
Especially on a Monday night. I know. Let's be honest. Games are better at home on the high def than they are in person.
Yeah, but you'll be sitting up in a suite,
when Mike Chilton invites you, you go. You know what I mean? There's certain things you just don't do, and you don't turn down a Mike Chilton. So I'll be looking forward to that very, very much. And in that game, of course, I'm in that pool. I told you guys, what am I going to do? Pick against the Niners? Of course I took the Niners. I can't pick against the Niners. I mean, is it the smart bet? Probably the smart bet is the Jets plus 4.5, isn't it?
I mean, the smart bet has been taking Aaron Rodgers with points his entire career. He's one of the best underdog quarterbacks against the spread. Now, he has struggled against the 49ers multiple times, but anytime I can get Aaron Rodgers plus the points, that's where my money's going.
His regular season record against the Niners is considerably better than his postseason record against the Niners.
6-3 regular season, 0-4 in the postseason.
Yeah, I even thought it was better in the regular season. You got that data on that?
Yeah, I looked it up last night on Stat News.
Oh, good man. Stat News will never disappoint.
Nope.
All right, the connection is being made as the phone call is coming in right now from John Lynch. You found the Ricky Pearsall? All right, we'll play that maybe at some point in the next 2 wonderful hours. Play that open, baby. It's John Lynch Friday.
Faithful. Here's 49ers GM and Hall of Famer John Lynch on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, we love this. We did it for a couple weeks during the preseason, but it gets real now. We got real football Monday night. You know what's even better? We got Fieldwork Brewing Company sponsoring this hit. And by the way, Fieldwork brought in, they said, would you like to sample? Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. The answer is yes. So John Lynch is sponsored by Fieldwork Brewing Company with 8 locations around Northern California. Fresh beer is always right around the corner. I could do one right now. I could. But let's talk football, John. Good morning. Happy Friday. Happy Football Friday. Happy Week 1, John.
Yeah, morning, John.
Thank you, fellas. Nothing like Week 1. It's I always love kicking this thing off, and I do want to thank. Help me out with our sponsor, Fieldwork.
Yeah, Fieldwork.
Fieldwork.
Yeah.
They sent me a nice care package, and I've enjoyed it. And
I think we should mention this every week so that they send you a care package every week, John.
I don't know about that. I can't. As you get older, the beer doesn't.
I
fit
got
so
you.
well, so.
Maybe hand it out to the neighbors. You know what I mean? Be a friendly neighbor.
And who knows, John? Did you have the possibility or the option of cracking open one of those cold beers after working out those contracts with Brandon Ayuk and Trent Williams?
Yeah, I did. I got home. I was grilling outside on a beautiful day, and I went into my little outside fridge and broke out one of those things.
Yeah.
Really good.
Life is good. Life is good. Well,
Yeah.
we haven't talked to you since the deals got done with Brandon and Trent, and you could just tell us, kind of how you felt getting across the finish line. I guess the question is, it's just bygones. All the acrimony of the summer is forgotten, and now you lock arms and you guys are on the same team? Or do we still have to work through some acrimony?
No, I think, ironically that, Brandon went through this whole thing where he was here, and Trent was kind of out of sight, not out of mind. I mean, he was always on our mind, and so it kind of felt different. Brandon was here. We were dealing with him on a daily basis. But the one thing I've always, I think it's the way I was raised by John and Kathy. It's just, forgive and forget. And I think that goes both ways. These things get intense. People are passionate about it, about their positions. We got to run a team. But one thing I've learned is, you go from being in intense negotiations to hugging them and understanding that they're, a big part of their life's dream just came true, that their family set up, their family's family set up, and that's a great thing, and our team is set up too. So it's not like it just fulfills their dreams. It helps keep stud players here, and I think have to acknowledge the York family, who continues to allow us to treat our players the way we do and reward our players, and we've rewarded a lot of them. And these guys are 2 examples, and I can tell you, when you step on that field and all of a sudden you have Trent Williams and Brandon Ayuk and Christian's back at practice, and it feels a little different, and it feels great, and it's been a good vibe here.
Well, it is, and God bless John and Kathy. They did a good job, and maybe they get a beer. Maybe John and Kathy get a beer out of this whole thing, right?
Field work.
Okay, so obviously, that's the deal in almost any NFL team. When you work out these contracts, you just want to get on the field and play football, and now you guys have done that. And we haven't even talked to you since Ricky Pearsall. And I mean, my gosh, John, we're coming up on 1 week. It's a mind-blowing turn of events, and we've all gone through the emotions, from the Saturday trauma to the Sunday comeback to the Monday appearance in the field, the weight room, pardon me, and then yesterday on the field. I mean, there's been just this incredible week. If you could take us through your week and where we're at right now with Ricky and his chance to even, I hate to even ask such a callous question, but even to play football this year.
Yeah, so a lot to unpack there, and in the midst of all that other thing, I think this is the one thing that probably to our entire team, we've been in the midst of some very public contract disputes, and trying to figure those things out. Well, what brings more perspective than someone fighting for their life, and that's exactly what Ricky was doing. A young man went down for an autograph signing on Saturday, and then went down to Union Square to get some luggage, and at some point was approached and tried to rob Ricky, and whatever ensued. And I just know I was sitting home. We had our team party at the Shanahan's house, and I get a call from Austin Moss, our director of player affairs, saying, "Hey, John, hold on, we got a serious issue going on. Ricky Pearsall's been shot." And I as you can imagine, how you take that call, it's not a fun one to get. And within minutes, I'm on the phone with Austin. I'm on the phone with Ricky's girlfriend, and we're trying to figure out what's gone on, how it's gone on, and I've got team security coming to my house, picking me up and taking me down to San Francisco General. And, fortunately on the way down, he was shot in the chest. They have him headed to San Francisco General. Things are we're just trying to get updates. And, about 10 minutes before I got there, look, we think he's stable and he's doing well. But again, you want to see it, you want to believe it. And so it was a whirlwind of emotions. It was Kyle and I talking okay, we got this huge team party, where we're obviously going to cancel it. But then, getting down to the hospital, and it looks like things are a lot better than we might have anticipated. And seeing Ricky, and, quickly the only thing he said is, "Mr. Lynch, I was ready to come to that party, and what are we doing with that?" "Well, Ricky, we'll deal with that. No, that party needs to happen." And so that kind of was the deal. And just a gathering of support that, I said it the other day, the San Francisco Police Department was just tremendous, the way they took care of Ricky, the way they took care of the situation. The people at San Francisco General, the doctors, the nurses, just phenomenal. The police had that hospital on lockdown and just handled things incredibly well. I was incredibly proud of our staff. You get in these moments of crisis, how are you going to handle things? And we work hard to have action plans. You don't have an action plan for something like this. We try to, and we will going forward. But man, the way from our security to Austin Moss and his team, Mike Anderson and Dan Corey, our director of security, Corey Rush, who's sitting right here by me right now. But the way they handled everything was just phenomenal. And the best thing is that Ricky's doing well and has a good prognosis. You asked the question, can he play this year? Absolutely, he's going to play this year, and we're going to give him the time to do it when it's right for him, and that's physically, mentally, emotionally. But I can tell you he's doing really well.
Yeah, and what's remarkable is that we saw Ricky at the facilities yesterday. So, John, talk to us about what it means that Ricky's back with his teammates, and also his comments to Kyle that he wants to play in Week 1. Yeah,
I mean, that's what he said within a minute when I got to the hospital, and was when can I play? And it was, to me, it was to the surgeon, and I think we had to quickly kind of take in this whole situation. And remember, Ricky has come off a couple injuries during training camp and the off season. And so we had to make a quick decision. And we just felt like, talking to all the experts, that the best thing for Ricky would be to take a little bit of time to get physically right, but then also the trauma, that part. And so we put him on the NFI list, which dictates that he's got to be out for at least 4 games, and then we'll take it from there. We're going to take it slow, but I will tell you, he continues to amaze me with how well he's doing. I think people saw some video yesterday of him out here twirling the ball around, and 3 days ago that wasn't it. He was really, holding that thing like it was immobile, the right side of his body, and so he's coming incredibly quick, and really miraculous outcome for something that was as scary as it was.
Incredible, and thanks for sharing all those details. It really is illuminating and brings the 49ers family kind of together here. John Lynch, of course, on the Yuma guest line. And John, of course, then you get to the point where you start talking about the mental part, the emotional part. This is a delicate thing to talk about. It's a big thing in sports now. Mental health. The Giants have these T-shirts they wear that say something about mental health is a form of strength or something like that. But they're open about it, is my point. The other part is Clyde Edwards-Helaire is famously sitting out for the Chiefs, saying he has PTSD from an incident involving a gun years ago. So I guess I'm just asking for everybody out there who has mental health concerns and issues even in their own lives. Is that a part of you guys' recovery plan with him, is to, talk about things that people didn't used to talk about?
Absolutely. And that will, those things are made available to all our players. Again, the York family gives us every resource. So we have clinicians and counselors, and if we don't in a specific area, we'll go secure those for our guys. But that's going to be a personal thing for Ricky, how much he wants to do, when he wants to do it, all that kind of stuff. I think the greatest thing, though, is that, this football family, and we take a lot of pride in that. We become a family. He has his own nuclear family, but he has an extended family here. And so just being here and understanding that he doesn't want to have to retell this story over and over and over again, but we can just be here for when he does want to share things. And he's got a giant family here, and I think it gives him a lot of comfort to be here around his teammate. And then the other side, he loves football. He loves being around football, and he can't wait to get back. He understands we did what we had to do, what we thought was best for him and for the team in the transactional move that we made. But that was all in the spirit of, when we drafted Ricky Pearsall, we were incredibly excited about that. But that was a long-term play, and so we remain as excited, and we just want to get him well. And now we focus on the Jets in week 1, and we got a lot going on aside from a Monday night football game against a great team. We're inducting Frank Gore into our Ring of Fame, and man, if anyone deserves it, it's Frank. And we love Frank. I think you guys had him on this morning, and he's a legend around here, and he earned that. And so there's a lot of exciting things going on this week, but most importantly, we got a big game against the Jets.
All-time leading rusher in 49er history, and he was on, and just his classic work ethic, and Frank, and we talked about his son too on the Bills practice squad. So speaking of running backs, we definitely have to ask you about Christian McCaffrey. Most 49ers fans were alarmed to hear the word Achilles tendon in the injury report. John, can you shine a light on that, and will he play Monday?
Christian's doing great. We got to finish the week here, but he looks like Christian, and that's a good thing for us. He's looked like Christian out here at practice, and we had a bonus day here on Tuesday. I believe my days are all screwed up because of the Monday night, but we had a bonus practice, and he was there. He was out there yesterday. So Christian's looking really good. Obviously want to see him progress through the week, but we had confidence that Christian would be ready, and he's doing very well. He takes tremendous care of his body and takes so much pride in that, and he'll be out there and ready to roll.
Yeah, I know 49er fans are looking forward to seeing CMC against Robert Saleh's defense Monday night. And, John, I wanted to ask about Robert Saleh making his return to the West Coast. You guys have had success promoting in-house defensive coordinators or coaches. Now we're seeing it with Nick Sorensen, whether we're talking Robert Saleh or D'Amico Ryans. Do you see any similarities between Nick Sorensen and those guys in your decision to promote him to DC this year?
Yeah, I do. First of all, Robert, I'm real happy for him and his success. I remember early in our tenure here, I was down in my house in San Diego when this whole thing just came together, and Kyle saying, hey, he was still coaching in the Super Bowl, and I need you to interview this Robert Saleh. I think he's got the goods to be our defensive coordinator, but I'm very close with him. I'm busy coaching the Super Bowl, so I need you to basically interview him. You know defense, John. You know this defense because it's an offshoot of the one I played in Tampa, and so remember Linda, my wife, running down to Staples buying a whiteboard and brought Saleh to my house in San Diego, and we had a great time talking ball, and I was impressed with his mental aptitude. He's a really sharp guy, his passion for the game of football, and his ability to communicate. And he was great for us early on, helped really create the defense that we play now in schematically and in who we wanted to be. So eternally grateful to Robert for the contributions he made here. But now we compete against him, and I've been here before. I competed against my brother-in-law when I played. So it's there's people you love, but you love to beat them too. And Robert's got a good football team. They had a lot of disappointment last year with Aaron getting hurt in game 1, so they're going to come out ready. and we have to be ready, and we will be.
John, I know we're winding down here. Now, you're a man of a certain age, kind of like me. You're a little younger. But Aaron Rodgers was in the league when you were in the league. That's mind-blowing to me, right? Like, I don't know. 05, 06, 07. I don't know if you guys – he wasn't starting, right? Favre was the guy. And I don't know if you guys played the Packers. I didn't have a chance to do the research. Did you ever see him?
Yeah, I played against Aaron. He when I was in Denver, he said it in his press conferce yesterday. Somebody in my family sent me a little clip that said, "I'm so old I played against John Lynch." So he's been around for a while, and what a player! He's fantastic. He can do things throwing the football that you marvel at. And I think you saw Troy Aikman will be calling this game, and he said something recently, the way they're protecting quarterbacks, he thinks that a lot of quarterbacks will play into their 40s. So it's those guys do have protections, but we got to try to make his life miserable. The fans are going to play a huge role. Aaron does a lot at the line of scrimmage, and we've seen it before, him getting frustrated and him struggling to communicate with Levi's, in a raucous fashion. And so we need the fans here. We need them here early. So much going on with the season opener, kickoff weekend, Frank going in, get there early. It's a 5:15 start, right, Corey? 5:15, and it's going to be packed. It's going to be exciting, and we need to make this the home field advantage it's become.
It's going to be awesome. We're wrapping it up, John, but I'm just kind of like marveling at the excitement of week one and all this stuff. And you know what jumped out at me? And I asked John about this. How about your boy Bill Belichick now going full heel? He's on the media. He's riffing. I mean, he's giving out as a take, burning up where he kind of not saying knocked, but he had like a mediocre review of Caleb Williams. And people were like, check out Belichick. He's got takes. Does this blow your mind? How well do you know him?
I know Bill fairly well from, free agency during my career. I flirted with the Patriots a couple times, and then in year 16, I actually went there and spent 3 weeks and spent a lot of time with Bill at that point. It's interesting. Our eldest child is our son, Jake. He's now coaching at the University of Washington, and Steve Belichick's the defensive coordinator there. So Bill has been spending a lot of time up there. So Jake's been taken in. I mean, you imagine you're in your first year of coaching, a graduate assistant, and you're around Bill Belichick all the time. And I've like, Jake, you take that in and you soak it up for everything it's worth. And so been a cool experience. But yeah, watching Bill with the media, I guess he joined Instagram
he did.
Earlier this week, as he calls it, Instaface. But it's going to be fun to see his insights. He's been so guarded for so many years, and now to hear some of what makes that man tick and what's made him so successful is going to be interesting for the whole world. And he really is. The one thing I'll tell people, Bill has a tremendous sense of humor. We didn't always see it because he didn't want us to see it, but I think it will come out now, and people will really appreciate the other side of Bill Belichick.
And you are so good in the booth. Do you think Tom Brady, how's he? I mean, I wonder how he's going to approach it. He's got the Dallas-Cleveland game Sunday. You might be able to watch it because you guys will be at the hotel.
A couple weeks ago, he did a mock game.
Yeah.
Our last preseason game, not our last one, but game 2, the one that was played here, and. My old crew at Fox, Kevin Burkhardt and all them, I actually went out and had some dinner with that whole crew. And Tom really he's taken this just like Belichick. You see what made this guy so successful. He's approaching this like he's getting ready for a game, and his preparation is just, it's unreal. But to spend some time with Tom and see how he's approaching this like he does everything else in his life, he'll be scrutinized, because people are going to do that, but he'll be really good at it, I promise you. And I think the hardest thing for him, and with the greatest of the greats, is to it'd be really easy that everybody sucks, because it's Tom Brady. It's he's used to a certain standard, and you can't do that. People, they've got full weeks with a lot of going on at work and all that. You got to express the beauty of the game, and so I think that's going to be Tom's biggest challenge. But he'll figure that out like he does everything else, and he'll have a lot of insight that is going to be really interesting to listen to and hear. I believe he opens up in Cleveland.
Yeah, he's at Dallas, Cleveland. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you,
How about that? Fox is wooing this guy, paying him all that money, and hey, welcome to Cleveland.
Hello, Cleveland. Yeah, hello, Cleveland. I know we got to let you go, but just like last one, I mean, because I'm being honest now, seeing those guys on TV last night, we all had a reaction. Did you have a reaction? I mean, I don't like looking at the uniform. I don't like looking at the helmet. Their right tackle false starts on every play, John.
Well, I'm glad you said it.
I mean, God.
The other thing is, man, they're a phenomenal football and it looks like their offense is humming. So the Chiefs, I mean, it was a great game that came right down to the wire. The Ravens are going to be a very good football team, but the Chiefs, they're the Chiefs, and Andy does a tremendous job of preparing them, and Mahomes is Mahomes, Kelsey's Kelsey. I mean, Chris Jones is Chris Jones. They're a fantastic football team, and they'll be there this year just like every year. They're going to have a tremendous team, and so it was fun watching, the opener last night, and came right down to the end.
Well, you're the best, John. Always good chewing the fat, and man, thanks for sharing all those stories about Ricky and that intense week, you guys. I can't believe it's been less than a week, right? It's been amazing. So, and that Monday night, Ricky would want to talk football. We're all going to watch football, and we know you're going to be absolutely dialed in. So we'll let you go to work. Appreciate it, and thanks. And we'll talk next week.
Yeah, thanks, John.
Okay, thanks, guys.
There he is, the great John Lynch on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. That's fun. Yeah.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Stay locked into KNBR all day for your chance to win 2 weekend passes to the Aftershock Festival in Sacramento. This is the last day of this contest, and the lineup includes Slayer, Slipknot, Iron Maiden, Motley Crue, and more. So when you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR to win 2 weekend passes. We love our loyal KNBR listeners, so we want to reward you. Stay tuned. We're going to give these tickets away at 9:15 this morning. It is all furnished by Danny Wimmer, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
Football is back, and so is the Water Boy and Prize Picks, because tonight you can get some action on Prize Picks. All you got to do is download America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. That, by the way, has more than 5 million members, and you got a chance to win some money. It's as easy as this. All you need to do is download the app and use the code word leader, and they'll throw you $50 just for throwing down $5. And whether you want to pick games tonight with Josh Jacobs over 63 yards against Philadelphia Eagles, or if you want to take one of their specials, Caleb Williams. This weekend, all you need is one single yard. Pair that up with another pick. Pick between 2 to 4 stat options. You take more, you take less, you win money. It's as simple as that. So again, all you need to do is download the PrizePick app and use the code word LEADER to get $50 instantly when you play $5. That's code word LEADER on PrizePicks to get $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to win to get the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed, baby, because PrizePicks runs your game.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
Time to come to Papa on a Friday.
Time to come to Papa. Come to Papa. We now prepare you for game day with the voice of 49ers football.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Greg Papa. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Love it. We got ourselves some G-pop on a Friday. And how about that? The Buffalo Soldier. I like it. Hey, he's got a sponsor, too. Papa's making us money. Papa's sponsored by Friedman's Appliance.
Papa's got a brand new bag.
Proudly first, he's got a new dishwasher from Friedman's Appliance. Friedman's Appliance proudly serving all of Northern California, the wide selection of luxury appliances. I've been there, actually. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Friedman's difference. We wait. How long, Greg? How many days do we wait for this since February? What was it, February 11th?
I actually had it figured out when we played the first preseason game, like 190-something games, but so add like 30 onto that one, Murph. So I'm no Fred Lynn. Okay. It's, you know, I love the Buffalo Soldier. There's actually a reggae show tonight at Sweetwater, Murph, if you want to come down on the Friday night.
Well, you know me. I mean, I thank them for a decade of sponsoring my Little League team, so I'll always show up at a Sweetwater, but especially if G-Pop's there. But, by the way, just real quick, because we love a digression with you, we had Krukow on to confirm he and Fred Lynn were in the same class, in the same league. They played against each other in high school, El Monte High School and San Gabriel High School. He said Fred Lynn was the most dominant pitcher in Southern California and the best athlete he's ever seen.
Well, out of doubt, that guy was insane. So Mike played Little League with Fred Lynn?
Yeah, high school against each other. Different towns.
Yeah. Oh, so they weren't on the same team. They competed. That would have been a pretty good team.
Yeah, but pretty good league.
Unbelievable. Yeah.
So anyway, all right, man, let's go. What to you? We just had John Lynch on. We talked about it all. Forgiving and forgetting with Ayuk, forgiving and forgetting with Trent, the scare and the love for Ricky Pearsall. And now we get down to talking turkey here, and I start with Christian McCaffrey, Greg. We don't know. John says he'll be fine. It shines a light on the running back depth, though. What's your read on that situation?
I think he's fine. He looked great yesterday in practice. As John said, he looked like Christian. So, the one thing is when I hear calf, I immediately think Achilles because it depends on where on the calf is. And it goes back to Kevin Durant. I mean, Durant initially had a calf injury when he went up for that jumper against Portland in May. And when they brought him back, they were telling everybody they're assuring it'll not impact the Achilles. And he wound up, very early in the second quarter in his return game when he faced up Serge Ibaka, he blew out his Achilles, and you know what it was right away. So there's always a concern. That's why I think they shut him down right away, is to back off of him. But he was out there yesterday doing high knees and going through everything. You've got J.P. Mason to back him up. You got Isaac Guerrero, who looks pretty spry in that groin injury he had after the Raider game when he had that 93-yard kickoff return. You got Patrick Taylor. They got enough guys. So it's just something you have to monitor. But I heard calf right away. I've been trained that way, like Pavlov's dog with KD. Just, calf is, in some instances, it gets into the area of the Achilles, and that's the concern. But he's fine.
Yeah, Christian McCaffrey will be running against some of his former teammates on Monday night, whether we're talking about Solomon Thomas or even a guy like Javon Kinlaw. But, Papa, I got to ask you about Quinnen Williams. How big of a factor is he going to be in this game, especially going against that interior offensive line? Aaron Banks coming off that broken pinky, Jake Brendel in the middle, and Dominic Pooney, the rookie, starting at right guard.
Yeah, I think Pooney will be fine, Marcus, and I think Banks will be fine, and the line's set. I think you got Trent at left tackle and Aaron Banks at left guard, Jake Brendel, and he's going to have a tough assignment because Quinnen Williams is going to have to be doubled in this game. You're going to have to put two bodies on him and four hands and get all over him. Quinnen Williams does line up more over Aaron Banks. We'll see. They could flip that. And then Javon Kinlaw, the former 49ers, along with Solomon Thomas, could line up a lot over Dominic Pooney, who looks incredible. He's got just great feet. He's a big guy when he gets out and pulls, and I think he's better as a puller. His short shuttle time is elite. His recovery time, he's just a natural. I haven't seen an interior lineman like this guy, with the Niners, probably going back to Mike Krukow, where you can just plug him in right away and barring health. And Feliciano will come back at some point. I think Burford is mixing in. But that's the strength of their team is that front. And Quentin Williams, obviously, is a dominant player. He was the 3rd overall pick in 19, right behind Nick Bosa, and had Arizona. And it's easy to say now because Kyler's career's gone off a little bit. But if they had done the right thing and taken Nick 1, and then the Niners were sitting there at 2, they would have taken Quentin Williams. And he's that good of a player. Solomon Thomas, obviously, and Kinlaw, completely different players. Kinlaw's so damn big. And then they've got, Sauce Gardner in the secondary. And I wonder about him following Ayuk around. Maybe he won't right away on Monday night as Saleh feels out where's Ayuk at cardio-wise, how many snaps, what's his role in the game plan. But they got the front, when Saleh was first here, they didn't have Kasarik here in 17 and 18, so they didn't run the wide 9. So they don't do it all the time like the Niners, but they do it a lot. And they don't necessarily wait to do it on passing downs on 2nd and 3rd down. They do it in the base down. So we'll see if they want to run that kind of scheme against the Niners, which would mean if you see that wide 9 front, you run more powers and interior runs than trying to get out wide, because that defense is built to take the stretch away. And then we're going to see, running on the perimeter. Sauce Gardner, tremendous cover guy. That guy, he's made first-team All-Pro his first 2 years in the NFL. That's not been done by anybody, since the merger. So that's incredibly impressive. But I just want to see if I'm sure Kyle will test him if he can tackle. I just tackle well. He's a skinny guy, and if he does line up over Ayuk, Ayuk's that's his great strength as an elite route runner and pass catcher, and eligible. But he's the best. He's the best blocking wide receiver in football by far of the guys who are up on that echelon. So I want to see after Sauce Gardner a little bit on Monday night.
The great Greg Papa, he does 10 to 2. He does bonus work for us on Fridays. Come to Papa on a Friday. It'll be at this time until baseball season's over. Then we'll wake him up earlier at 7:30. I'm just, to me, the most under-discussed unit on the Niners has been the linebackers without Dre Greenlaw. And, I've heard you talk about it a little bit with John. But, man, Devondre Campbell, Demetrius Flanagan-Foles, and Warner. And there's not much depth there. I'm a little worried, Craig. Talk me off the ledge.
Well, the other part of the Jets team, we haven't talked about their offense, is Breece Hall.
Yeah.
The running. He's Alvin Kamara. There are a lot of guys that have McCaffrey-like skills now. Austin Eckler a little bit. But Breece Hall, he caught more passes last year than Kamara and McCaffrey. He had 76 catches. He was 4th in the NFL in yards from scrimmage. He's deceptively fast. He looks big and strong, and he weighs like 220, but he runs a 4.44. He's a good running back. He's kind of slippery. I think at times they would probably like him to finish runs a little bit more, but he came off an ACL last year, so we'll cut him some slack. But they deploy him a lot. Nathaniel Hackett's their offensive coordinator, Paul's son, and it's a West Coast offense from Bill Walsh's tree all the way down to the Hackett's, and they will get him matched up. They throw to the backs a lot, and they will motion him out, not run a wheel route out of the backfield. They'll put him outside the numbers, like the Niners will with McCaffrey. So when he motions out and he's outside, he's the outside receiver. Is Fred going to go out there and pick him up? When they're a man, I think so. That'll be a great matchup on Monday night. So Fred's the best at doing that, and he gets a lot of work in practice against McCaffrey. He was the best back doing that. As far as around Fred, you don't have Dre Greenlaw, and you probably won't have Dre until maybe middle October, late October at the earliest. So Devondre Campbell's a guy we know well from being in Arizona in the division. Kyle knew him from Atlanta, but most recently we saw him in Green Bay, and he was a dominant player in 2021, and he was first-team All-Pro. And then last year, he played with injuries, knee and ankle, and he wasn't as effective movement, but he played really well against the Niners in that divisional playoff game because he's smart. He knows how to drop into the hook zones and get back where he needs to be. And then watching him on the practice field, I thought initially, I was like, does he have the change of direction to hit that back foot and come up and he's the opposite of Dre, where Dre just fires so fast. Devondre's gonna, but he's been around enough, Murph, and he's got instincts for it. And then watching him more lately.
You always give it a second to come back. It didn't come back.
You there?
There it is.
Oh, we got you, Pop.
I got you back. I'm driving out of Levi's now, so I'm losing it.
All right, you're back.
I'm back. So anyway, I see better movement skill from Campbell, so I think he'll be fine. And then when they go into the into the base, I think it'll be Demetrius Flanagan fouls, and then to the Jets. He's light, he's undersized, he's a converted safety. So they do play a lot of double tights. They don't have a fullback on their roster. They move tight ends to play fullback. So how do the Niners match up on Monday night when they go 12 personnel, one back, two tights? Typically teams leave their base out there. So that would be, I think, Flanagan fouls. But, Diamador Lenore can play inside. You got Ike Adam outside. The Niners could play with their nickel defense against the Jets' double tight end package. So, but the big thing is I think Devondre Campbell's going to be fine next to Fred Warner. He's just such a smart, instinctive player.
Moving on to the matchups outside on the defense side of the ball, Papa, how do you think Nick Sorensen's going to game plan with Demo and Charvarius Ward to help slow down Garrett Wilson?
Well, that's the thing. Do you want Marcus, Charvarius to follow Garrett Wilson around? And Garrett Wilson is the real deal. That guy is so smooth. He runs routes like a Chris Olave in New Orleans, and then he's just got exceptional straight line speed. He's got a combination of smoothness and just go. And he's like a veteran player, the way he just slides. I mean, Aaron had Devontae Adams for years in Green Bay. He had Jordy Nelson, Greg Jennings, and Driver, and all those guys when he was younger. But Devontae didn't have this guy's speed. And this guy, I'm not saying he's Devontae, but man, he runs routes pretty well. So, in years past, when you didn't have a big corner opposite of Charvarius, you would have, and they did a little bit, a couple years ago and last year, where he would follow that receiver. But Isaac Yiadom is out there now, and we haven't seen him in the preseason. As far as the fans watching him, he came to training camp, you saw him. But he got hurt. He turned an ankle. He is tall, high cut, good movement skill. I love the guy. And, so you don't necessarily have to have Charvarius follow him. I think Yiadom can play his side, which is right corner, offensive left, and Mooney Man plays the other, and then Diamador goes in the slot. So, but I think the key to the game, Marcus, is if Aaron Rodgers has time in the midline of the pocket, he's going to carve you. I don't care how good your corners are. You could have Deion Sanders on one side and Jimmy Johnson on the other, and he's going to get the ball there. And he's got guys that can get open. So it's the pass rush. And really, the Niner pass rush is, they got veteran guys. We know who they are. We got to see it all mesh together. But it's the Jets' tackles, their interior line. When the Niners have whooped up on Aaron, and he's 0-4 against the Niners in the playoffs, but 0-2 against Bosa in this group. And the wins, the Niners just overwhelmed him in Green Bay when he had David Bakhtiari and Brian Bulaga and those guys. Tyron Smith is the left tackle now. We know him in Dallas. 8-time Pro Bowler. Nick Bosa knows how to pass rush against that guy. He's seen him a lot. And on the other side, you got Morgan Moses. He's been in the league forever. I mean, he's about as old as Moses. And you get after him, but he's smart. They're smart guys. But you got Floyd will probably line up over Moses' side, and Nick picks where he goes. But it'll probably over Tyron a lot. And they got good inside guys. John Simpson's the new left guard. Elijah Vera-Tucker, they're playing now mainly at guard. But I think the key to the game from the Niners defense against their offense, they got Hall, they got Garrett Wilson, they got Aaron Rodgers who can sling it, is can you make Aaron Rodgers uncomfortable, have to play fast pass, get the ball out, and just overwhelm those tackles.
There it is, man. The table is set. You're on your way to Levi's. We got to wait till Monday, but it's ready. We're ready. Let's go. Aaron Rodgers, Nick Bosa. What's that?
Coming, Murph?
I am. I'll be there. I can't. You dropped out, but if I pop in, I expect a warm welcome. Oh, he's out.
Just like that.
Just like that.
He's gone.
Just like that. He's gone.
Vanished.
All right, guys. Well, listen, man. Hey, listen. Classic Papa just giving you the breakdown, and he says it's got to be the pass rush on Rodgers.
Yeah.
And because he'll carve you.
Yeah.
I hate to see Aaron Rodgers carve anything.
Yeah, it's time for Nick Bosa and Leonard Floyd, the last man to sack Aaron Rodgers, to step up Monday night.
And Papa's big thing, too, is about Brock Purdy's height. Teams like to rush him up the middle. Take advantage of the 6 foot, was it 6 foot and 7/8 or something like that?
Mm-hmm. And that was the first matchup question I asked. Quinnen Williams up the middle against Jake Brendel, Dominic Pooney.
I'll tell you, he's right about Pooney. I know Bob McKittrick, but Pooney looks fantastic to me. And that was an opening, beautiful Greg Papa on a Friday. We'll do it every Friday on this time. And, of course, he is sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. Woo! Man, so we've done Frank Gore, Brian and Bobby's Best Bets, John Lynch, and Greg Papa.
Wow.
Wow.
What a show.
Let's recap it all. Get you guys some of the stuff Kyle Shanahan said about Ricky Pearsall was interesting yesterday. Some of the stuff John Lynch said, very interesting too. We'll get into that. And plus, we still got the cooler content we get to. We got Belichick getting loose. We got all sorts of stuff. It's crazy. And football's back, baby, on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Center.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Marcus Boucher back here on a Friday morning to tell you about the Abundant Life Weight Loss Program. Have you been searching to the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections? The team at Abundant Life Weight Loss has the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Their weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally and safely. I've been on this program for over a month now, and I've dropped 20 pounds this summer. There's no counting points or calories, no exercising, no prepackaged meals, no surgeries, no drugs or injections that have serious side effects. So, if you want to learn more about this weight loss program, go ahead and schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110. Or you can visit online at abundantlifeweightloss.com. That's abundantlifeweightloss.com.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, God, Fridays get so hectic you forget it's a Reggae Friday. A lot of Marley today. I'm going to shake it up a little bit the final hour here. Young Tony, you want to hop on the mic? You're reacting here?
Yeah, we're doing a lot of stuff back here. So
Okay, I got you.
got a
By
lot
the way,
thrown
where
off.
are you? Why aren't you on my screen?
Yeah, we're doing a lot. Give me a sec.
Where is he?
All right, you got a lot. He's got a
Shout
lot
out
going
to young
on.
Tony. Where is he?
I know, right? Oh, speaking of which, Raymond heard us talking about Zaza, and he said, we ain't far from hoops, baby. And so he said Zaza is happy to pop by.
Oh, please do. We need to get Zaza back in studio.
He's willing to come in studio.
Oh, and last time he came with gifts, with bottles of wine.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't put that on him again.
Oh,
but
no, I'm just telling the people. The young Tony doesn't know that he brought wine to us.
that you were literally like demanding that he bring you wine.
I'm not making any demands here. Zaza will tie me up and throw me in a ball. I mean, I'm not demanding anything from Zaza.
Making demands. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station. Woo! Catching our breath. A lot of football from Frank Gore to Bobby and Brian's best bets to John Lynch to Greg Papa. And when we come out on the other end of all that smoke, are the 49ers going to win the game? That's the question. Are the 49ers going to win the game? I'm super curious. We talked bummer summer all summer. And then that little surge of energy with Ayuk and Trent returning. And then the devastating news of the Ricky Pearsall shooting. And I cannot believe it hasn't even been a week. It's a week tomorrow. I mean, that's just crazy how fast and how wild and everything moves. So we didn't pick it. You didn't pick it in your Brian and Bobby's best bets.
No, because I know that in the forecast, Murph, you're not allowed to pick Monday night games. Shout out to our guy, Cope.
Sorry, I had to blow my nose there for a second. Yes, that is correct. That is, young Tony, that's been a bugaboo of mine. When we used to do the Friday football forecast, and Paulie would take a Monday game, like, you can't do a Monday game. He's like,
not happening till Monday.
Well, he's like, what do you mean? Why are you telling me what I can and can't do?
And then, the best part was sometimes Copes would fill in, and he double down and try to take a Thursday night game and a Monday night game.
You know Copes. He's an agitator and he's an S disturber.
He likes to provoke Murph.
You know what? I don't think I like Copes. Very good. Anyway, I am super hyper curious about all this. And, Brock Purdy is another guy we haven't talked much about. I mean, he's given those quotes all summer about the bloody mindset and how he wants to think like Kyle and really take it to the next level. We have some sound in the cooler of content from Troy Aikman talking about him, but we'll get into it in a little bit. But obviously, Christian McCaffrey becomes kind of the most immediate issue going into. So, because an Achilles was listed on Thursday. Now, he's practicing, but you brought it up. I couldn't believe you went there. And then Greg Papa brought it up. He went there, too. It's like, I don't even want to talk about a calf strain leading to a more serious injury, but it's something that's kind of out there. And I just don't even want to, give it oxygen, I want this guy to take care of himself and play.
Yeah, I'd rather just close my eyes and pretend like it doesn't even exist. And
right?
Christian McCaffrey is healthy and ready to go.
Denial is a good thing.
As I have on my soundboard, one of your favorite drops.
Deny till you die, pal.
I love that soundboard.
Yeah, so we can keep denying it, but it's the first thing that popped in my head. It's the first thing that popped in Papa's head. I'm sure it's the first thing that popped in a lot of 49ers fans' head, is remembering Kevin Durant dealing with the calf strain. I'm sure he's not the only one who has had signs of having a calf strain, and of course, it leads to Achilles injuries.
Well, here's John Lynch on our show this morning, asked about Christian McCaffrey's availability for Monday night.
Yeah, I mean, Christian's doing great. We got to finish the week here, but he looks like Christian, and that's a good thing for us. He's looked like Christian out here at practice, and we had a bonus day here on Tuesday. I believe my days are all screwed up because of the Monday night, but we had a bonus practice, and he was there. He was out there yesterday. So Christian's looking really good. Obviously want to see him progress through the week, but, we had confidence that Christian would be ready, and he's doing very well. He takes tremendous care of his body and takes so much pride in that, and he'll be out there and ready to roll.
Okay, so for all y'all who picked him number one in your fantasy draft, making you feel better, the one story I did read and of note and worth discussing is that he did lead the NFL in touches last year, and that Kyle has gone on record saying he would like to lessen that, perhaps. We had Frank Gore on. Frank Gore said, ask Christian, how's he feeling? And that shines a light on the running back depth, which is an issue. Elijah Mitchell out. Now, Greg said, we had Papa on. He goes, no, they got plenty of guys. Well, they have Jordan Mason. I mean, I don't know much about this Patrick Taylor gentleman. I saw him briefly in August. And then this Garendo, but he, too, again, is dealing with a nagging hamstring situation. In other words, I guess I'm saying to you, I don't feel awesome about their running back depth.
I would say I'm more confident going to the season with J.P. Mason as your backup running back versus Elijah Mitchell. And that's not me taking a shot at Elijah Mitchell, but when you're talking about depth and constant injuries, Elijah Mitchell also fits that stereotype. So now to have Jordan Mason going into the season where he's looked phenomenal this summer, whether we're talking down at training camp, whether we're talking about the preseason games, this is a guy who a year or two ago, Christian McCaffrey was calling the closer of the team because he would come in the fourth quarter and kind of finish off games. Now Christian McCaffrey this offseason said he's a starting pitcher. He can do it all. He can play all 9.
Did he say that?
Whether he comes in early in the game, whether he can receive in the backfield. I mean, everybody's talking about how he spent all this money on a jugs machine at home. He's catching passes out of the backfield. I'm looking forward to seeing Jordan Mason evolve this year. And I think when you have these injury worries about Christian McCaffrey, whether it's the calf or the Achilles, it might not be a bad idea to let Jordan Mason work into that workload.
So more Jordan Mason in your life. We were just talking about that fantasy football. Young Tony was saying some people took him in the 10th round. Like a guy that you might want to have on your team because what we're just talking about right now.
Obviously, everybody's drafted by now. But, yeah, if you took McCaffrey number 1 overall, I wouldn't blink at taking J.P. Mason 9, 10, 11th round if you really had to.
I wonder what kind of year he'll have. Well, by the way, he said he's started. That's really a quote. You're not riffing?
Oh, no, I'm not even riffing. Yeah, I'm obviously paraphrasing, but, yeah, he used to be the closer. He's no longer the closer. He's an all-around kind of guy.
Okay, so you're saying he's a starting pitcher. You may need some audience participation here. I hope he can last longer than Kyle Harrison and Blake Snell. Thank you. Thank you very much. I just needed to get that off my chest.
That's 42 pitches in the first inning by Jordan Mason.
Dude, a lot of people writing in about the Madden cover.
Uh-oh.
I mean, come on, man.
I thought we put this
Do we
to bed.
believe in these external forces?
Not anymore. Patrick Mahomes was just on the cover.
Was he?
Yeah, like
How's
a year or
he
two
doing?
ago. Yeah,
How's he doing?
He's doing pretty well for
All right,
himself.
So, all right. The other thing we talked to John Lynch about, and we just need to continue to pay attention to, is Ricky Pearsall, because it's just such an incredible story. By the way, the shooter appearing in court. How about that? Yeah. And how about the whole genuine remorse and very sorry? Gee, thanks. Anyway, don't get me started. But Ricky Pearsall's miraculous recovery, the whole concept of him wanting to have the party on Saturday night, which, some people saw as controversial. It's worth discussing, but John talked about that. He dropped a Mr. Lynch on him, too. But we asked about, is Ricky going to, I don't know. There's no guarantee he would play this year, is there? But John Lynch went ahead and said that he will play, Tony.
I think this is the one thing that probably to our entire team, we've been in the midst of some very public contract disputes and trying to figure those things out. Well, what brings more perspective than someone fighting for their life, and that's exactly what Ricky was doing. A young man went down for an autograph signing on Saturday, and then went down to Union Square to get some luggage, and at some point was approached and tried to rob Ricky, and whatever ensued, and I just know I was sitting home. We had our team party at the Shanahan's house, and I get a call from Austin Moss, our director of player affairs, saying, hey John, hold on, we got a serious issue going on. Ricky Pearsall's been shot, and I as you can imagine, how you take that call, it's not a fun one to get.
Right. So that was the cut. I'm sorry about laying out how he found out on Saturday. Might as well keep it going then. Young Tony, a cut M about what happened next, because it is, again, just only 6 days ago to bring the 49ers fans into this here.
Within minutes, I'm on the phone with Austin. I'm on the phone with Ricky's girlfriend, and we're trying to figure out what's gone on, how it's gone on. And I've got team security coming to my house, picking me up and taking me down to San Francisco General. And, fortunately on the way down, he was shot in the chest. They have him headed to San Francisco General. Things are we're just trying to get updates, and about 10 minutes before I got there, look, we think he's stable and he's doing well, but again, you want to see it, you want to believe it, and so it was a whirlwind of emotions. It was Kyle and I talking, okay, we got this huge team party, where we're obviously going to cancel it. But then, getting down to the hospital, and it looks like things are a lot better than we might have anticipated. And seeing Ricky, and quickly the only thing he said is, Mr. Lynch, I was ready to come to that party, and like, what are we doing with that? Well, Ricky, we'll deal with that. No, that party needs to happen, and so that kind of was the deal, and just a gathering of support.
Man, it's crazy to relive it. And again, just 6 days ago, and again, he shouted out San Francisco Police Department and San Francisco General, and everybody took care of him. Next thing you know, he was on the field yesterday tossing a football in the air.
Murph, 6 days ago, we saw a video of him walking to an ambulance bleeding out of his chest.
Yeah.
Then a day later, he gets released from the hospital. A day later, he's in the weight room down in Santa Clara. And to your point, we see footage of him on the practice field yesterday, obviously not suited up, but just being out there with his teammates. Like, this is truly a remarkable story for a guy who almost lost his life less than a week ago.
Yeah, 100%. And then the question is, I really don't know, can he play? And, they're giving him 4 weeks off. Apparently he told, do we have Kyle here?
Yeah.
Kyle Shanahan yesterday saying that Ricky told him. Here it is, Kyle Shanahan yesterday.
I think that's big. Especially I think each day the mental part becomes more a big deal. The adrenaline and just surviving that. And, Ricky's saying stuff, at first that doesn't matter. Like, I still think I could play versus the Jets. Like those are the things he's talking about. And it's just like, dude, what are you talking about? Like, there's other things, but the adrenaline of all that. And then I think each day, like, just to actually relive that and, what his family had to go through for a couple hours. Just flying out here, not totally knowing what the deal was going to be. I think that stuff for him or anybody, it's when that adrenaline goes away, that becomes a much bigger deal. And that's kind of what I mean by everyone kind of respecting that, because we'd all be the same and trying not to make him relive it as much as possible. But it's a really an unbelievable story.
Yeah, he brings up a good point. Like, you want to show you care, but he doesn't want to have to kind of relive it. And so then the mental part becomes a real thing here. That's why I wonder, and I think it's really smart to give him 4 weeks off.
Yeah.
As much as you're a 49er fan, like, oh, he's ready, he can play. No, dude. As Kyle says, the drama, there's those 5 stages of shock or whatever, and then you kind of just, the shock wears off, and then you're like, damn, that just happened. And who knows how personally, I don't know. Nobody knows how they would handle that until they're in that situation.
Absolutely not. And we're talking about a guy that was just a first-round draft pick who has been dreaming about walking out of the tunnel week 1 his entire life. And obviously you heard those comments from Kyle and John about how Ricky wants to play week 1. It is a good idea that he's not playing week 1. But I also think that there should be a moment to recognize Ricky on Monday night.
Yeah.
Whether it's him walking out of the tunnel with Trent and Debo with the boombox, or just being on the sideline with his teammates. Levi Stadium should make sure that they do give him a standing ovation and just show him the love that he has here in the Bay Area.
Yeah, hopefully they will. If he wants it, if he wants to be shown, and to give him that too. So here's John Lynch actually finally wrapping up here about whether or not he'll play this year, because to me it's a legit question, but he thinks he can.
Yeah, that's what he said within a minute when I got to the hospital, and was when can I play? And it was, to me, it was to the surgeon. And, I think we had to quickly kind of take in this whole situation. And remember, Ricky has come off a couple injuries during training camp and the off season. And so we had to make a quick decision. And we just felt like, talking to all the experts, that the best thing for Ricky would be to take a little bit of time to get physically right, but then also the trauma, that part. And so we put him on the NFI list, which dictates that he's got to be out for at least 4 games, and then we'll take it from there. We're going to take it slow, but I will tell you, he continues to amaze me with how well he's doing. I think people saw some video yesterday of him out here twirling the ball around, and 3 days ago that wasn't it. He was really, holding that thing like it was immobile, the right side of his body, and so he's coming incredibly quick, and really miraculous outcome for something that was as scary as it was.
Man, oh man. So yeah, but then there's another cut too, Tony, where he actually says he will play this year. So 4 weeks, Niners go what? They go Jets at Minnesota, then the Rams are here. I don't have the schedule in front of me for week 4.
Rams, and then the Patriots coming to town.
Ooh, the Patriots. And then what's week 5? Who's their
5? Arizona Cardinals.
At Arizona here.
That game's going to be at Levi's on October 6th.
Well, that would be the time he'd come off October 6th. That's a full month.
Yep.
All right. We'll see. Here's John Lynch on whether he plays or not. Here.
Absolutely. And that will those things are made available to all our players. Again, the York family gives us every resource. So we have clinicians and counselors, and if we don't in a specific area, we'll go secure those for our guys. But that's going to be a personal thing for Ricky.
Yeah, so that was the mental health one. Doesn't matter. He said it. We put it out on social media that he says he's going to play this year. So anyway, we wanted to take some time to talk about Ricky because it's just not something you should move on from. Yeah. You know, I mean, gosh, just continue to wish this kid well. And it seems like he's handling it like an absolute stud. You know, the way from day one, from minute one, and just a competitor and a fighter and an amazing young athlete who's already out walking around doing great.
Yeah, and going back to Tim Ryan's comments on Tuesday about how he's building up street cred in the locker room.
Seriously.
Like, that's not like a positive. Like, oh, he's a cool guy. He's got street cred now. But it shows, like, his mentality and how Ricky Pearsall might have that dog in him.
Right, exactly. So anyway, wanted to get into that. McCaffrey should play, they say. We'll continue to monitor that. And we're getting ready and ready. We're going to show up Monday morning. The Niners still won't have played football, by the way. So, all right, the cooler of content is filled. We got Bill Belichick in the media with takes.
Yeah, no.
That's all coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Center.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Stay locked into KNBR all day for your chance to win 2 weekend passes to the Aftershock Festival in Sacramento. The lineup includes Slayer, Slipknot, Iron Maiden, Motley Crue, and more. Today is the last day of this contest. So when you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR to win the weekend passes. We love our loyal KNBR listeners, and we want to reward you guys. So stay tuned. We're going to give these tickets away following this break around 9:15 this morning. It is all furnished by Danny Wimmer, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
All right, cooler content heavy on the pigskin. A little bit of horsehide in there, too. But let's go in. We got football, starting with, well, your favorite guy, Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers, who's played, so it struck me. I was like, wait a minute. We're talking to John Lynch. John's 52. He's 52. And I was like, wait a minute. John played into the 00s. Aaron Rodgers was drafted in 05. I was like, wait a minute. Sure enough, they crossed paths. Can you believe that?
That's insane.
I know, right? So Aaron Rodgers actually addressed this yesterday. Actually, that he played against Lynch and, of course, the emotions of the Niners. It's been a 20-year story for Aaron Rodgers and the Niners.
Yeah, I mean, it's all different people. I've outlasted, a lot of the people over there. A lot of them are still coaching around the league. There's, it's a great staff over there. I played against John Lynch. That's how old I am. And obviously I had battles against Kyle and Sorensen now. I think I played against him too. So there's a lot of familiarity there. Obviously, it's fun to go back to the Bay Area. But it really is just another game. I mean, if this had happened first or second year as a starter, it's kind of a different energy when all the guys who you feel like passed on you. You have some sort of like bitterness you're holding on to. I don't have any of that anymore.
Listen to him, man. A little Aaron Rodgers trying to be chatty. The bitterness, 20 years. Can you hold bitterness for 20 years?
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm still mad at Tom Brady.
You are.
Yeah, you want to talk about the Tuck rule?
And that was how many years ago? That was 2002?
Mm-hmm.
22 years ago?
Yeah,
all right, I like that.
It's been a while.
I'm proud of you.
I'm petty, and I'll stay petty.
Yeah, well, they say Irish Alzheimer's. You forget everything but your grudges.
Hey, now.
You know what I mean? So,
yeah, well, it sounds like Rodgers doesn't have a grudge, but if we want to play the what-if scenario, how many Super Bowl titles do the 49ers have if they draft Aaron Rodgers in 2005?
It's a great question. Was it the quarterback holding him back? 2019, you could argue. God, man, everybody's killing Jimmy G now. Did the quarterback hold him back last year? Or are you talking about the Alex Smith years, too?
I'm going all the way back to Alex Smith.
Man.
I'm going all the way back to Colin Kaepernick.
It's hard to say.
I'm going everything that happened in the last 20 years with the Hall of Fame career of Aaron Rodgers. We might be talking about the Super Bowl. The 49ers having like 7, 8, 9 Super Bowls at this point.
Sliding doors, buddy.
Yeah.
That's the we haven't done a young Tony today. Do you know about the Gwyneth Paltrow flick, Sliding Doors, buddy?
No.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty deep.
I don't even know if I know that one.
I know. It's a fairly deep
Sliding Doors.
It's actually, it's like an interesting concept for a movie. She's in London. She's some female living her life in London, and she's running for a subway, or as they call it there, the tube. She's running for the tube, and the doors close, and she misses the tube. And then there's like this alternate scene where she's running and she just gets in right as the doors close and she meets this guy that completely changes her life. And there's 2 parallel movies. But what happens to her for missing the doors and the one that happened to her life for getting inside the door?
Interesting.
Right?
So kind of similar to the butterfly effect.
Yeah, similar, yes. But it was called Sliding Doors and it's like, that's it. So, that's Aaron Rodgers. Does he get inside the sliding doors? Does he not?
If we can only go through those sliding doors. I was actually thinking about asking John Lynch, hey, John, if you were the GM in 2005, would you have drafted Rodgers over Alex Smith? I didn't want to go down that road, though.
Thing was, Mike Nolan said Alex Smith won over because he pulled out his chair for his mom at dinner. That was a detail he probably shouldn't have shared with us because now we killed him for it. Although we love Alex. What are we talking about? Alex is one of our favorites.
At least it's not the Cleveland Browns drafting Johnny Manziel because a homeless man told the owner to draft him.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, hey, how'd that work out?
Not great.
I'm going to go ahead and say, in defense of my guy Alex, that Aaron Rodgers would have won no Super Bowls with the 49ers because I like Alex Smith.
All right.
How's that?
I'll take that take.
All right. Nick Bosa is named a captain. They had 8 captains this year. That's a lot. But Nick says it's good because it comes with Tony, comes with some fringe benefits.
I heard we got a parking spot. So no, it's great. Being a captain on a team like this with so many unbelievable players that have done such great things in this league, it's an honor, and I just want to live up to it, so I'm going to work hard and be the best leader that I can.
Do they have captain's parking spots?
Apparently. But I mean, after
yellow C on the lot,
after paying Nick Bosa $30+ million per year, he probably should have had a parking spot already.
Dude, there are certain things in life that flex, like parking spots flex. And when Jim Harbaugh was at Stanford and had his own bathroom built into his office, like that's like the great flex, isn't it?
It's a nice perk.
Would you like to have your own? Like, should you have your own executive washroom back there, young Tony?
Murph. That would be insane.
I would just like to park inside the building here at KNBR.
Don't get me started.
They've got us in 4 or 5 different parking lots, hanging out with Oppo, walking up the street.
But you know what, though? I'm glad I met Oppo, though. By the way, Oppo's got a new look. He's going with the mustache now.
Going with the stash.
Yeah. He's going. I guess he's finding himself a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good for Oppo.
Like Taylor Llewellyn or Ted Lasso.
Nice. Now, if we did a captain's vote here at KNBR, because the 49ers voted on their captains, we should tell people it's Trent Williams, Fred Warner, George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, Brock Purdy, Nick Bosa, Christian McCaffrey, and Kyle Juszczyk.
Obvious guys.
And these were all voted on by the players. If we had to have a vote here at KNBR, who's the team captain of KNBR?
I'm going off the board. I'm going with Lamont from 107.7 The Bone.
You're going to a sister station. That's interesting because my vote goes to Paul Tonelli.
Okay, there it is.
That's my captain.
LNT.
That's my quarterback.
Theoretically, shouldn't Mike Kohler be our captain? Isn't that the idea?
Yeah, I don't think he's getting too many votes. I'm joking, Mike. I'm joking.
Hey, my vote, Maria Lopez.
Oh, yeah. She's a captain.
Captain Maria right there.
Hands down.
There it is. Nice call, buddy. Nice call. More Nick Bosa. He was in a good mood yesterday. He was talking about Trent Williams during the holdout and how he wanted to give him some extra reps.
We were texting a little bit, and I said, whenever you show up, I'll give you some live reps, but I don't think he needs it. Our scout team guys will give him good looks. I think we'll get a couple reps today, full speed against the ones, but if anybody could come back and play like they never left, it's him.
I love it.
Dude, Bosa's out here riffing.
Yeah.
Making himself laugh like he had a big old smile on his face. Bosa's feeling good. Bosa's got the vibes this year.
He sounded like a relaxed dude. Hopefully he will be sacking Aaron Rodgers on Monday.
Hopefully he gets more than 15.5 sacks.
Was that the number?
Yeah, that's what I got him. Plus 540 in Vegas this year.
Nice. Did you do the
great value?
Did you take you took the Giants to make the playoffs, right?
Yeah. Why you got to bring up old stuff?
Right, so, I don't know. I'm just making. Somebody actually texted that in. They said, "Didn't Waterboy bet on the Giants?" And I had forgotten about that.
Man, we were having such a fun football Friday. You got to bring up some of my bad bets.
Now you're not going to vote for me for captain.
No, now you lost my vote.
831. It's got to be Tolbert, longest tenured guy, and was actual Tommy. NBA player, right? All right, guys. Bill Belichick. I told you. He's on media and he's got takes. He does the Inside the NFL show.
Bro, he's doing everything now.
He's doing everything.
He's on McAfee. He's on College Game Day. He's everywhere.
Well, Caleb Williams of the Bears, who I believe is your fantasy starting quarterback.
That's it. I got Caleb Williams and Dak Prescott.
What does Bill Belichick say?
Whoever they played against in preseason, it wasn't the best players on the other team.
So what you're saying is, Coach, we can't plan a parade because Caleb was so accurate in the preseason.
Well, it wasn't accurate. It's 10 for 20.
Yeah, it's like you didn't watch the 20 throws. Come on. There's a reason he's excited.
It's 20 throws, Chad.
He buzzed through them. And
you got to think how good the 10 were that were completed.
Yeah.
The extended plays, the footwork.
They weren't that good. There was a couple highlight plays. But they weren't that good.
And no one's saying he might not be great. Yeah. But what we're saying is, it's just you need the context. It's like when I hear somebody's lighting it up in camp, I'm like, is he running with the twos? Is he going against the two defense? Is the quarterback struggling because he's got the two offensive line? There's just a lot we don't know.
How about Bill? He's like, yeah, weren't that good.
Bill Belichick, straight shooter.
I like it. I'm hopeful that we'll get more like that. Yeah, he wasn't that accurate. 10 out of 20.
10 for 21. What are we talking about here? A couple highlights here and there.
All right.
Well, it wasn't accurate. He's 10 for 20.
And then he drops in and they weren't that good. That was pretty good. I told you guys a little horsehide. Matt Chapman did one of those social media, hi Giants fans after he signed his 6-year deal. Listen to what he says here, though, guys. Check it out.
Hey, Giants fans. Just finished signing my contract. It's official. Couldn't be more excited to be a Giant for the next 6 seasons and bring another championship to San Francisco. Let's go, Giants.
Another championship. Oh, man.
Championship.
He's calling it.
Let's get to the postseason first.
Come on.
Playoffs?
How about the sixth?
Talking playoffs?
The sixth. How about being in the hunt for the sixth wild
Championships.
card?
We're talking championships.
He called it, buddy.
Hey.
Okay, you got to put $1 down right now. Do the Giants win a championship in the next 6 years?
Oh, that dollar better give you like a plus 3,000 return. Man, oh, man.
And then finally, guys, before we get out here, last night we talked about this morning when we opened the show about the toe incident last night with Isaiah Likely, who went for 9, 111 and a touchdown. I hope you drafted him, everybody. Nobody did in our draft. But he went off and made the incredible catch and comes down with what appeared to be the touchdown that was either going to tie or win the game pending the conversion. Super exciting play. Chiefs, Baltimore, but instead out of bounds, the toe. It got us going on toes. Like, where are you with the toe? We had the Rex Ryan likes his toes. I looked up great toes. They're talking about there's some famous toe on an archaeology find they found.
Shout out Antonio Brown freezing his toes in the cryo chamber before he joined the Raiders.
But you know where we're going. John Joe Curley and I say there's only one way to discuss the toe. George Costanza and Jerry Seinfeld.
You know how, like, the big toe is like the captain of the toes? but sometimes the toe next to the big toe gets so big that there's like a power struggle, and the second toe assumes control of the foot.
The coup d'etat.
Yeah. Did you do it?
Yeah.
So?
Nothing.
George was giving him material. It didn't work out. So that's what I thought about. The coup de toe is what cost the Ravens. If his second toe hadn't overtaken his big toe, maybe he would have been in bounds.
Yeah, if he wasn't wearing shoes one size too big like Kevin Durant, we'd be talking about Bobby Boucher winning a bet last night.
Yeah, well, it's a game of inches, brother. So anyway, the coup de toe. Enjoyed that. Hey, that was all sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. All right, why don't we do something fun and end it? We haven't talked in a long time about what Matt Chapman had to say yesterday. You want to do that? Or no? You want to go elsewhere?
I don't know. What does John Joe Curley have to say about it?
Well, we haven't done Chapman all day, and he had some stuff to say, didn't he?
All right, let's go Chapman.
Did he give thumbs up?
He said some stuff.
Well, okay, we've been doing football all day.
I know, it's a football Friday.
And the Niners don't even play until Monday night, too. If you missed Brian and Bobby's Best Bets, they're on KNBR.com. You can check them out. And if you want to rock out, now's the time. We're giving away those weekend passes to the Aftershock Festival up in Sacramento, October 10th through the 13th. Slayer, Slipknot, Iron Maiden, Motley Crue, Ministry, Pantera, Judas Priest, Evanescence, Breaking Benjamin, Anthrax, and more. Tickets on sale at AftershockFestival.com. Rock out with your sock out, everybody. Call 415-896-KNBR. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR wins 2 weekend passes to the Aftershock Festival in Sacramento. It's all been furnished to us by Danny Wimmer. And again, AftershockFestival.com. All right. Matt Chapman, he spoke. And so did Farhan, so did Melvin. Are you buying what they're selling? Next on the Sports Leader.
There's like a power struggle, and the second toe assumes control of the foot.
The coup d'etat.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey Giants fans, just finished signing my contract. It's official. Couldn't be more excited to be a Giant for the next 6 seasons and bring another championship to San Francisco. Let's go Giants.
Playoffs? Whoa. Talk about playoffs?
Whoa.
You kidding me?
Yeah. Championship. All right. Jeez. They're 68 and 72. He said this felt like home, so we went with little Take Me Home Country Roads. 2 to the Maytals cover here. And Matt Chapman parking it over at third base for the next 6 years. Obviously, how about Scotty Boras? People are calling it, Ken Rosenthal's calling it the revenge tour for Scott Boras.
Revenge tour?
Yeah, after he got iced this past winter, that this is the beginning, that he's going to come back and make all the gobs of money this time around.
After he got fired by Jordan Montgomery midseason.
Yeah. So Blake Snell didn't fire him. Chapman didn't fire him, and I guess he has Cody Bellinger and Alex Bregman, too.
Yeah, but that's why I was surprised if this is going to be the Scott Boras revenge tour that he didn't let Matt Chapman test the market.
Yeah.
Because every year at the winter meetings, there's Scott Boras holding court with every beat reporter in baseball. Oh, my guy wants to go here. My guy wants to go here. And he's always driving up the price of all of his clients. And now you're telling me Scott Boras, of all people, signed a long-term contract extension in the middle of a baseball season.
Seriously.
I know there's only a month left, but I'm shocked that the Scott Boras client signed an extension during the season.
Glad you put it on a tee because we actually have some sound. Young Tone, actually, we're going to go to Boris Nancy here on how does he, by the way, heck of a look for Boris with those buttoned up white shirts he wears. Looks like a priest.
The trench coat, too?
Yeah, I know.
And then he's out there at the winter meetings, like trying to like riff. He's like, someone will be finding Brandon Nemo this offseason.
I know. He's basically like that guy from The Princess Bride about the whole stop this rhyming and I mean it. Would anybody like a peanut? I mean, he's like riff. It's like, bro, the trench coat. Yeah, it's like a half Matrix, half priest look, you know? Anyway.
What a look.
I know. But by the way, as he's like, oh, yeah, laughing. You want to drive down to Wells Fargo and check my account balance?
Oh, man.
Oh, my gosh. Think
Shout
about
out the
that.
1%ers.
Think about that. With the commission checks that must pour in for this guy, he probably loses track. You know, he's like,
Must be nice.
what do we get? Bellinger just sent us $150,000. I don't know what to do with it. Go buy some candy. You know what I mean? It's like, so anyway, here's Boris on getting the deal done now and not testing free agency.
You know, I watched Matt play in high school, and all those years watching the development, the commitment, you know, as Bob says, the intangibles. What you really want to do is, for someone who plays the game the way he plays it and how and the respect you have for it, you really want to make sure you're giving him the information that allows him to do what he most wants to do. And I think in this case that, you know, Matt made it clear to me all along that he had every piece of information we could give him, and he knew what he wanted to do. And for me, that's the most rewarding part, is that Matt really got a choice, and he's happy about where he wants to play and who he wants to play for. He had every good reason to do what he did, and I'm really honored that in going through well over a decade watching a player like this, that the game rewards players like this, that they trust players like this, because really it means a lot to me from when we were all ball players that the game is very, very conscious about what the core of teams should be, and I think Matt represents that. So I'm really excited for him.
Wow. I mean, 6 years, 151, and I don't know, how much does Boris truly like love the game and want to see the game reward? I mean, it's very easy for us to be cynical and say they're in it for the money, they're in it for the money, they're in it for the money, and they are in it for the money. But I guess at your core, you still have to love the process and love the game and see players getting reward. I can't believe I'm saying this.
Yeah, which is crazy to even think about, because we just look at him as like the super evil agent. But you hear him talk about going back and watching Matt Chapman in high school. And I don't know if you're aware of this. Up in Sacramento every year, they have like the Scott Boras Classic.
I was going to mention it to you because Marin Catholic in our county plays in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My buddy's dad, Pat, coaches up at Granite Bay.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, his pitching coach is Jim Barr.
Oh, get out of here.
Oh, yeah. Forever Giant, baby.
One of the greats.
Yeah, and they go up there and they're playing it every single year.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. And so, I mean, again, like you said, we want to rip him with the money and the Boris and being a problem and ruining the game and all that. And he's trying to tell us he loves the game. He loves the game.
Yeah, also, it's nice that he's giving back to the high school kids, but he's also looking for his next,
Of course.
client.
Yes, you got to be cynical when in doubt. So here's Matt Chapman. He could have tried. He could have left San Francisco. 68 and 72, or now they're 69 and 72. Pause. Here's Matt Chapman.
Nice.
Why did you sign with the Giants instead of taking the market?
Well, first off, the organization, it just feels, this feels like home for me. It feels like I've been here a lot longer than just one season, just from top to bottom, whether it's the players, the staff, front office. Everybody wants to, contribute and do everything they can to help the players and help them win. I think that's a huge part of it. I think playing with the guys here, I really love my teammates. I see the talent. We have a lot of young talent mixed with some guys here that have been around. And, the front office is always going to go out and try to get players to make this place, better every single year. So I truly believe that they're going to do everything in their power to win. And, that lines up exactly with my goals. And being from the Bay Area, playing on the A's, being here, really love playing in California, being on the West Coast, and I feel really comfortable in the Bay Area and just love being here.
I mean, so I wonder how Giants fans feel, because we've spent a summer dealing with rage. Like, they stink and they do everything wrong and they can't get a hit, and Farhan's roster's a mess and it's a mishmash and mixed messages, and he's like out here, nope, we're going to win a championship. We're doing the right things. They treat us great. We're like, it's like two different, I can't figure. The reality is, I'm not going to tell Matt Chapman he's a liar. He's speaking his truth. The fact is, they're 69 and 72.
Yeah, but Matt Chapman's not a liar. He's a leader. And you need that in your clubhouse. You need somebody to have championship expectations. Even though it might seem like it's not going to happen within the next couple of years, Matt Chapman wants to be the building block. He wants to help recruit other guys to come to the city, and he wants to help build this franchise back up to what it used to be.
I said it to Susan, I said it to Mike, and they both said the same. He's one of 25, one of 26. So, how much can a leader do? I don't know. He's like, I guess he needs more leaders. I don't know, but I continue to say I wanted him on my team. I'm delighted he's here, and I keep going back to the fact that, and yet they're not winning.
Yeah, but he's not the problem.
Right, but I know you'd like to think that. Yeah, of course I agree with you.
Yeah.
I'm excited about it. I'll probably jock blog about this today. Here's Matt Chapman saying, "Do you believe?" He says people are reaching out. Other players are reaching out to him. Cut K, Tony.
Yeah, definitely. I've already had people reach out to me saying that, now that I'm here, that they want to come here. So I don't think that it's going to be a hard sell. This organization is amazing. They do everything they can for the players, and we have a lot of good players. And I just think that, we're going to continue to build here. And, I think that people will see that from the outside, and I don't see that ever being an issue.
Okay. Well, then we talk about players. Are you talking about some journeyman relievers want to come here?
Who's in Matt Chapman's Rolodex? Who does he know? Is he friends with Juan Soto? Is he friends with Pete Alonso?
Yeah.
We can keep digging deeper and deeper here. But, Murph, I did put on my investigative hat, and I looked at the free agents for next year. One guy he does have a connection to, Teoscar Hernandez. They played together in Toronto. He's a free agent next year. Just won the home run derby. Maybe Matt Chapman can help pluck away Teoscar Hernandez from the Dodgers.
I love that, but if you're Teoscar Hernandez, why would you leave the Dodgers for the Giants?
Because of Matt Chapman.
Okay. Is he that? They like the guy that much. You want to be with your buddies that much?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm going wherever young Tony goes.
By the way, so Farhan Zaidi was at the press conference, and I was very excited. People say, hey, man, what's going on? But he shut it down. Cut Q here, Farhan Zaidi. He didn't want to go there.
Farhan, despite the extension, there has been some speculation about your future. Does this, the fact that you're making a long-term move like this, give you the confidence that you're here to stay?
I appreciate the question, and but today is really about Matt. It's about celebrating this deal, big day for the Giants and the organization. So appreciate the question, but I'd like to keep our focus there. Thanks.
Okay. Shut it down.
Does he appreciate the
question?
He
did not appreciate the question. No,
he went full Gabe Kapler on us.
That's a great question.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
It's a great question, Murph.
And I don't want to hear from the Gabe Army. I really don't. Matt Chapman, Bo Mel has come under fire on our text line. Bob Melvin. Mm-hmm. They're saying pressing the wrong buttons. And he's like, well, guess what? Part of the reason I signed was because the manager. Here's Matt Chapman, cut L here.
Yeah, I guess having Bob here helped a little bit. But no, that was, a huge reason of me even, wanting to come here in the first place was just how much I enjoyed playing for Bo Mel in Oakland, and, having somebody like that, every single day that's as consistent as he is, and, is just prepared every single day, makes the environment always, a good place to be. The clubhouse is a good place with him in charge. So, I want to play for him, and that's, a huge factor of me wanting to be here. And I think he has all the same goals as we do.
And everything about this is great, except for the fact that they're 69 and 72. It's like I read that story about that analytics guy who's like some star, and they're like, he's brilliant, he's great, he's so good. I'm like, they're 69 and 72, bro. I mean, my gosh. By the way, 831 says, wait a minute, there's a Gabe Army? Is it all thirsty middle-aged women?
Yeah, really? Is that what you imagine?
Is that what you imagine?
Does he pay for those bots to come on and just, because when Gabe posts something, oh my God.
That's the thing. I don't think it's bots, Murph. I think those are real life Gabe groupies.
I like them in all shapes and sizes, and this one was thick and juicy.
408 says, wow, could Murph be any more of a downer? Does he coach like this, too? Yes.
I thought it was the end of the bummer summer, Murph.
925 says, ask young Tony if he knows what a Rolodex is. That's a good one.
Dog.
You do?
Yeah, of course.
How do you know what a Rolodex is?
He's a producer, Murph.
Not only that, but my dad used to have one on his desk, and I always used to play with it when I would go to his office.
Okay. Right, very good.
Nice.
Who was in your dad's Rolodex?
I mean, a bunch of business cards. I mean, he was a traveling salesman. He was going everywhere, so he had everyone's.
All right, I like that. 707 says, how good of a life does Scott Boras have? He has a pretty good life. He has a pretty good life. How about this cynical take? 405 says, Chapman signed because he knew nobody else would pay him that much. The other 415 says, Chapman is a leader and he's hopeful, and that's good. And then 510 says, I was upset about this at first, but then I thought about it, and I'm grateful there's at least one player in Major League Baseball who wants to play in San Francisco. So, and 916 reminds you, Marcus, your bet is in jeopardy on the Giants.
Yeah, you're telling me.
And then 415 says, I heart Bo Mel and boo to the haters on the text line.
Boo this man.
So anyway, just wanted to get that sound out there because we hadn't heard it. And Matt Chapman, I mean, this is a guy I like, I want, and I missed him in the game we were at. By the way, it turns out he missed because he had to go take his physical that night.
Wow.
That night that I was out there with the kids, and he didn't play.
Hopefully he didn't go to the same doctor as Carlos Correa.
By the way, who hasn't played since July 12th.
Maybe the doctors are right.
That one is interesting. Is Farhan going to strut and take receipts?
Oh, I'm sure he's flexing on us right now.
If somehow this turns, who knows? Maybe Correa comes back in September. I don't know, but I mean, we're coming up on 2 months now.
I mean, that was the risk, but also Carlos Correa was an all-star this year before he got injured. But of course, the injuries are an issue.
707 says that I saw the walk-off in person yesterday in the sunshine. It was a great way to cap baseball season and bring on football. And the next time the Giants capture my attention will be 2025.
Yeah, and Patrick Bailey needed that for his confidence yesterday.
Yeah. You guys made it the distance, right?
Oh, we did. It was the last weekday day game of the season. So me and young Tony were out there. I mean, we're out there every single game. But yeah, it was a nice way to cap off our Wednesday tradition.
All right.
Or Thursday, I guess.
Somehow, some way, Matt Chapman found positive vibes in the 2024 Giants. We wanted to spread that to you guys. All right, on the other side, Sutter Health will figure out something young Tony learned today. And we'll hand it over to the man who's ready for Monday night, Papa and Lund. Is it Johnny today or somebody else? We got
Lund. And by the way, Matt Chapman joining Tolbert and Copes at 2:30 this afternoon.
That's great knowledge right there. That's great knowledge. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I appreciate the question. And
All right, Bigelow. I was just, it's funny. I was just in the break room and I was looking at the Bigelow tea. I was like, why don't I talk about the cranberry apple more? Because I'll do cranberry apple Bigelow tea because every season is Bigelow tea season. Baseball season, football season, Bigelow tea season. That's why Bigelow's the #1 tea in the Bay Area. We grab our mugs here at work and we get going. Any flavor will do. I love all of them. Perfect for me. Make my live behind the mic. So you want to know what keeps us going here? Look no further than I have it here, my cup of Bigelow tea next to me in the studio. So grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, happy Friday, everybody. It is, of course, Reggae Friday that always ends with the toys. That goes year-round. Even though Reggae Friday ends when baseball season ends, it's always good to hear it. By the way, it's amazing the amount of reaction you get when we talk about the Chapman signing. Lit it up yesterday and it lit it up again today. A lot of people, just 530 said, was I the only one distracted by Chapman's guns
Matt Chapman's
during the interview. Then the negative, a different 530 says he can't hit a letter high fastball. He hits 240. 860 says maybe he can help us get Vlad Guerrero from Toronto.
Call up Vladdy, call up Bo Bichette, call the boys.
And 510 says, why did he have an MRI and physical at 6:45 at night instead of players instead of fans getting to see him play. It's not a bad point. 831 saying, is Gabe a better manager than Bob? 707 says, geez, Murph, you're blaming our best player for 69 and 72. 303 says, Scott Boras rarely misreads the market. This deal tells me that Matt Chapman was getting the best possible deal. And 831 says, do the Giants really want another strikeout guy in Teoscar Hernandez? Marcus, that's who you want, Teoscar Hernandez. So, yeah, a lot of reactions there, too. All right, well, thank you guys for all that. We do appreciate y'all on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. But it is Friday. It is time to get out of here. I love a doctor named Marcus Welby or Marcus Boucher or Bobby Boucher or Nick Turturro. I don't know. Somebody's a doctor here.
I feel like I'm a doctor in baseball.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
All right, it is time for a Friday Giants Health Report, and today we're taking a look at Jordan Hicks, who is currently on the IL right now with right shoulder inflammation. Now, Jordan Hicks threw a bullpen 20 pitches on September 4th. He's now scheduled to get back on the bump and throw another bullpen tomorrow on Saturday. Robbie Ray, who we gave you an update yesterday, is also throwing a bullpen today. So keep an eye on those two guys down the stretch to see if they return to the Giants starting rotation or to the bullpen. And that is our Giants Sutter Health update, sponsored from the 1,800 primary care doctors and 30 urgent care centers to over 1 million video visits. Sutter is dedicated to help patients' lives easier. Learn more at sutterhealth.org.
By the way, just quickly, how did the Giants do in San Diego this weekend?
Not great.
Do they get one?
Do they get one?
How about they shock the world and sweep the Padres?
I mean, it's baseball. Anything can happen, so why the hell not?
Well, the Padres last night were winning 3-0 in the ninth inning with 2 outs against the Tigers, and they had their closer on the hill, and he gave up a granny, and they lost 4-3. So, keep hope alive.
So you're saying there's a chance.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
I mean, you did get in with Young Tony the other day about whether or not the Giants were mathematically eliminated
from the postseason. They are not mathematically eliminated. They are not.
Yeah, but Young Tony was saying Fangraphs, and maybe Young Tony learned that Fangraphs is not correct.
Fangraphs is kind of like riffing on the Giants. Whoever does is like riffing. Giants, 0.0. They're like, no, they're mathematically. He's like, no, I'm going with 0.0. That's pretty funny, man. All right, so that's going on tonight. Giants Friday night baseball. With Mason Black on the hill. Mason Black at 40,000 lunatics at Petco. They got the mariachi band out on a Friday night. That place is nuts. I've been out there on a Friday. It's nuts.
Oh, with those ice cream uniforms they wear on Fridays.
The band goes. The people lose their minds for the mariachi band. Hey, Wednesday night was Mexican Heritage Night, and we had our own mariachi band.
It was pretty
out
cool.
there.
Shout out El Machon winning the fan vote of the night in the 8th inning.
That was fun. Okay, that, and of course, if you missed it, we did our Brian and Bobby's Best Bets. So go check that out on KNBR.com. And our Couch Potato Guide, which features tonight's Eagles-Packers game on Peacock at 5:15. But, of course, it is time to grab my my mug here of Bigelow Tea and see what young Tony learned about this great wide world.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
All right, this is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. It was another kind of a light day, but we realized during the Cooler of Content when we were talking about the toe of Isaiah Likely being on the white line, we were talking about great toes in history. Somebody mentioned Lou the Toe Groza. I said, well, you got to go to Seinfeld. And young Tony said, I admit I'm not a Seinfeld PhD. He said, what do you got? I said, I got a pretty underrated little line between George Costanza. George was trying to give Jerry material, and Jerry was like, well, what do you got? And here it is.
You know how, like, the big toe is like the captain of the toes? But sometimes the toe next to the big toe gets so big that there's like a power struggle, and the second toe assumes control of the foot.
The coup d'etat.
Yeah. Did you do it?
Yeah.
So?
Nothing.
So, you didn't get it there. So you didn't know the coup d'etat either.
No, and the coup d'etat cost me a couple bucks last night, Murph.
I know. Again, I told you there could be a trippy thing if you look at it. If the spike is inbounds, if the cleat is inbounds, and the toe and the shoe is hovering over the white line, isn't that still inbounds?
No, Murph, because even if it's just a tip, it still counts.
Is that where I say pause?
Yeah, pause.
Okay, that's where you say pause.
Press play.
All right, man. Well, listen, what do you got going this weekend then?
Oh, football.
Okay.
I think I'm just going to go into my man cave and not even look at the sun.
Young Tone, it's funny. I have a friend coming in from out of town, and it's a dear pal, and we did make a great plan to play golf on Sunday.
Whoa.
I know, right?
Why?
This is an act of friendship. Well, he's a dear friend. He wanted to spend time together, and so I'm going to miss the Sunday afternoon games. So
you're not going to watch Jimmy Harbaugh versus the Raiders.
No, I know. I'm also going to miss Tom Brady's debut with the Browns. So hopefully social media will catch me up. But I could do it because the Niners are playing on a Monday night. And then I'll be home for Rams-Lions on a Sunday, which is my number one game on the Couch Potato Guide.
That's going to be a good game.
Yeah. And the morning game's not as much. What do we got? I think the Steelers play in the morning.
It's like Steelers versus the Falcons. Kirk Cousins making his debut with the Falcons.
Kirk Cousins is my backup quarterback on the mid-segment reads.
Do you like that?
You like that? You like that?
Young Tone, you going to play golf this weekend or no?
I'm going to play Saturday because I told you I'm not a big college football guy. I mean, I know Cal Poly's playing Stanford this weekend, but, I mean, I'll be out. I'll try to play Saturday to avoid not being able to watch on Sunday.
So you're going to block out every Sunday from here until February?
Have to.
No question.
Have to.
No question, dude.
I guess I got to up my... I should have told my friend who's coming from out of town I can't do it.
Let's play Saturday,
And he'd say, why? And I'd say, because the Raiders are playing the Chargers.
Yeah, you and your buddy should be at a bar drinking a couple beers watching
he's a
the
golf
week one.
lunatic. He's a very good player, too. Shout out B. Sinclair. All right, guys. Well, that's it. I will survive, and we will show up here on Monday morning with tales to tell and 49er football to hype. All right, thanks to John Joe and Young Tone. Have a great weekend, everybody. It's time to hand it down to Levi's Stadium, where Papa and Lundar. It's time for a change. Sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and smog experts. And you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
I played against John Lynch. That's how old I am.
Well, it wasn't accurate. He's 10 for 20. They weren't that good. There was a couple highlight plays. They weren't that good.
I heard we got a parking spot. So
The coup d'etat.
I appreciate the question, and
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy to Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. 680. The sports leader.
Here we go. 5 seconds left at the Kansas City 10. 3rd and goal. Jackson is in the gun. Shotgun snap. He moves up in the pocket. Right tackle block. He runs around in a circle. Cocks his arm, throws in the end zone. It's caught in the back of the end zone with the feet down. Likely got it. Touchdown! Touchdown! Touchdown, Baltimore! Likely back of the end zone, and a leap holds it down, and they'll go for 2. He caught it. Were his feet in? Oh, one was, and the toe of the other looks like it's on the chalk.
The runner's toe hit out of bounds. It's an incomplete pass. The game is over. Kansas City has won.
Welcome to the NFL. It is the best by inches, mere inches. Remember Al Pacino? Those inches. That's what it was.
What movie was that?
Inches.
Sea of Love? What movie
It
was
was
that?
it was the football movie that he did.
Oh, God. Where he played the football coach?
that was a
Any
great
Given
one.
Sunday?
Any Given Sunday.
Worst movie ever.
You don't
Worst
like the
Pacino
speech?
movie ever.
You think so?
Sea of Love was better. I
Sea
did
of
not like him as a
Love.
football coach. He looked like Paterno. He didn't have his voice, though.
Thanks for joining us. We got a ton to go over today. It is our first official. We've been down here a lot, but it is our first official NFL season show from the studio, the KNBR studio. If you'd like to come by, bang on the glass, look extra creepy, that would be great. We love that. Tim Ryan's going to be here at 11 o'clock. Matt Mayoko at 10:30. We got Dan Orlovsky in the house today. It is going to be awesome. Awesome, I tell you. We'll get into Thursday night football, the latest from the 49ers, and it is busy. John Lynch was on the morning show. Nick Bosa stole your parking spot.
And Tim Ryan's. I didn't see the Ford F-150. Not only Nick, all the captains took our parking spots right in front.
Tim's going to have them
I parked in
towed.
spot 25 all year. Now it's a gold Ferrari. Nice upgrade.
What do you think
I didn't
has
see the
gold
electric
Ferrari?
roll. I think that's one of Trent's.
Of the cap? Yeah. I don't think Kittle has a gold Ferrari. I don't think CMC would have a gold Ferrari. Would Nick have a gold Ferrari?
I saw a Toyota Sequoia. Is that...
That's Brock.
50-cent
100%.
wings? What was the ad he was doing today?
He's doing boots. He's doing
50-cent
Applebee's.
wings I saw today. And then he handed off to Saquon Barkley.
Don't tell me anything about making $1 million. He's doing like 10 national. Although Kittle's doing all the national. Last night, nobody does what the NFL does during a game. Every spot has an NFL player.
In
Every
uniform,
spot.
George Kittle
Right.
next to Amon-Ra St.
My
Brown.
God, he's doing. He was doing the pizza. Remember No Catch?
Little Caesars?
Little Caesars Pizza? Like, George was on, like, every other spot.
When was the last time you had a Little Caesars slice of pizza? When you were in Detroit?
Exactly, because
They're
Mike
big in
Ilitch owns them.
Detroit.
Horrible. We'd have those meetings. We'd have meetings, and they'd bring in Little Caesars. It's like, oh, geez, you spent big. You got 50 pizzas for $50. Like, yeesh. And you got a discount because we carried the Tigers.
Yeah, they were all over it in broadcast. So Thursday night football, the start of the league started up last night.
Harlan,
Kevin Harlan on the call there. That's where he got me into trouble with Cox. He cocks to throw. The proper term, Kev, is pumps.
No,
he
cocks. It's
Yeah,
so much funnier
he got me doing that.
So much better for
I
the
want to
show.
hear Jerry Sandusky's call. Not that Jerry Sandusky, the voice of the Ravens. I want to hear his call.
make
Then
sure
Mitch
you're clear on
Holtis, the
that.
voice of the Chiefs.
Oh, I mean, the guy that calls
is,
you Bob Papa, that guy?
Yeah,
Jerry Sandusky calls you Bob
I had a
Papa.
nice rebuttal for him.
Yeah, he can't say anything.
Yeah, Jeffrey Dahmer. Anyway, what a game last night.
That was
and it
awesome.
turned out to be unlikely. But how good is Isaiah Likely? And we saw his first year in the NFL. It was a preseason game, I think, in 21, maybe 22. He had the greatest preseason game I've ever seen a tight end have. And you're like, who is this guy? He went crazy. And then they have Mark Andrews, obviously. So, but Andrews got hurt last year, and Isaiah Likely came on. His game last night. And Dan Fouts was at the Giant game yesterday afternoon with his bride. And I don't know. When I watched him play last night, Isaiah Likely, he just looked like Kellen Winslow Sr. over and over and over again.
It was awesome.
All of them. I mean, every
I'm not
one he
talking about the
had.
last one.
And then the block that he had. There was one play
awesome.
where Lamar got out in space, and he picked up George Karlaftis and decleated him. Kellen Winslow Sr. was a good player, but he didn't block like that. Neither did Todd Christensen at that time. But Isaiah Likely has turned into a superstar. Lamar, and we'll have Dan Orlovsky on, he missed 2 throws at the end of the game. And Lamar overall played well, but at the end of the game, and we've seen it too many times in big playoff games or just big games, when he has to execute a throw, he still is highly inaccurate. And even the way they manage the game.
He's mechanical.
So the one when
he throws.
he darts the ball. He just he doesn't pull it back, and he's improved a lot. Orlovsky will break it down. So and then Harbaugh and their offensive staff, when they hit Bateman down the left sideline, we're getting big feedback here. Is that from Tim's mic? Or?
Maybe it's me. Figure that out.
So when he hit Bateman, and we went on Xfinity Sports Sunday, which was on a Thursday with Dave Feldman, and Matt Mayoko's going to join us 10:30. So we were getting ready to do the show after the opener last night on TV, and Mayoko and I were watching it together. And so when they hit Bateman down the right sideline with the big catch, it was Bateman, right? Down the right sideline and made that catch. And then I think there was like 34, 38 seconds to go in the game when he made that catch. They did not race to the line and spike the ball. They got a playoff, and then Lamar's running around like crazy. And that's the play where he had Isaiah Likely in the back left corner of the end zone. It turned into a corner route. It really was a scramble drill corner route, but he had him open, and he just airmailed the throw, and he missed him by yards, and Likely jumped way up. And again, going to Kellen Winslow Sr., that famous San Diego-Miami playoff game in the early 80s when they had to carry Winslow off the field. He dehydrated. When Likely went down, you're like, he's not getting up and playing again. I don't know what he broke, but he broke something. He looks bad. And that was a bad Lamar miss. Then on the next play, he's got Zay Flowers wide open. And I think Zay Flowers should have settled down.
But he was shooting for Bateman is what he said after the game. He wasn't even trying to throw it to Zay Flowers.
Wow.
He said he was trying to throw it to Bateman, who was in front of him.
Really?
Yeah,
He missed that badly?
Yeah. That's what he said in postgame. He
Wow,
said
yeah.
He wasn't even throwing it to Flowers. He was throwing it to Bateman. If you look at that play, Bateman's in front of him. The pass isn't even close.
Well, then Flowers also, Flowers should settle down.
Right.
Because he is open and he's still running through an end zone. Just sit down. Don't run through it. So if he was trying for Bateman, he missed even worse. So his body was taking him out right, and then he had to throw back across his body left. And then the last one, he got all turned around, made a good throw in the back of the end zone, and Likely, I mean, if Likely wears a size 13 and a half cleat, if it's a 13, I mean, literally, it's just his toe. I mean, the Chiefs lost a game last year because Kadarius Toney lined up offsides, and his toe was in the neutral zone against Buffalo.
It was like Durant a couple years ago. Remember, his foot was on the
toe
line.
was on the line. So I mean, other than that, it was a great game. Kansas City looks better. Rashee Rice He was good last year, but not immediately as a rookie did they trust him. Mahomes trusts him. And whatever he did in the offseason, I wonder why he's not going on the commissioner exempt list. I mean, Tyreek Hill in 2019, when he beat the Niners in the Super Bowl on the Wasp play, he should have not been allowed to play that year because of domestic violence in his own home. Ray Lewis, when he won his Super Bowl in 2000 after what he did in the Super Bowl the year before. I mean, it's amazing how the league is so tough on these guys sometimes picks and chooses, but sounds like Rashee Rice is not going to be face any punishment, and it could be after the year.
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
So, anyway, he's just such a trusted part of their offense, where it was always Kelsey on those in-breaking routes. Last night it was Rashee Rice, and they had the matchup they wanted. Baltimore never adjusted.
You put Roquan on him. It was like, what are you doing?
Well, that's the way that defense is structured to pick up. Like in this game, Fred Warner will pick up Breece Hall a lot. He'll pick up that inside wide receiver. The Jets run their cover 3. You put a guy at number 1, that spot, and run an over route. The other side linebacker's got to pick it up. And that's where Kyle, and we're getting over to the matchup with Saleh, Kyle knows the rules of that defense. And he knows how the offense can break those rules and make them do things or attack those rules. So that's just the way Baltimore plays. If they have Patrick Queen in the middle of their defense like last year against the Niners on Christmas night, they may be better served. They made a couple of plays, but Rashee Rice is just such a big part of their offense. And then Worthy's speed on the end around touchdown, he showed his speed and his broken field running ability, but those guys blocked on that play. They know how fast he is. They got way out in front of him. Nobody laid a finger on him. And then the second touchdown he had, they just dropped him. They didn't have safety help over the top. So it was a great game. I mean, to go back and forth, Baltimore should be proud that they played that well at Arrowhead. Although a lot of times the Super Bowl champions, the defending champs, are vulnerable on banner night. The Rams got beat by, Buffalo a couple of years ago, and last year Detroit went in there and beat them, but they didn't have Kelsey or Travis or Chris Jones in that game. So it was a hell of a football game last night, and to go down to the very end, and then Harbaugh was going to go for 2. He already was saying 2, assuming he thought likely scored, and then it was unlikely, but he was going for the win there, cool. Which is kind of like, I don't want to go to overtime against Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, smart thinking. The other thing that came out of the game last night, and I'll just never understand this, and it goes back to the Super Bowl too, the most penalized guy in the league, Jawan Taylor, he was off more than what Ronnie Stanley was. And if I was Harbaugh, I'd have been pissed too, because they caught him on the sideline saying, you're not calling it both ways. Ronnie Stanley had like 4. They're making that an emphasis this year. So Trent Williams better watch that. You got to be on the line. So Stanley wasn't. I'll give it that. But Jawan Taylor false starts every friggin' play, and he's got his foot in the backfield, and yet he doesn't get called nearly as much.
He's the most penalized player in football last year.
He had 2, but
Ronnie Stanley only had 4?
I think he had 4.
It seemed like he had 44.
Yeah,
and how many did he have on the first drive?
2. He had 2 in the first drive, and Harbaugh
they still scored.
Nuts.
Well, and to Trent's point, and I was watching practice yesterday, I was standing right next to the down judge. Trent, he's the very same. He does not get down to the 3-point stance. Right. He's up at a 2-point stance. Sometimes you worry that he tips run pass if he does go in a 3. But it's, so the line is, let's look for the center and the waistband of the center. The Niners, it's Jake Brendel. And then, Trent's, the crown of his helmet has got to be up. But you could see it, and I don't know why. I mean, speaking of Kadarius Toney, he lined up off sides in the Buffalo KC game last year, and they ran the trick play and the double pass to Kelsey and all that. The official everybody was saying, why didn't he say? He did. He told him. For Stanley to line up, this is lining up.
Well,
you just got to look at your helmet.
They warned him.
You warned him during the game, and they just flagged you on the play. The warning is to get flagged to repeatedly line up where your helmet. And I could see the one. He's still too far back because they had a good shot down the line. They let it go a number of times last
Taylor
night.
Too. I mean, Taylor's the one.
It's the other official on the other side. You have to flip sides, left tackle, right tackle. You have official looking for that.
To me, Jawan Taylor, it's the Jawan Taylor rule because he's in the backfield every time. So Stanley's getting smoked for it, and then Jawan Taylor's false starting every time, and he's in the backfield and he's not getting called.
And that's a good lesson for Trent Williams because there's a point of emphasis. And yesterday he did line up. He was too far back. And the one thing you got to look at, and Trent knows what he's doing, is, Trent's mainly in a 2-point stance. He does not put his hand down. You could sort of tell last night when Ronnie Stanley went in the 3-point stance that it was going to be a running play. So beyond all that, first game of the year, hell of a game to go right down to the end. And if you don't have Isaiah Likely on your fantasy team, you may want to add him because Mark Andrews, he's not moving well. He's not over that injury from last year.
Yeah, Isaiah Likely was great yesterday. Almost had it, like you said. It was unfortunate because it was really fun, and they were going to go to overtime and all this or they were going to go for 2, so we were going to get that. And then you saw it on the first replay that his foot was out, and you're like, oh, and you knew that Kansas City was going to win. Anyway, great first Thursday night. We got a ton to do as far as the 49ers are concerned. 15 minutes to Matt Mayoko at the bottom of the hour, and then Tim Ryan, 11 to 12 for the first Tim Ryan Power Hour. We do that usually every Thursday, but it's very confusing because of the Monday night game. It's actually Thursday down here. It's Thursday, but
well,
it's Friday.
We do have a Thursday night game. We have a second game, although it's on a Friday.
In Brazil.
We got Packers and Eagles, which we'll be watching closely. These two, we're always wondering who's going to be behind the Niners in the NFC, assuming they're, vying for number 1. Detroit's there. Green Bay and Philadelphia are right there. Are either one of these teams better than the Lions or both? Or who's better between the Packers and the Eagles?
We'll discuss the NFC hierarchy. We'll do it next. We're live from Levi's, Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers GM John Lynch, he joined Murph and Marcus this morning, gave a Christian McCaffrey injury update, Ricky Pearsall, and more. Check out that podcast and more, the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials. Yes, John Lund, your old friend here. And did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area? Some are not even based in the entire state. That is not my good friend Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. They're based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Of course they do. Go to dolanlawfirm.com and learn more about your rights. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now remember, beautiful day outside, warm weather, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. So please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place, and feel confident that you're in amazing hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. That is the Dolan Law Firm, of course, and they've secured, that's where this comes in, more than $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. But somehow you pay nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Our first official show down here at Levi's Stadium and the KNBR studios. You can walk on by right on Tasman Drive. Papa loves it when you come by, knock on the window, and act like
I do. I'm a man of the people, John.
I went through
You're creeped out by creepy. I relate to the creepy. Bring me a Krispy Kreme, creepy.
Yeah.
No, we don't want that.
Well, there's a Chick-fil-A down the road, too. That'd be nice. We can't let you in, but you can leave it by the door.
Sure, we can let you in.
I'll get in trouble. You won't. All right, here's the deal. You just mentioned this. So we're going to go through later on who you should be rooting for this weekend because it's never too early to be rooting for certain teams and against certain teams. Obviously, we know that you should root against the Cowboys in the Cleveland game. Cowboys at Cleveland with Tom Brady doing that game. So we will get you that one. But this, as far as contenders to the crown of the 49ers, how do you see it between the Lions, the Eagles, the Rams, the Packers? I mean, how do you kind of put those in order?
That's what this is about. It's beauty. I mean, I thought Detroit most of last year, and it turned out they were the ones coming for the NFC title game. But then what Green Bay did, and Arlington just running all over the Cowboys and assaulting them, and the Rams. We're going to have a rematch of Rams and Lions on Sunday Night Football to wind up our Sunday, and we got a game tonight. So I think the NFC, we're just assuming the Niners will be the one seed. We'll talk to Matt Mayoko about it coming up in a few minutes at 10:30. And there are a lot of good teams. The NFC is loaded. The NFC doesn't have the caliber of quarterbacks, I would say, top to bottom. The AFC does. But tonight's game, let's just start right there. Green Bay, Philadelphia from Brazil.
I'd like to be there, by the way.
I would like to be there, by the way. It was raining last night. We had rain in Kansas City, which delayed that kick, and it was raining in Brazil. That'll be a Peacock game, so we'll have to figure out how to watch it. I think I have Peacock on my phone. I used to work for them at one time. But just tonight. So you have a guide on
I have a
who do
guide.
we root for?
Yeah, it's pretty easy.
So between Green Bay, who we are playing this week, this year, the week before Thanksgiving, part of the at Lambeau, at Buffalo, frozen tundra back-to-backs. So we're playing them. We're not playing Philadelphia. Mm-hmm. Cynthia Freeland came on the other day and said to us, Philadelphia will be the one seed and not the Niners. And she thought Green Bay's not even going to win their division. They're going to be a wild card team. The Lions are going to win. So just tonight's game, when I do find out how to get on Peacock, and I strut like a peacock when I'm watching the game, having a John Lund Friday martini.
Oh, is it going to be great tonight?
3 olives double. Who do we root for? Green Bay. Do I put a slice of cheese on my head and go Pack, go? Or do I crank up Merrill Reese and fly, Eagles fly? Who do we root for?
Well, how I put this is who you root against. You never root for any of the...
a tie? How about a tie?
So that would not be bad. But I'd root against the Eagles. My logic here is I think that the division for the Eagles is easier. I think the Cowboys are going to be down a little bit. The Packers could lose to Detroit. You play the Packers, like you said, the Bears, the Vikings. The Eagles, I think, only have to worry about Dallas in their division with the Giants and the Commanders in their division. So I think it's easier road for the Eagles, and I think it's a tougher road for the Packers. So root against the Eagles. You don't want them to get off to that start. So I would say root against the Eagles. You're not rooting for the Packers. You're rooting against the Eagles.
I normally find this in my bag like Christmas and give it to you as a gift. I got one for Tim as well. The schedule that my guy makes for me, it's a week by week, week one, every week schedule, and then every team's schedule on the other flip
you
side.
You gave me this last year, and I had the...
Yeah, but I gave it to you when the playoffs were starting, and it was no longer applicable.
But yeah,
now I gave it to you before you have one game down, but that one will save you all year.
I love this thing.
So
good.
How many wins do you have Philadelphia having? How many wins? We got to go through all that.
Yeah.
But I think Green Bay, first of all, the acquisitions...
So do you agree with me on that? That's the logic.
Yeah.
It's your division.
But I
think the Packers could lose more games, and I agree with
But you only play 6 games in your division. People overemphasize. Yeah, but you play 11 out of your division. So, I think Washington's going to be better than Cynthia Freeland thinks. The Giants are probably not going to be good, and I think Dallas are down. So I would agree with you. The competition Green Bay will play in the NFC North is more extreme. I think Minnesota could be a playoff team. They even with their quarterback tearing an Achilles last year, Josh Dobbs won some games. That's a good coach. I do like Sam Darnold, as you know. But the thing about Philadelphia and Green Bay, and they loaded up in the offseason, each team. Philadelphia added Saquon Barkley as their leading running back. And DeAndre Swift was really good, and he played well. But he's not Saquon Barkley. You put him next to Jalen Hurts in that offense and everything else they've done around that team and how much they're spending on their offense. And then Green Bay added Josh Jacobs, the former Raider. Why did the Raiders let him go? They got into a contract thing with him. They didn't pick up his fifth-year option, that he led the league in rushing. He set a Raider franchise record for yards in a season on the ground, breaking Marcus Allen's record. So right there, I mean, Saquon probably catches the ball better, but Josh Jacobs is a tremendous back. Both of those teams made probably the biggest upgrades at running back in the offseason, and we're going to see them go against each other tonight. So I know what you're looking at, and you want Philadelphia to lose, but as you size the game up tonight, who's the home team? Does it even matter? Who's got more fans going to Brazil?
Oh, Green Bay got it. Well, I don't know. That's a good question.
I mean, the trip it's still way down there in South America. It's a long flight. Probably Philadelphia's close. I don't know. Philadelphia travels well. The Packers travel really well. We'll see. Hopefully they get in and out and they're all staying by the airport and everything's healthy there. But, I mean, I don't even know, as you size this team up, whose defense is better? Who has the better team? I like Jordan Love better than Jalen Hurts as a thrower of the football and a leader and a processor. I would probably favor Green Bay going into the game. Certainly the way last season ended, Green Bay was ascending, where Philadelphia had one of the greatest collapses ever. From 10-1, they won only one more game the rest of the year, and it was against the Giants when they got blitzed like crazy. And then Tampa Bay took them apart in a playoff game.
Well, the Niners ripped their hearts out, and after that, they couldn't win. The other reason is what you said, too, is the 49ers have a shot at Green Bay, and it's at home. So you win that game, hopefully you have a better record anyway. But
no, that game's at Lambeau.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, it's at Lambeau.
I was just looking at your schedule. I thought
it's at Lambeau.
Oh, okay, that one there.
Remember, you got to go to Lambeau the Sunday before Thanksgiving and Orchard Park the Sunday after Thanksgiving. You have a shot at them. I think that makes a difference. Is you've got a shot at them. You don't play Philadelphia, so that's another reason I think you root that way. So, okay.
All right. We'll go through all of these, too, because the big one is who do you root for between the Lambs and the Lions? Because in division versus...
That's in last year's playoff game was... I know Tim and you both thought the Rams were going to beat them.
I thought so, and it was close.
What was it, like a 1 or 2 point game?
Yeah. Matthew Stafford's wife's not going for mental reasons. She doesn't... Because last time she went there, she got harassed in Detroit. She thought it was going to be nice, and everybody yelled at her. I think she said some negative things.
Well, that's hard. It's hard there.
All right, let's get into all of it. Matt Mayoko is going to join us coming up next. What is he going to be looking for? Does he already have his 5 to watch out? We'll ask Matt Mayoko about it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Sure, KNBR's got you covered on game day with Greg in the booth and John hosting pre and post. But NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko has your Niners news all week long. Here's Papa London Mayoko on the Sports Leader.
Great to talk to Matt Mayoko. We will catch up with him momentarily at Mayoko NBCS. You know that. Make sure you're following him, reading him, watching him. He is a multimedia superstar, and he's going to join us in mere moments to discuss.
David Feldman last night called him the face of the 49ers.
Mayoko?
Would you say that? Mayoko is the correct pronunciation of Matt's last name, John.
Mayoko.
Yeah.
Matt Mayoko. Yeah, he's going to join us in a minute. Yeah, the face of the 49ers, you say?
Well, we were on TV with Dave Feldman after the game last night. He referred to me as the voice of the Niners, then turned to Mayoko and said he was the face of the... He's getting a lot of FaceTime. That guy with his... There he is. Look at him.
Yeah,
even
does.
in his car, we can see his face.
To Matt Mayoko.
Mayoko joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. Also, if you are on YouTube and Twitch...
It's run its course.
Oh, look at... Boy,
You think so? You got annoyed last night when I dropped that on TV, didn't you?
Yeah, I'm going to look at my contract here at KNBR. And if this continues, I'm going to look for the out.
It's played out. We'll
you have a
drop it.
contract?
We'll
Wow,
drop
that's
it.
cool.
Are
I
you
think
driving
it's,
your car right now?
I am parked in my car right now.
Okay.
Was your parking spot stolen like Papa's was? The captain's got parking spots. So somebody's Ferrari is in Papa's parking spot this morning.
Not Papa's Ferrari?
Yeah.
No, it's not my Ferrari. I don't have a gold one. I have a red one, but I don't have a gold one.
You're so ancient, you probably have forgotten which cars you drive.
Wow.
He's taking a shot because I called him
Mayoko, and he is
it's getting personal now.
Yeah, I know.
He's always.
He's the face of the franchise.
Let's start here. I know John Lynch spoke this morning, and there's some more Ricky Pearsall stuff to discuss, and the deal's getting done since we talked to you and all these kind of things. But anytime I hear Achilles, I get nervous. Like when Christian McCaffrey's out, I'm like, it's no big deal. He's not going to play in the preseason. None of the superstars do. But then when you hear something turning into you hear the word Achilles, like there's a lot of stuff could happen in the 49ers, and I still think they're okay. But Brock getting hurt or Christian McCaffrey having an Achilles problem, that changes the trajectory of the whole season to me.
Yeah, I mean, I can't tell you the specifics of the Achilles, but I'm with you. I mean, going from calf, and maybe it's just semantics, calf doesn't sound nearly as bad as Achilles, without even knowing what the exact condition of the situation is. So yeah, I mean, a little bit of a red flag goes up for that, but we'll just have to see how this season progresses. But yeah, no, I'm with you. I mean, you hear certain key words and your antenna goes up, and that was certainly one of them when Kyle Shanahan said, calf/Achilles yesterday in describing why Christian McCaffrey is going to be limited. At the same time, if it were really concerning, he simply wouldn't be practicing. So the fact that he's going through limited tells me that there's a positive to that, and we'll see, how the season goes as far as, if this becomes something just for the rest of the season. They're going to just kind of keep him limited throughout the year until that thing is resolved one way or the other.
Well, he had a calf injury last year, and what they're saying is by calf Achilles, it's a lower calf, and what I think of right away is Kevin Durant. I mean, Durant first got hurt against Portland in the Western Finals. It was the calf, and then he came back in the NBA Finals, and they said it's not going to affect the Achilles, and he wound up tearing his Achilles, even though we thought that would be a concern. So that's why they shut him down. He's going to play Monday night. He's going to be Christian McCaffrey. We know that, Matt. And for Robert Saleh, there's a lot of weapons you got to deal with, obviously, Kittle and Debo and Ayuk and all of them, but CMC is number one. So I don't know if we've talked enough about the Robert Saleh angle because we've had so many other stories that are, frankly, bigger and a life scale with Ricky Pearsall. But you and I were talking last night. Robert Saleh, and Kyle's coached against defensive coordinators who he's been on the staff with. Some were on his staff, or, Dan Quinn was the head coach and Kyle was the OC, Raheem Morris, Mike Pettin. But this is Robert Saleh. This was Kyle's defensive coordinator when Kyle got a head coaching job. He was the defensive coordinator, not of the Atlanta Falcons or, other teams in Tampa. This was the Niners guy. This is our guy, Saleh. So this matchup, and Kyle's going to see Mike McDaniel later in the year, offense versus offense, but just how do you size it up? They know each other so well. They know each other going back to 2006 in Houston. And now they're going to coach against each other, and it's Saleh. And also Jeff Ulbrich, who Kyle knows well, wanted to hire him in the offseason, will call the defense for Saleh. But just your thoughts on the Kyle Shanahan versus Robert Saleh matchup mentally on Monday night.
Yeah, the middle part of it is interesting because Kyle's play calls are predicated on what he believes the defense will be doing on any given play. And quarterbacks generally, 49ers quarterbacks don't get to the line of scrimmage and look over the defense and then audible into a different play. No, the answers are built into every play. For instance, if the play is run against the defense that Kyle Shanahan expects it to be, here's the play call, and it's designed, for a big chunk. However, if the defense is different, then basically Brock Purdy just goes to this other option, or there's an alternate route, an option route by the receiver who has to detect, this is the defense they're in, and so that's how the offense works. So there's that. I know that you know that you know that I know kind of thing, whereas Kyle Shanahan has to have a really good sense of what Robert Saleh or, Jeff Ulbrich's tendencies are as play callers. He knows that defense very well. And so he's going to be anticipating, well, in this down and distance, the Jets like to do this. Conversely, Robert Saleh and Jeff Ulbrich will be playing along and going, okay, I know our tendency is to do this. We'll go ahead and do this, which means we expect the 49ers to do this. Or they could say, let's go against our tendencies and kind of mess with Kyle a little bit and do this defense instead. So it's going to be that cat and mouse that, you, me, and 99.9% of the viewers won't have any idea what's going on. But it would be really interesting to, at some point in the future, like look at this game film that's going to be coming up on Monday night and have Saleh and Kyle talk it through about what they're thinking, what they were thinking the other guy was thinking, and what their decision-making process was. But, yeah, that right there is probably, probably about the most fascinating part of this game, a game that has a lot of fascinating components, but it won't be something that, we'll know about all of the stuff that's happening behind the scenes.
The great Matt Mayoko is joining us, Pop and Lund here on the Sports Theater. You can listen on the stream, or you can check him out in his car on YouTube and Twitch, and he looks darn good.
Are you here now? Are you parked here at Levi's?
No, I had to drop off some stuff at a strip mall, and I think where am I? Danville. But I can tell you this right now.
Yeah.
You don't see me sweating, but right now I'm in the car and the
It's
windows
really
are
hot.
rolled up. Yeah, I wish someone would either break the glass or
Well, open
give
the
me a
window.
bowl of water.
Why can't you open the
I know,
window?
Here. Well,
Open the
because
window.
My car's off. There we go. I'll just open
You don't
the
have a
door.
dog in the car, do you, Matt? We want to make sure.
I don't. No,
Okay.
No, but you might see my tongue be sticking
boy.
out here. Yeah,
Believe me, people do.
Here we go.
Can't you open the window? Do you have power windows on that car?
Well, let me do this.
Is the engine
has
off?
to be on.
It's a
Yeah, let me do
73
this.
Pinto.
Yeah, it is. Hold
That
on a
is-
second. I'm
Oddly, there's no
cranking the-
73 Pinto in the captain's 8 stalls they took from me.
You know what's funny is because we're in the midday and everybody's always moving around and stuff.
Oh, we
we
lost
always get the
Mayoko.
bing, bing, bing. Like we get it all the time, so it doesn't matter.
We had Rod Woodson get pulled over by a cop
Oh,
one
that's
day for
right.
speeding.
Oh, what about Dave Henderson? Remember Dave Henderson?
You got a DWI.
That was weird. That was a weird thing. Remember the cops because there was young girls or
I don't know
something
what he was
working
doing.
out, and he was staring at him. And the cop was like, "Excuse me, what are you doing, weirdo?" Wait a minute.
Okay, what's going on?
Mayoko,
here?
you back?
Well, I don't know what's going on. See, you guys forced me to open my window.
Well, I don't want you to asphyxiating your
Now I'm
car.
like,
Now we don't
okay,
see him
what's going
anymore.
on?
It's okay.
Okay, here we go. I'll try to get back
Don't
on.
worry about it. No big deal. We've seen you. Maybe the biggest question, and I don't know. I don't think your 5 is out because I was just looking on your Twitter/X. But how much is Brandon Ayuk going to play? Do you think? And then Trent Williams. It's not like Nick Bosa where you can. Last year he comes in late and you can rotate him out. You don't rotate a left tackle out. So is it a foregone conclusion that Trent Williams is just ready to go? And how much do you think we'll see Brandon Ayuk? And when he's out, who will we see in that position?
I think it's a foregone conclusion that both of those guys will play. I think my video is up again. So
He's
if you guys
back.
wanna-
You look good.
There I am. I think it's a foregone conclusion. Both of those guys will play. I don't necessarily think it's a foregone conclusion that Trent Williams will play 100% of the snaps. I mean, there might be, if he's huffing and puffing and just not ready, I could definitely see a scenario where they throw Jalen Moore in there for a series. As far as Brandon Ayuk, he's going to start. He's probably not going to play near his usual workload, but I think the 49ers are covered for that. I mean, they expect bigger things from Juwan Jennings this season. No question about it. I mean, Juwan Jennings had 19 catches the entire year, and yes, he missed some games due to injury, but we saw him in the postseason, and as Greg pointed out last night, very good chance that he's the Super Bowl MVP if the 49ers win that game. So they expect more from Juwan Jennings. They signed him to a nice contract, $7.5 or something like that $1 million over a couple of years. But also there's Chris Conley. Let's not sleep on Chris Conley. This is a guy that made the 53-man roster out of camp. And so between those two guys, their third and their fourth, I think the 49ers have more confidence in their 3 and their 4 than they had a year ago. So I think that that's going to afford Kyle Shanahan, Leonard Hankerson, the wide receivers coach, the opportunity to do more rotating in of their wide receivers. And then there might also be an opportunity for Jacob Cowling to get on the field, the rookie, maybe for a handful of plays, running some deep routes, that kind of thing, maybe stretching the defense a little bit. So I don't think they feel like they need to have Brandon Ayuk, and which is I think that position is in a lot better shape. And we haven't even talked about Ricky Pearsall. They're down one wide receiver for at least the next 4 games because their first round draft pick is on the non-football injury list. So I think they feel better about their wide receiver depth than they did a year ago. So I don't think they feel the need to just put Brandon Ayuk out there for 95% of the snaps.
Jumping over to the other side of the ball, and I think the key to the game is the jet tackles, Tyron Smith and Morgan Moses. Can they block this new version of the Gold Rush, which is Nick Bosa and obviously Javon Hargrave and Malik Collins?
The Gold Rush, isn't that that's the cheerleader?
Yeah, sometimes I get confused with that.
So they're
the turbo package, the Gold Rush. No.
Well,
go back in the 70s, the Cedric Hardman group. No. Remember them? They called those guys the Gold Rush.
Jimmy Webb, Cleveland Elam.
Yeah.
Who am I missing?
Tommy Hart.
Hardman.
Tommy Hart.
There we go. That's the four.
So anyway, Leonard Floyd is the guy, because you wrote about him, and he said he's the one that tore Aaron Rodgers' Achilles last year. He had a sack and a half in that game on 9/11 last year. When the Jets went to Buffalo later in the year, he had 2.5 sacks in that game. And you were talking to Nick Bosa, and he thinks that Leonard Floyd has a chance to have his best year in the NFL. And last year in Buffalo, he had 10.5 sacks. And when he was on the Rams, he had a 10.5 sack season, and he's won a Super Bowl. So, I talked to you last night about this version of the Gold Rush with Nick and Malik Collins and Javon Hargrave and Leonard Floyd. Could they rival the original Bosa pass rush group of Nick as a rookie, D Ford, and Armstead and Buckner? I mean, what do you see from this reconfigured D-line and specifically Leonard Floyd?
Well, it's hard for me to go there because I have such a high opinion of DeForest Buckner. And I realize Nick Bosa was a rookie then, so he's probably a better player. He's definitely a better player now than he was then. But I think what this team has is they have 4 guys that are really high-level guys as their starters. And maybe this group, maybe the depth isn't as good as it has been, maybe not necessarily last year, but in previous seasons. So they're starting 4 of Bosa and Floyd at the ends, Hargrave and Collins inside is a really good mix of guys that can bring pass rush juice along with guys who can clog up the run on those base downs. And then Yetur Gross-Matos, I don't think he's going to play, or I'd be kind of surprised if he plays this game. He'd be probably the next guy that's kind of the 5th man, and a guy who can play outside on base downs and inside in nickel situations. So I would say that the starters are better on this group, but I think there's probably a bigger drop-off once you go to your second wave. So that's how I see it. But, when you think about Leonard Floyd, this is a guy that had a good rookie season, the first-round draft pick, right, wasn't he, with the Bears?
9th overall pick in 2016.
Yes. Yeah, 9th overall pick, had a good...
Boy, he stilled all at once.
Stout.
There you are.
Drop.
Video stopped right at once, and we lost the feed. Power go out in his car? Somebody get to a strip mall in Danville and revive Maya Coco.
Tell him we're good.
Revive. What happened? How'd that happen? His Wi-Fi go out all at once? That happened to me driving down here on the morning show today. I lost my. He was parked.
We tried to get fancy, and
what happened? Did he have it on a timer? At 10:49, it all went down. What do you have, a battery?
He's got stuff to do. He's very busy.
And that was it. What did he start to say? I don't know. He was giving Floyd's bio. I don't know what he thought. Anyway,
somebody censoring
I'm
him.
going to text him.
Wait a minute. He's ready to give insight. Right? Cut him off.
Are you all right?
Cut him off.
Peter Schrager is going to be despondent when he finds out.
I know, and I'm watching Peter Schrager on TV, and he should still apologize.
Are you okay, man? What happened?
Calling me a Coco a couple of times, and he just cuts out on us. Very angry. All right, we'll catch it of him. Matt will join us on pre- and post-game. He joins all the shows, so he is our Friday guy. So we will get him in on the pregame show, which, by the way, because the Giants are off on Monday, everything's on KNBR. So you and Tim are on KNBR, pre- and post-game on KNBR, everything like that. So no Giants baseball on Monday, so we will get everything on the flagship, on the mothership, on the blowtorch, not on 810 The Spread.
Pregame starts at 1 o'clock. So I only have a 10 to 1.
I got to sit here from 10 to...
You're going to be in the studio 4 hours today. Mm-hmm. Monday, 3 hours with our show. Mm-hmm. How long for the pregame? 1 to 4.
Yeah.
3 more, so 6 hours.
Go upstairs for a little bit.
And then do you do the postgame show from here?
Yeah.
How many hours is the postgame show?
On a 5:15 start, we'll probably get out of like midnight.
Yeah. We've shortened. Tim and I are not going as long in our post-game show.
Stop it. Come on.
We were going an hour.
I have no issue with it whatsoever. I'm just saying I know you.
Don't blame me. When we get the player interviews on, I don't ask the players anything, and Tim will give it one more for me, and then he asks like 18 more.
Hey, bro.
One more.
Bro.
I got one more for me, then I'll turn it over to Pop.
Exactly.
And that is like Pop's like Mayoko. He's like everything went daddy.
Sometimes he wants to go down into the locker room, hang with the boys.
He'll give me the figure.
Maybe take a shower.
One more for me, then I'll turn it over to Pop.
Exactly.
It's like, that ain't,
hey, bro.
That ain't
hey, bro. Hey, bro. Talk about this. Hey, bro.
I'm worried. I got to make sure he's able to park nearby.
Hey.
Where's the F-150?
There's a Ferrari in that spot right now.
He's over by the railroad
I don't know how Trent does this, but they love getting in these small cars. If Blue Thunder comes along, he may just run over one of those little
cars. I haven't seen Blue Thunder in a long time.
Oh, he's got the vet.
He's got a Ford F-150. I haven't seen Blue Thunder in a while.
Oh, is that right? So he'll take his F-150.
Is Mike Krukow okay? I texted him.
Over those cars.
Is he all right?
Yeah, maybe.
Why didn't he open the window when I told him to?
It's the rough
Did he
streets
ever
of
open
Danville.
the window?
I don't know.
What's it in Danville, John? 112 in the shade?
Yeah, it's going to be warm. Last couple of days.
Practice yesterday out here was a smoker.
Oh, I've been jumping in the pool. I've been just like, I get home.
Which is really on the wall.
It's nice.
It's going to cool off for the game on Monday, though.
Oh, is it?
That's what
I like this. Because then you get the warm nights, sit around, hang out. It feels like summer. We didn't really have a great summer. So I've been enjoying it. It's been nice. Grab a
what happened to Maya
beverage.
Krukow? He turned into the Wicked Witch of the West. Did he melt?
You called him Maya Krukow. Got us off on the wrong foot. Yeah, all of a sudden,
that'll be good forever.
I can't hear you guys.
It's 85 degrees in Danville.
Somebody check on him.
Walter,
if you text Maya Krukow,
I texted him. I got nothing back.
Well, you called him Maya Krukow. He's mad.
You know what happened? My phone overheated and turned off.
What does he have?
Seriously.
What do you have? An old flip
mine was
phone or
doing that
something?
yesterday. When I slipped it into charge, it would say charging will not happen because your phone is overheated.
What do you
I
have,
was
an
in the car
original
with,
iPhone?
I had the air conditioning on.
What do you have?
I have like an iPhone 2.
You guys got
a
Come
13?
on, man.
I don't know what it is.
Come on.
His phone overheated. See, we should have had him open. Does he not have air conditioning in the car?
Tony he has a 73 Pinto.
Why? Do they not have AC in 73?
Maybe not.
I think in 73 we had a roll down window.
Oh, absolutely. It did crank the window down. Yeesh. All right, we'll check on
didn't
Matt.
have
Make
power
sure he's
steering.
okay.
Remember that?
7 minutes away, the great Tim Ryan and the Power Hour. He knows all. You don't want to miss it. Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
And last one for me.
Papa and Lund present.
Bosa leading the charge is just rolling people.
Tim Ryan's Bull Rush.
Non-stop motor. There's that spin kick. Bull rushing.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Pop and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. It is always great to be joined by Tim Ryan. Did we just play the Tim Ryan Open? I just put my headphones on. Sorry, I was talking to Tim and Greg, and we were just chopping it up a little bit. We will officially do that in 1 minute, but let me read the fine sponsor this hour with Tim Ryan, the Power Hour, sponsored by the Contra Costa County Office of the Sheriff. Oh, that's a good.
I have no knowledge of them.
Apply for your new career in law enforcement, Pop.
Good men and women.
CocoSheriff.org. That's CocoSheriff.org. You'd be a good cop.
I don't know about that. Speaking of which, what are the events of last weekend in the San Francisco Police Department? We want to commend them.
Oh, man.
Ricky and everything, T-Rock. And it's good to see him back on the practice field. And a lot went on here in August with, contract holdouts, but that really put this whole thing in perspective.
Yeah, that's what a miracle. And thank God for how that situation turned out. Obviously it's a horrific situation when you really think about it, and I mean, it happens all the time when I read about it on the news, see it on the news, but when it happens so close to home, and with a teammate of these guys, I think the whole thing now is just to give Ricky the support that he needs going forward, and hopefully he's going to be all right. In terms of the emotional part of it, and we didn't see him a lot in training camp, because of his injuries, with the hamstring and then he got the shoulder. But when we did see him, I could see why they drafted him where they drafted him at the end of round number 1. He's got some shake, he's got some escapability, he's got a lot of toughness, got a lot of desire, and that's the thing I think with I think John Lynch and Kyle and everybody in the personnel department did a great job with the players they put on this football team, and not just the free agents. And obviously they uploaded some freight trains and some sticks of dynamite on the defensive line, and cannot wait to watch that group play in terms of the depth and the starting 4. But the rookie class, I mean, and the thing you hear, and we talked about it in the preseason a little bit in some of the games, they're our kind of guys. You keep hearing that from the procurers of talent, if you will, and from the teammates of the new players on this team, and they have fit right in. And I think anticipation is, and everybody knows with this team and where they are and where they've been, it's Super Bowl or bust. There will be a lot of challenges. There have already been challenges you can't predict. Certainly the Ricky Pearsall situation was something you could never, ever think about or predict. And there will be things that pop up during the course of the year, and they're going to need some luck. They're going to need to create some luck. Going to need the ball to bounce their way a couple of times. I think, but when it's all said and done, and the schedule is nasty, first place schedule, they will earn every bit of it if they get to the promised land and where they want to go. It will be earned, but there will be a lot of challenge and a lot of obstacles they'll have to get over. And that's what I love about this team is the veteran leadership from the staff and the administration down to the players and Fred Warner and the 8 captains named. They've got their parking spots. So you park in the back now from now on.
I thought you were a captain.
You park in the back. I will park in the back.
I voted you captain.
I will
and you voted
gladly.
me captain.
I voted for myself for captain and Pop Warner my first year of football.
Now I need an Uber ride to get to the building.
I was third string my first year of Pop Warner. I'm telling you, this is classic.
And you voted yourself captain?
Well, my older brother, I have an older brother, and we were on the same team, and I was more of a mascot than anything. I always played up. I always played it with his age group, and he's a year and a half older. And we were boxing at the time, and he was in Ohio for the Nationals. So he left. And it was that week that they were naming captains for the team. And he was a starter. I was like third string running back and third string outside linebacker. And so guys were nominating people, and I put my hand up, and the coach says, "Hey, Tim, what do you got?" And I said, "Ryan for for captain. And everybody was like, man, what a guy. Huh? His brother's
Voting
not
for his
here.
brother.
Voting for his brother. He's not here. Giving him the love. I said, no. Right here. This is the guy I'm
That's
voting
our
for
leader.
captain.
I'm voting for me.
I'm
One,
voting for
two,
me.
three, me.
I'd be on the sideline with my hand around my dad's leg the whole game, but I wanted to be a captain.
Unbelievable. You know what's cool about the captains? And it was 8 this year. And Christian's been a captain before in Carolina. But Kyle Juszczyk, that's the first time maybe he was one in Baltimore, but it's the first time he's been a captain here. He's made the Pro Bowl every single year. He's been a Niner. I think that's kind of cool that the fullback is a captain.
Well, I think he's earned it, and I think he earned it from his teammates, and his teammates realize how valuable he is and what an asset he is to this football team. He is so much of the glue that holds a lot of it together. And when you talk about this football team, this offensive football team, he's got great leadership. He's a tremendous human being. But from the football standpoint, the position and formation variety and versatility that he brings to the table, he can play everywhere. He can play anywhere. He can go out on routes. He can run the fullback force. He's, the old ISO play and the Bob lead, if you will, back on backer, where that's a 2-back set and he's leading up on a linebacker or a safety. Those used to be head knockers. Those collisions were just, he doesn't do it like that. He's Velcro. He just gets on somebody, gets in their way, screens them off. And he's capable of doing it, but he's a very good blocker in terms of his body control and his mindset and what he's doing. And you can split him out. You can put him at H-back. You can put him at fullback. You can play some tailback. He can do everything. And when you get a team stuck with their base on the field, because everyone wants to base 21 personnel, 2 running backs, 1 tight end, 2 wide receivers. They want to, it's a running set. So you want to, or a play action set. So you want to have your base personnel on the field. You want a linebacker out there instead of a nickel guy so you can handle the run stuff. They get a team stuck in that personnel grouping and stuck in their base defense, and they can do anything. And they can open it up. They can spread it out. Brock can pick the matchup. So it really challenges defenses because of his versatility, and I'm happy for him.
Bob and Lund, this is the first Tim Ryan Power Hour. I do it normally on Thursdays, but it's very confusing because of Monday night. It's Friday, but it's Thursday.
No,
down
it's
here. We're
Thursday.
back in a time
And we have a game tonight, so it's like Thursday night football. We're all good.
So let me go back to just from a player perspective, all of this offseason, and certainly the way that the media works nowadays, everybody is focused, and it took a long time to get Trent in here and Brandon Ayuk in here and the Pearsall situation and all these different things that happen in the offseason. Does any of that matter now that we are where we are?
I think it... From the media standpoint, I don't think it matters. I mean, they're here. The band is back together. The Ricky situation is going to have to work itself out for the next 4 weeks, and I anticipate that he'll be fine. But unlike other training camps, and I'll say this about this training camp, I thought the first 10 days of training camp were outstanding. I thought it was a sharp camp on both sides of the ball. There are not 1 or 2 guys that weren't having good camps. Everybody was on their game, including the young guys, and how they got better over the summer, I thought was phenomenal in terms of that 40 days off and what they were able to do and getting their mindset and the cerebral part of the game. Physical part's going to be there, obviously, but the 80% of pro football is from the neck up and anticipating what's coming, knowing what you're looking at, what they can do out of certain things, both offensively and defensively. But I will say this, going into the Tennessee game, the first preseason game, when those injuries started to mount up, was it 23 guys that didn't make the trip or something?
Couldn't even do the practices with New Orleans?
Couldn't, and then, that was what? And it was the right move, I think. I don't think the risk was worth the reward where they were in terms of, depleted with some of these nagging injuries. So it did feel a little bit different. There's no question about that. But there's a lot of silver linings to that too. I mean, I thought Jalen Moore got immeasurably better in terms of what he did as a left tackle when the pads were on out there for Trent Williams. George Mason is ready for a monster year. I think he's going to be way more than a closer this year. So they got a lot of different things done. Brock working with guys he may have to work with more as this season goes on if, fingers crossed, some injuries happen. Deebo Samuel in the camp that he was able to put together from start to finish, I think it's the best camp he's had since he's been here, and I've been here for every practice he's been to. Not only as a player but as a leader, and some of those leadership qualities that Deebo brings to the table, and named to captain. So I think there's a lot of the young guys had to play
quickly. Malik Mustafa, some of the things he was able to do. I mean, there's Renardo Green, learning nickel, going out to the island and learning all that stuff, which isn't easy. So there's some silver lining to it. But now we're to the point, and you can never, to me, this league, you can say what you want about last year, and it was great. And we'll talk about things in areas they need to improve on defense in some situations, because they were not a great defense the back end of last year and into the playoffs. I think we could, they would admit that, I think we all could admit that. The offense was super explosive. O-line didn't play great in the Super Bowl. I think we could say that. So you look at last year and great, there's a lot of foundation over the last 5, 6, 7 years. But every season defines itself once week 1 starts. The personality of the team, what type of team it's going to be. So there is some unknown. And when you don't have any of your offensive guards, 3 offensive guard injuries in training camp, 2 incumbents that were starters in Feliciano and Burford, obviously started a lot of games. And then Big Banks, the Outer Banks, goes down with a broken pinky. Thank God for Pooney and the 3rd-round pick out of Kansas. I'm telling you, he's a real player, and he is going to start at right guard, and he's going to have his hands full with Quinnen Williams. There's going to be times where Williams will line up over there on him, and he'll have to block Javon Kinlaw and Solomon Thomas and the old 49ers. But there is some unknown. There is no Dre Greenlaw. There's a new linebacker in Devondre Campbell, who I think is going to be fine. I think a major weapon in the pass game with his length, his intelligence, his recognition of concepts. Guy's played a lot of football. He was an all-pro. Played 2 years with Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay. I think Gio is going to take this opportunity if Huff's not ready to go on Monday night. He's gotten better and better. Some of the new guys, Isaac Yiadom, he looks like he's ready to go. He's the real deal if you watch some of the Saints tape, and I think 8 or 9 starts for him last year. He's going to be an asset to this team. So there's a lot of unknown, and they've got to go put it on the field, and what a great opportunity to do it. Not a lot of home openers, fellas, and you've had one.
And it was during the pandemic. There were no fans. It was the Arizona game. We lost that game.
Yeah, Levi, yeah. Levi's is going to first play of the game.
It's going to be lit.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely lit on Monday night, and the atmosphere is going to be outstanding. Final game, there's some great matchups this weekend, started with the one last night. But it should be a great season for this 49er football team. Going to be a lot of work ahead, a lot of challenges, and I think challenges they're going to be able to meet.
Awesome. It's the Tim Ryan Power Hour. Sean Lund with the best radio team in the NFL, and Tim Ryan and Greg Papa will come back, get more into the offseason, what to expect, and start looking at the Jets and the 49ers next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers all-time leading rusher Frank Gore joined Murph and Marcus this morning, discussed being inducted into the 49ers Hall of Fame. The ceremony's coming up ahead of Monday Night Football. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials. It is always great to talk to our good friend, Steve Moskowitz. He has the answers to all of your tax issues, including, Steve, when you can't pay your taxes. What do our listeners do then?
Call us. There's so many good solutions. So many times the IRS sends a wrong bill and says, you must pay this right now, no other recourse. That's not the case. If the bill is wrong, we want to get it corrected. But what if the bill isn't wrong? What if you do owe the money? There's so many good solutions. So don't stick your head in the sand and wait for one of these newly hired IRS agents to come in, knocking on your door, ruining your life, your business, your marriage. There's so many good solutions. Like, can you pay part and they forgive the rest, or get the penalties forgiven, or pay in monthly installments that you can afford, not what some IRS agent says you can afford, what you can afford, or have them leave you alone for a while till you're back on your feet financially. Or if the problem was caused by your ex-spouse or ex-business partner, shifting it away from you onto them where it belongs. The bottom line is, there's so many other things I want to tell you. The only thing you have to do is call us up for a free consultation and say, hey, Steve, get me out of this mess.
That's all you have to do. Steve, get me out of this mess. He's got the answers to your tax issues. 888-TAX-DEAL. If you can't pay your taxes, any other tax issues, 888-TAX-DEAL. Call Steve right now or check him out online at moskowitzllp.com.
Faithful. This hour, we go from snap to whistle.
It's the mindset of full speed, nonstop, snap to whistle.
This is Tim Ryan's Bull Rush with Papa and Lunch on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
For hanging in with us on a Friday. It's Thursday down here in Santa Clara because of the Monday night. It's very confusing. Tim Ryan is here for the first version of the Tim Ryan Power Hour. We do it every Thursday unless it's a Monday night, and then we do it on a Friday, which is what we're doing today. Thanks for hanging out with us. All right, we got into all of the off-season discussions. Let's get into some fun stuff, especially the Jets offensive line, which is revamped, versus what is a revamped defensive line. Bringing in Leonard Floyd, who seems to be fine. Eric Armstead is out. Some big guys are inside. What do we got here?
I think we got explosiveness is when you look at the guys that they uploaded. And look, Eric Armstead was a great player here for a long time. I don't think he ever got enough credit. And being a former D lineman, he had some rare skill sets. I mean, when he would get his arms out and extend on you, I mean, not a lot of guys do that the way that he shocked people. Remember the play against Arizona last year, that long arm on Hernandez, I think the guard, and just freight trained him.
Well, they don't win the Detroit game because he forces the fumble, right? They don't win that NFC Championship game, and he was awesome in the Super Bowl too.
Awesome. And when you go back to some of the matchups against Aaron Rodgers, he was awesome in those games. But I think when you look at the guys they brought in, I'll start with Malik Collins, who's taken the spot of Eric Armstead. He's a smaller guy. He's 6'2.5", 6'3", 310. He looks almost like a corner from the knee down when you look at his low, lower legs in terms of he's got some real quickness. Obviously knows the scheme coming from Houston with D'Amico. Prerequisite number one to be a 49er defender is your motor better run hot. His RPMs are redlining all the time. I mean, he gets after it, and he plays snap to whistle. But I think what I like most, and he's got a lot of moves. He's got an arsenal of moves. He's got arm overs. He's got rips. He's got clubs. He uses them. A lot of guys, they got one or two moves that they stick with. That's great. He's got a lot of moves that he can go to. What I think I like most about him, and he's the explosiveness to win quick and get into the gap and burst and have the foot speed to be able to finish and not let the offensive lineman recover once he gets to his edge. I think what I love most about him is I think he's going to make Nick better, or whoever Leonard Floyd at times when he's out there at left end, because when you talk about the pass rush stunts in the games. It's teamwork, and they're co-op stunts. You got to cooperate with the guy next to you. You got to set up. If I'm the wrap guy, I've got to set up, taking some inside charge on the guard. If I'm Malik Collins, and pull him in there a little bit, knowing Nick's going to take an inside move, because the whole key is that first guy getting the gap, getting in between the two blockers. If that first guy, the clear out guy, can get in the gap, it's over. It's a wrap, because now they're stuck. Do you let them go, or do you take them, and then the wrapper's going to come free? So it's all about getting that gap. So he works inside, or whichever way he's going, to open that door for Nick or the rusher to get the gap if he's the wrap guy. And then what he does most importantly is he wraps tight. Everything's tight. Everything's in a phone booth. It's not, and that's where Eric was different. Eric needed a lot of room. Eric needed.
He's a big guy. He's tall.
He's a big, 6'8" or whatever he was, or close to it, and he needed that room to get around that corner. This guy, it's like whap whap, and it's tight. It's right off of the clear out guy's tail. And when you're tight, once again, they can't recover. You're there quicker. You're there a split second quicker, or a full half second quicker, because when you wrap, now the quarterback sees it coming. He knows he's in trouble, and if the wrapper's wide, there's an escape lane. He's got an opportunity to get rid of it, or to escape and find an escape hatch up in front of him or out the side door. So I love that about him, and obviously he can play the run. We've seen that since he's been here. We saw that in play one in Las Vegas when he split the double team, threw two guys to the ground, like, get out of here, and made the tackle. So huge, I think, asset for the defensive line. And then I'll stay inside with Jordan Elliott, freight train. And this guy's 330 pounds, and he's got nimble feet. And he's the kind of guy that he goes out to practice. He's got no wrist tape. He's got no gloves. He's got no finger tape. I would probably bet his ankles aren't taped. I haven't looked. But he's just raw. He is a man out there. And he is going to – there was a couple days in training camp. And when he first got here, it was a little bit rough. I was like, oh, man. And I remember him from Cleveland last year, but I was like, oh, he's getting hooked. He's in a 2-eye inside shade of the guard. They're running the ball, to the front side, and he's getting hooked by the guy. I'm like, what are we doing? That's like, you can't do that. That's in this defense, you can't do that. I know they played it different with Jim Schwartz, even though there's some similarities with the Nines, and Kasarik was with Schwartz here for all those years in Detroit.
Jim Washburn had him in Cleveland, too. He was always down.
And they played it a little bit different because their linebackers were so downhill and so aggressive, and their safeties and the way they cleaned a lot of that stuff up and wrecked a lot of it. So he was able to backdoor some stuff. And I remember telling you, I'm like, man, he's getting hooked at a 2-eye. I don't know about that. He got that cleaned up, got coached up. That's not how we do it here. And that's the learning curve in a new defense and in new techniques. There was a couple days in the middle of training camp where he was the best player on defense. And there's some great players. I'm not saying he's Fred Warner, he's Nick Bosa, but for those couple practices, he was unstoppable. I mean, when I see starting offensive linemen that are trying to block him, and they're just hanging on for dear life, that's a rare skill set. And he's got that ability. And again, he can forklift guys. He's got moves. He can throw people out of the way. He's tremendous in run defense. Where did the 49ers have challenges last year? The crunch play, the double team with the defensive tackles. He can hold up on that stuff. He can split it. We saw Malik split it in the Vegas game. But what I like most about Elliott is he's got the foot speed and the nimbleness. Once he gets to that, he can beat the guy. Now, I was always a guy in pro football where I could get an edge. I had moves. I had an arsenal of moves. I loved the club rip inside. The Howie Long B gap, just rip the B gap. I could do that. I could get to an edge, but I didn't have the foot speed to always finish. And pro football is about recovery if you're an offensive lineman. They get in a bad spot. That's why Pooney's so good. If he gets in a bad spot, he's got the footwork and the balance. He can recover. And you might have a guy beat, but it might just be a little push on your hip. That if you don't get away from him quick enough, now that he can recover just enough, give a little push on your hip, knock you off your rush lane. Now the quarterback can step up, and it's a pressure instead of a sack, forced fumble, or whatever it's going to be. So he can finish. And then you go to Flo and Leonard Floyd. Go watch that tape from last year. Go watch him against both games against the Jets.
Huge numbers. Huge numbers.
And another guy with a huge motor. He's probably 6'6". He's long. He is a hard-charging guy. He's got a really good double chop on the outside, and he can turn the corner and go. But I think what he does best, he's been around 9 years. He's had a lot of production, is he plays with his eyes. He never gets out of position. You're not going to see him too many times run way past the quarterback in terms of the depth. Just all or nothing to the outside, and then the quarterback's able to step in and step out. He's always got his eyes on the target. So I think so many young guys in this league, they're so worried about winning their rush that they lose the thought process of what's most important. That's the guy with the ball. It's the target. This guy's just in your way. This is not the job. The job is to beat him, but the real job is to get to the football. And he uses his eyes so he can bounce back inside. He can fall inside. He's always in good position to go make a play because he's never really out of position. Another thing I like about him, and I think Staley coached him in Chicago, and I think Staley coached him with the Rams.
He did.
And, Staley has done a lot of different things over the years with the 3-4 and the odd fronts. He knows what he's doing when and Saleh did this when he was here. D'Amico did it when he was here. Wilkes did it a little bit last year. Sorensen will do it some this year. There's times when they're running a zone pressure where that defensive end's dropping, hook to curl or curl to flat. And he knows what he's doing out there because he's played outside linebacker. He's done enough of it that he's not in foreign territory when he's dropping. He's not out there just making it look good. He's out there anticipating what might be coming. So I think that's another thing that this defense this year, when you factor in those guys, and then Gross Matos is an absolute power player. I wouldn't be surprised if later in the year you're going to see him out there early downs and base. Because he's got a lot of power. He's thick. He's built for the trenches.
Cleve Fertile type.
Yeah, he can play inside. He can play outside. He can play more inside than Clee could. He's thick.
But he sets the edge.
But he can really set the edge. So I think this defense, when you talk about years past and back to being a great defense, I think they're going to be able to do some different things this year. Instead of just sitting in cover 3 or quarters or some man, they're going to have more opportunities to challenge offenses. And I think it's built for the skill sets of this secondary and for the pass rush. You got to link the rush and the coverage up together. I hate watching when they send a pressure, the quick game's coming, and you got a guy, 8 yards off in a pedal, and it's just kind of a freebie.
First half of the Rams game.
Yeah, it's just pitch and catch. You're wasting what's electric about this defense, which is the pass rush. So I think there are going to be more opportunities. And I mean, you look at Charvarius Ward; he's a press man guy. He can play off man. He wants to get in your face, get his hands on you. He's got big old hands. Wants to get them on you. He wants to play. Diamador Lenore can do the same thing, especially out of the nickel. Yadam is long enough; he can do all that stuff. So I think there's going to be more opportunities to show different looks. And I was talking to Nick in the summer, Bosa. Last thing on the D here. And I think his mindset, and I mean, we know this, is when you're playing these elite quarterbacks, and there's a boatload of them on the schedule. There always is, but this year, is you've got to be able to show some different stuff. You got to do some different things that you didn't do last year. You didn't do they get cut-ups. I mean, they've got cut-ups from every play of however far they want to go back. You've got to have some different wrinkles to make these guys think a little bit. Get them a little bit to where they've got to hold it for a second and maybe hitch a couple times instead of, there, out. It's not always complete, but that's the beater. I know where I'm going. Be able to do some different things with some versatility. And I think Nick Sorensen will be able to get that out of the, you add, Staley to the group. And then with the different skill sets of some of these guys and with the upgrades, I think back in the secondary, they're going to have opportunities to do that.
All right, let's flip it over to the other side. The big story, Robert Saleh, the former defensive coordinator of the 49ers, man, you know very well, versus Kyle Shanahan. How is that chess game going to work out on Monday night? We'll get to it next. The Tim Ryan Power Hour continues only here on the Sports Leader.
Ryan's Bull Rush continues with Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
We play San Fran next year, so I don't want to talk about what I do.
I was going to ask you about Brock Purdy, Coach.
Well, we already know the schedule, so it's part of we'll have an idea way before the schedule comes out. It's just we'll have all those things broken down, and then when the schedule pops out, we'll prioritize. But they're as good as anybody in football, and a lot of coaches talk about how there's only one football. How do you get it to everybody? And it's like, well, study San Francisco because he's figured it out. He does as good a job as anybody making sure everybody's happy and being fed properly.
Might be the hottest seat in the NFL. That is Robert Saleh, joined the show last year, head coach of the Jets, and, of course, former defensive coordinator under Kyle Shanahan with the 49ers. So here we go, game number one. Robert Saleh knows Kyle. Kyle knows Robert Saleh. It's the Power Hour with Tim Ryan. How's this thing going to all work out?
Well, what gets lost in what he just said is, Kyle can make the food as good or better than anybody, but Brock can serve it better than anybody. You see that Applebee's commercial? He knows what he's doing.
50-cent wings.
I saw that when I was like, whoa, Brock, all right. His ball distribution is ridiculous. And why is that? Because he sees the coverage. He's AI. He's the throwbot. He processes the coverage, John, and delivers the mail on time. That's what coordinators, play callers, head coaches, that's what they want to see, and that's why Brock Purdy is so special and has been special and set all those records last year. This defense is damn good. They've got all the component. Here may be the only thing that they're missing, because I'm good friends with Robert. Obviously, as you guys know, 24-5 in golf too against him, by the way. But when you play this defense,
you 5 times.
And he'll tell you 4 of the last 5. So he was on a little upswing. He finally would hit a 3-wood off the tee instead of the driver on a 330-yard hole. He always wants to drive the green.
He's a big man.
Oh yeah, he can rip it. But what this defense needs is you need a Mike Backer to run the show and be the guy in the middle and plug in the hole and getting deep when you need to, staying shallow when you need to. But you need edge players. You got to have defensive ends and you got to have corners with all the cover 3. And now they're not exclusive cover 3, and they weren't when they were here. That's just the foundation. They play a lot of quarters. They'll play a lot of man on third down because they've got the personnel to be able to do it. But you've got to have edge players. And every great defense better have a war daddy inside, and they got one in Quentin Williams. He is really good. And not just his pass rush and his run defense, it's how he plays with his eyes, like I was talking earlier. He's never out of a position. He knows when you're screening. He knows when you're running. He knows his cues. He knows what he's looking at. So not only a really good physical football player, but he's a smart football player, and that shows up. And I know his sacks were down last year. When you score 15.8 points a game, you're not rushing the passer as much as you want on defense. Obviously, their offense had some challenges after 4 plays in losing Aaron Rodgers in the opener against Buffalo. But the year before, he had 12 sacks. So he is going to be a handful for Aaron Banks, and he'll be a handful for Pooney because he'll line up on the left side. Sauce Gardner is the real deal. Doesn't have a lot of picks. I don't think a lot of guys go his way because he's got blanket coverage. He's 6'3", but he's got the hips of a 5'9", quick twitch guy. I mean, he can really turn and burn, drive up on the ball, flip his hips at the top of routes, and stay in guys' hip pockets. And then he's got the length with those long arms. Not only is he 6'3", but he's got that wingspan, and he gets his hands on a lot of footballs. I'll be curious to see if he travels with Brandon Ayuk. I think if it was last year, I think he would. I think some of the unknown with BA not being here all summer, and that might be they'll have to feel that out. As it goes on. They got old 49er DJ Reed on the other side, another good edge corner. Gets after it in the run game. Sauce Gardner will play the run, and he's willing, but he's not like our guys, and he's not like DJ Reed in terms of like he's gonna fire. Those guys fire their guns. They're gonna come take your thigh. They're gonna knife right through you, and they're gonna drive up on it quick. You can't sit and wait, and that'll be a key against Breece Hall. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But DJ Reed's aggressive. He's got great instincts. They've got 2 really good linebackers. Quincy Williams, the older brother of Quentin, you talk about a run and hit guy and a guy that can, I think he runs 4.59 or something. He plays faster, which tells me that he's on it from the neck up. And Saleh being the old linebacker coach that he is, he's got these guys schooled up. Mosley in the middle, good player, veteran leadership, rarely out of position. When I watch him on tape, though, he doesn't look exactly like the same guy. Like, he's not Fred Warner. Now, maybe other people think he is, but I don't think so in both the run or the pass. Still a really good player. So Kyle will have his hands full, and I think that, going against Robert, knowing this scheme, Robert better have his spray starch out for some of those wrinkles, because I promise you there's some wrinkles coming. There's some things where, we know what this is based on form, and Saleh is so good on tendencies and down and distance. I remember playing Kansas City at Kansas City, and it was 3rd and 3, and they got Solomon Thomas was playing right end. They got him on a wheel route, man coverage on, he just happened to be in this defense. Very rare, again, like I was talking earlier with the DN dropping. Well, he ended up having to cover the tailback out of the backfield who ran a wheel route. And bang, hit it for a 70-yard play or whatever it was. He played it as good as he could, but he's not going to keep up with a running back running a wheel route with no help. And I asked Saleh after the game, I go, Andy got you, huh? He goes, changed it up. I go, what are you talking about? He said, that's a 3rd and 1 call. Every time he's run that play in his coaching career. This is back to Philadelphia in, many, many years. Every time he's run that play has been on 3rd and 1. And I thought, I don't think he's going to run it. It's 3rd. I don't remember if it was 3rd and 2 or 3rd and 3, but it wasn't 3rd and 1. And he ran it. And he just, we saw that last night. He is a tremendous play caller, and that's the whole chess match between coaches. So Saleh is up on all that stuff. He's got all the data. What makes a great coordinator is predicting what they're going to do and anticipating that it's coming based on a variety of, down a distance, formation, personnel, all that stuff. So he's all over that stuff. Kyle knows what he wants to do. Kyle knows how he wants to defend what he's bringing to the table and what he's showing him pre-snap. I don't think there's anybody better than Kyle at wrinkles and getting guys open, and it's going to look like this, but really it's that in both the run game and the pass game. It's so cerebral, and that's why you need receivers on the same page with the quarterback, and everybody's got to be in tune. That's why so much of the work on the field is translated from those meeting rooms and what they're doing off the field. And that's, in terms of an intelligence standpoint, this team's, and same with the O-line, everybody on offense, you got to be smart in terms of your processing ability. So he'll have some stuff for Robert Saleh. It's not going to be easy. I think the big key, we all know the stats on, if they get 30 runs, and I would assume, Christian's out there with his calf and Achilles looked good yesterday in practice. JP Mason, Garindo, I think the running backs are going to be fine. They got to be able to run it. And I think if you're going to run it at these guys, and where I started with great edge players, they got good players on the edges. Other than Michael Clemens, they're light. Jermaine Johnson gets after it. He's their best edge pass rusher for sure. See, a great edge setter, he's good, not great. Is Will McDonald a great edge setter? I don't think so for the second-year first-round pick out of Iowa State. I think tight ends are going to have a chance to be able to block him, which is unacceptable as a defensive end. And that's part of the 49er run game when the tight ends, Kittle, the best blocking tight end in pro football. When you can block that edge and seal that edge for the run game, now you're cooking with gas. So you got to be able to run it. I think, you got to be able to get into the quick game, take some shots when they're available. But it's going to be a fun chess match between Kyle and Robert Saleh and through Jeff Ulbricht, another 49er who's coaching their defense. It's going to be fun to watch on Monday night. Then it's about execution.
Tim Ryan Power Hour will continue with it. We'll get to Trent Williams and Brandon Ayuk and how much they'll be able to play and how effective.
Give me the oxygen, Johnny. Give me the oxygen.
We'll do that. And we'll get some final thoughts from Tim. And then the top of the hour, if you missed it, John Lynch was on with the morning show this morning and talked about Ricky Pearsall, talked about getting those contracts done, CMC, a couple other things. We'll play that for you as Tim scoots out of here at noon. We're live from Levi's Stadium, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. In the NFL, there is no margin for error. One mistake can change the outcome of a game. That's why 8 out of 10 NFL players have a Sleep Number smart bed as the official sleep and wellness partner of the National Football League. Sleep Number is proud to help players unlock their full potential through the power of quality sleep. Do you have a Sleep Number bed yourself? If not, take advantage of Sleep Number's biggest sale of the year, and you can save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus you get special financing. But the sale does end this Sunday when the NFL begins in earnest on Sunday, September the 8th. This is available to you only at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com, official sleep and wellness partner of the NFL. See store for details.
Back to Papa and Lund and Tim Ryan's Bull Rush.
Oh, my goodness. You talk about a tidal wave rush?
This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Goodness. Papa and Lund, Levi Stadium, our first foray into the Tim Ryan Power Hour. We'll normally do them on Thursdays. You get a Monday nighter. So that's what we're doing, getting into the Jets and the 49ers and just the overall look. Top of the hour, John Lynch was on with the morning show this morning, so don't miss it. We'll play a couple of cuts. Talked about Ricky Pearsall, as well as the health of CMC and getting those contracts done with Brandon Ayuk and Trent Williams. And real quick before we move on, as a former player, these guys weren't in camp. How much can Trent play? How much can Ayuk play? And how effective can they be?
Well, football shape is different than just great shape. You guys know that. But I think if anybody can do it from a gas tank standpoint, it's Ayuk from what I've seen. Now the tracking the ball and the process that happens in a split second of there it is, now you got to contort this way and go get it. That stuff may be a little rusty. Obviously, in my mind, he's looked good at practice. But from a stamina standpoint, and he might be on, I won't call it a pitch count, but I don't think he's going to play as many snaps as he'd play, in a regular season game, 60 or 65 or whatever it is. But I think his gas tank is going to be fine, just watching him out there and knowing what he did in preparation before he signed his deal last week. And I'm happy for him. I'm happy that for the team, obviously, for the faithful, that it all worked out. And all forgotten and time to move on if things did get a little bit cantankerous. Trent, I think, is a different story. It's a different position. And you don't run nearly as much as an O-lineman, but our O-lineman, the 49er O-lineman, run more than any O-lineman in the league, just because of the way that they coach it and the scheme and getting D-linemen running and staying on your feet. Trent will be sucking oxygen. And whether he was here or not, I think the first game is always a challenge for offensive linemen. When you have a 12, 13, 14-play drive, it's like, oh, man, just because of the adrenaline, the strain. He hasn't really strained since the Super Bowl last year. And your gas tank will wither under those circumstances if you haven't built up that stamina. Is he going to play bad? No, he's going to be fine. And I think he'll be able to block anybody they're setting off the edge. And I know he's worked out. I know he's in shape. But it's going to take him a little while to get in that football shape, in my mind. But both of them, I think, so glad they're here. The band's back together, and I think they're both going to be the players this year that they've been in years past. So I don't have a big fear about that. I think the challenge, and I think the question going into this game is, what's Aaron Rodgers bringing to the table? He's out of the darkness and into the light.
I've been studying him for 2 weeks.
Good. We'll keep studying. You watch that quick game and watch those balls down the middle of the field. He can absolutely rip it. The question is where's his extension game? Where's the off-schedule game? He's had 4 plays since the 22 season. How much is it? A lot of RPOs. How much is he going to be changing when he sees stuff at the line of scrimmage and changing it to what he wants to do? How much is he going to rely on Breece Hall? How much are they going to rely on Breece Hall? Will they really stick to the run game for 4 quarters if it's a tight game? And the 49ers defense is containing that electric back, which he is. Guy's a spacewalker, man. He's quick. He's got great balance, vision. He's not a lower your shoulder, run you over type of guy and get every last yard that, take all the grass in front of you type of thing, how these guys are coached, but he makes people miss. He's really good in the pass game as a receiver. He had 1,585 total yards last year and had the 76 catches to go along with the nearly 1,000 yards rushing. So how much of this game can they put on Aaron Rodgers' shoulders, and how can he hold up at 40 years old? All the reports are he looks great. He's ready to roll. He hasn't had a lot of game reps in a while. And he's about to see a fast, furious defense that's going to be coming at him. And I know they revamped their O-line with Tyron Smith and Morgan Moses. Went and got John Simpson, got Vera Tucker back now playing guard. Center's pretty good. Tight end's underrated. Garrett Wilson's a problem. Lazard's a big target and underrated, faster than where he was clocked with his size. Gibson runs a lot of jet sweeps, plays in the slot. They move Garrett Wilson around a lot. There's indicators by his alignment of maybe what they're running in terms of the RPO game and some of that stuff. But at the end of the day, this game is going to come down to very simply which offensive line can hold up and which D-line can dominate. There's just too many good players at the skill positions on both sides. Who wins the line of scrimmage? My money will be on the 49ers.
You talked earlier.
Not that
about,
I bet, but I mean,
but this is going to be a competitive game. They're going to be
No
it's
doubt.
so hard to get ready for this game because Aaron Rodgers is a Jet. There's no video of it except 4 snaps last year, and he didn't play in the preseason this year nor last year. So we talked about maybe Sauce Gardner following Ayuk around. The other side of it, Charvarius Ward, the Mooney man. Do you think? And Wilson will go in the slot sometimes, so the Demo will get him. Yadam has size that they didn't always have on the opposite corner. It's early in the week. Did you have a feel if Charvarius will follow Garrett Wilson around?
I do not have a feel. And you and I both know in the big games with a clear number one last year that happened.
DK
Metcalf.
Thanksgiving night.
And obviously a bigger guy, and Charvarius is big. So I don't know with Garrett Wilson. I mean, he's wearing number 5. He's not 17 anymore for the fans out there. He is quick as a hiccup. He's got really good body control. He's not a huge target. He's not only just quick, but he's fast. I think he was the 4th most targeted receiver in pro football last year with 168 targets with Zach Wilson playing quarterback. So I think another question for me going into the game, and I know Lazard has played his whole career with Aaron Rodgers, despite the injury to him last year with Lazard on the field. I don't know what he had, 20-something catches, 23 catches and a touchdown last year. Are they top-heavy on Garrett Wilson with the targets? Is Aaron Rodgers looking at him like he looked at Devontae
Who's their number
Adams?
2? What's Mike Williams going to give him, T-Rock?
A 50-50 go ball, and he's a big receiver, and he's got body control and go up and get it. He's going to have 2 weeks of practice under his belt coming off that ACL from the preseason last year, and he only played 3 games in 2022. So, again, like you said, hard to prepare because there's a lot of unknown going into this game. But one thing I do know, Fred Warner and this defense have got a chance to be really, really good in terms of dominant and getting back to what they do for 4 quarters for a full season. That opportunity lies in front of them. They just got to go capture it.
One thing you mentioned the offensive defensive line in the trenches being so big. Watching last night's game in which Ronnie Stanley gets called a bunch.
Oh, I hope they enforce that on.
Because you got 2 old tackles for the Jets who are going to need a kind of a head start against this pass rush of the Niners. How's that going to be called? Because if it's called like it was last night, they got to.
It's a point of emphasis.
Right.
Well, obviously.
The right tackle's name is Moses, and he's as old as him. So,
right.
Oh my God, man.
Right. And Trent's no spring chicken either, but he's still got foot speed to be able to get back and get into some of those vertical sets. I hope they enforce it the way that they did in the game last night. And I think Collinsworth said it like the 3rd time, like the officials have made a statement. This is a point of emphasis, and this will be called. Now, I thought they could have called it on Kansas City, too.
God,
with Jawan Taylor. I mean, if you're going to call it both ways. I mean, what looks different from that vantage point and that perspective? They're looking, the side judge or whatever.
It's a left tackle versus a right tackle.
He's looking right down at it.
That's what Harbaugh, you can see Harbaugh say that to the officials.
Yeah.
Call it. You're not calling it both
So
ways.
if they enforce that and those guys got to snug up to the guy next to him and get their head in the vertical plane of the waistband of the center, Bosa and Flo are going to have a big day, especially Bosa, because if he's got to step on you with his hand swipes and with what's his rare skill set. Obviously his strength and, his balance and what he's able to do. But his rare skill set is his hand-eye coordination. And it was like Chris Jones last night when he got the sack force fumble. He did not miss that wrist on the swipe. And if you hit it and everything's timed up right and you got the edge, forget it. There's nobody better than Nick Bosa with the hand-eye and locating what they're showing you and then be able to swipe it to the side. And then if that doesn't work, have a counter move. Or if you see something different, his mind processes that fast. That's his rare skill set. So if he's got to jump on you because you've got to crowd the line of scrimmage as an offensive tackle and you can't get back in the, as they were saying last night, lined up in the backfield. Come on, man. How about he's just not in the waistband of the center? I don't think he's in the backfield. Enough of that. But it'll be a long day for both of those tackles. And I think Nick will end up, and along with Leonard Floyd, they'll rush both of them. Nick will play right and left and vice versa with Flo.
Yeah, Flo had 4 sacks against the Jets last year. Sack and a half and then 2.5.
Well,
Rev it up.
Yeah. And well, I mean, for the sexiness of the game, which was Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes, it was the lack of protection. The offensive line for the Ravens was lost in the game, I thought. So
well, and then here, I fully agree with you. And then if you want to judge some, I think, stats that are super important in this game and has nothing to do with yards, It does when you factor him in, but it's not like, oh, he threw for that and his QB rating was that and his yards per attempt was that. All that stuff's important. Missed tackles, week one, always a challenge because these guys haven't been doing it full speed, and so many of them didn't play. And you could say the same for the Jets in the preseason. In yards after contact. Because as good as the Jets were, and I think they were third in defense, number one in yards per play, that's going to be a great matchup watching them against the 49ers offense, which last year was number one in yards per play. I think that's the first time this has happened, according to our crack statistician, and more than
merger,
that,
right?
Coach Babcock. Nobody is. They haven't seen that matchup, number one versus number one in yards per play. But when you look at the Jets, they missed a lot of tackles last year, and they gave up a lot of yards after contact. Two areas where the 49ers have been able to excel and has certainly won them a lot of games. So that will be something to watch.
I can't wait. The Ryanisms. You have a bunch.
Light it up, Johnny Lund.
Not asking. I just
Greg, how you doing, man? You good?
Did you call me Greg?
Yeah, I like Greg.
Hello, Greg.
Remember when you dropped a Greg on me in the middle of the game last year?
It's a new thing.
Who are you talking to?
We got a new year.
New year going on. Maybe
Greg, it was good being with you.
Hello, Greg.
Right you are, Timothy.
Very nice. Great to have you back, man. Looking forward to a whole season of it.
Let's go.
Excited. Let's go.
Going.
All right,
I wish
you guys.
it was Monday, don't you? Let's go.
Let's get going, man.
Got to wait a whole weekend for this?
The Tim Ryan Power Hour. It's Pop and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, a Cumulus media station. And again, we'll do it every Thursday. It's a Monday nighter, so we do it on Friday. It is awesome to have Tim Ryan back. And of course, you listen any platform, but also we're always on YouTube and Twitch. So make sure you tune in. You can see Tim and the glorious hair, although he has it pulled back today under a hat, so you can't see it as glorious. I saw it right when he was outside.
Well, you're a member of the broadcast team.
Yeah,
you
so
come up, and then we got Mike Baird, we got Mike Kohler, and we got T-Rock and myself. But it's Chris Babcock who we got to give a shout out. So the note that T-Rock, since the merger, two teams, first time ever, two teams have led the league in most yards per play. The Niners were 6.6 a play last year. You don't even need third down. You're getting first down on second down when you go in 6-6. And the fewest yards allowed per play, the Jets at 4.6. So in some categories, the best offense in pro football against the best defense in pro football. And you got Kyle Shanahan against Robert Saleh.
Yeah, it's going to be good.
Where's Booger?
It's gonna be. Oh my God!
We got to tell. Tell that story.
What do you say, Boog?
Tell the story about
he was in practice,
Monday night
right?
game.
He told him.
He kept calling Robert Saleh, and T-Rock called him out in front of.
Well,
Robert Saleh.
and Booger does a good job. I think he always has, and was a really good player in Tampa, and I have a lot of respect for him. But Saleh's like family. And he kept calling him Saleh. So he was at practice, and he came up, and he was talking to Robert at practice, and they were just chopping it up. And
it was
Robert,
Dove Valley, the joint practices of the Broncos.
And Robert has got such humility, and he cares about people, and he's just a really good person. And so Booger's talking to him, and I butt right in. I'm like, hey, bro, it's Saleh, not Salah. And they're right in the middle of a conversation. He's like, well, I've seen it written different ways. I've heard it said different ways. I've heard it this, I've heard it that.
He's
and
right there. Ask him.
I said it's Saleh, like Hala Saleh. It's Saleh. And he's like, all right, I got it. And again, I love Booger and think he does a great job. So then we go in, and I tell Robert, I go, I don't think he's going to mess it up now. And he goes, you embarrassed me so bad. He goes, did you see the way I just shut it down? I walked away. He goes, bro. He goes, you got something up your nose. You blow it out every time. I go, I'm sorry, man. That's just the way it is. So hopefully it's Saleh for everybody.
But then I think he still
He
called
did
him
it
the
that
wrong
night
thing.
on Monday Night Football.
Yeah, I know. I asked him. I'm glad you guys said that. I go, did he get it right? He goes, no, my parents called me right after the game. Messed it up again.
Screwed it up. Still screwed it up. All right, man.
Classic.
Good stuff. Thanks, brother.
Saleh.
He'll be in the booth, the best radio team in the NFL, Papa and Tim Ryan, and they'll be back in the booth on Monday night, and we'll have it on the Blowtorch KNBR as the Giants are off that night. All right, John Lynch this morning. Let's play a couple of these cuts real quickly, and then we have Dan Orlovsky to talk quarterbacks at the bottom of the hour at 12:30, so don't miss that. Spend your lunchtime with us. But here is John Lynch this morning as they rotate with the drive time shows. He was on the morning show this morning, And let's get his explanation about what. Ow! Ow!
He hits you harder than he hits me. I just realized that.
I like it. Wakes me up. It's like the smelling salts. I love it. But here is John Lynch when he heard about the situation on Saturday. Security coming and getting him, and they drove to the hospital. Here's John Lynch's reaction when he first heard about Ricky Pearsall.
I think this is the one thing that probably to our entire team, we've been in the midst of some very public contract disputes and trying to figure those things out. Well, what brings more perspective than someone fighting for their life, and that's exactly what Ricky was doing. A young man went down for an autograph signing on Saturday, and then went down to Union Square to get some luggage, and at some point was approached and tried to rob Ricky, and whatever ensued, and I just know I was sitting home. We had our team party at the Shanahan's house, and I get a call from Austin Moss, our director of player affairs, saying, hey John, hold on, we got a serious issue going on. Ricky Pearsall's been shot, and I as you can imagine, how you take that call, it's not a fun one to get.
Yeesh. There you go. Just grabbing some luggage. Got to grab some luggage.
Well, exactly. And I don't know if he traveled with us to Vegas or Minneapolis or to Nashville, but we're going to Minneapolis a week from today. We're flying, and it's a weekend off, and I thought maybe he was buying some clothes to look stylish for Kyle and Rick Ross at the party that night, and so he was just trying to get luggage to be a pro. These guys roll some nice luggage when they go on the road. So anyway, I spent time with Ricky a little bit yesterday when he was out of practice, and there's something about him, John. He just lights up. His eyes, his swagger. You see it as his play. He plays so definitively, decisively. He's got sweet feet. The guy but he's got more than that. He's smart. He's tough. He just has a look in his eye. So he's not doing much right now. He's flipping the ball around on the sideline, and we'll see when he starts to sweat again. It could be as early as next week. But, think about the hours when they first found out, and Kyle was saying that he didn't know what hospital they were going to. He couldn't find him. They had to contact his girlfriend, and they wound up taking him to San Francisco General. But very quickly, they were able to figure out. He walked himself into the ambulance. There's a video of him walking.
I saw that.
Amazing. So anyway, he's a special young guy. So he's going to have to miss the first 4 games of the year. But, what he went through and the way the team has responded around him, we had a lot of August anxiety and agita, and it was rough. That was the last day in August, by the way, August 31st. So maybe symbolically, when you turn the calendar in September and Ricky was discharged from the hospital on that Sunday, September the 1st, you can kind of put everything behind you. But what a hell of a weekend for the guys last weekend.
Yeah, and just, to get that call, you're the general manager, to get that call, we're coming to get you, we're going to go up to the hospital. I think like the rest of us, when you hear someone shot in the chest, and then that's all the information you have at the point. Now, he probably had a little bit more than we all had. And then to see that video in which, they have, I don't know what they had pressed against his chest, and then you could see it after he's kind of getting into the thing. But the other thing that was not said, and both John and Kyle have said this, that one of the first things out of Ricky's mouth was, I can play against the Jets on Monday. And John did say later on in the interview that essentially they didn't have a whole heck of a lot of time to decide what was going to happen here. So they erred on the side of caution and John said this morning on the interview, which was, given his shoulder injury before this, obviously all happened and everything, they just didn't want to rush him back. And Ricky, as you said, is already on the field. He's flipping the ball up on the, up in the air and everything like that. And maybe he could play. I'm not a doctor and I don't know how long it takes for wounds, but it couldn't have been luckier than what it is.
Well, he said that about, can I play? But his initial question to people around him was, am I going to die? I mean, could you imagine?
Sergeant, yeah.
When you get shot in the chest, you don't know. Is the bullet still in my body? Did it go through and through? And think about it. I mean, am I going to die? I didn't die immediately upon entry, but what's this going to do to me? So that's where he was at that moment. So, and then for John, he just drafted this guy. That was his first round pick. And the draft was back in April. And Ricky's dad played and with a family, and he's from the state of Arizona, went to ASU before going on to Florida. And a lot of times, I don't know if John told that, but when you send a guy off to college and you're recruiting him, or in the NFL, you draft a young man. And he's an older guy. Ricky's birthday is Monday night. He would have played on Monday Night Football in his first NFL game on his 24th birthday. And he carries himself differently. When Trey got here, he was 20. Now, this guy's going to be 24. It's a big 4 years of growth, going to college 5 years. Anyway, well, you're John Lynch. When you draft a guy, you may have told his parents, we'll take care of your son. We got, not only as a football player, but we got him. We got a whole organization. And then you're down a road. One of your players got shot when Austin Moss calls you. I mean, like, what? There's no handbook for being a GM. How many general managers had to deal with that? So now it's a whole different set of circumstances. It's not an ankle injury or a knee or an Achilles, terrible injuries. Got shot in the chest. What do we do? And they found him. They did the right thing. But could you imagine the anxious moments? And John was saying, when he was on with Murph and Marcus this morning, 49ers security went and picked him up at his house and drove him. You imagine that ride from South Bay, where John lives, to San Francisco General, thinking, is he going to be okay?
Yeesh. All right, that's the story on Ricky Pearsall. A couple of other things that John said. We'll get to that coming up next, including finally the relief when he got the contracts done with Trent and Brandon Ayuk. And a scary word was used when talking about Christian McCaffrey. What does John think about that? We'll do that next. Dan Orlovsky at 12:30, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
As you well know, the 2024 NFL season is here. Give us your thoughts and predictions for the 49ers on all of our socials at KNBR.
Gold Bar Whiskey proudly presents the Joe Montana Whiskey Collection, a whiskey that celebrates the iconic 49ers quarterback and a four-time Super Bowl champion, Joe Montana. Gold Bar is the perfect whiskey to enjoy with friends and families and celebrate like a champion. It's crafted right here in the heart of the Bay. Each bottle of the limited edition Joe Montana whiskey embodies the spirit of greatness, aged to perfection and finished in cognac barrels. It delivers a unique taste that is as smooth as Joe's legendary passes. You can find the Joe Montana collection at local retailers, online, and at goldbarwhiskey.com, or at the Gold Bar Whiskey Distillery located on Treasure Island. Elliot may take care of you, so stop by there for delicious foods. They serve lunch from Wednesday through Sunday, refreshing cocktails, and the best views that San Francisco has to offer. You're on Treasure Island. For more details, including location and hours, visit goldbarwhiskey.com. This is a totally new whiskey blend from Gold Bar Whiskey. It is not double casked, but triple casked in cognac barrels. So wherever you are on game day, at home, a tailgate, or at the bar, make sure to order a Golden Joe for a refreshing game day cocktail. Gold Bar, the official whiskey of the San Francisco 49ers.
It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
Hello, friends. We are very giddy today because, by the way,
We're back. Football's back.
This is always fun to explain to your significant other. So she said, well, what are we doing this weekend? I said, tonight I'm watching the Chiefs and the Ravens. Tomorrow night I'm watching the Eagles and Packers, so we can't go out. I said, Saturday there's way too many good college games starting at 9 a.m. with Texas
and Michigan?
That's 9 a.m.
And then Sunday, what do we have, 13 games?
Yeah. And I said,
Lions and Rams?
I rarely have Sundays off. So I said, I can't do that. And I said, then Monday I got to work.
You're leaving at like what time in the morning on Monday to go to work? 6 a.m.
She's like, can we do anything? I said, absolutely not. I said, Thursday football, Friday football, Saturday all day college, which starts at 9 a.m. with Texas and Michigan. And I said, Sunday, I never get that day off. So
you should write her a letter saying goodbye. It is football season.
Monday, I got to work. So
I will see you Valentine's Day and at the parade.
I don't know how other people who don't do this for a living get away with it. Because I just said, I'll see you in like 4 days. I'll see you Tuesday. We could have a happy hour on Tuesday after I get home from work. It's unbelievable. It's amazing how they have it. It's just amazing.
I think there's something going on Tuesday, by the way.
Oh, is there something Tuesday too?
Yeah.
If we had your way, we'd have football every day, and everyone would be getting divorced left and right.
Yamamoto's coming back to pitch for the Dodgers Tuesday. You got to watch that.
Yeah, watch that, too.
Very busy.
I don't know what I'm going to do. All right, let's hear more from John Lynch. Dan Orlovsky at the bottom of the hour from ESPN. We'll talk quarterbacks. John Lynch from this morning with Murph and Marcus. Here is John talking about the relief of getting those contracts done with Ayuk and Trent Williams.
Ironically, that Brandon went through this whole thing where he was here, and Trent was kind of out of sight, not out of mind. I mean, he was always on our mind, and so it kind of felt different. Brandon was here; we were dealing with him on a daily basis. But the one thing I've always, I think it's the way I was raised by John and Kathy. It's just, forgive and forget. And I think that goes both ways. These things get intense. People are passionate about it, about their positions. We got to run a team. But one thing I've learned is, you go from being in intense negotiations to hugging them and understanding that they're, a big part of their life's dream just came true, that their family set up, their family's family set up, and that's a great thing, and our team is set up too, so it's not like it just fulfills their dreams. It helps keep stud players here. And
that's interesting, the part where he says you go from these intense negotiations to now it's like, love you, we're all good, let's go play football.
Well, that's why the players hire an agent. So I don't know how many. Vincent Taylor did Trent's deal, and Ryan Williams did Brandon's. And John, I think it was a little bit misconstrued that Ryan Williams is John's agent. He said he was a guy who did marketing for me. I think he may have been his agent when he was a player, but as far as his dealings with Jed York, John said he did it directly. But anyway, it's professional sports, and it's part of it. But it was only a week ago. It was last week that Brandon Ayuk was here in Santa Clara pulling out that red quilted pen, which he didn't actually use. He signed with the BIC, which is way more dependable. But anyway, it just got resolved a week ago. And then the Trent deal, got resolved. He got on the plane on Labor Day Monday night late, didn't get here till 3:30 in the morning. And then, I assume he signed his contract. Last time we saw Trent Williams, it was agreed to, but I assume he signed it. We don't have any picture of that. But then, he's back to practicing. So it's just professional sports, and you move on. And I remember last year, Nick Bosa, we were flying a year ago to Pittsburgh because we were playing on Sunday morning, and the flight left right now. I was leaving, and Nick signed the day before. And we had his dad on, and he was just, remember his dad drove him to the airport, and they cried. And, so it's the nature of professional sports. They're going to be fine. And they look good at practice yesterday. I think Brandon's got to get used to running routes, catching the ball, just getting up to speed. Right after last weekend when it was the craziness of the Ricky Pearsall situation, they did get on the field here, the two of them together, Brock Purdy and Brandon Ayuk. So they just got to get that synchronicity built up. And Matt Mayoko thinks Jalen Moore may sub in. Jalen Moore's going to be up for the game for sure on Monday night. And if Trent needs a series off or a couple of snaps, they can accommodate him with Jalen Moore. So, but it seems like a long time ago in light of the Ricky Pearsall situation from last Saturday, John. But a week ago at this time, Brandon Ayuk was just signing his contract.
Yeah, we were talking about with the Raiders a couple of weeks ago, and he's making the trip, and what does that mean?
We were in Vegas then.
Man, it's crazy. But we'll see on Monday night how much they can play and how effective they can be. One more, and then we'll get to Dan Orlovsky. Here is this scared me because it went from a calf injury. It's like, he's just sitting out the preseason. It's Christian McCaffrey, no big deal. I thought the same thing you did. Because when I heard calf to Achilles, I thought Kevin Durant, and that is not good. Here's John Lynch saying, whoa, everything's cool.
Yeah, I mean, Christian's doing great. We got to finish the week here, but he looks like Christian, and that's a good thing for us. He's looked like Christian out here at practice, and we had a bonus day here on Tuesday. I believe my days are all screwed up because of the Monday night, but we had a bonus practice, and he was there. He was out there yesterday. So Christian's looking really good. Obviously want to see him progress through the week, but, we had confidence that Christian would be ready, and he's doing very well. He takes tremendous care of his body and takes so much pride in that, and he'll be out there and ready to roll.
All right.
Yeah, he's playing on Monday night.
I just hate hearing Achilles.
Well, I don't know why they added that. I think that's just the doctors and the medical people, the performance staff. But when I hear calf, immediately, instantaneously, I think of Kevin Durant. And, there's different calf injuries. If you have, a calf injury, the calf muscle's away from the Achilles. But if it's lower calf, you're right, that rolls right into the calf muscles connected to the Achilles tendon. It's all there. So in Durant, we talked about it because remember when he went up for that jump shot against Portland, I can see it at Oracle, that right baseline, late third quarter, he rose up and stuck that shot, and he reached down right away as he went back on defense, and he was grabbing the Achilles. And I went, oh, God, did he just tear his? I swore. I ran right out of the suite that night, and he just tore his Achilles tendon. And then they said calf, he's fine. But I always thought, he was, and I didn't know where Christians was, but I always thought calf. And then when they brought Durant back on that June the 10th, that fateful Monday, and I was in Toronto, they pretty much said there's no risk here in Celebrini that, he won't tear his Achilles. And I'm like, well, how do you know? He was reaching down there. The calf is there. They're experts. I don't know. I was concerned. And then he plays that good first quarter. He faces up against Serge Ibaka to start the second quarter. And it blows out. And you knew right away, damn, he just tore his Achilles tendon. And next thing you know, he's in a wheelchair going by me and Bob Myers is crying. So the one thing they have to be careful of now that they have categorized it as calf/Achilles tendon is it's low calf. So they got to, if he feels anything in there, they got to shut him down. And he's got the Theragun going. He uses it during practice in the sideline. You see him on the neck and the back, and he works out. He had a calf injury last year. So it's something you're going to have to monitor. He's fine for right now. Watching him, he's doing high knees. He's running by everybody. We talked about a lot of keys in this game. I'll get into it more Monday when we're here for like an 8-hour pregame show. But is C.J. Mosley going to cover him in this game? Fred Warner can match up with Breece Hall. The C.J. Mosley I watched late last year, maybe he was hurt. He's had a hard time covering running backs out of the backfield. Tight ends, David Njoku in Cleveland roasted him. So I'm thinking Kittle may have a big night, and McCaffrey certainly will have a big night. But as far as this game, he's fine. But if it is a lower calf and you get down into the Achilles, you got to be careful with this one.
Hearing it. All right, let's talk to Dan Orlovsky. How did he think the performances went last night for Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson? He always loves talking about Brock Purdy. We'll get into QBs next with Dan Orlovsky of ESPN, only here on the Sports Leader. Yes, John Lund, your old friend here. And did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area? Some are not even based in the entire state. That is not my good friend Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. They're based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Of course they do. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now remember, beautiful day outside, warm weather, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. So please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place and feel confident that you're an amazing hand. With the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, that is the Dolan Law Firm, of course, and they've secured, that's where this comes in, more than $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, but somehow you pay nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
They're Papa and Lun, or Greg and John if you want to get personal. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund, on a Friday as we get ready for Monday Night Football, the debut edition for this season, the Niners and the Jets. We have a long way to go before then. We got to look back at last night. One of our favorite guys to talk to about quarterbacks and just ball in general is Dan Orlovsky. Make sure you're following him at Dan Orlovsky 7, watching him on ESPN. He does all the shows there, Get Up in the Morning, all through all the NFL shows. Great to get his insight, and he joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. Hi, Dan. Good to talk to you.
Good to be with you guys. Hope you're doing great.
You too. Let's start with last night. What did you think for an opening night for Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson?
Yeah, I don't think the game was as close as, oh my gosh, it came down to the final play. Obviously, the score says that, but I thought Kansas City thoroughly outplayed Baltimore. 2 drop touchdowns by Kansas City, albeit one of them a bang kind of drop by Juju. But if he makes it, those are 2 touchdown throws to him and Pacheco. So I think defensively, the thing that for the AFC is, like, you sit there and go, well, Kansas City's better. I thought defensively they were super physical, played crazy fast. Leo Chenal is going to be a star for them on the defensive side. They lose Snead, and while their secondary may not be as dominant, still very good. And then you could definitely see the change of speed for their offense in totality. I thought even Rashee Rice looked faster than he did last year. So that's going to be a really, really good football team. No surprise, and I think a better one than last year, certainly offensively. For Baltimore, Lamar was great and fantastic playmaking-wise. He's got to make one of those 2 throws that he misses at the end. I think the bigger kind of picture concern is they're going to have to kind of figure out who they are, with the addition of Derrick Henry, because what's best for Derrick Henry is probably not what's best for Lamar and vice versa. And I've said all offseason, 3 new offensive linemen, how are they? I think they got hurt with some of the quickness of Kansas City's defensive line. So, as an offense in Baltimore, you got to figure out how can you get both Lamar and Derrick Henry on the field playing to their strengths and their best, while also figuring out what that offensive line is good at this year, because you got 3 new starters. So I think there's a little bit more trepidation and pause on my end about Baltimore than kind of the end result score says.
Yeah, and the stat line for Lamar was typical Lamar. I mean, he ran for 122 yards in the game. He threw for 273. I do want to get your thoughts, because I heard Ryan Clark and you guys on this morning, and Ryan was really critical of the 2 throws he could not execute to Likely in the back corner of the end zone of the scramble drill. and then the one where he was rolling right, and I don't know who he was throwing to ultimately there, but
Yeah.
it was not Zay Flowers. Should he have settled down in zone? But I want to go back to the game management and the previous play. When Lamar got out to his right, he made some great throws rolling right and throwing deep. The one to Likely, the one to Bateman at the end. Should they have just clocked the ball when he spiked the ball to stop the clock and given up a down, Dan? Because they caught it with like 48 seconds to go. By the time he got all lined up and snapped the next one and scramble drilled it to get to Likely in the left corner of the end zone, they were down to like 10 seconds. Why didn't they just spike it right there and just give up first down to save the seconds?
Yeah, philosophically, I think when you're that close down there, snaps are more important than time. When I would say, if you get down there, indifferent of timeouts, let's live in a world where there's none, like last night, and you can't necessarily run the football, so to speak. It's more about having the snaps and the options at the end zone than time being of the essence. And then it's also a little bit of feel. Is the defense exhausted? Is the defensive line tired? Do you think you've got a beat on them? How much have you guys practiced that situation? What's your comfort level there? What's your plan? A little bit in many ways. So I don't have a huge gripe with them just getting up there and trying to get a snap on. They got 3 snaps off, and one of them is an inch away from, I guess, tying the game at worst, and 2 of them are there if you just make the throw. So I think I'm comfortable with kind of how Baltimore operated.
Dan Orlovsky joining us, of course, former NFL quarterback, and you see him on ESPN doing a great job. I was watching you guys on Get Up the other morning. So we go from a great quarterback matchup last night to a great quarterback matchup tonight in Brazil. And you were talking about Jalen Hurts. It's kind of maybe a bounce-back year for him. We saw Jordan Love for a lot of that second half of the season. How do you see this matchup and really, in Jalen Hurts' case, trying to bounce back from a year that wasn't up to the previous year's par?
Yeah, I think in totality it's a tough matchup for Philly. One, you don't know exactly what new defensive coordinator in Green Bay, Jeff Hafley's going to be operating. We assume, we think pressure, and we think man coverage, but you don't know. And I think Green Bay's got people, if they want to play man coverage, that match up relatively well with, Philadelphia, even how talented they are. And then on the other side, Philly's defense is new with the new defensive coordinator, Vic Fangio. They got a couple young guys, and it's obviously the first game of the season, and Green Bay's going to throw a bunch of different looks at you when it comes to personnel groupings and motions and formations, a lot like you guys know in San Francisco. So, the eye discipline is just going to be tested. So I think that's a tough matchup early on for Philly. And then specific to Jalen, I guess the 2 things that I will be ultra focused on is just seeing how he's handling pressure. Last year, it was awful. It was the worst in the league when it comes to a plan versus it and the execution versus it. So I would anticipate, again, Green Bay trying him, have you fixed it type of thing, and I want to see that. And then, Kellen Moore, who comes over as the new offensive coordinator, is brilliant, but he's never really utilized quarterback run. And I'm of the belief that if you have a guy that you can do it with and it makes them a better player, not doing it is a disservice. And so how much quarterback run will actually be used in Philadelphia is probably the 2 things I'll be focused on the most.
Yeah, John asked you about the quarterback matchup, and obviously they're 2 young quarterbacks and they're 2 highly paid quarterbacks now, Dan. But just to take it a step back, we'll get to the AFC quarterbacks and where Aaron Rodgers is in a minute. The AFC's loaded with elite quarterback play. But you got Love and Hurts and, Dak, obviously, your guy Matthew Stafford, and then Brock Purdy. We'll see what Caleb can do as a young guy and a couple other ones, Trevor Lawrence over in the AFC as well. But just your thoughts about if you had to rank the top quarterbacks in the NFC, how would you do it? Stafford would be 1 still, and then where would you put Brock?
Yeah, I did this over the summer. I think Brock was probably at 3 for me, maybe. I think I did Stafford, Love, Purdy, or Purdy, Love. Then I wanted to say I did 4 Goff, 5 Cousins. So I think that's kind of where it fell out. Yeah, I think that's kind of where it fell out. There's a little bit, and this is something I've tried to champion this offseason. I think it's the best the quarterback and the deepest the quarterback position has been in the NFL, certainly in the time that I've been alive. And you can make the case that there's 15, 16, 17 really, really good ones, which is a lot. You can make the case that there's like 8 or 9 big-time elite. You win games because of guys. So, but I think I had Brock at 2 and Love at 3, I think. But either of those guys I could be off on in this spot, but I believe I had one of them or both of them at the 2-3 spot.
Dan Orlovsky joining us from ESPN. Of course, I was thinking of the Packers, the Jets, and the 49ers on Monday Night Football here in Santa Clara, where we are today. In terms of, you played 12 seasons in the NFL, and so Brock's going into his 3rd year, and he really hasn't had an off season as the 49er starter. Last year he did. I was amazed how he could get better in the pocket, his pocket presence, instead of going left as a right-handed quarterback who was moving up in the pocket. He did that without really having an offseason on the field. So how much better can he be in his 3rd year? I think people think he's maxed out. He's only in his 3rd year.
Yeah, I think you're always getting better at the understanding of the game, and the greater your understanding, the faster you play. And the faster you play, and I know that might sound silly, but a tenth of a second is a big deal. And so I would also say, like, listen, if he's maxed out, he's still pretty darn good. So but I think the more you experience things, the more you see things, the greater you have an understanding of things, the faster you're going to play. And so I don't know if there's a lot of mechanical or physical growth or development. I've heard he's definitely put on some pounds and hit the weight room relatively well, but I think just more of his really next level understanding. He plays fast anyway, so the more consistent that he's seeing some different things and really operating at just a super efficient level is probably the place he's going to live in.
And he's taken on the best in football and beaten many of them. His first NFL start was against Tom Brady when Tom came in with Tampa. And then Monday night, he's got the 4-time NFL MVP, Aaron Rodgers. We were asking you about the NFC. The AFC is loaded with quarterbacks, with Mahomes and obviously Lamar and Josh and Burrow and Herbert and Stroud and Tua. And I guess I'm leaving a few out, Trevor Lawrence, but wow. So where do we put a 40-year-old with elite arm talent coming off an Achilles tear behind a 3/5 new offensive line that wasn't great last year? How do we even evaluate who Aaron Rodgers is going into Monday night, Dan?
Yeah, strictly off assumption, strictly off of a little bit of empirical data and history, and you're trying to project. And I think with the offensive line, the big thing is, like, if they can stay healthy. Now, you can make the case that's the reality for a lot of teams, but I think it's a little bit more specific to the Jets because, one, the quarterback is old and coming off the injury. So the ability to stay intact is huge for them. I think number two, some of their guys have had injury histories. Elijah Vera Tucker, great player, has an injury history. Tyron Smith, great player, has an injury history. So, that's a little bit at the more of the forefront of your mind when it comes to them, just because of what's happened recently with them. But I think if they stay healthy, they're going to be a good group. And I firmly believe that Garrett Wilson is a star at wide receiver. I think Breece Hall is a star at back, and I just know the way that Aaron can operate an offense in super efficient manner in the RPO game. So it's a projection, and it's maybe, there's a little bit of sugar on it I guess, fingers crossed, because it'd be really cool to watch them be really good. But I do believe that if the group stays healthy, it's going to be a really good unit.
In regards, as a player, the chemistry of a locker room and what it takes. It's beyond the physical side. It's the mental side and everything. With the offseason that the 49ers had, getting guys signed late, the Ricky Pearsall situation, all these things, does that bleed into the season, or is that just fun media talk until the season starts?
Yeah, I think it depends on the group. There is the reality that, I asked Christian McCaffrey when he was on for the Madden Reveal show. I don't think he loved the question, but I said, hey, you guys, NFC Championship game, heartbreak, Super Bowl heartbreak, like, in your eyes, what's needed to get over that hump? And he just said, score more points than the other team, and bluntly. And so, there is the reality that I don't want to say it's noise, but there is the narrative, okay, when's it going to happen? And you can only get so close so many times. And, for both Kyle and the organization, you're sitting there going, gosh, we are 2, 3, 4 plays away from maybe being like 3-time Super Bowl champions in the last 5 years. And so I do think that is something that can wear on certain people and maybe parts of your locker room. And now, obviously, to the things that you kind of intimated towards, and, Trent's holdout and the Ricky Pearsall situation and the Ayuk holdout and the looming contract of Brandon Ayuk and then the McCaffrey calf injury in the preseason. I don't want to see injury, but maybe the calf nuisance, like it's a thing. And, you just never know how the locker room is going to react to all of that. And then you certainly don't know how it's going to react to all of that if you maybe don't start off the way that you expect. So I just think it's dependent on the locker room and the leadership and how they're kind of able to weather some of the peaks and valleys.
Very good. Dan, it is always our pleasure, man. You do a great job on ESPN, no matter the show. We always appreciate the time. I know you're busy, and I know we'll talk to you throughout the season, but thank you so much.
I really appreciate that, guys. Enjoy.
Thank you, man.
There's Dan Orlovsky giving us some good insight into quarterbacks. Does a tremendous job. I was watching him on Get Up the other day, and it's like every quarterback he just talks about the quarterbacks and really doesn't have a bias towards it. Maybe Matt Stafford, he was a buddy of his, but still, it's like every team's quarterback he gets grief for. Like he was talking about Dak, and he's like, I know Cowboy fans think I hate him, or he talks about Brock or all these different guys. He likes Brock. He's high on Brock.
He studies and he analyzes, and he does like Brock. Brock made some mistakes in the Super Bowl. That the blitz by McDuffie, not getting the ball to Brandon Ayuk right away when he was open, but there was a missed block on that play as well. Anyway, he likes Stafford. He played with him. Stafford has an elite throwing arm. I just wonder about the Rams. Cooper Kupp was not healthy last year, and Puka went off. What's their offense going to be like with the two of them together, with Puka and Cooper together?
Plus, our back is nice.
Kyron Williams.
Yeah, he's nice. They're going to be tough, and they revamped their offensive line.
We got them early in the year, John. We got them week 3 at SoFi.
All right, we will go through in the 1 o'clock hour who you should be rooting for this weekend. We gave you a couple of those. We got to finish that up next. And then top of the hour, your foreplay. We're very busy. We're going to talk some Niners with you at 1:15, and then 1:30, your good friend Rich Samini, Syracuse guy, is going to join us, covers the Jets for ESPN.
The Daily Orange.
The Daily Orange. And he's just stayed there with the Jets. So he's got great insight. We'll do that at 1:30. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers GM John Lynch, he joined Murph and Marcus this morning, gave a Christian McCaffrey injury update, Ricky Pearsall, and more. Check out that podcast and more, the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
This is Papa and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. I'm just finishing up, getting the great stuff to you.
I want to watch football in 2024. That's my Peacock TV password.
Oh, are you working?
Can you just give me the damn game tonight?
Are you?
Is that 10 characters?
Are you working on Peacock?
I need a numeral, so tonight is the numeral 2. Yeah.
Man, I have so many
Peacock.
passwords.
Do you have a Peacock TV?
I am a peacock! You gotta let me fly!
Exactly.
My wife told me last night she has a Peacock account, so I can't watch the game. If I didn't, I would be forced to go to a bar, which I'd hate to do. Because I've got so many subscriptions. I have a subscription, I think, as far as all the media outlets.
Do we trust bars to have a Peacock subscription to get it, though?
I think they have them. They almost have to, don't they? I mean, they have to have a game.
They're not going to have it at Elliott's, John.
Yeah, that's sure. That's for
A
sure.
warm Schlitz and shuffleboard.
I bet Norm's across the street will have it. They got to. So I'm just figuring out that
I want to watch football tonight. That's 10 characters, right?
Yeah.
I got a letter and a number.
That's going to be your password, and now everybody knows what your go-to password is.
No,
do you change your passwords, or is your password all the same?
I can't remember any of them,
That's
which is the problem.
I don't know.
Passwords must be at least 10 characters long and must contain both letters and numbers.
Remember, don't tell
I did
anybody.
that.
You did?
10 characters. I want to watch the Eagles lose tonight.
Geez, exactly.
Die, Eagles, die. Can I have that as my
Is that what I
password?
said earlier? Okay, there's the 4 guys. Send them to you. Is that what I said
4,
before?
4? Yeah.
I said the Eagles. All right, let me let me pull
I'm
this up
buying you
again.
Ty. I do have
No,
a
I got
Peacock.
it. I got it set. So I said this is what you need to root for this weekend. So tonight, Packers Eagles. I'd root against the Eagles. I'm not going to root for anybody. I'm rooting against the Eagles because you have a shot at the Packers later. Packers division is tougher.
I agree with you.
So I'd root against the Eagles tonight.
Ideally, though, tie game would be because you could say that,
tie game,
and then the Packers wind up being the number 1 seed.
Right.
And I got to freeze my ass off at Lambeau in late January. You want that?
The Rams at Detroit on Sunday night. This is very simple. It's division versus NFC. You want the Rams to lose. The Rams are a good team. So you want the Rams to lose at Detroit. Because you have a shot twice against the Rams and once against Detroit late, but it's in division. If your first thing is you got to win the division.
I get it.
So Rams, you want the Rams to lose at Detroit.
Okay. Then the Packers are the 1 seed. The Lions are the 2 seed.
Yep.
And we got to go to both places in January. Well, one's a dome in downtown Detroit. You're coming with me to get on the People Movers, and then Lambeau.
Plus, the thing that scares you about Detroit is, what is it, all but 2 games inside this year, and Jared Goff is great inside and he's okay outside. But so that's an advantage. This one goes without saying, but I'll say it anyway. Obviously, root against the Cowboys when we're all watching Tom Brady make his debut, which, by the way, John Lynch spoke about, and we'll get to in the foreplay in a second.
I want to hear that.
Root against the Cowboys.
Well, we know that
all the time.
Cleveland's an AFC.
So, yeah, it's easy. Broncos at Seahawks again. This one I'm interested in because, first, you want the Seahawks to lose at home against Denver, but you've got Mike McDonald. Bo Nix starting, and he was voted a captain, and he had 1 million starts as a college guy.
First rookie captain in Denver since 1967, when Floyd Little came off the campus of Syracuse.
The Syracuse University.
We're at number 44.
Mike McDonald's amoeba defense, so we'll see what Mike McDonald's got in store for the rookie. Cardinals at Bills is easy. Go Josh Allen's, and those are your Buffalo Bills, so that's easy.
Cardinals are going to be improved.
Here's a team that I'm a little bit afraid of, and I think could, because their division is easier, I believe. Steelers at Falcons. Root for the Steelers. The Falcons, I think, could have an easy road.
Well, it's AFC versus NFC.
Yeah, easy.
Always take the NFC.
But I guess the reason I wanted to mention it is with Kirk Cousins, they're improved defensively. They picked up Matthew Judon in the offseason here late in camp. I think the Falcons could be one of those teams in the NFC based on schedule, too, that could be really, really good. Bijan Robinson in his second year. So I think that's a playoff team in Atlanta. We shall see. But
Cynthia Freeland has them winning the NFC South.
She has them, I think, at 10 projected
even over
wins.
the Baker Mayfields.
Yeah, I think she has them at 10.
They had a very good
wins.
offseason. Raheem Morris at head coach, and they upgraded their roster a lot.
Yeah. So anyway, there's a few to watch because it's such a great weekend. We just saw Kansas City and the Ravens last night. We'll get Brazil. Maybe you won't watch this game. Maybe you're just not going to pay the $4.99 for Peacock.
I just want to watch football tonight, damn it. But
now,
I got to do 2 night with the numeral 2.
Plus, the easy thing to do, and everyone forgets to do this, just sign up. It's $4.99, and then automatically, right when you sign up, just quit it, and then you'll get it for a month.
But there's another Peacock game later in the year, isn't there? There's a playoff game on Peacock next year.
Yeah, you just have to do it, or have a young person in your house. No, I'm not gonna advocate that.
Screw Peacock.
Who is that? Is that when remember when the Giants played the Phillies in a series a couple of years ago?
Yeah.
And that was one of the greatest broadcasts of all time. John Miller did play-by-play.
Yeah. Oh, I love
with Mike Krukow, John Kruk.
That was good.
And Jimmy Rollins did like the first couple.
Yeah,
then
they
Sunday he had an engagement somewhere else. And I was in studio. No, Randy was with me. Randy Wynn. And
was that Peacock
Ricky,
or Amazon?
That was Peacock, NBC.
Oh, it was?
Yeah, we're on NBC.
Oh, yeah.
Sports. It was Peacock. That's one of the first forays they had into sports.
Right.
And we had Ricky Batalico.
That was cool.
Ricky Batalico.
You guys had him on pregame, didn't
we
you?
showed the video pre and post, and I got a nice Peacock shirt. I wonder if my
why don't you show that to them?
I wonder if my password's on that. I wrote it in there. Anyway, we showed the video of Barry Bonds charging Ricky Batalico years ago.
I remember that.
It got ugly. So I do have a Peacock account, John. I just don't.
Shut it down.
If I go to my passwords, if I fire up Peacock, will it come up? It might. It might.
Check it. No way. They shut those things
now.
down so fast. They want your $4.99 a month, and they know you're going to forget about it. It's like a gym membership. You never go.
I just found my password from Peacock. Who the hell is Batalico?
Is that it?
But here's the problem. How do you spell Batalico?
I can't do it. Easier than use check or Samarja, but not that
Let's
easy.
See, Peacock. I got it. You're the cock of the walk, baby.
That should be your.
That
should be your password.
That is the password.
Christopher Walken, cock of the walk, baby.
Cock of the walk, baby.
All right, let's get to foreplay, and then we got a little Niners news to share with you at 1:15. Then our good friend, your good friend, Rich Samini at 1:30.
And Stephanie Rogers from the Niners on a traffic journal.
Yeah, she's going to give you. She's going to tell you what's up for Monday night.
Show up Sunday night for Monday night. That's my advice.
That's kind of what I'm going to do. I'm going to be down there early on Monday. All right, we let you hear from John Lynch a bit earlier from the morning show. Here is Kyle Shanahan yesterday, his experience in getting the Ricky Pearsall news.
It was really tough. We didn't know exactly. We just knew that he got shot, and that was all we knew. And then it took us about an hour to figure out what the hospital was and things like that, because he just made a couple calls to people, so we had it from them, but none of us knew where he was or anything. And this was, it's like at 3:30. By the time that we got to him, it was good, because by the time we found out where he was, we got to him. It was real cool. He FaceTimed me. That was like the first time I knew he was all right. I got a call like 20 minutes before that saying he was conscious, he was talking, that he was going to survive and all that. But then he FaceTimed me right after from his bed. It was real upbeat. Like it was really amazing, because that hour, when you hear about a shooting, we didn't know where it was or anything, so you just assume the worst. Then to hear it was in the chest, you don't think that usually goes that well. And then actually to talk to him like 15 minutes after that, and just talk to a guy that seems like he's okay. Obviously, he's got a bad, horrible injury, and there's a huge mental side that'll go to that he's got to work through for a while. But it was a lot of emotions.
He also, within that conversation, said, I can play against the Jets, and all that stuff. And the other thing that Kyle addressed, I think it's important. A lot of people are going, you're having a party that night? In that FaceTime call, he's like, I'm going to be fine, have the party, because Kyle said a little bit later on in that interview that, he was sitting there going, geez, in an hour and a half, a bunch of people are coming to my house. What do we do here? We're going to cancel the party. But then John Lynch was the one who went up to the hospital and said, Ricky says it's fine. He wants you to go ahead with everything. So anyway, just chaos there for a minute.
And he got a little snappy with a questionnaire on that one. And he said, I got a 53-man roster, 17 in the practice squad. I got 70 guys I got to take care of. And Ricky was adamant about go ahead with the party, let the guys party, and then they FaceTimed them with the guys that were there.
Right, at the party.
So, but he said, my responsibility is to take care of the whole team, which it is. John went to San Francisco General and took care of them. The Niner personnel were there, so, Kyle was there with the rest of the roster. But we'll hear more on this, I'm sure, as Kyle is on today with Tolbert and Copes.
Yes, this afternoon. Make sure that you tune in for that. Frank Gore was on with the morning show this morning, which was very, very cool, and he's being inducted into the 49ers Hall of Fame. There's going to be a ceremony halftime on Monday night, so stay in your seats. Here's Frank talking about the honor this morning.
That the Niners, the York family did the right thing by bringing me there, man. And, to say that, I'm being mentioned, my name mentioned with the top guys, man, who ever played at the Niners. And you think about it, man. This organization got a lot of great players who did a lot of great things in the NFL, man. One of the best receivers who ever played the game. Quarterbacks, you got arguably quarterbacks in Joe Montana, Steve Young. We got Ronnie Lott, we got Brian Young, Patrick Willis, and the list goes on, man. And a guy who, everybody said they reached on, blessed to be a part of this, 49ers Hall of Fame, man. I'm very excited about it.
That's going to be cool. Halftime.
And the ceremony is actually, they're going to have a ceremony here on Sunday. Yeah. I just did the voice work to introduce Frank when he comes out. So the last time the 49ers played the Jets was the pandemic year of 2020.
I remember it.
And the guy who ran the ball, he wore number 21 that day. I think he almost had 21 carries, and he was good in that game, was Frank Gore.
For the Jets, yeah.
And so that was his last year of 2020. So he is eligible for the Hall of Fame this year. Mayoko and I were talking last night, and Matt said he's a presenter and a voter. I don't think Frank Gore will be a first ballot Hall of Famer, and they're being more strict on the Hall of Fame. They want to make it more restrictive and not put as many people in. But at the end of it, Frank Gore has got to be a Pro Football Hall of Famer. He ran in his career for exactly 16,000 yards. 16,000. He is third all-time in the history of the NFL in rushing. So he's going into the Niner Hall of Fame, formally on Sunday night. They'll have a ceremony on Monday night. But how many years does Frank Gore have to wait? He's going to be Cantonized, that's for sure. He's third all-time. Curtis Martin's in, Frank Gore is going to go in. How many years does he have to wait? He won't be a first ballot Hall of Famer, but what year will he go in?
I think based on his numbers, now this is different because it's not all about numbers, I understand that. But as you said, he's got 16,000 rushing yards. And you look at the top 10 rushers in the history, Emmitt Smith, Walter Payton, Frank Gore, Barry Sanders, Adrian Peterson, Curtis Martin, LaDainian Tomlinson, Jerome Bettis, Eric Dickerson, Tony Dorsett. Every one of those guys is either in or is going to be in. So based on being the third all-time leading rusher.
No, he's definitely going in.
But I don't know how
he's not a first ballot Hall of Famer. But how many years will he have to wait? Mayoko thinks it may be a while, and he's a presenter and a voter, and they have become more restrictive in the voting process and how they do it. So,
but how can you overlook being the third all-time?
He's going to be a Hall of Famer, but he's not going to be a first ballot
because there is a difference between.
Well, Curtis Martin wasn't a first ballot Hall of Famer.
You're the third all-time leading rusher.
Do you want him to make it on the first ballot?
Yeah.
He's not going to make it on the first ballot.
I'm just saying based on the numbers. I mean, he's third all-time.
Yeah.
I mean,
Did he ever lead the league in rushing in any single year?
He did. Yeah, he did.
No, not with the Niners. They haven't had one since Joe the Jet Perry.
Oh, you're right.
He never led the league in rushing. He had some big years, and he had bigger years than McCaffrey
had. He was second in 2006 with a 1695.
Yeah, that was the most he's ever had.
So 1695, 1102, 1036, 1120, 1211, 1214, 1128, 1106, 1025. Finished with 81 touchdowns. I don't know where that is on the all-time list.
And that's a ways down.
Yeah.
I mean, Jerry had 250.
With the Niners, he was at 11,073. Added about 3,000 with Indy, so that was really the one. And then kind of Buffalo, Miami, the Jets, he was just okay. But, man, third leading all-time.
Well, he's going to be a Hall of Famer. He's not going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. But how many years will he have to wait to make it? And then, I watched his son run a lot in the preseason with Buffalo. They cut him and put him on the practice squad. His son is an NFL running back. He will play in the league.
All right, there is Frank Gore going into the Hall of Fame again. That's going to be fun on Monday night. And as you said, it's going to happen on Sunday. This is interesting. So John talked a lot of things. He talked about Ricky Pearsall and getting contracts done and CMC and all the different things. But then he knows Tom Brady personally and was asked by the guys this morning how good Tom is going to be in that analyst role. Here's what he said.
A couple of weeks ago, he did a mock game.
Yeah.
Our last preseason game, not our last one, but game 2, the one that was played here. And, my old crew at Fox, Kevin Burkhardt and all them, actually went out and had some dinner with that whole crew. And Tom really he's taken this just like Belichick, you see what made this guy so successful. He's approaching this like he's getting ready for a game, and his preparation is just it's unreal. But to spend some time with Tom and see how he's approaching this like he does everything else in his life, he'll be scrutinized, because people are going to do that, but he'll be really good at it, I promise you. And I think the hardest thing for him, and with the greatest of the greats, is to it'd be really easy that everybody sucks, because it's Tom Brady. It's he's used to a certain standard, and you can't do that. People, they've got full weeks with a lot of going on at work and all that. You got to express the beauty of the game, and so I think that's going to be Tom's biggest challenge. But he'll figure that out like he does everything else, and he'll have a lot of insight that is going to be really interesting to listen to and hear. I believe he opens up in Cleveland.
Yeah, he's at Dallas, Cleveland. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
how about that? Fox is wooing this guy, paying him all that money, and hey, welcome to Cleveland.
There you go. Talked a lot about his work ethic, how hard he's going to work. But, I mean, this business. It's not about how much you know. It's about being able to relay it in a way that people can understand, not go over their head, not be too this, too that. I mean, it's not easy.
Yeah, and he has no ramp up. So he, Kevin Burkhardt's his partner, and it's on the number 1 crew, with Greg Olson, and Greg's now on the 2nd crew with Joe Davis. But they did 15 rehearsals in studio on games that were played last year or sometime, which is really hard to do. They did 2 on site, the one John Lynch referenced when they did 49ers Saints at Levi's when Fox was televising that preseason game nationally. They also did Cowboys Rams the week before. And so he's had a few dry runs. This Fox has the doubleheader. This is a doubleheader for them this weekend. And 91% of the country, not 100% like a national game, but 91% of the country will watch this game, and it's the Dallas Cowboys. Cleveland's a good team. With their quarterback back, they were a playoff team last year with Joe Flacco, and they got a great defense. It's Cleveland, it's going to be a hard game for Dallas. But it's Dallas, so that's why they put him on. Fox will do a lot of Dallas games. He'll do Niner games. He's going to do the 49ers and Chiefs game as well. Mike Pereira will be with him on that game, John, October the 20th. But we'll see, and we'll obviously listen to every word. There's no ramp-up time, so we'll wonder if he'll be immediately successful, if people are going to criticize him. But isn't it weird? We were talking about Belichick the other day, and Belichick's on everything now. He's on the new version of Inside the NFL. He's going to be on the Niner game on the Manning cast. He's doing something with Eric Mangini. He's on with Pat McAfee in the morning. He's on constantly now. I thought his stuff on Inside the NFL was fascinating. He just goes to the NFL Films Vault in New Jersey, in Cherry Hill, and they gave him a key there. He was breaking down Walter Payton's college all-star tape against the Pittsburgh Steelers, and Jack Lambert couldn't tackle him. And then he was with Baltimore at that time in 75 when Sweetness came in, and he devised the game plan on how to deal with him. Belichick is just incredible with his research. Isn't it amazing that they dominated the league for 20 years together, and now they're both doing TV, Belichick and Brady, first year. Unbelievable.
He's awesome. All the talking head guys that just spew stuff out, nobody calls them out because they're all doing the same thing. He was on Inside the NFL, or was it Inside the NFL where they were talking about Caleb Williams.
Yeah, the CW.
Yeah, and if you're not accurate around Bill Belichick, he's going to call you out. And so they were yapping about Caleb Williams and how accurate he was in the Ryan Clark was in the preseason, and Belichick butted right in and goes, he was 10 for 20 in the preseason. That's not accurate. And everyone went, you might want to be accurate.
50% was accurate in 75. Yeah. Now he'd had to be up to 70%.
It was very higher. He's good, man. Yeah, I enjoyed it. There you go. That is your foreplay. We'll come back. Stephanie Rogers is going to join us from the 49ers, and she's going to explain to us what's going to happen here on a Monday night, because that is not going to be easy. She's the EVP of marketing for the 49ers, and we got a couple of things we got to make sure that the people know.
Just get here by kickoff. We don't want the stadium half empty or less at kickoff, and the Jets get the ball first on the road, and they don't hear, they don't have to go silent count. Make them go silent count.
Yeah. So we'll get into that coming up next. Then your friend Rich Shamini is going to join us. He covers the Jets for ESPN, so we'll get that side of things. Go behind enemy lines at 1:30, only here on the Sports Leader. Hey, get ready for football fans. GMFB Overtime is football's newest show. It's breaking in all things NFL, so check out top highlights, player interviews, fan feedback, special guests, and everything in between. Join host Jamie Erdahl, Kyle Brandt, Peter Schrager, all your favorites, and our favorite, Akbar Bajabi Amelia, 5 days a week for all the NFL action. GMFB Overtime. It's football for everyone. Weekdays at noon on the plus side, KTVU Plus Channel 6.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers all-time leading rusher Frank Gore joined Murph and Marcus this morning, discussed being inducted into the 49ers Hall of Fame. The ceremony's coming up ahead of Monday Night Football. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Play KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. The Papa and Lund Show now continues on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund, as we are live down at Levi's Stadium in the palatial KNBR studios. Excited to be back for another season for 49ers football, but there are some snarls that we need to let the people know of potentially.
Maybe not.
On Monday.
Conditioner in the hair. You can unsnarl your hair. We can unsnarl the traffic.
Well, you are the king of that.
Yeah.
Before we talk to Stephanie Rogers, by the way, Stephanie is the EVP of marketing for the 49ers, so she's kind of a big deal. So let's be on our best behavior.
Hi, Stephanie.
She comes to us from the Vegas night. She's been here a total of 3 days. Do you want to tell her anything? Do you want to give her any advice or anything?
Don't buy a house. Stay in a hotel. It's cheaper. But welcome, first of all, to the 49er family. You were in Vegas with the Golden Knights?
Yeah, yep. Spent the last little over 2 years in Vegas with the Vegas Golden Knights, the NHL team, Stanley Cup champs. So
I know. You brought good luck there.
I hope I did. But yeah, very, very thankful to be here. Excited to get to interact with you guys and meet all of the fans on Monday night.
Very cool. By the way, before we get to everything, you're an Iowa Hawkeye, right?
That's right.
So George Kittle, Iowa plays Iowa State this weekend. So you got the Brock v. Kittle. I'm sure there'll be some kind of a bet.
Stay away from that one.
Yeah.
That's my advice.
Yeah.
Hey, go Hawks.
Yeah.
I've learned after being a Hawkeye fan for my whole life that you don't get involved in those things.
No. Right. Although they did score 40 in their first game, which is like almost a whole season of points, but they can play defense.
Yeah.
So I do know that.
So welcome. This is my 6th year with the Niners, and we have started on the road every year. The season opener has been on the road every year except for 1 year. And that was 2020 during a global pandemic when we had exactly 0 fans in the stadium.
It was weird.
Against Kyler Murray in Arizona. So this one is not only the season opener at home, it's on Monday Night Football. Everything is back in session, school, and I guess they're going to close Tasman. I'm reading at 9:30 in the morning on Monday, but now we're hearing maybe the night before it's 9:30 in the morning. Sean and I begin our show at 10 o'clock in the morning, and we like to use Tasman.
Right.
So, but it's not us because we want the Levi's lit and rocking and everybody there for kickoff to make Aaron Rodgers go silent count. So how do we get to the state? Let's just start with that, Stephanie. How do we get here on Monday?
Well, the easiest way to get here is going to be getting here early. So, we got our lots opening at 1:45. We hope everybody gets down here as early as they can. If you need a sick note, I'm sure somebody in the office can help write that up for your boss.
Epstein's mother.
You'll do it.
I'll do it.
Papa can do that for you.
Yeah, he'll sign every one of them.
Yeah. It's a national holiday. It's the Niners season opener.
Monday
Come on.
night football, week 1. Yeah, no reason not to get here early and hang out with us for the day. We got the team store open, but plenty of new gear in there for your season. So hope to see everybody bright and early.
Plus, Stephanie, you want to be in your seat because Aaron Rodgers has come down the Jets. You want to be as loud as possible. Use the home field advantage as much as we can, right?
Absolutely. I mean, we have a big role to play in being that home field advantage. We also have Boys and Men doing the national anthem. How insane is that?
I heard that.
So, no reason not to get here and bring the energy right from the start and get the guys juiced up for another really great season.
Kyle Juszczyk. All right, so to be clear, the parking will open, the lots will open at 1:45.
That's right.
But the fans are encouraged to prepay for parking before so you don't have to slow down the process. So I mean, literally, if you're going to get here by 1:45 and go in the lots for a 5:15 kickoff, you got to be thinking like leave at noon, depending on where you live, somewhere around there.
I mean, I'm brand new to the city, so I'm still.
It's not Vegas.
We're telling you.
Noon. Well, we're going to leave earlier than noon.
There's got to be a good brunch spot around here.
Oh,
Like
there's
we said,
plenty.
Take the whole day, right? Come down and hang out with us. But yeah,
go over to the Hyatt and cocktail.
Prepay for the parking and carpool if you can and get in early and just make a day of it and have some fun.
Yeah, it's as simple as possible. We will be here. Well, I'll be here by like 9.
I may
and then
sleep
we're on
here
there
Sunday night, honestly. After the Lions
in this
and
actual
Rams,
room?
I may like a chalk outline of my bed could be right here. It'd be easier. So
yeah, I'll be here early.
You know what the best way to do this is with public transportation. Obviously, you're coming from Vegas. Now the Raiders are obviously the Golden Knights, and my guy Eddie and Teo Johnson, the former Raider, they have a company called M-Ride that actually picks up fans, and I know they're doing that. They did that big in Vegas, and they do that for Niner home games. So they can pick you up if you're coming from the city. They can pick you up in the marina and drive you down. Just go to mride.com. So the best way to go if you want to avoid the snarls to do it with some form of public transportation, right?
Yeah, absolutely. There's train stops. They run well before the game, well after the game. There's never going to be any concern about missing the last train, right? So absolutely take public transportation. And then stay in touch with the Levi's Stadium social channels and the website, right? And find your own kind of wayfinding apps. So it won't be as bad as it seems, but make sure you get here early so that you can avoid any of that last minute stuff and potentially miss any of the fun that we're going to have ahead of the game.
It's Bob and Lund. Stephanie Rogers is the 49ers EVP of marketing. We want to get you here on time before the game, get Aaron Rodgers ready, get in the tailgate lots, hang out. Plus, at halftime, Frank Gore is going to be on it. We just had Frank on our morning show this morning, but I know he's going to go in Sunday, and then Monday we're going to have so stay in your seats, I guess, during the halftime, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he obviously is an incredible history with this organization and deserves to be celebrated. And so we hope all the fans stay in their seats during halftime and cheer him on and as we honor him for his accomplishments.
You've been working in the NHL for a while.
We both caught it.
They even say that in Vegas. They talk like Canadians in Vegas.
You did the hockey.
Organization.
You did hockey organization.
But you're bringing good luck. You're bringing good vibe. But she went organization. I was thinking.
Yeah, she's an Iowa
playing the
girl.
Winnipeg Jets on Monday or the New York Jets?
Yeah,
I'm very confused.
Yeah.
But the Golden Knights did win a Stanley Cup in like the first hour they were there.
Yeah.
Like what year was it?
That's good luck.
They went.
We've been waiting 30 years for another Super Bowl, Stephanie.
Hey, they went to the final their very first season,
year.
but my first year with the team, we went all the way through and won. So
the first year you were there, they won the Cup?
First year
And what year is this with the Niners, Stephanie?
It is the first year. Nope. I don't know if the pressure is on me or on you
not
guys.
good pressure.
No, we need something because we've been getting close.
We're
getting close. It's very cool. All right. Thank you so much. Anything else people need to know as they're coming down on Monday?
Yeah, the only other thing I would say is just when you're thinking about the logistics of getting into the game, make sure you have the most updated version of the app, right? Check your tickets, check your parking, all of that kind of stuff. It's like going back to the first day of school, right? And we want to make sure everybody's entry into the stadium is as seamless as possible. So make sure you're checking in on all of that. I know I have. And we're looking forward to seeing everybody out here on Monday night.
Looking forward to it. It's going to be a good time.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you, guys.
Stephanie Rogers joining us.
Great to meet you.
EVP of marketing. She's a Iowa girl on the Iowa side, George Kittle. And Brock Purdy will be an enemy at least on Saturday. Then he'll be back on Monday as being your friend. So that's good stuff. All right, bottom of the hour, our good friend Rich Samini is going to join us, covers the Jets for ESPN. We go behind enemy lines next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. In the NFL, there is no margin for error. One mistake can change the outcome of a game. That's why 8 out of 10 NFL players have a Sleep Number smart bed as the official sleep and wellness partner of the National Football League. Sleep Number is proud to help players unlock their full potential through the power of quality sleep. Do you have a Sleep Number bed yourself? If not, take advantage of Sleep Number's biggest sale of the year, and you can save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus you get special financing. But the sale does end this Sunday, September the 8th. This is available to you only at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com, official sleep and wellness partner of the NFL. See store for details.
Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Papa and Lund. Greg Papa and John Lund on the Sports Leader.
Hello, friends. Happy Friday. Papa and Lund, as we're live at Levi's Stadium in the KNBR studios. Rich Cimini is going to join us momentarily, ESPN NFL Nation reporter for the Jets. And it says right here, proud Syracuse alum.
Go Orange! Daily Orange. He ran the Daily Orange.
The
Rich,
Daily Orange.
Years ago. And he's been covering the Jets for how many quarterbacks and how many losses? Been a while.
A lot of losses.
They haven't made the playoffs since 2010.
By the way, his pinned article on his Twitter/X account is about Javon Kinlaw. So we'll ask him about Javon Kinlaw, Aaron Rodgers, Robert Saleh. How hot is that seat? We'll get to him in just a moment and discuss more with him. So that'll be fun to get through that. In fact, Rich Cimini is there. Make sure you're following him on social media at Rich Cimini. And again, ESPN NFL Nation reporter, covers the Jets, and your good friend from Syracuse.
Go Orange! Daily Orange, Rich. Long way. How are you, my friend?
Hey, Greg. Hey, we're 1-0.
I know we are. Started fast the last couple of years. Who we got this weekend?
Yeah. Georgia Tech tomorrow at noon.
Where's that game?
Florida State.
Where's that game? In the Dome?
Yeah, it's in the Dome, or whatever they call it now. I don't think it's not the Carrier
The
Dome
Cimini
anymore,
Dome.
is it?
It's the Cimini Dome.
No. I think it's some JR Wireless Dome, whatever corporate name they have.
Long
there
way
now,
from the
but-
Carrier air conditioning dome, and we were there.
Yeah, they
Named
actually have
after-
air conditioning in the Dome now.
Yeah,
which is,
well, they
like,
should. Back then
shocking.
we didn't. We sweated, Eddie.
Yeah.
Let's just start. We haven't talked about Nathaniel Hackett, and obviously with Aaron Rodgers there last year, and that was a driving force in bringing A-Rod from Green Bay. They were together there. When he was the OC, he didn't call plays, Matt LaFleur. So what's the big call? Because last year with the Niners, Rich, all we talked about was Steve Wilkes was downstairs and upstairs. He started the year upstairs, then they moved him downstairs. So last season, Nathaniel Hackett called plays upstairs, but now with Aaron Rodgers back, he's going to go back to field level, correct, starting on Monday night?
Yeah, he'll be down on the field like he was last year for the first game. And I asked him why, and he says because basically Aaron wants him there. So that's the only reason why he's down there. Rodgers feels comfortable with him having him right on the sideline.
Rich, obviously nobody is doubting Aaron Rodgers' talent, but I guess what's being talked about the most is he's played just the fourth play since 2022. So how do you expect him to be in game number one?
Yeah, it'll be 20 months since he's played a full game. And, you have to expect rust. I mean, 40-year-old guy coming off an Achilles injury who hasn't played a game in 20 months. I think, you'd be kind of naive to expect him to come in and be what he was during his MVP years. So I think there'll be an acclimation period. He did not play in the preseason. The Jets made a calculated decision to keep him out of the preseason games. None of their starters played in the preseason. They ran an extra hard training camp to try to get them ready. But, of course, we know there's a huge difference between training camp and an actual game. So I do expect him to have a little bit of rust, early in the game and maybe get a little more comfortable as the game goes on.
One thing Joe Douglas obviously did, and we could see it last year, the 4 snaps that he was on the field, and even during Hard Knocks, that offensive line last year was going to be a problem. And it was. And he rebuilt the whole offensive line. 3/5 of it is new. Elijah Vera Tucker moves to right guard. John Simpson's a good player inside, but just your thoughts on Tyron Smith as the blindside protector, Morgan Moses over at right tackle. I mean, they've had a history of injury last several years themselves. So, and they got to deal with Nick Bosa and Leonard Floyd, the boogeyman in Florham Park after what he did to Aaron last year in Monday Night Football in the opener. But have you seen enough from them in training camp to have a gauge on how they're going to be early in the year, Tyron Smith and Morgan Moses, Rich?
Well, first of all, it's a significant upgrade from last year's line. Last year's line stunk. I think it was next to the Giants. It was probably the worst offensive line in the league. And Tyron Smith, like I said, the starters didn't play at all in the preseason. I can only go by what I've seen in practice. He looked really good in practice. They got him through the summer healthy. He's missed a bunch of games in recent years. I think, he missed a few last year. I think he missed 3 or 4 last year. And I think it's 30-something over the last 4 years. So that's the big question with Tyron Smith, is keeping him on the field. If he's on the field, I mean, he looks really good. I mean, the players were raving about how he looked this summer. Morgan Moses at right tackle. He is coming off an injury, but he did practice the entire summer. He's been a really durable guy throughout his career, so I don't think it's an injury question with him. It's just, he is 33 like Tyron Smith, so these are older tackles. But in an odd way, I think it makes Rodgers feel comfortable. I think he likes having the older players. These are seasoned guys who have seen everything in the NFL, so they are not going to be fooled by anything that Niners throw at them or any other team. It's just a matter of, getting their reflexes back and much like Rodgers, getting through that acclimation period.
Rich Cimini is joining us, covers the Jets for ESPN, getting ready for Monday Night Football between the 49ers and the Jets. Our old pal, Robert Saleh, how hot is the seat there for him?
Yeah, I'd say pretty hot. I mean, it's hard to imagine a coach going into the season facing more pressure. Everybody in this building knows what the stakes are this year. There's no more mulligans. Last year they got the Rodgers mulligan. Everyone got that. And so they all come back, and they know there's no margin for error. I mean, I think they have to make the playoffs to survive. The owner was really pissed off at the end of the season, and he said so, and he expected more. And so the pressure is on these guys, especially Robert Saleh. This is a good roster, guys. I mean, I think it's the Jets' most talented roster in 13 years. Now, of course, that's not a high bar to clear. They haven't been too many talented rosters for the Jets in 13 years. That's how long their playoff drought has been. But it is a good roster. It's not a perfect roster by any means, but with Rodgers healthy and a better offensive line, they should go to the playoffs. And if they don't, their heads are going to roll.
And, Robert's done a nice job on defense, obviously. It's a very good defense. Jeff Ulbrich does call the defense the former Niner, who the Niners were trying to bring back to be their defensive coordinator this offseason, but the Jets wouldn't let him out of the deal. And Robert has brought in some former 49ers. DJ Reed, obviously the corner, is opposite of Sauce. And you got the two high draft picks, Javon Kinlaw and Solomon Thomas next to Quinnen Williams on the front. Let's just start with Javon. I had heard that he had gained some weight this offseason, and the Niners always tried to get him to slim down a little bit because he has the bad knees. They thought playing lighter would aid him. He's a huge man next to Quinnen Williams. So what have you seen from Javon Kinlaw, Rich?
Yeah, he has gained 30 pounds. That's what he told us at the beginning of training camp. Now, I'm with you, Greg. Conventional wisdom is like when you're that big and you have a chronic knee problem, less weight is better. So when he said, I gained 30 pounds, he said it was by design. I mean, it wasn't, he said he feels good. And I'll be honest with you, he looked really good this summer. He did not miss a practice at all. He practiced the entire summer. He looked good. I think the coaches really feel like they found something in free agency. They got him on a one-year deal. And obviously teams were scared away because of his injury history. But the Jets are really excited about him. I mean, as a different kind of lineman, most of their linemen are the smaller, faster type. He brings some of that girth to the middle of their defensive line. And so Kinlaw's pretty pumped about coming back to San Francisco, and the Jets really like what he's shown so far.
Rich, the rest of the defensive line, Jermaine Johnson, former first-round pick, Will McDonald, a former first-round pick, Michael Clemens, but they don't have Bryce Huff, who signed with Philly, and they don't have Hassan Reddick, who came over from Philly. Do they have enough on the edges?
Well, I mean, that's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. I think they have a good defensive line. It would be a whole lot better if Hassan Reddick showed up, but this is one of the more bizarre holdouts that I've covered in my time on the Jets. He is refusing. He requested a trade on August 12th. He doesn't want to be a Jet. He requested a trade. The Jets said, we're not trading you. The Jets said, we're not going to give you a new contract unless you show up. And he said, I'm not showing up unless you give me a new contract. So it's a game of chicken and who's going to blink first. I don't think the Jets are going to blink, and they are preparing to go into this year without Hassan Reddick, and that's unfortunate because I do think he would have made their defense that much better.
We're still about 75 hours away, whatever it is, from kickoff. It's Friday. We don't kick off till Monday. Are you just writing Hassan Reddick off? If he walks into Florham Park right now, would Saleh give him a jersey Monday night?
Well, when we spoke to Saleh yesterday, and I asked, is it still feasible that he could play Monday night if he showed up? He said it was still feasible. Now, that was yesterday. I mean, if he showed up right now, he would have one practice tomorrow. I think it would be pretty tough for him to play. I mean, this is not a play. Like, Bosa came in late last year, right? Didn't he show up like the Friday before? But that was a guy who had been on the team and had been in the system. And this guy hasn't even lifted a weight yet, Greg. I mean, he did his introductory press conference on April 1st, and that's the last they've seen of him. He didn't show up for anything in the offseason. And so, officially they have not ruled him out, but realistically, I don't think anyone here expects him to show up at any time soon.
Good stuff. Rich, as always, we appreciate the time. Thank you so much, and we'll see you on Monday night.
All right, guys. Take care.
You too.
Thank you, Rich.
Rich Cimini, ESPN NFL Nation for the Jets. He's been covering them for a long time. Good insight on that. All right, we have a few things to do. By the way, Silver is in for Tommy today. So Mike,
and they're going to interview
Silver
Kyle.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting.
That's going to be interesting. Mike Silver and Kyle Shanahan.
That'll be fun. All right, Silver with Copes. That coming up at the top of the hour. Got a couple of remnants for you. Do you want me to keep it here? Did you say? All right. We have JR coming up in a minute as well. You don't want to miss that because we have your picks again. We missed JR last season, but he is back for your picks. So we will let you hear on that as well. So Monday we'll come down. We'll be hanging out here on Monday. We'll be down here in the studios. Then you'll leave for the Up High, nice radio studios up there. You and Tim will hang. And then we'll be here all day on Monday. So don't move because we're going to be here.
Do you want me to sleep here?
I think you're – well, now I was being told by the gentleman who was with Stephanie that it's going to be closed the night before.
No, then he got an update, and then it's going to – so Tasman's going to be closed Monday at 9:30 in the morning.
Okay, I'll be here before.
So but I come in the back way anyway. So
excuse me?
I'm Kobe.
Oh, I see.
No, not that bad.
Oh, sorry.
We're not running the Princeton Cup.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to leave you in a few minutes because you got JR, and I'll go out and watch practice. But I'll be back here tomorrow to watch practice and Sunday for the walkthrough. But honestly, and Teo Johnson runs it, the former Raider, and my buddy Eddie, and they did it with Vegas with Stephanie. The M-Ride is the way to go to games because you can pick it up in a group, and they'll bring you right in here. So just get to mride.com is the key. But outside of that, I may just sleep here Sunday night. I'll get on my Niners red and gold pajamas. I'll be right here in my binky.
You got a king?
I got my Aaron Rodgers book that'll
literally
put me
right in here.
I got my Aaron Rodgers book that'll put me right to sleep.
Oh boy!
I got ayahuasca.
Well, if you have that, you're going to
put
go
me
right
to sleep, and I'll be good to go for Monday.
Oh, very good. All right, we will talk to you on Monday. Silver at the top of the hour. Don't miss that. But it is time. It is great. The return of JR on a tremendous football weekend.
The following interview is being paid for by TakingVegas.com, and the views, opinions, and picks expressed do not reflect those of the station or its ownership.
I have missed this, man. I have missed this opening. It is JR, TakingVegas.com, and the number is 888-9-WIN-NOW. We're going to talk about the games. It is awesome. There are tremendous college and pro games, and my guy JR is back. Welcome back. It is great to have you, and I missed you greatly.
I appreciate you having me back, John. As always, it is an absolute pleasure to be on air with you guys. I did miss last year, but for no other reason than me putting something even bigger together. And, guys, I got to tell you, man, we're already off to a heck of a start. Last night, 2-0 with the over and Kansas City getting it done. Plus, went 4-1 last Saturday in college football. We're already 1-0 on games given out here on air. And I'm going to give this to you tonight, guys. Huge game, Friday night in Brazil. You're not doing anything else. You know you're going to have action on the game. You may as well be on the right side. Call now. I'm going to give you the winner of the Packers-Eagles game. It's free, and it's on the recorded line. Call this number, 888-9-WIN-NOW. That's 888-994-6669. Call that number. You get this winner. Again, tonight's big winner in Brazil between the Packers and Eagles. It is absolutely free, and it's on a recorded line. Call the number, 888-994-6669. That's 888-994-6669. Check us out at takingvegas.com. We'll have a show here on the weekend right here on KNBR Radio. That's going to start, I think, 5 weeks from now when the schedule's a little easier on the weekend. But you guys, we're here all year. We're going to be absolutely making clients money, and we want you in. Get the winner of tonight's big NFL matchup free on the recorded line at 888-9-WIN-NOW.
It's always great. And like I said, it's great to have you back. And I always remember because I come down for pregame and I listen to you on the weekend. So it's absolutely great to have you back. And it's cool because you need a professional on your side for tonight's game because it's Brazil. The NFL's never played there. You don't know what the crowds are going to be like. So, and you always have the information on that. So this is not an easy game to predict tonight because it's going to be more Packers. There's going to be more Eagles. It's going to be a crazy atmosphere.
You're not kidding. And honestly, guys, at the beginning of the year, it's really the time where you should have an expert on your team. And I say that because, quite frankly, too many guys start off the year just loading up their accounts, getting ready for the first and second week, and by the time we get to week 3, they're already broken. They're playing tiny money. That's the worst thing you can do. Terrible money management is going to cost you this season, so let's nip it in the bud. What you want to do, you want to get the best information that we got. Last year, what we call a false favorite in college football that we give out on the radio show, we went 9-1, documented, 9-1, and the 9 winners all won outright with an average price of plus 155. We know what we're doing. We're here to make you money. We're here not only to give you the best games on the planet, win way more than we lose, but also to help you manage your money. That's what this comes down to. So call that number, 888-994-6669. Tonight's winner, Packers taking on the Eagles in Brazil. And guys, the game is free on the recorded line. Call now, 888-9-WIN-NOW.
All right, JR, you do a great job on the line. We want people to call into that number, but you always give us one. You always give us one every week we talk. So what other game are you looking at?
Well, in the past we've hit this game there were seasons we hit over 80% where we're giving this game out for free. I know a lot of the fans, they missed it last year. We got a lot of calls, guys saying, hey, how come you're not giving the free pick out on the radio anymore? So we're going to keep it going all season long. There's a game on Sunday, Steelers taking on the Falcons. Right now, it's unknown whether or not even Russell Wilson is going to play that game with the calf injury. The Falcons got a lot of new pieces in place, a new head coach. I'm going to tell you right now, there's going to be a lot of defense on both sides of the football. It's going to be a very slow game. They're going to try to run the football. Time of possession will be everything. This is going way under the 42 points. So go under 42 in the Steelers-Falcons game. That's your free pick here on air. But, guys, once again, I'm telling you, load up tonight, okay? I love the game. Eagles are taking on the Packers in Brazil. Get on the right side of this game. I'm giving it to you absolutely free, no strings attached on a recorded line. Call 888-9-WIN-NOW. That's 888-994-6669, 888-994-6669. takingvegas.com. Once again, 888-9-WIN-NOW. Guys, go out there and make some money.
The preceding interview has been paid for by takingvegas.com, and the views, opinions, and picks expressed do not reflect those of the station or its ownership. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
As you well know, the 2024 NFL season is here. Give us your thoughts and predictions for the 49ers on all of our socials at KNBR.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, a younger audience, surveys that indicate that they are going to streaming. So essentially, we almost have to go to streaming for our business model. Now, hold on. What are we, an idiot? I got younger kids. They stream, but they're sports fans. You think they couldn't find a game on NBC, CBS, Fox, or our network if the game is there?
Mad Dog screaming. That's what he does. You're going to have to find the game tonight. Deal with it. It's Peacock. Brazil. Mike Silver's coming on with Copes and Silver. Tommy's out today. What's happening?
John, how are you?
Oh, man, I'm never better. I'm waiting for the game.
I noticed Greg got the heck out of Dodge when he found out I was coming in. So
I need to see 5 minutes of practice, Michael. That's what he's doing. He's ran out to the practice field.
I tell you, man, I wish I got to experience Greg's calls. Unfortunately, I'm always busy during these games. But, hey, what I would not give to hear Greg call one more Warrior game, though.
Oh, my God.
Someday I got to get him back on hoops. Back on hoops.
So I read your piece on Aaron. It's very good. Anything else outside of that? You got any more nuggets on sitting and hanging out with Aaron Rodgers?
I do, actually. I think there's some future stories to tell.
Oh, yeah.
Because we talked about great stories about that epic. Remember when he came back from the broken collarbone and they had to beat the Bears to go to the playoffs, I think in 2013, right before they ended up losing to the Kaepernick Niners at home. But down to fourth down play, and he hits Randall Cobb in the snow, one of his iconic plays. But great backstory on that. And it's funny, we have Kyle Shanahan coming on. I'd be interested to hear his perspective on this, because Aaron and I talked about, what if Aaron had come here in 2021 when there was talk about it leading into the draft, and how would he have and Kyle have done together? Because, it happened kind of with Aaron and Matt LaFleur also in 2019. But, Aaron's done things a certain way his whole career and is very good at it with a lot of freedom at the line. And Kyle, of course, has this incredible system that he wants the quarterback to run exactly, and everything has a purpose, pre-snap motion, all that. So it is an interesting, professional marriage just in terms of that. So I think it would have presented some problems. But as Aaron said, and which I kind of agree with, he's like, Kyle's a genius. I mean, it would have been fine. Like I'm like, yeah, I mean, Aaron's great. Kyle's great. I feel like I'd rather have two people who are great trying to sort that out and work through it than, some quarterback who's like not really that accurate and makes bad decisions, and a coach who's really got a pliable system, but it doesn't really make any sense. That feels harder to me.
Yeah, absolutely. I know you guys are going to talk about this today. For a guy who's like me, I mean, you're looking for the story all the time. This offseason with Trent, with Ayuk, with Ricky Pearsall, does any of this stuff matter once the ball's kicked off to you?
Well, we're going to see. I think it does, and here's why. Because I have heard Deebo Samuel and Nick Bosa in successive years say that it did in their cases. So this isn't me saying it. Deebo said he had an awful 2022, and he blamed it on being distracted from his contract stuff, coming in out of shape. And then Bosa last year had a bad first game. He showed up 4 days before the first game when they finally got that done. Didn't have his, it didn't replicate 2022. And he said during last season, yeah, I think I got a slow start because I came in. So it just baffles me because the 49ers are so good. John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan are so good at roster building and culture creation and, all that. And in this one area, you would think, if anything, they would be guarding against it. Like, we can't let it drag out late this year. And to have it happen twice, surprises me. But, it is perfectly plausible that they will go out, roll against the Jets, and it'll all be forgotten.
No, and not to look ahead, but that's what we do. The corner market is already starting to go, and the 49ers have two free agent corners at the end of this year with Jalen Ramsey's deal getting done, and so now all of a sudden the corners are getting done. So
I don't live in fear of the salary cap, and neither should they.
Enjoy the game, John.
Oh,
I'm back from practice.
There he is.
I mean,
I got my reps in.
You don't know how fast he ran.
You look different.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, he ran fast.
Dude, I looked up and you were by yourself on camera. I was like, "Where's Greg? I can't. I've got to see the walkthrough."
Oh, I've got 5 minutes. He bolted.
I've got 5 minutes.
He was Usain Bolt. He was like, I'm out of here, man. I gotta see this for 5 minutes. All right, boys, enjoy. Look forward to listening on my way back, and we'll see both you guys down here on Monday.
You took all my good stuff for Mike Silver, so we'll see if I figure out.
What are we gonna do?
I don't know. You can go now.
You got 4 hours. Best of luck.
Thanks, bro. Talk to you later.
See you guys. All right, Mike Silver and Cope's coming up next. Thanks as always to Walter and to Danny. Tremendous guest today. We You just heard from Rich Samini. That was a lot of fun. Dan Orlovsky joined us a little bit earlier. The Tim Rowing Power Hour for the first hour, plus Matt Maiocco. If you missed any of those, just go to KNBR.com. The boys are coming up next right here on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay, while his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. Faithful, crack one open, fire up the grill, cause the Tolbert and Copes 49ers tailgate begins now.
What is going on? Happy Friday. Welcome to the Tolbert and Copes 49ers tailgate show every Friday on Tolbert and Copes, even without Tom Tolbert. Tom Tolbert out today. Mike Silver hanging out on a football Friday. Every Friday throughout the Niners season, it's a 49er tailgate on Tolbert and Copes, so much so that we'll be actually getting out, going to breweries and doing shows on Fridays throughout the season, October 18th.
But not today.
How about not today, dude? They said we're not doing that unless Tom's here, unfortunately.
Tom is, I am more fun than most people, I would say, but Tom is more fun.
Tom's a fun dude. He's so fun that he's not here. He's out having fun on his way to go watch a boatload of football games over the next week. We've got live shows, though, coming up for the 49ers and Tolbert and Copes tailgate shows. October 18th will be at Fieldwork Brewing in San Mateo. 3 shows in 3 cities, by the way. Coming to a city near you. San Mateo, October 18th at Fieldwork Brewing. November 15th from 2 to 6 at Fieldwork in San Leandro. And then December 6th, 2 to 6 at Fieldwork in San Ramon. So San Mateo, October 18th, San Leandro, November 15th, and San Ramon, December 6th for 3 upcoming Tolbert and Copes 49ers tailgate shows. It'll be all football all day long, except at 2:30 when we talk to Matt Chapman of the San Francisco Giants.
I think if you're rich enough, you can break that mold. He is.
Yeah, $151 million. I talked to him a little bit earlier, so we'll play it for you later on. And I was like, dude, congratulations, man. He's like, yeah, it feels good. I was like, yeah, I bet it does. But it feels real good.
I'll bet.
You know where you're playing. You can make sure you set yourself up for the next handful of years, and the Giants have him at third base. So 2:30, Matt Chapman's going to join us. We'll play that interview that I recorded with him earlier. Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. We'll talk some football with him at 2:50. Kyle Shanahan joins us at 3:30. 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan live with us at 3:30 right here on KNBR. At 4:30, Tim Ryan will break down some of the game for us coming up on Monday night. 4:50, your friend Diana Rossini is going to join us. We'll talk to her about the NFL slate this weekend, some of the stuff we saw last night, and some 49ers stuff. If you missed Kyle Shanahan, we'll have that again for you at 5:15. Then Giants pregame at 5:40, and, of course, Steve Kerr at his usual time. So Matt Chapman, Marcus Thompson, Kyle Shanahan, Tim Ryan, Diana Rossini, and Steve Kerr at his usual time is what you're getting today.
That's it.
That's it. That's all you're getting. Good to see you, bro.
Thanks for having me. Other than the lack of a field work at my spot, everything is good.
Yeah, we don't have any beers. And they're calling it a tailgate show. I got no barbecue either. I would take some. Oh, do we? We got Pops on the way? No way. Tim went running out of the studio like he went to go take care of some business. I thought he was going to the bathroom.
Wow. Well, I think that will probably follow after people eat barbecue.
Yeah.
So I'm told.
So while we await the beer, last night's opener, as good of an opener as you could ask for. 27-20, a literal toe on the line of the back line of the end zone changes the fortunes of the game for Lamar Jackson and the Ravens. And now Silver's got a beer. Good deal.
I love the hills and valleys.
Look at that.
Hills there. So here's the thing. One of the weird things about the current incarnation of replay is that it is not, every game is not equal, right? So if that was like an early window game, they might not have had as many.
The back camera. So,
angles.
for example, I was at the game in Vegas, the Chandler Jones, Mac Jones interception walk-off.
One of my favorite games. The preparation of Bill Belichick shining
unbelievable,
through was
dude.
great.
What people forget is the Raiders before that scored a touchdown that didn't look like, I thought for sure it was going to get overturned. They didn't have a camera on the pylon, and so they had to go with whatever the call was on the field. To your point, that wasn't a game that had the right camera angles to be able to make that call. Last night's game being a national TV game did.
Yeah, so I have a few notes. First of all, Isaiah Likely, who looked amazing in that game, went down on the second down play trying to go get it in the end zone and looked like he broke his collarbone to me. I was like, oh, no.
He was grabbing sort of at the chest area, too.
He came right back in. So that was the good news. Lamar had an open guy and missed him on the third down. So now it comes down to that last play. He goes up, likely makes that incredible play. They rule it a touchdown, and the first thing you see is John Harbaugh
go for
holding up the 2, which he scored a touchdown. I kind of love. I love that he was going to just say, fine, we'll just let it ride on one play. You can't weigh in on that decision after the outcome. You have to decide before they run the play, do you like him going for 2 there? So I liked it. But, Chiefs are the Chiefs. Lamar is Lamar. I think those two teams will meet again.
That was a pretty sweet game last night. I did see Patrick Mahomes after the game was like, my advice to Likely would be wear white cleats next time. I was like, that's a hell of a line for a dude who wins the game by a toe.
Yeah, when you go to the AFC Championship game or better every single year of your career and then, win 3 Super Bowls before you're 30, you can do comedy. Whatever.
Yeah, Tom and I were kind of talking about that yesterday in terms of who's more likely, who's got a better chance to go back to the Super Bowl. And just history would show you that teams that lose a Super Bowl have a really tough time getting back to a second consecutive Super Bowl. There are very few teams that have even gone to 2 in a row and lost 2 in a row.
Yeah.
You can count the Bills doing that 3 times technically.
Yeah.
But outside of that, you've got the Minnesota Vikings did at Super Bowls 8 and 9, lost back-to-back. And there's a couple other teams, I think, that have done it, but it's not a frequent thing. The Broncos did it in the 80s, I think, too, right?
When they went to Super Bowls 8 and 9 back-to-back, I'm pretty sure that they were avoiding the goalpost in the middle of the end zone.
Yeah, dude. Oh, yeah. It was like the one that was still sitting in the dude,
which is one of the most amazing things.
We never talk enough about that,
I have
dude.
to
It's a great
take
call.
Because that was my childhood.
It's a great call.
Imagine being a kid and you're like, what is this thing called? Oh, that's basketball. They try to shoot it in. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's baseball. They try to hit it. Oh, that's football. What do they try to do? They try to get it in that. Oh, cool. Wait, what's that big yellow thing? Well, you got to be careful because if you're running a crossing route, you might run into it.
Into the crossbar, yeah.
And then they finally were like, you know what? Maybe we should curve that up and move it to behind the end zone. What an idea.
It's wild. It is wild that they played football like that for years. But you're right. That's what I mean is it was a little bit different back then. The season wasn't quite the same.
6 exhibition games, 14 regular season.
That's wild.
You don't like the preseason now? 6 and 14. And some teams had to play 7 because there was this thing called the College All-Star Game. You ever heard of this?
No.
This is amazing. Imagine the preseason would feature a game, an extra game, between the defending Super Bowl champs and not the returning college all-stars, the outgoing college seniors who were all on other rosters now in the NFL would.
So wait, the guys who were it was like a rookie sophomore game.
It was like if it was this year, it would be the Chiefs in the preseason against Xavier Worthy. Oh no, he's on the Chiefs.
Any other rookies? Like Caleb Williams is the quarterback for the rookie team.
Caleb Williams is so every team is subjecting their guys to an extra game, an injury, and the funny thing is, you'd think it would be a joke, but if you were the defending Super Bowl champs, you're like, we can't lose to the rookies, to the college kids, so they had to kind of try. Yeah, fascinating. You could Google all this. I
found it. History.com has even got an article on it. When the college football stars played NFL champions.
They played in Chicago, and it finally ended because there was such a brutal rain and I think lightning storm, and they played through it. And finally, in the third quarter of the last game ever, they were like, yeah, maybe we should call this, and then they never brought it back.
The last game ever was a 24-0 win by the Super Bowl champion Pittsburgh Steelers that was played on in a surreal deluge, they say. There's guys splashing around. It's like when the Niners were playing in Baltimore, and you get Nick Bosa doing the belly slide at the end of a game there. Actually, was that Baltimore?
Washington.
It was Washington, excuse me.
Yeah.
They lost the game to Baltimore on that walk-off Justin Tucker kick. The game was ugly. Tolbert and Copes, Mike Silver's hanging out. It's the 49ers tailgate. We'll do it every Friday on Tolbert and Copes. All football, all day long, except for when we talk to Giants third baseman Matt Chapman at 2:30. We'll do that. Matt Chapman, 2:30. Great guest list. Marcus Thompson, 2:50. Head coach Kyle Shanahan, 3:30. Tim Ryan, 4:30. Diana Rossini, 4:50. And if you missed Kyle, we got it again at 5:15 before Giants pregame at 5:40. When we come on back, the latest from John Lynch and Mike's insight on some of these contract negotiations. We'll get his thoughts on how this is all played out. It's a 49er tailgate right here on Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
He scored a touchdown!
John Lynch joined Murph and Marcus this morning and believes Christian McCaffrey will be fine week 1 and said Ricky Pearsall will play this season. Listen to that podcast, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is Tolbert and Copes, and this is our 49ers tailgate on your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR, the sports leader.
The best thing is that Ricky's doing well and has a good prognosis. You asked the question, can he play this year? Absolutely. He's going to play this year, and we're going to give him the time to do it when it's right for him, and that's physically, mentally, emotionally. But I can tell you he's doing really well.
Tolbert and Copes is the 49er tailgate every Friday on Tolbert and Copes throughout the football season. We'll catch up with Marcus Thompson a little bit later and head coach Kyle Shanahan coming up at 3:30. So set your clocks, watches, phones, timers, whatever you got to do. Head coach Kyle Shanahan joins us at 3:30. Mike Silver hanging out with me today. Tom Tolbert out. So there's John Lynch on Murph and Marcus this morning on the morning show. Says that Ricky Pearsall's doing well and he will play this year. It was wild to me just to see his demeanor and like general, just looking like a normal dude hanging at practice yesterday, tossing a football up in the air to himself. Like it's pretty incredible. We had a guy yesterday on our Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line say that he'd been a firefighter and paramedic for over 20 years in a major city. He said he saw dozens of gunshot wounds, and he said one like that to the chest that has an entry and an exit wound that doesn't even touch anything inside like that enough to do any serious damage is unheard of. And Kyle sort of echoed that yesterday.
I mean, I think we have to look at it as a good thing. Not that you want anything horrible like that to happen, but I was kind of lumping it in with all the drama they've dealt with over the offseason. But that is such a great win for humanity that, someone takes a bullet to the chest and is physically fine. Now, is he going to be a little skittish right now? PTSD, like all that to me is a real deal. And I can't imagine having never been shot, let alone in the chest. I don't know. But, it is great news that he is, we're even having these conversations that, when will he play? Could he play week 5? It's a win. In the end, major win.
So more from what John Lynch had to say to the guys in the morning show. And by the way, you can hear the full interview with Murph Marcus and John Lynch, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app. He joins them every Friday throughout the season. So John Lynch, when he was asked by the guys about how, a little bit awkward sometimes, I feel like, when you have these holdouts, especially for a guy like Ayuk who's been holding in the whole time, has been hanging out. Now he's just back a part of the team. Trent had been gone, so maybe not quite the same distraction, but he also didn't go about it the same way. John Lynch said the best way to handle the past of those things is to forgive and forget, which is always nice in theory. Here's what he had to say about how you move forward from the Ayuk and Trent contract extensions.
Ironically, that Brandon went through this whole thing where he was here, and Trent was kind of out of sight, not out of mind. I mean, he was always on our mind, and so it kind of felt different. Brandon was here; we were dealing with him on a daily basis. But the one thing I've always, I think it's the way I was raised by John and Kathy. It's just, forgive and forget. I think that goes both ways. That these things get intense. People are passionate about it, about their positions. We got to run a team. But one thing I've learned is you go from being in intense negotiations to hugging them and understanding that they're a big part of their life's dream just came true. Their family's set up, their family's set up, and our team is set up too.
There you go. I mean, saying you can forgive and forget and move forward and all that stuff is good. What's your take on how all this went down and then how it all played out and where they are right now?
Well, I'm glad John feels that way because, he's been mad at me before. And I remember John Lynch as a player and the damage he used to inflict when he was riled up. So, no, I think it's a good philosophy. And because John has been a player, I do think he has a really cool perspective on it. He's been in contract fights. He's been cut by a team that he is a legend for. He's been asked to take a pay cut. And so he definitely understands both ends of it. And Kyle, it's a little different. He's trying to deal with what's in front of him and get a team ready to play. Obviously has a lot of influence in the organization. But that's why I think with Kyle, Ayuk seemed harder to me because he was just there, and from what I've heard of Brandon, we saw some of it with the hugs and the sometimes where he didn't look so happy, but I think it just felt like a little uneven with him in person, and it's easier for a coach in that situation, I think, to have someone gone because it's more akin to them being injured, right?
Yeah.
If someone just suffers a brutal injury, it's part of the game. You move on without them. It sucks. But if someone's there all the time and not only are you being asked about it and talking about it, but you're seeing that person's emotions on display, it feels harder. So, look, I know that Kyle certainly wishes they had both gotten done earlier. I do believe Kyle was at peace at various times with trading Ayuk if the trade was right, or if Brandon would have accepted trades to those teams.
Well, I believe it was, and the one that intrigued me the most, and we found this out after the fact, and I believe it was Diana Rossini, who's going to join us today at 4:50 as part of our 49er tailgate. I believe she was the one who reported after the Brandon Ayuk contract was signed that the 49ers were not just in negotiations to move Ayuk. They wanted a receiver in return, and I think everyone's thought was, well, Pittsburgh doesn't have that for them.
Right.
Cortland Sutton and Denver.
Right. So there was New England and Cleveland, which the 49ers would have done trades for and gotten players back. Ayuk didn't want to go there, even though they were going to pay him a boatload. He would have gone to Pittsburgh or Washington. Pittsburgh, it was going to end up being a 2 and a 3, and then they were trying to flip the 3 for Cortland Sutton, for example. There were other people I
got to tell you, that deal intrigues me.
I know.
That one kind of made me feel kind of sweet. I was like, that's nice.
By the way, they called other teams, too. So, and then the fourth option was Washington with Adam Peters, now their new GM.
Right.
And that had kind of cooled, but toward the very end, that heated up again, too, as a possibility. But, as John Lynch said, you get it done, and then you just try to move past it. I think it was clear to me that Brandon Ayuk, in a perfect world, wanted to be back, and that the 49ers, in a perfect world, wanted him here, especially this year. And it's wild now because Pearsall was drafted, which with the Ayuk signing would suggest to me that, okay, well, Debo's gone after this year, and or Kittle, but now they just restructured Debo to make that kind of a little weirder. So I think we'll get into this, but to me, if you're a 49er fan, you think about it this way. We're here, we're now, this is the season. They could win it all this season, and then if you blow it up, I think there's a lot of forgiveness there from fans. They could have a bad season, and then if you blow it up, you're just reacting to that. If you're still back in this middle ground a year from now where like they almost won but didn't win, and now you have to make some hard decisions with some of those players and the two corners and others as you pay Purdy, it's going to be tricky, but there's always a way to do it.
Yeah, we'll get back into some of that in terms of like who this could be the last dance for a little bit later. By the way, Kyle Shanahan, if you missed it, he's going to join us at 3:30. Kyle Shanahan, head coach of the 49ers, for his weekly conversation coming up at 3:30. Don't want to miss it. So,
you know who got paid?
Who?
Matt Chapman.
Yeah, Matt Chapman got paid.
He got paid.
Yeah, he did. A 6-year, $151 million contract. By the way, there is some Giants news. Lefty Kyle Harrison been placed on the injured list with inflammation of the left shoulder. Left shoulder inflammation. That's his pitching shoulder.
I was going to say, let me guess, he's a left-handed.
I'd feel better about it if it was inflammation of his right shoulder. They might not have put him on the IL if that were the case because he doesn't need it really. It's the left shoulder for Kyle Harrison. Adam Warren has been recalled for the Giants. So Harrison to the IL. And by the way, we got Giants pregame coming up at 5:40. So it's our 49er tailgate show. We'll do this every Friday, all football, all day long. But sometimes there's breaking news. Matt Chapman signs a 6-year, $151 million contract extension with the Giants. So he'll join us next. I had a conversation with him a little while ago. We'll talk to Matt Chapman and then back into football all afternoon long. Marcus Thompson, Kyle Shanahan, Tim Ryan, Diana Rossini, Steve Curtis, usual time, and Giants pregame at 5:40. Matt Chapman, now the long-term third base option for the Giants, joins us next on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Is it a pleasure to welcome to the Tolbert and Cope Show? Matt Chapman joins us. I'd say new Giants third baseman this year, but also now the long-term Giants third baseman after a 6-year, $151 million contract. Matt, congratulations. Welcome to the show, man.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. And I'm just, beginning of something super special here in San Francisco, so I'm really excited.
Yeah, I know fans have enjoyed watching you. I know maybe the record for the team and the way the season has gone, like all baseball seasons, a little bit unexpected and maybe not exactly where you guys want to be, but this is definitely a silver lining and something I think a lot of fans, myself included, are excited about. Tell us about the process, because the offseason, it's sort of the antithesis of the way the offseason contract negotiations went. It felt like for a lot of free agents, yourself included, where it dragged out till near the end of the offseason. This one gets done now near the end of the regular season, happened a little bit quicker. How important was that to you, and what was this process like?
Yeah, it was really important to me to, get something done, if we could, obviously. And, the Giants really wanted to, keep me here, and I wanted to be here. So, between Farhan and Scott and, the front office and myself, we just all came together and decided to find a way to get this done. Last off season was really strange with the market and the way free agency went. I wasn't scared to go to free agency, but I didn't feel the need to go to free agency. This is where I wanted to be. Love my teammates, love my coaches, love the organization, love the fan base. They support us so much. So. And the ownership's committed to winning. I truly signed up because I felt like, for the next 6 years that I'm here, they're going to do everything in their power to build a championship, caliber ball club. And, that's all you can really dream for.
I think, and I've always felt this, that having clubhouse guys, and people always talk about your clubhouse attitude, that you're a great guy to be around. The other guy who comes to mind, I know before you got here, is Logan Webb, but I think a lot of fans and those of us on the outside look in and go, it's great to have a guy like Logan Webb be the captain of a pitching staff and be the anchor that he is, but you also love to have that on the diamond and a guy who's in the lineup every day. Now that you're here long term, I mean, I don't know what role you play now. You're a leader, you're a veteran, there's a lot of young guys, but does a little bit more responsibility come with that now that you're going to be here long term and you've been around for some time?
Yeah, I think, I'm not, that doesn't mean that I'm going to change, who I am or, try to do things differently than, what I believe in. But I think that, being here long-term obviously gives me the power to know that, I'm going to be here for a long time and they're invested. So I'm invested. But, the more comfortable I get, this is my first year with the guys. So, getting to know them all, getting to, watch them play, learn these young guys, learn, what makes them tick a little bit, how they are on the field, off the field. So, learning, my new teammates, some of the new coaches and staff and front office people I haven't been around. So trying to take in as much as I can this first year and, gain everybody's respect first off. I'm not the kind of person that would come in and just start trying to, you got to do things my way or this or that. That's not who I am, but I wanted to just lead by example. And, I feel like I've earned all these guys' trust. And, my goal from, is to finish strong this season with the team. You never know what can happen. Obviously we have our work cut out for us, but, I think that there's a lot of positives that we can still build off of from this season, and we can finish strong wherever that leads us. But I think, going into next year, we know, we have the pieces that, a good foundation, and we add a little bit more. We got something special. And for me, I know I'm rambling here a little bit, but for me, my goal is to just kind of continue to build off of what I tried to start this year. And it's hard when Webby was doing it alone. And the more guys you have getting on the same page and pulling from the same end of the rope, holding each other accountable and able to just, we understand, what your role is when you're a Giant and what it means to be a Giant. And we go out there and we expect to win every day.
Talking to Giants third baseman Matt Chapman, nice enough to join us here on Tolbert and Copes, courtesy of the UMA guest line. I was wondering this because you were talking about getting to know your new teammates and getting to know, guys who are here now, guys who are coming up, and the guys who will be here in the future, and there will be some responsibility with that. Going from, playing most of your career in the American League, and there's so much now cross-pollination throughout your career, even in interleague play. Is there still a getting to know National League guys for you coming over this year? Because you've had a great offensive season. I imagine it's not as much as it used to be because you play everybody now every year, but is there still any of that?
There's definitely some of it. It seems like a few of the pitchers from the American League jumped into the NL West with me, whether it was like Glasnow or Paxton or some of these guys. So I had faced them. I have faced, a handful of these guys quite a bit. I guess Michael King came over from the Yankees, who was, we're facing tonight. But so I've seen these guys. I have played a lot, a long time to where the starters at least aren't as foreign to you. I'd say the relievers definitely in the National League are. I hadn't seen some of them. Had to get used to some of the relievers and maybe just learning some of the even on defense, learning some of the the National League guys and how the ball comes off their bat and where I should position myself. And so definitely there was a learning curve for all of that for sure. But you hit it on the head. There's a lot more of a balanced schedule now, and even with the interleague play before they even did the balanced schedule, you definitely see these guys more often than not. But there's always that adjustment. But I'm glad that I've been able to make the transition to the National League and felt really comfortable over here.
So I imagine you've hit every ballpark now, right?
I have. This year was actually my last year. I checked off Atlanta and I checked off DC. I was supposed to go there in 2020, but the COVID year kind of changed the schedule around. So it's been a while for me to check them all off, but I got them now, so that's cool.
Pretty cool, man, to have played in every big league ballpark. Do you like, by the way, the new schedule? I guess we'd say it's more balanced. I've always liked playing a lot of your division teams, but they've taken a little bit of weight away from what it means to win the division because now, a team will get a bye and some teams don't. But in terms of the way that the playoff structure works out. But do you like the new schedule? I mean, it's more travel for you guys for sure.
So I'd say the good part about the balanced schedule is you get to play. I do like playing all the other teams. I do like being able to mix it up a little bit more. I think it's good for the fans to be able to see more guys and more in different teams. And when you have a division as strong as ours, where I experienced that in the AL East as well. You just beat up on each other. Everybody, when you play each other so many times and you're in such a tough division, it just makes it really hard. And I think it's more fair when you get to play everybody else for sure, for everybody. But as far as travel goes, it's a lot harder on travel for sure. The schedule to fit everybody in. There's more East Coast trips, more cross country trips, longer stretches where you're playing and traveling and stuff. So, I mean, it's all part of the job. But I think that the travel. If you talk to guys around the league, the travel's probably been a little bit harder.
Talking to Matt Chapman here, a few more minutes on the UMA guest line. I think what fans really do appreciate about you, not just, you're a great play on the field, but being vocal about wanting to come to San Francisco. And being that I'm from the East Bay and grew up a Giants fan, I always loved when guys wanted to be a part of the team. And you kind of knew it. You get the feel of it, or guys would say it, or it was their first choice. They'd sign quickly in free agency. Things like that. In terms of, and I know you were asked this the other day in your press conference about recruiting other players, but more about just the feeling of coming to San Francisco, hitting in this ballpark. I know ballpark factors people think are a big deal. It's obviously somewhere you wanted to be, and it's played well to your game. Is that overblown in terms of the ballpark itself for hitters?
It's yes and no. It's tough. You can be honest about it. I'm wondering. Yeah. No doubt. I think that yes, it's definitely a tough ballpark to hit in. But I think that if you can hit in that ballpark, you can hit anywhere. That's for sure. But it gives us a little bit of a home field advantage. Sometimes it's a little cold. Sometimes it's a big ballpark, and some of these teams that play in more offensive ballparks don't feel as comfortable. So I think it can be something we use to our advantage. And I think that, teams take that into account. They know that, if you hit 30 home runs in an offensive ballpark and you hit 25 in San Francisco, it's very comparable. It probably takes away a couple homers here or there, but it's nothing out of control. And I think that it's not going to stop guys from not going to stop guys from coming because, you know, at the end of the day, I don't think you necessarily pick where you want to play because you're trying to pad your stats. You know, maybe if somebody's trying to bet on themselves or whatever it is, but I mean, I did that and I chose San Francisco and it all worked out. So I think, you know, the reason people are going to want to come here is because first off, they see, you know, what the organization from ownership to front office to GM and their desire to win. The coaching staff, you know, Bomel and everybody is so respected across the board, you know, and they're loved by their, you know, the players. And then when they see the players that we have here and the core young guys that we have coming up that are really going to play a big role in what the future of this organization has. And then the guys that they bring in, and then, you know, keeping, you know, me here and Webby here and, you know, hopefully getting some more guys this offseason. I think that, you know, guys are going to want to come here because they know that we're going to win and we do things the right way and it's a fun place to play.
Well, and I think one of the
great fan base.
Yeah, and I totally agree with you. And what you said about playing to the ballpark itself, like as a team and the way it's built, and I know that I feel like keeping you here long term and the type of player you are, the defensive stability at third base, like that's the type of team that can find success in a ballpark like that. Mike Krukow's talked for years about when Roger Craig came over to manage the Giants and he was pitching. He said, "Stop complaining about playing a candlestick. We just need to gear up on throwing split finger fastballs and make this a benefit to us." And I feel like the most success that teams have had in San Francisco are defensive and pitching. And I think to your point, leaning in on a guy like Jung-Hoo Lee and signing you long-term and making sure Logan Webb is here long-term, all of that sort of plays to the ballpark factor itself and gives an identity to the team.
100%, you know, and I think that needs to be, you know, the identity of the team is we're going to pitch, we're going to play really good defense, and we're going to be tough outs. You know, we might, you know, this year we haven't had too many games we've blown people out, but you know, we're going to be in every game. We're going to pitch. We're going to play defense. We're not going to make mistakes, and we're going to be able to find ways to beat you. And, you know, and I think the more experience that we get playing as a team together and the more experience some of these young guys get and, you know, the at-bats and everything's only going to get better. And when you have pitching and defense, you're going to be in every single game.
Pitching, timely hitting, and defense. They've been preaching that for like 150 years across baseball.
Yeah, some things in baseball just don't change, you know, because offensively, even the best hitters get in slumps. You know, even the best hitters struggle. But, you know, on defense, you know, you don't have to struggle on defense, and pitching and defense, you know, is consistent as it gets.
A few more minutes with Matt Chapman, just wrapping things up here. I was just wondering this. I thought about this morning, being that you were here for so long in Oakland, you come back to San Francisco. Are there, you got a place that you love in terms of like favorite burrito, somewhere that you're like, dude, I came back and I was stoked to be able to get this as frequently as I want? Anything like that out here in the Bay Area?
That's funny. There's so many good restaurants in San Francisco. It's like, I will say that one of my favorite breakfast spots that I hit in San Francisco a couple times is Plow.
Yeah, that was good.
You know, and they got the lemon ricotta pancakes. I love those things. So, because most of the meals that you eat before you go to the field is breakfast, because you're eating lunch, you know, and dinner dinner after the game at the field. So, for the most part, you know, I got some good breakfast spots like that I love to go to, and you know, it just the Bay Area has always felt like home for me. You know, I love it there. I love playing in California. I love playing in the Bay Area. I love everything about the Bay Area and the people and the fan base. And it's just so excited. Just want to, you know, say how excited I am to be a part of this. And, you know, I'm really am grateful for this opportunity from the Giants. And I just know that it's really going to turn out, and we're going to bring a lot of success to the Bay Area.
We're stoked to have you here, man. And I got to tell you, breakfast food, probably my favorite. First of all, Plow, the lemon ricotta pancakes are fantastic. You're absolutely right. And I don't want to blow up my favorite breakfast spot because then I don't want it to get too busy. But I'll tell you off air, dude, where you can go get another good breakfast plate here in San Francisco. Matt Chapman, nice enough to join us here on Tolbert & Cope's going to be your Giants third baseman for the next 6 years, $151 million, 6-year extension. Matt, thanks for joining us, man. Appreciate the time.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
More to come. Marcus Thompson of The Athletic going to join us for his weekly conversation. Mike Silver hanging out. Tom Tolbert out. Yeah, week 1 of football. Tom's gone to go watch football. Me and Mike Silver will catch up with Marcus Thompson next, only here on The Sports Leader. Tolbert and Copes will not be on KNBR on Monday. 49ers Countdown to Kickoff starts right at 1 with myself, John Lund, and Dennis Brown live from Levi Stadium, followed by the Jets and 49ers from your home of 49ers football for the last 20 seasons. KNBR, the sports leader.
Now back to our 49ers tailgate, where Tolbert and Copes feed the faithful. This is your proud home of 49ers football for the last 20 seasons. KNBR, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes, it's your 49er tailgate. Sans Tom Tolbert. Mike Silver hanging out with me today from the Chronicle. We got Monday Night Football, Niners, and the New York Football Jets. I want to get into some Aaron Rodgers stuff. We'll talk more about him a little bit later in the show what we can expect from him this season. But last night's game, I mean, I mentioned to you, Tom and I were in a debate yesterday. Not even a debate. We were in agreement about who's more likely or has a better chance to get back to the Super Bowl this year between the Chiefs and the 49ers. They have by far and away the two best odds to do so. I think the next best NFC team's odds are Detroit. That's what I was looking at the other day. And first and foremost, the reason is Patrick Mahomes. Second, I'm not saying it's easy to win 2 in a row and go to a third, but I have to imagine it's easier to get back than when you lose the year before.
Well, statistically, it is. There used to be a curse of the Super Bowl loser thing where it was like every team fell off the cliff for a while there. But, the Patriots did, do it in the 2018 season after losing to the Eagles in the 2017 season Super Bowl in Minneapolis. They came back and beat the Rams, and that offensive fireworks display. Oh, wait, no, that was.
Which, by the way, the year before, Brady throws for 500 yards and loses the bowl. Then they win, what? Was it 10-3?
You know what was amazing? Covering that, I think it might have been 13.
13-3.
But covering that game in the press box, a lot of the younger journalists were saying things like, is this the worst Super Bowl ever? And I was like, dude, I grew up in an era where every year was the worst Super Bowl
we're all
ever.
bad, right?
The NFC won 13 in a row. Most of them were blowouts. Usually, I just remember in college and, being so drunk by the second quarter because you already knew who was going to win. Like that Bears-Patriots Super Bowl, lots of fun. I think it was 45-10 maybe, but the Patriots scored late. And, but
there have been very few of those recently. I mean, in my life, they've been, for the most part, pretty good.
Seahawks Broncos was rough.
One. Yeah,
there have been a lot of great. So anyway, I think just as Mahomes is the reason you would say Chiefs, the reason that I think the 49ers can retool in years going forward and potentially even this year be better when on paper some would say they're not, is the quarterback is ascending. So if you believe that Purdy is ascending the way I do, and more important, the way Kyle Shanahan does, that can go a long way in terms of, covering up some of the other stuff as other guys get older. So if you have elite play caller, game planner, and ascending elite quarterback, you can do a lot of things no matter what the salary cap says and no matter, whether you lose some key guys.
Well, you just said if you believe he's ascending. And by the way, Marcus Thompson of The Athletic going to join us in about 10 minutes. We'll connect with him for his weekly conversation. You said if he's ascending in the way that you think he is and the way Kyle is, how do you think Brock's ascending? Because I would say he did last year sort of gradually on the upswing, what you would expect from a guy that you're not expect, but if you wanted to see more production from him last year, he exceeded, I think, what we all even anticipated he was initially capable of.
I think we may be underappreciating what happened in the NFC Championship game. And was not
the UCL injury?
That was against the Lions.
This year.
That was not all him, but he had a rough day against the Packers, but rallied at the end. The Lions were up 24-7, and it was not like things haven't gone the Niners' way. It was the Lions had, 280 yards and were running at will. They were just mauling them. It was not close. And, yes, a ball bounced off a corner's face mask and into Brandon Ayuk's hands. Yes, Dan Campbell.
It's called the ladybug catch, Mike.
Yes, Dan Campbell stubbornly made two decisions that I would argue were ruinous to his team's chances. But Brock Purdy did something epic, and we probably need to talk about that more. But, yeah, I would say he's ascending. I talked to him at the very beginning of training camp, and he doesn't – you don't look him in the eye and go, wow, he's talking some mess here. But the quotes were, I want to have a bloody mindset. I want to dominate. I mean, he's really putting it on himself to get a little more ruthless, and he referenced Tom Brady, so that's the aspiration. But I do think he's going to get better in terms of recognition, knowing when to take chances, all that stuff as he goes on.
Yeah, and once he gets paid, he's already big in the corn seed market. We know he's cornered that market for quarterbacks. Tom made an interesting point yesterday as Mike Silver's hanging out with me today. Marcus Thompson going to join us here shortly. Tom's interesting point about Patrick Mahomes is that relative to that of Tom Brady, we're talking kind of like GOAT status, and like if he wins 3 in a row, he's now done like the Shohei Ohtani thing where he's so early in his career, but he's done stuff that nobody else has achieved. The difference in what Mahomes has done versus what Brady did, and this is a great point by Tom, I thought, is that he's been the focal point of the Chiefs, and it's revolved around him since the very beginning, since they found success immediately. Whereas Brady, it was about the defense, it was about the run game. He just had to execute what was out there. Then he evolved over 2 generations into this incredible quarterback. But Mahomes has been the guy that makes that thing go since he got there.
I would submit that Joe Montana endured an era where you could take 2 steps and then blast him into oblivion. Any part of his body, head, knees, going low, going high.
You can see Mike Silver in the Joe Montana documentary available now on Peacock, by the way.
That is also true.
Yeah.
You could mug receivers a lot more. It was a much different era. And if you allow for that and the, 11 touchdowns, no interceptions in Super Bowls and the heroics and the drama, I'm not ceding the Joe Montana is the greatest of all time debate to anyone. And I'm a huge Brady admirer, and Mahomes has a chance to absolutely change the conversation. But if you see me in a bar, I'm probably going to stick with Montana, until my last breath.
Well, that was kind of the debate we were having, and not even a debate. We were saying that because of the eras of football and the way it's evolved, like, the one guy I'll never, and maybe you're with me on this, I can't stand Joe Namath. I was like, I don't know why people loved him. I don't get it. I just don't get the hype around Namath, but I don't think he's in the argument as an all-time GOAT.
No, but I'd like to revisit.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah.
I'd like to revisit Marino because I always, I put Elway in there, and
Marino goes in. Yeah.
I'm told Unitas was very Montana-esque. I'm told Otto Graham. I didn't see those guys, but I want Marino. Despite the lack of a championship, just as a thrower of the football and a guy who implemented the, running the show from that position, Dan Marino in this era, when he could play till he was like 43, would, the numbers wouldn't even be close.
And that's why the era stuff is different, because it is.
And I also think Peyton is in this conversation, too.
Yeah.
What Peyton, the command he had, what he was charged with, the understanding of all of it, and some of the epic things he did, I think you have to put Peyton in there, too.
What do you got, Derek?
Well, Copes, you questioned Joe Namath's career. Why don't you ask him on Monday when he joins Papa and Lunch?
What do I need to ask him? Yeah. I think his numbers speak for themselves. That's my point. Tell
him he's a fraud. Go ahead.
Why do I have to tell him to his face that he's a fraud? That's not very nice.
Give him some drinks. Maybe he'll try to kiss you.
Yeah, and then I can do what Susie did right here.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah.
What do you want? I got to lead the league in interceptions 4 times? Joe Namath's your guy.
I mean, he did say poolside that he was going to beat the Colts, right?
Yeah, I know. He guaranteed a win, and they were like, that's the greatest thing anybody's ever done. I was like, dude, the guy threw 100, what was his passing numbers? 173 touchdowns, 220 picks. He led the league in picks 4 times.
And you can't even give it to him on
there were even good numbers, 28, 27.
You can't even give it to him on Playboy status look sex appeal because now Jimmy Garoppolo has been in the league and has dwarfed everybody ever to play.
Struggling. I know this is going to come off as like a it's probably going to come off as like a J.J. Redick, plumbers, and what do you call the former guy, like Bob Cousy? He was playing with like plumbers and construction workers.
Yeah.
Whatever. I'm not going that far, but I'll take Jimmy over Joe. Joe Namath, I mean, not Montana. I'll take Jimmy. I'm like, come on, Jimmy got 28 picks in a year for Namath. Jimmy could do that.
But would you take the X's and O's or the Jimmys and the Joes?
Thank you. I appreciate that, Mike. All right. Okay. Thank Tim. No gong there. You're gonging me for
I would also like to
Kennedy brain jokes, but I can't get.
I'd also like to put Aaron Rodgers in this discussion with the 4 MVPs and just when I went out to Jets, Giants, and saw those joint workouts a couple weeks ago, don't sleep on Aaron Rodgers. He was making throws. He was putting throws into Garrett Wilson's arms that were inhuman. And I'm really anxious to see what he looks like this year because I think he's going to look like the stone cold killer that he's always been.
We are 3 days away from seeing Aaron Rodgers at Levi Stadium, and we have made the connection with our guy Marcus Thompson, who joins us weekly from The Athletic, best sports writer in the country. No offense, Mike. Marcus Thompson here on the Yuma guest line. What's up, Marcus? How are you?
Man, you can't say that in front of Mike Silver.
I just did.
Man, that's crazy.
I missed it. What did he say?
You were high. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
I wish, man. I'm told that I have to be a professional, so
I wish.
I'm drinking the Phil's iced ecstatic and a little bit of field work.
Phil's is pretty good, so you're all right. You're all right.
Marcus, how are you?
I am excellent. I am ready for a new season. I'll tell you that much. I'm tired of the summer.
Can we talk about France and Noah Lyles and all the stuff you covered and saw? Give me your Olympic moment that you'll reference back and be like, that was pretty cool to be there, if any.
I'm in the mixed zone, right? The 4x400 race just happened, and we're waiting for the runners to come through. It's about 100 degrees, or at least it feels that way. I am sweating profusely. I am being smashed by the Swedish contingent of reporters who are behind me, and my phone will not stop blowing up because Steph went crazy.
Yep. Never forget it. Never forget it.
I will never forget the amount of
where you were when Steph
Curry. I'm just saying, I would have loved, other than seeing it, I would have loved to read a Marcus Thompson I was there column, and I walked off with Steph out of the mixed zone or wherever you could have been. I would have loved to read that column.
Yep. But you got a great Ry Benjamin piece, though, because he was the best anchor that you could ever ask for on that 4x400, man. He was so great. He was clutch and got the gold medal. So
Immortal.
Go check out Ry Benjamin, baby.
Immortal.
Marcus Thompson with us on the Uma guest line. You said excited for the start of a new season. Last night, great kickoff to 2024, man. Fun game.
Oh, there was a game last night. Who played?
Stop.
Nah. Man, Lamar Jackson, he's wide open.
How do you miss both of those throws? I mean, the one to the right, the mobile one to the right was tough, but the one on the end zone where he just overthrows where Likely went down, I thought he had to have that one.
He had to have that one.
He just needed fewer cameras. He just needed it to be less of a marquee game so there wasn't that high-def camera that showed the actual – because I thought from the first look, you can't prove to me that the ball of his foot didn't hit first, and you can't take that away, but they did.
Yeah, no, they actually can take it away, and that's actually what they did. I know. You know how, your foot is on the ground and it looks like your toe is over the line, but it's actually not?
Yes.
It's, above the line.
That's kind of what I thought could happen.
Yeah, I felt like that might have been it. I feel like you got to give him that. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm like, man, you got to give him that. You got to give him that touchdown.
If Harbaugh hadn't been holding up the 2, I feel like maybe somehow they give it to him because they know it's going OT and it's not going to decide the game, but – Harbaugh holding up that 2, they're like, oh, if we give it to him and he makes the 2, then no, I'm kidding.
Big controversy.
Not that we would overanalyze any one game. Do you have, what's your level of excitement in terms of the 49ers, who've obviously been through some stuff this offseason, and Aaron Rodgers, who obviously went through a very, very hard year for him. His team was built in his image and collapsed accordingly. But the Jets have some dudes. Are you excited to see this game on Monday?
Like I am. I just think I wouldn't be surprised if this did not go well for the home team.
I agree.
Because of everything you said.
I agree.
And I don't think it will be indicative of the season, but context is everything, right? This game is going to be everything for the Jets. And not in some Rudy type situation. They're actually good.
Right.
They're good in the places that hurt, like the 49ers. So, but nobody wants this more than Aaron Rodgers. I would be shocked if anybody wants this more than Aaron Rodgers, especially the last couple times he came to Levi Stadium. So, to me, this feels like one of the moments where 49ers aren't in peak form. They've had a lot of drama and all that. Who knows what status their left tackle is in and their number one receiver. Who knows how that works? Who knows how Brock Purdy responds to that, with Trent Williams perhaps not being either there or on his A game. Against that defensive front, this is a recipe for a tough night, which means conversely, if they beat the brakes off the Jets, it might be a scary season for the rest of the league.
I went out there a couple weeks ago, talked to Aaron Rodgers, wrote about it, talked to Robert Saleh, wrote about it, talked to Jeff Ulbrich, who had a chance to possibly be the Niner defensive coordinator, wrote about it. That drops, I think, Sunday morning digitally and Monday in the Chronicle. But I got to see them work out against the Giants, and Aaron Rodgers was reminding people in a very vivid way that he might be the best thrower of the football ever. I mean, it was crazy. And Garrett Wilson is real good. And when I asked Aaron at the end of our 20 minutes of talking, hey, anything else? He was like, have you seen Brees? And he went on like a 3-minute thing about how good Brees Hall is now. So I agree with you. They're really good. Now, they didn't get their contract thing solved. They don't have Hassan Reddick, who would make it even tougher on the Niners and that offensive line. So at least the 49ers actually got their players in, whereas they made a trade for a guy they knew was unhappy about his deal in Philly. He literally showed it. Do you know the story, Marcus? He showed up on April 1st, did a press conference, was like, I'm good. I'm here.
He's great.
I'm a Jet.
Great.
And then ghosted. Now, it was either the greatest April Fool's prank of the 21st century in the NFL, or coincidentally, he changed his mind.
I want it to be an April Fool's joke. Like, I feel like he deserved that.
Me too.
He deserved that. But, yeah, it's hilarious how he was like, oh, and it's not about the money. Like, this is great. This is where I want to be. Like,
yes.
It doesn't matter how it plays out. I'm going to be here. And then it's like, yeah, I'm out.
Yeah, no, he got off the podium and there was a text from his agent and he was like, wait, they offered what? It is about the money.
That's so funny, yeah. Which is, considering his history with the Eagles, I would like to see him out there.
Well, listen, he's the guy who tore off Brock Purdy's arm, but
yeah, absolutely.
But I also want you to be mindful of this. Leonard Floyd is the guy who sacked Aaron Rodgers when he tore the Achilles last year on the Monday Night Opener, and now he's lining up opposite Nick Bosa. So
you saying hold off? Like, don't play Brock Purdy. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm saying let's have no injuries. And I know people would say, they talk about injury luck and all that, but I would argue that the 49ers right now are enjoying the greatest injury luck week of all time in that Ricky Pearsall, blessedly, is fine. So right now it's going good.
What was your reaction to that, Marcus?
I'm still like stunned by it. When I first heard it, I'm like, my first thought was, what is Ricky doing like at Union Square like 2 a.m? Like, because that's when stuff goes down. Because normally it's like, yeah, I was at the club, and I'm like, is there a club over at the Macy's? Like, what? Like, why is he out? Then you find out, like, this is like in the daytime.
It's in the afternoon, yeah.
That's crazy to me. I'm more amazed at the fact you can get shot in the chest and, like, nothing gets hit in this way, the best possible outcome. Like, that's so, like, it's so relieving, but it's also like, wow, that's insane. But, I mean, this is the flukiest thing I've ever heard in my life. Like, you get robbed, you scramble with the guy, get shot, and then, like, you're fine. Like, first off, like, who's robbing people in broad daylight? And then, like, it's just surreal. Like, you wouldn't even write this. Every time I've heard these situations, it's about somebody hanging out at night, got too much ice on, and got jacked. This was – I don't even know what this was. I'm still kind of floored by it. I would love to hear when he, like, really talks in depth because, he's really gone through something. He may not have, like, the physical wounds that, that like, are harming him, but this is just so uncanny. Like, he's got to be careful about, like, the trauma of it. The football players are already you're ready for violence, you're impacted by violence, but still, like, that guy is a G for showing up to practice. Like, I don't know, I'm milking that thing for all it's worth. Like, I ain't never like, I got shot. Oh, I ain't taking out the trash no more. I ain't doing nothing else.
Well, dude, and the fact that it was like
I ain't writing about what's his name, Rye.
Rye. No more anchor talk, dude. I ain't doing that anymore.
He's like, yeah, I gotta show my guys I'm fine. I'm like, nope, I'm wearing this sling for 6 years. Like, oh, it still hurts. Don't touch me.
He wanted to play on Monday. He said, Kyle, I think I still go against the Jets.
Right?
He was like, no, I don't think so. I was like, I want to go to battle with that guy.
Different.
Yeah.
These dudes are different, man.
Yeah, they are.
Marcus Thompson, the voice you hear of The Athletic. We'll see you out there on Monday at the game, Marcus.
Oh yeah, I will be there. No question about it.
All right, bro. Well, I didn't know. I didn't know if you were still down. So, all right.
You trying to kick me out?
No,
That's
man.
Great.
No, you're
Is there a
good.
track meet or something?
I was
Like,
gonna say Grand Slam track might have something going on with Michael Johnson.
Yeah, Marcus, I'm going to make many Niner games this year with Grand Slam track.
I'm gonna go Monroe Catholic track. My bad. That's
Yeah.
what I'm
Hey,
doing.
yo, easy. We got a football game Friday. We got to play Alameda High. All right, dude. We'll talk to you later, Marcus. See you later.
All right, peace out.
Marcus Thompson of The Athletic does a great job covering everything, including track at the Olympics.
Except for one of the iconic Steph Curry moments of our time.
Awful FOMO for Marcus
Unfortunately.
on that one. I was like, I thought you wrote the book on Steph, just not the article on that game, huh? No?
I mean, think about like the article he wrote off of that game 4 in Boston in 2022. As you know, obviously seeing Steph actually do it was the memory I'll take forever. But I was pretty stoked that next day to read
Marcus's
account of it. It was so good and vivid. And yeah, okay. Well, we all have our moments that don't work out journalistically, but
Marcus has a lot of them that do. I'd say that's
I was
going to
say it's
a lot of hits.
Listen, I'm not in charge of anything, but as a consumer, I would have loved to have him cover that.
Tolbert and Copes with you, Mike Silver hanging out on our 49er tailgate every Friday, our 49er tailgate on KNBR. We'll be doing some live shows out at Fieldwork Brewing, 3 locations, October 18th in San Mateo, November 15th at the San Leandro Fieldwork location, and then December 6th at the San Ramon location. 3 breweries. I mean, all Fieldwork breweries, but 3 cities.
Steve Kerr likes beer. Steve Kerr likes beer.
And he'll probably join us at his usual time. We just heard from Marcus Thompson and Matt Chapman, Giants third baseman, available KNBR.com and the app. Kyle Shanahan, head coach of the 49ers, joins us in about 15 minutes at 3:30. We'll catch up with him ahead of week 1. Niners and the Jets 3 days away, coming to your way. Monday Night Football right here on the Sports Leader. When we come back, some tips and picks, and are we concerned at all about this McCaffrey calf and Achilles situation? That's next with Mike Silver on the Sports Leader. Frank Gore joined the morning show to discuss going into the 49ers Hall of Fame on Monday, and Dan Orlovsky previewed Monday's game with Papa and Lund. You can hear both podcasts up now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Faithful, crack one open, fire up the grill, cause the Tolbert and Cope's 49ers tailgate is cooking on KNBR, the sports leader. Time to make those weekend wagers. Who you want to bet your Benjamins on? We got you covered with tips and picks. Sponsored by Twin Pine Casino and Hotel. Now here's Tolbert and Copes on KNBR.
No, here's it's a Silver and Copes. Mike Silver hanging out with us today. Tom Tolbert off us. He does his yearly football tour across the country. I tell you, he's told us his itinerary like 7 or 8 different times, and none of us really still have any idea. He's told us that itinerary like 8 different times. First, we're going to go here. We'll probably drive here. It'll be a 10-hour this. Like, walks you through it for so long that I have no idea where he's going.
Is it college football?
But it's both. I know he's going to be at the the Vikings and Niner game week 2.
Why?
And at some point, maybe he's seeing like an Angels and Twins game. Honestly, I don't even know. He's going to a Wisconsin football game or something, too. The whole thing's bizarre. The whole thing's weird.
He's going to Texas, Michigan tomorrow.
He is going to Texas, Michigan.
Is he going to an Arizona game?
No.
Because they're actually good.
No. Then he's driving through Chicago at one point just to get beer. You mentioned that yesterday. That's my one
Civil
takeaway.
War reenactment, I think?
Yeah, I don't know. Did he stop at like Gettysburg last year? Yeah, maybe a Civil War reenactment.
Who's he with?
Another great question. A great question.
Bergie.
Oh, he's with Bergie? He's with Bergman?
Todd Link?
You know Mike, the whole gang.
Probably Steve Kerr. I don't know.
Oh, those rascals.
Yeah, Steve Kerr's going to call us at his usual time while he's on the road with Tom Tolbert. That would be a riot. Time now for some tips and picks. By the way, Tips and Picks is sponsored by Twin Pine Casino and Hotel. Celebrate Twin Pine and Casino and Hotel's 30th anniversary all year long in Lake County, where every visit is a winning experience. Christian McCaffrey's health. Why don't we start there? John Lynch this morning was on the morning show, and he gave some insight into McCaffrey's health, primarily because we've heard about the calf strain. Start thinking calf, you start thinking Achilles, and now they're talking about maybe there's more Achilles tied to some of this. Here's what John Lynch had to say this morning to Murph. Oh, you don't. I was giving you the ramp there. I was vamping there, Tim. Maybe I'll set this up again. You know, he was on with the morning show, was John Lynch. Christian McCaffrey has that.
I'm ready now.
It's now to the Achilles, and then here's what he had to say to the morning guys about it.
Yeah, I mean, Christian's doing great. We got to finish the week here, but he looks like Christian, and that's a good thing for us. He's looked like Christian out here at practice, and we had a bonus day here on Tuesday. I believe my days are all screwed up because of the Monday night, but we had a bonus practice, and he was there. He was out there yesterday, so Christian's looking really good. Obviously, want to see him progress through the week, but we had confidence that Christian would be ready, and he's doing very well. He takes tremendous care of his body and takes so much pride in that, and he'll be out there and ready to roll.
Any concerns about McCaffrey's calf strain as it relates to the Achilles? I mean, the one that comes to mind always is Kevin Durant, because it just feels like a time bomb, right? Like, but then we've seen it happen to other guys. Rodgers had the calf last year before.
Richard Sherman had the Achilles pain, and then that.
It's always a concern.
Let's not even think that way, but
it's not my fault if it happens.
But I would say this about McCaffrey: like, he had, if you look at why that trade was in some people's minds a risk, and what he had gone through in the years preceding that trade, he missed a lot of games with a lot of different injuries. It's a position, obviously, where there's a lot of attrition and guys wear down. So when the 49ers sent a 2, a 3, a 4, and a 5 for him in the middle of 2022, it was like, well, are they getting a high-paid guy who's beaten down and is just going to be injured his whole career? And then he's been obviously amazingly healthy and incredibly productive, and really better in Kyle's offense than he would be in anyone else's. So an added bonus. But anytime, I hear running back that age and injuries, I'm a little, squeamish. But I think, I trust John.
They took the precaution. They said this last year, too, about Joe Burrow. I know he ended up getting injured, but different. It wasn't an Achilles or a calf, and he had a calf strain as well. I think that the older you get, that's when you start to get more concerned by it.
Russell Wilson has a calf thing that won't go away, and he's questionable for their game on Sunday. So, but yeah, I think we all want to see Christian McCaffrey, just as John Lynch said, look like Christian. So if he gets the ball the first touch and jukes a dude and plows over another and gets about 9 yards, I think we'll all get over it.
So as it relates to tips and picks, 49ers are 4.5-point favorites against the Jets on Monday night. If you want to know how to play it, check out our KNBR podcast page. Tom Spoke to his guy, Dennis Ranahan of Quackside Sports, PicksFootball.com. You can check out that podcast up on the website and get this weekend's best bets. How you feeling about your Bears tomorrow, 11.5-point dogs against Auburn?
I just don't think in gambling terms, but I will gamble with my heart once again and believe that.
Gamble the 11.5.
I mean, here's the thing with Cal. They would have beaten Auburn last year if they had even a kicker who was functional in that game. Although he did make one big long kick, which they then overturned on a holding penalty on a field goal, which tells you what it's like to be a Cal fan. But, to me, I don't know how much better Auburn is than last year. I know they have Cal's quarterback from last year, Sam Jackson, as a receiver, which tells you something there. But, I think it's attainable. What do they call that, money line? I think Cal money line is an attainable thing.
You think Cal winning the game is an attainable
Isn't that
thing?
what money line means?
That is, yeah.
So I'm told.
Money line.
Yeah, I think Cal can go down and win that game.
Just as it relates to the Christian McCaffrey thing, circling back, we'll talk to Kyle Shanahan about this. He's going to join us in about 5 minutes at 3:30 for his weekly conversation ahead of Week 1 against the Jets. Thoughts on what we've seen from J.P. Mason this preseason? Because the evolution of his game looks like, I know we talk about the jugs machine a lot and the catches he's been able to make, but they used him a lot, and I think he pretty solidified or solidly claimed that number 2 spot.
Yeah, I think even if Elijah Mitchell had not gone on IR, I was curious whether Mason would end up being the 2. So, yeah, it looks good so far. Again, we got to see it in a real context, but it looks like he has put a lot of work into the pass-catching side of it, which obviously if your role model is Christian McCaffrey, that would be a smart thing to do.
Yeah. Head coach Kyle Shanahan, the 49ers, is going to join us in just a few minutes here on our 49ers tailgate every Friday with Tolbert and Copes. Mike Silver is hanging out with me. We have a cast of characters in the revolving door next week. Monday, no show because we do have 49ers pregame that goes down starting at 1 o'clock. Your countdown to kickoff with myself, John London, Dennis Brown from Levi Stadium. You'll hear Larry Kruger on the pregame show. You'll hear Matt Mayoko on the pregame show and a whole bunch of other names and voices and faces probably too as the stream goes on. Then you'll get Niners and Jets into the postgame. But then next week we'll have you're not with me next week. I think I got Dieter. I got Ray Ratto, and I got Rod Brooks.
Wow.
How about that?
You so suck.
Yeah, well, that's a lot of that coming your way next.
It's a murderer's row.
Murderer's row of guests and of guest hosts while Tom is out. Our 49ers tailgate continues. Tim Ryan's going to join us coming up at 4:30. Diana Rossini at 4:50. Giants pregame at 5:40. Steve Curtis, usual time. But next, the head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, for his weekly conversation. Week 1, 3 days away for the Niners on the Sports Leader.
Happy Friday, faithful. Our 49ers tailgate with Tolbert and Copes keeps rolling on your proud home of 49ers football for the last 20 seasons. KNBR, the sports leader.
Our 49ers tailgate show continues as the Niners get ready to take on the New York Jets. Monday Night Football. Aaron Rodgers returns to Levi Stadium. First time as a New York Jet. Really going to hope to play his first full game as a New York Jet after just 4 snaps in the 2023 season. We do, by the way, have a game tonight in Brazil. They're playing an NFL game in freaking Brazil, dude. Packers and the Eagles.
Wow.
From Brasilia. How about that? You getting down with that game? By the way, you got that game on Peacock tonight. You got Giants baseball on Apple TV. It's a who's who of stream services and local and football and baseball tonight across your televisions.
What's on Tubi?
Can get some Tubi in. Tolbert and Copes, Mike Silver hanging out with you today. Robert Saleh also returns. What's interesting about the Jets situation and how dangerous they can be, and Marcus Thompson just said to us, he's like, yeah, that's going to be a tough game on Monday night, is I don't really know what to expect yet from Aaron Rodgers. And you said you saw him out there in the joint practices with the Jets. I just don't know what to expect in terms of, I felt like it was a little bit of fool's gold in terms of, quote, decline with his abilities in his last year in Green Bay. They went 8-9. He threw, I think, 12 interceptions that year relative to, I think it was 10 or 11 straight seasons without double-digit interceptions. Back-to-back MVPs heading into that season. Then he leaves. He also didn't have Devontae Adams anymore that final year, and they replaced it with, it's like chicken wire and bubble gum was kind of how they patched that receiving core together. Then he goes and he gets hurt last year. So I like, until he proves to me that he's not Aaron Rodgers, or until we see that he's not the Aaron Rodgers of the past, I don't know why we would believe otherwise, because there has not been a gradual decline, at least in my mind.
I mean, it was just joint workouts, but he looked ridiculously good the day that I watched him. So I expect him to be one of the all-time greats, but, he's going up against a terrific team that's coming off a Super Bowl that will be coached up. So very excited to see it.
Yeah, it's exciting to see what he can do. Also, last year for fantasy owners out there, Garrett Wilson was a guy who was like, people were expecting huge production from him. He's been taken in the first round again this year. Breece Hall had an incredible season. I think he had 1,400 or 1,500 scrimmage yards last year, under 1,000 rushing, but handful of touchdowns between both of them. He does sort of do the Christian McCaffrey light stuff.
They have gone and gotten dudes, and this is what happens when you draft high, right? And they did stockpile some picks, but you do have a chance to go get blatant difference makers. The 49ers, obviously, when they had the number 2 overall pick, got an all-time great player probably in Nick Bosa.
Right.
Probably turned in that card about 20 seconds after Kyler Murray went off the board. So you don't want to be in that position ever, but if you are and there's somebody there like that, it can go a long way.
You brought up when we were just talking to Marcus Thompson, the weird sort of symmetry between Hassan Reddick being the guy it's a couple of years ago who hit Brock Purdy in the NFC Championship, to Leonard Floyd, who we heard stories about earlier this week, saying that he'd gotten like death threats and his family had gotten threats after the injury to Aaron Rodgers last year, which is just awful.
And I talked to Aaron.
And he said, he's like, I'm not trying to injure that guy.
Yeah, and Aaron knows. Aaron referenced that Packer playoff game in 2020 in Lambeau, 2020 season, where he pump faked, got Leonard Floyd up in the air, and then ran in for a pivotal touchdown. So they have a history. He was in Chicago. But I got to tell you, man, I'm super into Leonard Floyd. I've always been a fan. But first practice of training camp goes down, first play that he's in, and his calf or hamstring or something.
Leonard Floyd did this year.
Yeah.
You're saying this year, right after they said, oh, that's right, there was that. And then, by the way, you had the
first play. And I'm like, oh, man, they spent money on him. He's a pivotal part. First play, what are the odds? And that dude was back on the field like in 20 minutes. He is that's a veteran who knows how to play through stuff.
Well, then we saw that preseason game, same sort of thing. I think we all had it was the final preseason game. We all sort of had that same hold your breath situation, because if you were going to point to a spot, that was really last year's defensive line needed to be shored up. They just didn't have the depth, and they obviously, they I think agreed to that when they acquire a player at the trade deadline, and then you go out and you do the same thing in the offseason. That pass rush opposite Nick Bosa, you're looking for what you had when you had D Ford.
Yeah, and they haven't had anyone like that till now. And D Ford that 1 year was great before the injuries caught up with him. But Leonard Floyd is that level dude, I believe, and I think people see a big difference. And Malik Collins, I think, has a chance inside to be pretty disruptive. Gross-Matos when he gets healthy, and Elliott. They don't have Armstead, but I think the defensive line as a whole has a chance to be better.
Is this the deepest, in terms of the Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch era, is this the deepest they've been at cornerback?
Maybe. I like Yadam a lot. If he's, once he's healthy, he's long and coming off a really good year.
DB depth to me is always kind of like bullpen depth. Like it's sort of just perceived until you actually execute. Because it seems like you could have like 6 or 7 guys out there who are capable of playing, and then it doesn't always come to fruition.
Remember that one game in 2020
the
when
Brian Allen game?
Yeah, they ran out of corners, and it just
against Miami, and Jimmy hurt his. I think he had a hurt ankle and couldn't push off, and threw 3 picks to that same dude.
Yeah,
he got burned.
It just Diamador Lenore has a chance to have a monster season. I think he's going to have playmaking opportunities inside. He's getting better. Charvarius Ward is peaking. So, if Yadam, I don't know if I'm saying his name right, but if Ike does what they think he can do, now you got 3 dudes who are pretty strong.
In terms of the quarterback situation, the number 2 spot, any surprise that they went with Brandon Allen at number 2 instead of Josh Dobbs? I mean, again, the number 2 and number 3, when you've got 2 vets like that, I feel like it's just kind of he reserves the right to change his mind as Kyle Shanahan or use them in whichever way he sees fit. But what's the reasoning you think behind Brandon Allen over Josh Dobbs?
I'm a little surprised. I mean, I trust Kyle on this. He knows quarterbacks unbelievably well. He knows what he wants. He really liked Brandon Allen when he brought him in last year, and that led to the comfort in the Trey Lance trade. And he's been around. I'm a huge Dobbs fanboy, the Pastronaut thing. I thought what he did last year. I thought the game he played at Levi's last year with the Cardinals, he looked unbelievably good to me. And then what he did going in cold to Minnesota early on was super impressive.
Didn't know guys' names and he won that game.
Yeah, I like the athleticism. I like the intelligence. So I was kind of, from the outside thinking maybe Dobbs has an edge. But, you got to trust Kyle on that. It's, there's certain coaches where you're like, yeah, I don't know how they're picking these quarterbacks. But I feel like, it's tough for me to wonder if I might know more than he does about who should be running his offense.
Well, and when you see what's happened with Brock Purdy, and again, I mean, I don't know that anybody anticipates that jump happening, because that would be something, again, we've never seen something like this before. Last pick of the draft, him having the success he's had this early on. But it's about the traits and the abilities that these certain guys have to hone in on operating the offense. Jimmy didn't do it quite or as good or operate quite at the same level, but Brock Purdy, by all accounts, is just a football dork. Like, he's into this stuff in the way McCaffrey's into it and the way Kyle's into it, right?
Yeah, and, no one's going to accuse him of being entitled. He was the 262nd pick in the draft. He was a late, signee at Iowa State who didn't have a lot of college interest. So he's appreciative of these opportunities. But, yeah, I do think the way he's wired is, he's but don't underestimate the stone cold killer element of this guy. And I thought those comments he made to me at the start of training camp where he talked about a bloody mindset and dominating. That's the real dude, and I do think he's getting better.
Every week of the football season, 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan joins us for the Kyle Shanahan Show, and we'll start it right now.
Faithful to him, it's not just a team, it's family.
I appreciate everyone in here. Love you guys.
Yes, sir! Here's the head coach of your 49ers, Kyle Shanahan.
We got a chance to do something this year, man.
With Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan joins us each week of the season, courtesy of the Yuma guest line. What's up, Coach? How are you, man?
Good, guys. How you guys doing?
Doing well. Do you, I guess we'll get right to the question everybody's been wondering. What time are you meeting with Saleh to run the steps on Monday afternoon?
That's funny, because I definitely don't do that stuff. I've already messed with him. I said if he's running our steps, I already got about 8 friends I've asked to come early and just heckle him the whole time. So I will see if he's brave enough to do it. But if he is, I hope we got dudes there messing with him.
Do you get amped up still this time of year? I mean, last night was fun, I think, for everybody, just to have football back and have an exciting game and the way it went down. I know frustrating for Baltimore, but do you get amped up? I mean, it's cool to be the final game of Week 1.
Yeah, it is cool. I mean, it's nice to, I might get see a little bit on Sunday, which is always fun, and it's nice to be it's always fun when you're the only game on that day, because everyone gets to watch it and players get more pumped up for it. But just with our routine and everything, it's a little bit more that I enjoy having 8 days to prepare for a game, but the trade-off is it's going to suck to only have 6 days preparing for the next game. So that's usually the stuff that I think about when you just get in the schedule we're on.
So I do want to get into some of the stuff for Monday briefly, but I just wanted to ask, I mean, we heard your comments yesterday when you spoke to the media about Ricky Pearsall, and I can't imagine a position you're in at that point. You were preparing for a party and to have all the guys over, but how did you handle that time, that period of time, 20 to 30 minutes before you knew he was going to be okay?
Oh, we were just told that he had gotten shot, because all we knew that is because he called his girlfriend and just told her that he had been shot, and he wasn't sure if he was going to make it, and he just told her how much he loved her, and he had to get off and call his parents right away. And so we just knew because she called us. Yeah. And but it took us an hour to figure out the hospital, to talk to the police department, just to figure out where they were. And so that whole time we're just, you don't know where he's been shot or anything. And so it was tough. But then about an hour later, I got a call from Larry Day, one of our head of security. And he told me they had located him. They had talked to the hospital, the police department, everything. And first thing he told me was he got shot in the chest, and kind of dropped after that because I didn't hear everything right away after that, because I just assumed the worst when someone gets shot in the chest. Yeah, and then a couple of seconds later, I was like, wait, did you say he's all right? And he's like, oh, yeah, I just talked to the doctors. It went through the chest, out the side of the back, didn't hit one artery, no lungs, nothing. And he's up and he's conscious, and he's doing good. Obviously, it's it's a horrible injury and a scary thing, but just health-wise and everything, he's going to be totally fine. And I hung up. I remember looking at my wife and trying to explain it to her, and then Ricky actually FaceTimed me a little bit later, and I know his adrenaline was going and stuff, but just actually see his face right away, in his hospital bed with blood still on him and everything, and just the way he was talking to me, it was crazy just to hear the chest wound, to see where he was, and just the miracle that he was actually fine and it passed through him and didn't hit anything major that is going to hurt him here in the future. Yeah,
a lot of humanity comes to the forefront, I think, when something like that happens. And then pretty immediately, we find out he's going to be okay. He was back at the facility. He actually told you, I want to play against the Jets. He mentioned that was crazy.
A lot of the things he said. And also the adrenaline's going, but that's that's the type of guy he is. Those are things he's worried about. He's, as saying, hey, maybe I'll be there later tonight, and if I'm not, don't be mad if I have twice as much fun next year, coach. Yeah. And it's just things that it's like, dude, settle down. Like he's like, Kyle, I'm sorry I got hurt. I'm like, what are you talking about, man? You just got shot. But he's a special kid, and we knew that before, and just to watch how he's handled this, and he's a G, man. Like guys love him, and got as much respect for him as anyone had been around.
You're a G as a coach, but I know you're a person, and I've known you a long, long time, and I know how much pride you take in just running the organization and being a coach. How heavy is that for you when you get that call that he's been shot in the chest, and then you see him FaceTime on your screen? What's the emotion like for you in that moment?
Well, the heaviness of when I didn't know he was going to survive was, it's hard a little bit to talk about, because that's scary. What I can't imagine is getting his parents getting that call, or his girlfriend, and them hearing it and hanging up and not knowing, even Ricky not knowing until he got to the hospital and the doctors could reassure him. That's the stuff that's so scary. And I remember my dad went through it. He had a game, and it was the last game of the year, and they lost to the Niners actually, and it was on New Year's Eve, and they went out. The players went out after a game, and a bunch of people shot up a limo a couple guys shot up a limo that a bunch of players were in, and it killed Darren Williams, and he was murdered the night after a game. And I just remember how much that shook my dad up and that whole team for a while. And those were kind of all the things I was thinking about. And it was pretty dark, but then so quickly not quickly, it felt like forever, but within the hour to be told that he's all right, and then actually see him, and then it just became from such a tragic thing to a miracle, to where you're almost celebrating it for him. And it's just you don't feel like someone's supposed to survive that. And when you talk to people, whether from the hospital and stuff, or out of estimating 100 people to have gone through something like this, and Ricky's the second one to survive it. When I hear stuff like that, whatever that means, but when I hear it, I'm just like, wow, someone was looking out for this guy, and someone he's supposed to be around here for a reason. And then you hear the things like the bullet hole just being right below his tattoo of 2 praying hands and things like that. And it truly was a miracle.
Talking to Kyle Shanahan, 49ers head coach. A couple more minutes here on the UMA guest line. Just a thought from you on going up against Aaron Rodgers. We were talking about how it's interesting in that we haven't seen him in a year, and he had a sort of a different final season in Green Bay. But I said, until he shows anybody that there's a decline or that he's Aaron Rodgers, he's just Aaron Rodgers in my mind. So you prep for a guy like that. You go about it like business as usual, right?
Oh, definitely. I don't care how many Achilles he does or how old he eventually is. Like, he's going to always be able to throw it. Aaron's too talented and too good of a thrower, and it's just so natural for him. I mean, he's just Tom Brady can throw just as good at 48, maybe better than he did at 25, and Aaron's going to be that same type of guy, and he's always had athletic ability. I mean, people will slow down a little bit as they get older, but all he needs is enough to get his body in position to make some unbelievable throws, and there's no doubt in my mind that he's going to be exactly that guy, and he's probably going to be able to be that guy as long as he wants to be. So Aaron he's always been a scary guy to play against. He has the talent to do anything. He's done it for a long time, and it's not just the talent, it's how smart he plays, how he gets those guys to play around him. And when Aaron's on that field, no matter what type of team he's with, they always believe they have a chance, and they also got a real good team also.
Just a quick thought before I let you go. John Lynch was on our morning show today and said Christian McCaffrey's prep has been great. He's feeling good. He's going to be out there. Just expecting normal McCaffrey come Monday?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, anytime someone's been out for a while, you always got to be careful with them. We're evaluating each practice, and he was still limited today, so he didn't get to do quite as much. But he is getting there, and Christian's been through this stuff before, and I know he'll be out there on Monday, and we'll see how that game goes.
Kyle, have a great weekend, man. Enjoy the last couple of days before the start of your season, and we'll talk to you next week, man.
All right, guys. Appreciate it, man. Good talking to you guys.
You too.
Later, dude.
Good stuff from Kyle Shanahan, head coach of the 49ers. Some stuff to get into there. I mean, obviously the raw emotion around the Ricky Pearsall stuff. Absolutely. I mean, the humanity of that and having to get a call from his girlfriend and then deal with the parents.
I didn't know that part about the Ricky calling his girlfriend. And
that whole thing is just wild. Marcus Thompson said, the fact that Kyle, too, it didn't hit any artery or lung or anything else. The whole thing is good luck for him and for the 49ers and his family. The whole thing is wild. Everybody happy that he's safe. But we'll see on Christian McCaffrey, limited in practice. We'll talk more about that. We mentioned the calf strain. He said it's always different when a guy hasn't practiced to his full capabilities, and he's been limited, including today. By the way, we've got other guys to talk about. You mentioned this earlier in terms of guys who could be exiting after this season. Who could this be the last dance for? We'll get a reaction to Kyle and some thoughts on whose last dance with the 49ers starts on Monday. That's next, only here on The Sports Leader.
I am going to pee.
John Lynch joined Murph and Marcus this morning and believes Christian McCaffrey will be fine week one and said Ricky Pearsall will play this season. Listen to that podcast, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, this is a common thing that people deal with when they get their bill and they can't pay their taxes. Then what do?
They call us. It's really common. It cuts across all walks of life. Basically, regardless of what you're making, people have the same problems. The only difference is the numbers are bigger or smaller. But number one, don't stick your head in the sand. Don't wait for one of these newly hired IRS agents to come knocking on your door, ruining your life, your business, your marriage. And don't ignore it. It's much like, chest pain. Don't ignore it. But there's good solutions. Like, can we just pay part and government forgives the rest? Or get the penalties forgiven. That can be a lot. Sometimes penalties and interest are more than the taxes. Or what about getting you a monthly payment plan that you can afford, not what some IRS agent says you can afford. or just have them leave you alone for a while until you're back on your feet financially. Or if your ex-spouse or ex-business partner caused the problem, take the problem away from you and shift it to them where it belongs. The bottom line is, I could take your whole show talking about solutions. Instead, I want to talk to your listeners. We have a free attorney-client privilege consultation, and you can tell me anything. By law, it's a secret. We'll tell you what we want to do. And if you want us to do it, we go ahead and do it for you. You don't have to talk to the government. The only thing you have to do is call up and say, hey, Steve, fix this for me.
Hey, Steve, he can fix it for you. 188-TAX-STEAL, or find him online, moskowitzllp.com.
Before kickoff this weekend, kick it with Tolbert and Copes in our 49er Tailgate on KNBR, the sports leader.
Just a quick thought before I let you go. John Lynch was on our morning show today and said Christian McCaffrey's prep has been great. He's feeling good. He's going to be out there. Just expecting normal McCaffrey come Monday?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, anytime someone's been out for a while, you always got to be careful with them. And we're evaluating each practice, and he was still limited today, so he didn't get to do quite as much. But he is getting there, and Christian's been through this stuff before, and I know he'll be out there on Monday, and we'll see how that game goes.
That's the voice of 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan with us just a few minutes ago. You can hear it again. We'll play for you at 5:15. We got Giants pregame at 5:40, but it is our 49ers tailgate on a Friday heading into week 1, which kicked off last night of the NFL season. And by the way, we have Peacock here right in the studio, guys. We going to get that on? No? So we got a football game at 5:15, and I got no
phone.
No Peacock, huh?
You'll be on the phone.
No Peacock.
Brian Peacock, maybe.
Yeah, well, come on. Lockdown 49er podcast. That's my guy. That's my guy, Brian Peacock. I love when he pitches in our softball league, too. One of my favorites. Anyway, Kyle Shanahan there. By the way, we played the cut of John Lynch. That podcast up, KNBR.com, and the app as well. He told Murph and Marcus, yeah, McCaffrey's prep's been good. He'll be out there. Do we have that one, too? If you can find that Lynch again for us. Just because Kyle said, I said we expect a normal McCaffrey, and he goes, we'll see. And again, normal can mean how much usage there is, what he's feeling like, whether or not they use him as much as they might normally. But it's day-to-day, and there's also some gamesmanship.
I mean, a normal coach, I'd say gamesmanship. He wants the Jets to maybe think he won't play, but Kyle's like alarmingly honest in those contexts.
Yeah, he didn't seem like he was when he was, we'll see. I was like, okay, well.
No, I feel like that.
I was honest.
I feel like John is more able to be political, and Kyle is probably telling us what's going on.
Here's what John Lynch said about McCaffrey's status this morning.
Yeah, I mean, Christian's doing great. We got to finish the week here, but he looks like Christian, and that's a good thing for us. He's looked like Christian out here at practice, and we had a bonus day here on Tuesday. I believe my days are all screwed up because of the Monday night, but we had a bonus practice, and he was there. He was out there yesterday. So Christian's looking really good. Obviously want to see him progress through the week, but, we had confidence that Christian would be ready, and he's doing very well. He takes tremendous care of his body and takes so much pride in that, and he'll be out there and ready to roll.
It was political because at some point you can walk back and be like, said he'd be out there. I didn't say in what capacity. I didn't say it would be wearing certain pads or anything.
He looks like limited Christian.
He looks like Christian. I love when teams do that.
No one has ever said that about me.
Mike Silver looks like Christian. Yeah, Nobody's ever accused you of that, huh? So, yeah, maybe I would say the same thing, maybe some gamesmanship, but this is kind of what Kyle's answer is sort of along the reports we've been hearing about McCaffrey and the strain. Sure, it hasn't been out there as much. It has to ramp back up. Football offenses in general, a bit sloppy now in the early parts of the seasons, right? I mean, I would – it's when you haven't had guys out there playing at all, and this is something that goes into those joint practices that they didn't get. I really do wonder about timing and chemistry and cohesion at the early part of this year.
Yeah, well, so this is the thing. It's the dilemma, right? College football just throws guys out there, and, the first game is super unpredictable and weird, and you're like, well, that's basically the preseason.
In the NFL, right.
And in the NFL, it's always like, well, they've had the preseason, but now the preseason's such a joke. And I think Kyle is at the forefront of the group of coaches who've decided, I hate these games. I care more about joint workouts and my own practices than I do these actual games. And I'm kind of on their side. But, that means that they're doing less in training camp and in the preseason than they once did. And it does make the first game more of a wild card. So I think it's just, in general, you get sloppiness. But to me, that's okay. I mean, I think we all kind of agree that in the playoffs, we're going to see a different level of football. Now, they're more banged up in the playoffs, and guys are fighting through more. Lamar Jackson, the thin Lamar Jackson, was moving around, I think, in a way last night that you won't see him moving around in January, but that's part of the sport.
That's part of Lamar's game. He's sort of like, remember Russell Wilson was the MVP of October every year.
Yeah, right.
And then you didn't hear from him once you get to like February or January. January.
You heard from him when he won a Super Bowl and came within a yard of winning another. So
Broncos country. Let's ride. But he didn't win that second one. It's Holbert and Cope's Mike Silver hanging out.
They should have handed the ball to a certain
former Cal running back.
Oakland native.
Yeah. In terms of, we keep talking about, quote, the last dance for the 49ers, and maybe that's a bit overblown. But in terms of who could be here and who may not be here next year, all that stuff is still up for debate, how the offseason plays out. When do you think of it in those terms, that this could be a last dance kind of? Because they are invested in guys like Bosa, Ayuk, most likely Purdy to a long-term deal. And it seems like with at least Bosa and Ayuk, Bosa and Purdy, you've got two of your quality positions there to compete still.
I did write the Last Dance column in April, and I have called it back many times since, and I say Last Dance overtones, and I know they haven't won any championships. It's not a direct analogy, but yeah, as soon as they kept Ayuk and Debo before the draft and then drafted Pearsall, that was, to me, very clear. Like, we're all in for this year, we're going after it, and then all bets are off. Now, it's not a simple thing in that it depends how they do this year. If they win the Super Bowl this year and then they want to do some more drastic revamping, I think fans would go along with that and not freak out. If they have a really bad year this year, heaven forbid a 2020 type year, which was coming off the last Super Bowl, then yeah, there's going to be some revamping. But if they're in that middle area, there will be decisions that are tough. And it's not just money, by the way. A lot of these key guys have played a lot of football. They're getting older. You want to get younger. You want to get, you want to get faster all the time. So they're going to, just as with Armstead and Juszczyk, who took the pay cut this last offseason, there will be the Debos and the Kittles and Trent Williams and, maybe Greenlaw, who's coming up and coming off the injury. And the two corners are potentially going to need to get paid. Hufanga coming off an injury with Jair Brown now having emerged and Mustafa looking like a good pick. So there are going to be decisions to be made. Hargrave will be a guy, I think, after this year that could easily be talked about as a guy who's gone.
Yeah, so, he was an expensive get, and it wasn't for a long-term anyway.
So, yeah, I mean, you're going to keep Bosa. You're going to keep McCaffrey as long as he's McCaffrey and not declining. And you're going to keep Purdy, of course, and pay him a lot. And, barring something weird, you're going to keep your coach and your GM's going to stay. And you have a chance to it's not going to be as drastic as what the Rams did. And remember, the Rams did it after winning a Super Bowl. But you're going to have to revamp. But I don't think it's, as the Rams showed, if you have a great coach and a really good organization and a quarterback, you can go a long way even in revamping.
The Dolphins this offseason are a team to think about. They've signed Tua, Tyreek, Waddle, Jalen Ramsey, all to long-term deals.
And Mike McDaniel got an extension.
And he did too. Did they spend more recklessly than the Niners in planning for the future?
I think, it just depends how you look at it, right? If you believe those are the right guys and you're setting that example and these are the guys we're paying because they do it right and we're going to build around them and they're not declining, then I think I commend you for being proactive and not being like the Cowboys with Dak and CD and Parsons or the Vikings who with Jefferson. I say if don't wait, right?
Sure.
Like I would never have waited if I were the Vikings last year. I would have paid Jefferson last year because why wait? And if you're the 49ers and you believe in Purdy the way that I know that they do now, don't wait. Just go get that done. But, you could make a case with the Vikings that Ramsey's, a little older and hasn't reacted well when he's been on teams that aren't, in the mix for a championship. You could make the case that Tyreek's played a lot. You could make the case that Tua is, despite the fact that he was healthy last season, has had some injury concerns. And, I am a huge McDaniel fan. You will read all about him, Kyle Shanahan, and all the other great coaches in that group when my book comes out October 1st, The Why is Everything. I can't wait for people to read
Is it the letter Y?
It's the WHY.
Okay.
I'm sure, everyone in that 49er building is going to be excited about that. Dolphin building, Falcons, Raheem Morris is there. Green Bay Packers, over at Lambeau, the Rams, and Robert.
I'm excited for the book, Mike. I'm looking forward to reading about the why.
There it is,
There's
Robert Saleh, and all those guys.
How do you grade my McVay, by the way? Derek hates it.
That was good.
You think so?
Yeah.
I give it like a 7. I think it's a solid.
Don't lie, Mike.
I think it's a solid McVay.
No, I thought Sean was.
I don't know what the problem is, Derek. I think it sounds pretty good.
I wonder if Sean was in that seat, if we'd be able to have a cool, open conversation, or if people would freak out.
Seems doubtful. Yeah, seems doubtful. Tolbert and Cope's Mike Silver hanging out with me today. So you mentioned a couple of names there. George Kittle. Is that one that now comes more to the forefront after the Deebo Samuel restructure?
I think it was already there. And look, I revere George Kittle, both as a human and a player, great locker room presence. So I am not hoping that this is the case. I think George Kittle right now is at the top of his game, and so is Deebo Samuel. So it seems stupid to say why, they might not be here. But if this year goes weird and or if you see them decline or get hurt, then I think you worry. Maybe they'll try to squeeze them or move on.
Well, what I think about when I mention the reckless spending of the Miami Dolphins is where those positions are. You need a quarterback, but the two receivers and the corner, those aren't as crucial positions in my thought in terms of winning a Super Bowl. I mean, in terms of paying that load of money for winning a bowl.
Corner's not crucial?
I'm not saying corner's not crucial. I'm saying show me, and maybe that's not the right position. I'm more looking at the receivers when I say this. And Tyreek and Jalen Waddle, you've got two of the top 15 highest paid receivers. If you go top 25, none have won Super Bowls with that dollar.
I think paying 2 is
excessive.
Is weird when you're paying the quarterback, and that's why the 49ers drafted Pearsall, looking ahead to that, especially when you can replenish in the draft because so many guys are coming out.
Receiver's really what I'm talking about. Why it doesn't get the same treatment as running back at times.
But in fairness to the Dolphins, that's their superpower. That's what makes them special. Mike McDaniel got hired. They went all in on speed and explosiveness and Tua's ability to get Tyreek Hill and Waddle the ball and Mostert with the fast back and now Achane and the rookie they drafted. So the explosive plays, that's their superpower. Whether that is sustainable in cold weather and December and January is a separate conversation, but that's their thing. So don't skimp on your identity. And I want to write
their other identity is burning out when you get to November, like December.
I want to write a column on this. I'm going to do it at some point because I just think it's so stupid the way we do contract assessment in the NFL. It would be like, the Warriors can't pay Steph and Clay in their prime because they're guards. You've got to pay a center. Imagine if we were having a conversation where it was like, Steph Curry can only make $22 million a year because that's a point guard and the center has to be stop freaking out. If you have a quarterback who's Aaron Rodgers, pay him the most. Pay him a boatload. But if you have Christian McCaffrey and he's worth more to your offense than Brandon Ayuk, and you can't get another one, why are we in this dumb zone in the NFL where Brandon Ayuk has to make twice as much because he's a receiver and running backs get old and you can find another one. Go ahead and find another Christian McCaffrey. That is the dumbest argument I've ever heard. I hate the slotting of positions and money. And if you apply it to the NBA and you're like, you can't pay Kevin Durant that much. He's a wing. You'd be like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
It's Kevin Durant. Yes, you can.
Agreed. I think the difference is that not everybody touches the ball when you're on the court, on the field, on football, right? It's an apples to oranges.
Quarterback's different.
Of course.
Quarterback's
it's apples to oranges. The complaint I've made frequently, and this is what I've been talking about, is of the top 25 highest paid receivers in football, the only 3 who have won a Super Bowl are Cooper Kupp, Chris Godwin, and Mike Evans, and all 3 won before they signed their current contract. So history would show you, or at least in the modern game, teams are not winning or not winning Super Bowls. The Chiefs prove that. They also have Patrick Mahomes.
Debo almost won one.
Yeah, and Jawan Jennings was almost a Super Bowl MVP, but he wasn't
overtime.
But he wasn't the highest. But at the point, he wasn't the highest paid, was he?
Debo.
We're talking about this past
last year
he was in the top 25.
Was in the top 25.
Not now. Or he's eking towards the bottom of it if he is still.
Yeah,
he might still be there, but he might be closer to 18.
I want to take a look at the restructure.
We'll have to look at some of because you get $21 million now in the bonuses. Speaking of cornerback, by the way, that market could blow up next offseason. So Jalen Ramsey eclipsed Patrick Surtain. Took him a day to do that, right, to become the highest paid corner. Is Travarius Ward or Demo Lenore more likely to stay and be here beyond this year?
It's such a great question. I believe that though, you hear with Nick Sorensen getting promoted, okay, we're getting back to our basics, the Saleh, D'Amico Ryans scheme with the Kasarik wide 9 front. And that's true. But you also have Brandon Staley overseeing it. And if you look at the great success he had as the Rams defensive coordinator and the way he deployed Jalen Ramsey in L.A. and then across town with the Chargers, what he did with Derwin James, and how he has used guys inside in that star position, which is what they call it. The 49ers don't. They would just call it slot or nickel. But Demo's going to be inside when they have more than 2 corners on the field, and he makes plays on the outside too. But I just think you're going to see him in the middle of things in that mix, and he's a physical player for his size, especially. He's a great tackler. He's proactive, and he has great ball skills. So I wonder if he might be so eye-poppingly good in this, revamped scheme that he may price himself out, and maybe Ward is a guy you can tag and get a deal done with, or just get a deal done with. But I think you probably won't lose both of them.
So you really do think one of them will end up? I mean, tagging one at this point could be pricey too.
These would be great problems to have. I mean, if you could keep them both and just, not have Javon Hargrave, there's ways to do it. I just think you might want to keep them both. Let's just see how the year goes, and let's see, again, how they finish. Win the Super Bowl, these are cool conversations. Like Kyle and John are like, in Cabo. They got margaritas in hand. Their toes in the sand. They're like, I don't know. We could do this.
Cabo's where I made that trade for Matt Stafford. I had a good time in Cabo, picking up Matty Stafford, and we won a Super Bowl.
Kyle was there, too. It's all in the
Kyle's
book. Make sure to read the book, folks.
October 1st it comes out. What's it called?
The Why, W-H-Y, is everything. It's available for pre-order now on Amazon or wherever you pre-order. It's on my social media feed. I'm telling you, you want to get ahead on this.
Yeah.
Just please don't have Copes do the audiobook.
Yeah, dude, have me do the audiobook in different characters of the coaches.
It's amazing. There is an audiobook, and we hired a professional to do it.
Dude, we should have had you read. I would kill to have Silver read my audiobook version.
I should have do like an alt, like the Manning cast of the audiobook.
Silver cast,
and I'd
dude,
bring
yeah.
you in for the McVay voice for sure.
Yeah, we just act it out. Do we do like a table read of the book itself?
I'll tell you what. If this book, penetrates the consciousness,
Where do we have to get? Yeah,
which I'm sure it will, especially here. I will be open to somebody figuring out how we do a table read. We could do it at a bar or somewhere cool, and we can invite people, and I will get the best possible people, including maybe some of the actual people, but you can be McVay.
Yeah, we don't need McVay because I'll do it. I'll be McVay.
That'd be awesome.
That'd be awesome, dude. The other thing is it's too bad Sean Payton's not in it because then we could have got Kevin James.
He's in it. It's just not a huge role.
He's got a small role, more of an extra character.
Yeah, it'd be like Kevin James cameo more.
Who's playing Greg Papa in the book?
I think Greg Papa.
Did he show up? I play him. Cast me as me.
I don't know if Greg's in the book, but he should just be there anyway.
Did he write? Maybe he wrote the foreword and the afterword. He's dedicated to Greg.
I can write a book about me.
Tolford and Cope's Mike Silver hanging out. It's our 49er tailgate. We've spoken to head coach Kyle Shanahan, who said when I asked him, Christian McCaffrey, like John Lynch said, he said, he's Christian. He's looking like Christian in practice. Said, we should expect that come Monday. He said, we'll see. Still kind of day-to-day working it through. He's limited at practice right now. So as Mike said, a limited-looking Christian McCaffrey. Still to come, Tim Ryan going to join us at 4:30. Diana Rossini at 4:50. If you missed Shanahan, we got it for you again at 5:15. And when we come back, expectations for Aaron Rodgers this season. And I'll ask you this, Mike. We'll talk about it next. Who's more going to be like the version of themselves that we've seen in the past? Is it Aaron Rodgers or is it Kirk Cousins? We'll talk about that next on the Sports Leader. Frank Gore joined the morning show to discuss going into the 49ers Hall of Fame on Monday, and Dan Orlovsky previewed Monday's game with Papa and Lund. You can hear both podcasts up now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Get hyped with your hosts of our 49ers Tailgate, Tolbert and Copes, on your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR, the sports leader.
Protection breaks down and time runs out. Down goes Rodgers in the sack for Leonard Floyd. New this year, and after spending 3 years with the Rams, the former first-round pick of the Bears, and now Rodgers sits down. And he's coming out of the game.
I've always enjoyed some side conversation with Leonard over the years. He's a great player. Played against him on a couple different teams now. I hope he doesn't in any way feel responsible for that at all. He's a stand-up guy. I've worked out with him in the off seasons. I teased him because a few years ago when he was at the Rams, I got him to buy on a pump fake and kind of snuck in the end zone, which never happened again. The next time we ran that, I pump fake. He ran right in my chest. So he's a great player. Obviously, he's played at a high level for a long time, and I'll enjoy dapping him up for the game.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Friday afternoon. 49er Tailgate here every Friday throughout the 49er season. Mike Silver hanging out with me today. That was the voice of Aaron Rodgers, who for the first time on Monday, almost exactly 1 year to the day, just be 2 days off from when he saw Leonard Floyd in his debut with the Jets last year, tore his Achilles 4 snaps into his debut. He'll see that, man. Leonard Floyd responsible for that sack on Monday night when he takes on the 49ers. Now, Rodgers 6-3 against the Niners in the regular season. One that most notably comes to mind, I think, could be his most recent regular season win against them. Is it the 37 seconds drive when 49ers punch it in? Must have been 20. Could have been
21.
21, yeah. They punch it in with Kyle Juszczyk. And I remember I texted Murph and I said, 37 seconds. They might have left him too much time. Sure enough, drives downfield. Mason Crosby hits a game-winning field goal. 6-3 against the Niners in the regular season. 20 touchdowns, 2 picks all-time as a Packer in the regular season. Of course, Niner fans know 0-4 against his childhood team in the playoffs.
It's 4:20 right now on Friday. Back in the day, I'd be listening to 104.5, and they'd be like,
smoke 2 joints in the morning, smoke 2 joints at night.
So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Smoke 2 joints in the afternoon. I believe it was a tradition. We were signing off with that every Friday on the Murph and Mac show. We do that. I don't know if they still do that on Murph and Marcus, just as a nod to 104.5.
Yeah, one of the K-Fog, one of the great runs.
R.I.P. Greg Kim in the morning.
Yeah.
Loves in Jeopardy. Anyway, Aaron Rodgers. I don't know where you're sort of a high thought there to just take us off track. By the way, it's 4:20. Normally I'd be getting ripped right now.
All I have is a damn caffeine high. It's frustrating.
Brutal. I know. What's your relationship with Rodgers?
Good. I met him when he was at Cal, when I thought he was going to be the one to give me my first Rose Bowl experience of my lifetime. We won't get into that atrocity.
That game against USC, man.
I've known him a long time. I was very, very vocal that he was going to be great in the pros, which was not a popular opinion, especially though he played really well his first year, he got hurt. He lost some close games, succeeding Brett Favre. And then I've pretty much been telling people so. I went out there a couple weeks ago, spent some time, had a great conversation with him. I wrote about it in the Chronicle, cool column. But he's, it's interesting to talk about it because he thought he'd be a Niner after that great pro day in 2005 at Memorial Stadium. And Mike Nolan decided, nah, we're going to take Alex Smith. I don't know if people know that at all. And then in 2021, I was in Denver for NFL Network covering the draft, and all of a sudden, all heck broke loose, and there were all sorts of reports that he wanted to be traded, he might be traded. Some people thought it would happen in Denver, which would have been, convenient for me because I was there. They took Patrick Surtain in that draft, by the way. He just got paid. But there was a lot of talk about him and the 49ers. It led to a fracture in Kyle Shanahan and Matt LaFleur's relationship, which they have since repaired. I talked to Aaron not only about 05, but 21, and he didn't think it was likely to happen because it was in the same conference, but he thought about maybe the possibility of him joining the 49ers, and that was after they made the trade.
What year was this?
21. They had already made the trade for the picks, the pick that led to Trey Lance, but they could have gotten Aaron and either taken Trey Lance as a development guy
from Green Bay, you mean?
Or flipped it. Yeah, they were trying to get him in 2021. And so one of the things I asked him, and maybe on the re-air of the Kyle Shanahan interview, I'll pop back in and ask this question. Wait, I don't think that works.
I think it works the same way. I think he comes back for the re-air.
We kind of we ran out of time with Kyle, but I did ask Aaron. I'm like, look, you and Kyle stylistically would have been interesting because Aaron was so much freedom at the line and so much audible ability that he was very good at, and Kyle, who wants it a certain way because it makes his offense work the way it does, which is unparalleled. Aaron basically arrived at the conclusion, like, yeah, all of that is fair, but also he's a genius, and I'm pretty good at this, and I just think somehow it would have worked.
What are your expectations for him this year? I mean, I asked you before the break, which guy are we more likely to see a version of themselves that we've seen in the past, and that's Kirk Cousins and Rodgers, the two of the top two guys who are favorites to win the Comeback Player of the Year award this year. So I'm saying Rodgers, I don't know that we're seeing Green Bay Packer MVP Aaron Rodgers, but what version do we get?
It's more likely that Aaron would look like Kirk Cousins used to look than Kirk Cousins would look like Aaron used to look.
Themselves. I mean, because for me, like Kirk Cousins, he had the Achilles injury later.
That's like saying, who's more likely to show up at this party looking like his hot self, Mike Silver or Jimmy Garoppolo? Yeah, it's very possible that I might look more like myself, but I will not be hot compared to Jimmy Garoppolo.
Compared to Jimmy, comparable, no.
Yeah, so... Yeah, I think Aaron's going to look like himself based on what I've seen, and of course we've got to see it in a real game. Kirk Cousins looking like himself would be like, wow, the Falcons just beat someone on Monday night, like the Chiefs or something. I don't know who they actually play, but like Kirk Cousins just played amazing, and they look like they could beat anyone. And then the next time he plays a big game, it would be like, wow, Kirk Cousins stunk it up against the Cardinals, and that's kind of been Kirk Cousins. Like when he looks good, it looks amazing. And then sometimes it just comes down a little bit.
I guess my deal is that he doesn't have to be as good for us to think he's returned to his form, right? He was completing nearly 70% of his passes.
Yeah, he was playing well.
Before he went down.
And, the 49ers can tell you he was playing well because that was
got beat in Minnesota.
Yeah,
right?
That was Steve
Jordan Addison touchdown before the
Wilk's favorite game, yeah. Do you think there's any way that Ricky Pearsall could be in the mix for Comeback Player of the Year? I know it doesn't technically match with that criteria because he's a rookie, but let's say Ricky Pearsall does come back in week 5 or whenever and looks like he did in practice when he was healthy, which I'll be honest was pretty darn good, and starts making big plays in big games. Given the whole thing, is there a campaign that could happen where you go, I want Ricky Pearsall to be the Comeback Player of the Year?
I don't know. I think you have to play before you become Comeback Player.
Unless you get shot in the chest and return that year.
Like if Aaron Rodgers goes 48 touchdowns and like 4 picks again, and they give it to Pearsall.
I mean,
it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be a tough get.
Got shot in the chest.
I'm not. Now I'm the bad guy. Now I'm the a-hole because I'm like.
Why do you hate Ricky Pearsall? Why do you hate this story?
You got me saying Rodgers is a better candidacy for Comeback Player of the Year than Pearsall. You put me in a real tough spot here, Mike. I don't want to have to take Rodgers, but it's sometimes I'll put
Would you rather smoke 2 joints or do your homework, man? Sorry.
616 says, would you rather talk about the Niners or smoke 2 joints?
Why limit it? Why not do both?
Why not do both? Tolbert and Cubs, it's our 49er Tailgate Friday. We'll do it every Friday throughout the 49er season. Tim Ryan's going to join us in just a couple of minutes here, but you genuinely think you could see MVP caliber version of Aaron Rodgers like we've seen?
Yeah.
And so then what credence do you put into the final year in Green Bay? Is that less decline and more on personnel?
It had run its course, and this is all in my book. I'm glad you brought that up. The Why is Everything. It's all very detailed with quotes from Matt LaFleur.
In stores October 1st, and you can pre-order now, Amazon.com or wherever you get your books.
Thank you.
Why is everything, guys?
It just got, there's a quote in my book from Matt LaFleur where he says, Aaron always talks about speaking things into existence. And it was like when we drafted Jordan Love, he kind of, that manifested the way he always said it would. It just took a while. He staved it off with those 2 MVPs. But just, he blew off that offseason. It just, Devontae left. It just, he wasn't cohesive with those receivers. And then almost worse from the Packers' perspective, he turned it on at the end and was in position to make another run. And then they lost to Jared Goff and the Lions in that last game. But I have likened Aaron Rodgers in recent years to Kaiser Soze for you fans of Unusual Suspects. And I mean, I just...
Unusual Suspects, Mike Silver.
usual.
Thank you.
I do not underestimate the level of ruthless and vindictive and gnarliness as a player that guy brings. He crushes souls. He crushes fans' souls. He crushes opponents' souls. And I know, well, he only won one ring, but he has won a lot of big, improbable games that if you go back to, you're like, how? And that's a good one. You referenced the 2021 regular season game
37 seconds, right.
That Cowboy playoff game with the crazy pass to Jared Cook, the game in Chicago in the snow when he came back from the broken collarbone. There are many others where he has a way of just, doing very, very, brutal things to people's emotions. And I could definitely see him coming here with all that context, looking his best and inflicting misery on a fan base. But he's playing a great team that has its dudes back.
See, now the Texans turned on me 707 says Cope's taking Rodgers over anything. Pearsall is in my deep Papa voice, eat ass Copes. And somebody else says 808 KNBR.
You're a bad guy, Copes.
Hates Pearsall.
Maybe you're Kaiser Soze.
You can't come back if you haven't left yet. Tolbert and Copes, Mike Silver hanging out. The football day, the 49er tailgate day rolls on with Tim Ryan, who will be on the call on Monday night here on KNBR, getting us ready. And then Diana Rossini. Tim Ryan next on The Sports Leader. All right, football season is here, which means every Friday we get to catch up with our guy Tim Ryan, who you'll hear on every 49er broadcast right here on KNBR throughout the season. Tim is sponsored by Dignity Health, the official healthcare partner of the San Francisco 49ers, and Levi's Stadium, and the Contra Costa County Office of the Sheriff. Apply for your new career in law enforcement at cocosheriff.org. Today, Tim, are you jacked out of your mind yet, dude?
That's just a little human kindness, boys.
That's beautiful. Well done. Look at you,
little
dude.
human kindness and do the right thing, follow the rules. No, everything's good. I am jacked out of my head, ready to go. Monday night, can't get here fast enough. What's up, Copes? And hey, Michael.
Tim, I don't mean to start heavy, but we had Kyle on earlier, and he kind of took us through the Pearsall, saga and how scary and heavy that was from his perspective, obviously. You're a human being. You've been part of a team. You've been around that team very closely. Kind of give me your, experience. And I know you saw him when you got to the facility, I think Monday, right? And, just what a thing. How'd you process all that?
I think still processing it. It's hard to believe. It's an unbelievable story, and thank God the way it turned out.
Yeah.
My prayers are with Ricky for sure and his family. With an ongoing criminal investigation, you can't say a whole bunch. I don't know what's going on with all that, but I'm just grateful that he's all right, man, and he had the hand of God on him, because that seems like what it was when you really consider all the factors and what happened and how it turned out. I mean, the worst possible situation, and it turned out with the best possible scenario. So thank God for that. And, I'm sure he's going to have a lot of stuff he's going to have to deal with emotionally and get through it. But I don't know him real well, but I've gotten to talk to him many times, and he seems like he's loaded with character. So everybody say your prayers for him, and hopefully he'll get back to football sooner rather than later. But unbelievable, man, that it A, it happened, and B, it turned out like it did for him.
Amen.
Talking to Tim Ryan here on the UMA guest line. Just switching to football, which is, after the offseason, Tom and I were talking all week about how nice it is to get down to talking about the games themselves. Now that all the players have shown up, we know Pearsall's okay. We're waiting for more news on Christian McCaffrey. I guess he was still limited at practice today. But thinking about Aaron Rodgers' return on Monday night, we saw 4 snaps from him last week. I was saying to Mike, until he proves he's no longer Aaron Rodgers, that's what you got to prepare for.
No question. And I promise you, he can still throw that quick game as good as anybody. See it and deliver the mail. I promise you he can still drive it down the seams with unbelievable accuracy. He hasn't played a lot of football, though, now since 2022, and he had a pretty good year that year. I think 26 touchdowns, 11 or 12 picks. And he's got good weapons to get it to. So I think that's the whole question when you look at Hackett, who, the offensive coordinator, who knows him as well as anybody. And a lot of it depends on the flow of the game and how the 49er offense is doing in terms of ball control and putting points on the board. But will they be able to stay two-dimensional, or will they have to get one-dimensional and put the game in the lap of Aaron Rodgers? And obviously he's been able to do that for nearly 2 decades. I think the question is how does he, for me at least, is obviously he's got an improved offensive line. They overhauled that whole group up front. They got a couple returning guys, but 2 new tackles, a new offensive guard, left guard. They got a good tight end. Garrett Wilson is a problem. They line him up everywhere. They throw a lot of RPOs, run-pass option plays to keep you off balance. Breece Hall, without question, is a multi-talented back and can do everything. What he's been able to do in his short time in pro football, both in the run game and in the pass game. My question is, where is Aaron Rodgers with the extension plays? And obviously he's been a great quarterback for a long time, and a pocket quarterback, and ball security in the pocket, throwing from the pocket, throwing it on time. But where Aaron Rodgers wins games is when he's extending plays and he's making, Hall of Fame type plays off schedule. Has Father Time caught up with him at all? I don't know. We haven't seen him for a while. Saw him for 4 plays last year, and we know what happened in that Buffalo game. So, you know, 49ers have had pretty good success against him. You know, back to the 19 season, he did come back and win a big one at the last minute when he threw that, you know, that deep end cut to Devontae Adams, and they got a field goal to win that game here at Levi's. Got to cut the head off the dragon, man. So at the end of the day, he's a great quarterback. I anticipate him being a great quarterback, and just watch him in warm-ups. Michael, you've seen him. It's unbelievable just watching him out there and what he can do with that arm.
I'm glad you brought up the head of the dragon. People like me always fall for the sucker bet of thinking about skill players only, and then you watch a game and you're like, oh no, it's kind of decided by the really big fellows up front who are beating at each other. So you actually understand that all the time. The 49ers went to one Super Bowl where that was the strength of their team with Dee Ford healthy and young Bosa and all that. And then let's be honest about last year. You know, once Cleveland Farrell went down, I never thought I'd say these words. Once Cleveland Farrell went down, they were a mess, and they almost got run out of their own park in 2 playoff games. To their credit, they won both of them and got to the Super Bowl and played better. But like that front was not what we expected. Armstead is gone. Tell me what you think with Floyd and Collins and Elliott coming in, we might get from that unit.
Well, I always appreciate. I mean, you're always honest, Michael. That's what I love about you. Look, the defensive line rotation and the 8 guys, or you know, who knows how many they'll have up on game day, are going to decide what's going to happen this year. And, you know, I don't think – I mean, I know this offense is going to be explosive with the 49ers. You know they're going to put up some points. I think Brock's going to get better. But defense wins championships. And you look at – you know, Kansas City's defense and how they played in the Super Bowl and how they played down the stretch. They were not a great offensive football team until the playoffs last year. Their defense carried them so many times and then played their best ball in the postseason. Really well coached and really good players. This group this year, to me, I mean, this defense, and I think it's the 4th coordinator in 5 years for this group, you know, with Saleh and D'Amico and Wilkes, and here we go with, you know, with Nick Sorensen. They've got a chance to be dominant. They're going to be fast. They're going to be physical. They're going to be smart. I think when you talk about some of the new additions, and I'll start with Leonard Floyd, he's going to give them options to do different things. And I've talked to Nick Bosa enough, and Nick said it to me this summer. He said, when you go against these elite quarterbacks, you've got to have some different looks. Otherwise, they're just going to be able to pick you apart in the big plays. And you're right with this defense. They were a bend but don't break defense the second half of the season. You look at the last 4 games in the playoffs, I think they were 29th on third down.
They broke in the first half against Detroit and for a lot of the Green Bay game.
Well, and run defense. I mean, it all starts. You got to earn the right to rush the passer and get him to 3rd and 6 plus. Otherwise, you're staring at the crunch run game, the crack toss, and the quick game. That's all I would do against this defense to neutralize the pass rush. Even when Clee went down, I mean, Bosa is still a problem. And you saw all the fan protection and all the double teams and turn protection and chips go his way all year long. So I think Floyd gives them options to do different things and to show maybe some odd fronts. I haven't seen a lot of it in camp. I know they've got it in. I know there's, you know, and Staley comes over and he'll bring some different wrinkles. But the whole key is linking up in this defense for me is linking up the back end and the coverage with the front end and the pass rush. Got to have the ability at times to play tighter coverage. And allow the rush to get home. Otherwise, that ball's coming out in 2.5 seconds, and your pass rush is getting gassed. And you know, they've got the ability to do that, I think, with getting Yadam in here, who is long, he's aggressive, he's smart, he's well coached, he's a veteran. He played his best year last year in New Orleans. I think 8 starts out on the island at corner. Demo Lenore's getting better and is ascending player in the nickel and tenacious in the run game. much better pass defender as he gets in. I think this is year for him. Charvarius Ward is at his best when he can get his hands on you and use those long arms, those big hands, and that body that he's got. So there's going to be options, I think, to be more aggressive on defense. And that will go right to the front. Leonard Floyd has got a motor that's redlining the whole time. I mean, this guy is country strong. He's got production, and he just goes. And I mean, you can see over the last couple of weeks before he got that injury in Las Vegas, he's found his slot. He's found his stride and what he can do. He's got great vision. Rarely is out of the play because of his vision and his motor. So, and can he take some of those double teams off of Bosa? I don't know. Nick is ready for a huge year. So what it tells me is Floyd's going to get a lot of one-on-one opportunities. I like that. Malik Collins inside, all-day sucker. He's another guy with a motor that's just revving all the time. He's very strong. He's very explosive. Another guy that knows how to play with his eyes. He's going to make Nick Bosa a better player in terms of all the stunts. He can work tight in a phone booth. He doesn't need a lot of room to make, the stunts and the twist games work, and he knows how to set them up. Another guy that's a veteran. So I love his addition. He's different than Eric. He doesn't need as much room to operate as Eric Armstead. And then Jordan Elliott, I simply identify him as a freight train. Here we go. I mean, he's 330 pounds of power, and he's got nimble feet that when he gets you on your heels or he gets to an edge, he can get around you and finish. And the whole key to this defense, as you know, is penetrate. He can do that. He gets that truck moving, you're not going to push him back. And then when you think of all the run game that gave the 49ers problems, it was the double crunch, double teaming the D tackles, getting them pushed into the linebackers, and getting 4 to 7, 8 yards of crack downhill. He is, again, a 330-pound man that can hold up in there and with the double teams. And then Gross Matos, I don't think we'll see him on Monday in terms of him not practicing with his knee injury, is another guy that I think is a perfect fit with what they do. So when you talk about those 4 additions, there is no doubt in my mind that it takes some of the workload off of the gravedigger, Javon Hargrave, who the back end of the season there didn't seem to be a whole bunch of gas left in the tank in terms of what he's capable of doing. And he is capable of wrecking a football game. So those guys with this scheme, and look, you come here as a D lineman, you got no choice but to get better. I don't care if you're in year 9, because Sarek is going to make you better. This scheme is going to allow you to shine. And those additions will make Nick and Hargrave better and the players that certainly they're capable of. So this defense has got a chance to really, really get after it.
Voice you hear, 49ers radio analyst Tim Ryan. He'll be on the call on Monday. We'll have a pregame for you starting at 1 o'clock, and then we'll hand it over to Tim and Greg to take you up through the Niners and the Jets. Week 1 game on Monday. Tim, have a great weekend. I'll see you on Monday at the Yard, man.
Copes, we'll see you Monday night. Mike, always good to hear your voice and good to be back on with you guys.
Tim, you have an amazing motor. I just want to put that out there. Red line.
Well, I might need a tune-up. It'll redline, but it's gonna hit that rev limiter, man. I promise you.
Corvette summer, baby, all year long, Tim. We'll talk to you next week, bro. See you later, man. Tim Ryan will be on the call Monday with Greg Papa in the return of 49er football on KNBR. 1 o'clock pregame with myself, Dennis Brown, and John Lund, and then we'll hand it over to Tim and Greg. We'll take a quick break, and then we'll catch up with one of your friends, one of the best writers across the NFL, senior NFL insider
in the world
for The Athletic, Diana Rossini, and the host of her great new show, Scoop City, which is awesome. A lot of good interviews and stuff with Diana there. We'll talk to her about where the 49ers stand on our 49ers tailgate, which continues next on the Sports Leader. Kyle Shanahan joined myself and Mike Silver earlier on the show. If you missed it, catch it again at 5:15 right here on your home of 49ers football for the last 20 seasons. KNBR, the sports leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. That's right, football's back. Came back last night for the NFL. We got another one kicking off in about a half hour, which means you should get in on the action with Underdog Fantasy in their pick'em game. Over 1 million fans across 33 states got in on the action last year by making picks on Underdog. You can win up to 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on your favorite player stats like touchdowns, passing yards, and more. You get the Eagles and the Packers tonight. Jordan Love out there for some action. Get in on some receiving yards if you want it with a guy like Devontae Smith or A.J. Brown. Maybe it's Jalen Hurts who fancies your action tonight. Either way, making picks on Underdog is straightforward, and signing up is even easier than being straightforward. All you got to do is Underdog's simple to use. Head on over to Underdog's simple to use mobile app or to UnderdogFantasy.com and sign up with promo code KNBR, and Underdog will give you a free pick to use on your first cash pick'em entry, plus up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you deposit. Again, Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code KNBR like you're listening to right now to claim that new customer special of a free pick and your deposit offer. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
This is Tolbert and Copes, and this is our 49ers Tailgate on your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, our 49ers Tailgate continues. Sans Tom Tolbert, but our guy Mike Silver is in hanging out today. It's been a fun 49er day. We spoke to head coach Kyle Shanahan of the 49ers. We'll replay that for you at 5:15. But joining us now, insider for The Athletic and the host of the Scoop podcast is Diana Rossini, and your good friend, Mike Silver.
She's my good friend, but she's also the absolute best football journalist in America.
Scoop City is the name of the podcast, by the way. Great show. And welcome back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR here in San Francisco. Diana, how are you?
I'm really good. Thanks for having me on this Friday night. You know, with all these games spread out, I go about the day wondering, what day of the week is it? I love the fact that there's a game tonight. I'm all about the Friday night. I prefer Friday over Thursday any day.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet.
I know you know who's playing tonight. So I was over at Diana's beautiful house in New Jersey a couple weeks ago, and I was out covering the Jets and hanging out with her awesome husband, Kevin, and one of her two little boys. The other one was asleep. And, Kevin just seems great, except there's one thing about him that may trigger Diana on a day like today. He really, really, really cares who wins this game tonight.
Yeah, I knew what I married. I knew that I was going to commit to a diehard Eagles fan, but the worst type, the worst kind of Eagles fan, and I know Niner fans know what I'm talking about, just the rough around the edges, over the top, too dramatic, overly emotional type that is screaming on top of his lungs in the first quarter, and we're like 30 seconds in, and it's one small, tiny gain, and he's going crazy. It's part of my life now. I have two boys, as you know. You met Michael, which I can't believe you forgot his name. He has the same name as you.
Our little boy didn't even know it's the same name.
No, he know it. But
I know Mikey's name.
You know what it is? We call him Mikey. That's probably why. You forgot. You're like, oh, yeah, that's my name.
It's my buddy. Got pictures with him.
Oh, my gosh. He loved Mike Silver. Loved. So it was actually really funny when Mike came over. He did what most polite people do. It was the first time he was at my new house. He went to the front door and rang the doorbell. But my son only equates people that come to the front door, because we don't have a lot of visitors, as the guy that delivers the pizza. So he calls Mike Silver Pizza Mike. So the next day, so where's Pizza Mike? And I said, no, Mike is a established, incredibly talented journalist, young little Mikey.
That said, I will show up with a pizza next time for sure.
Like a pie, dude.
But, okay, so let me ask you this: if let's say Big Dom and Dre Greenlaw were in their confrontation, if Kevin had been down on the sidelines, would he have tried to step in between Dre Greenlaw and Big Dom to save Big Dom?
No, he's such a wimp. My husband would run the other way.
He's a big guy.
He is, but he's not like that. I mean, he actually is when he drinks a little bit. But I will say, when Philly people are together, they connect the muscles, all their tiny muscles, and they become one. So I could see him doing that with his brothers, but I don't think he's got the guts to get involved, and certainly not. I don't even think Big Dom needs any help. Although, you know, Big Dom's got this new role with the Philadelphia Eagles, and you know, for people who don't realize it, and maybe you can figure it out from just watching the Eagles sideline and kind of following along on his journey with the team, he has a lot of juice in that place. You know, I interviewed Saquon Barkley a few weeks ago at his home in the Philly area, and we were just talking about the difference from going to New York to Philadelphia. Obviously, it was pretty dramatic, the change for him in terms of going to a division rival. And granted, he's comfortable in this area, but he was explaining to me how much Big Dom was part of all of it, from him meeting everyone to walking him around the room to him being responsible for a lot of what Saquon's doing. It's the job title that I still don't really understand and I can't define, but he apparently is, after Howie Roseman, the most important person in Philadelphia.
Diana, who's the Big Dom of the Giants organization, Saquon's former team? I think you know the answer.
I would say the New York Giants are really just one person right now.
I think it's Joe Shane. Yeah, he's the big dog.
Joe Shane is like the face of the New York Giants. And I can tell you this because I can't really find a jersey that says Barkley anymore. Obviously, those are on sale. I don't really think people want to rock the Daniel Jones. Yes, Malik Neighbors is quite the popular young player, and he's obviously super talented from everything that we're hearing, and we saw a little bit of. But in terms of just grabbing this thing, Joe Shane he's got his face and name all over the Giants. And look, you can see it as a good thing if they win, but if it's bad, this is going to be a really hard look for Joe Shane.
I want to stay on family because I do want to get into this Trent Williams stuff that you are reporting for tomorrow, which is awesome. But we talked earlier today off the air about some amusing family dynamics involving tonight's game, Brazil, the platform formerly known as Twitter, and how it's being reported. Why don't you take us through that situation as it's playing out?
Yes, I like to think that those that are listening are following along on X, all the beat reporters that cover your favorite team. And in Brazil, it's illegal to use Twitter. Wow. If you do it, you are fined. If they discover that you're able to get the app and put out reports, they will apparently come find you and slap you with this big fine. So the journalists that are on the ground in Brazil have been instructed not to do it, right? So some have chosen to just not report on X, and some have gotten creative. So Zach Berman is a veteran beat reporter for the Philadelphia Eagles. He's really popular in Philly, and he has been texting his wife, Emily, back home in Philadelphia, all the reports that he wants to tweet, and is basically texting her, and she's posting it on his Twitter account. So she has all his Twitter info, logs in as Zach, and then tweets based off his text. So I called her this morning, and I just asked her what her life has been like since she's now become a mother of two who has a full-time job and is also ghost tweeting as an Eagles beat reporter.
Right, yeah.
And she said her life is chaos. She's like, I want to help my husband. He's so committed to following this team. It's one of the most competitive beats in the NFL. They all, are trying to beat the other. And so she says she's really good with her phone. She's like, I always have my phone with me anyways, because I'm a mom and I'm always taking pictures. She's like, but obviously now I feel like I need to have it glued to me. She said she was boiling water to get dinner ready for the kids, and for 1 minute she didn't have her phone with her, and she looked down and Zach had texted her something to put out, and Jeff McClain from the Inquirer, who's excellent, put the tweet out before she was able to.
Uh-oh.
And her husband calls and is like, what the heck? And she's like, I'm sorry. And so she's like, after I stopped being annoyed with my husband, I then got competitive about it, and she was bothered that she wasn't able to be the best beat reporter in Philadelphia representing her husband. So it has been just quite the experience. And I even said to her, do you think you're going to keep tweeting? Because she's never tweeted in her life. And she said Zach gets home late Saturday night, but she's noticed other writers' wives have been doing it, and she's like all in on making sure tonight her tweets have a lot of flavor.
Copes, would you give Sasha your login in that context?
And she has it anyway, but yeah.
Wow.
I would, yeah. No issues there.
I'm going to say not only would I not surrender my login to Leslie, just because, like, as Diana told me earlier, the first tweet that Mrs. Berman tweeted included the words "tweet this." She didn't edit those out.
Oh, no. I'll see.
So, so I wouldn't do it for that reason, but mostly because I'd be too scared to tell Leslie with 2 young kids, or 3 in our case, to also do that, because I don't think it would go well for me. Question, Diana.
We're talking to Diana Rossini, by the way, of The Athletic, just so people know who we're talking to here, Mike. Yeah,
I know
go ahead.
people tuning in are like, what is going on? We're talking Twitter from Brazil and mom's taking over. And by the way, she was one of the most efficient interviewees I've ever experienced. Had a lot going on today myself. I figured, all right, I'll just, give this woman at least as much time as she could possibly give me to just find out how this has been going. And she was like, hey, I have 5 minutes, so what do you got?
Yeah.
She's going to be the senior NFL insider at The Athletic next season.
I love this. Diana, you'll love this. One time early in Sean Payton's tenure with the Saints, I think they ended a practice early, and I just gotten a Yahoo in 2007 from Sports Illustrated. He called me. He'd been day drinking, and he was with Kenny Chesney. I know that'll shock you. And he hands the phone to Kenny Chesney, and they're telling this elaborate story. And I'm pretty excited. I got Kenny Chesney on the phone, and we're talking, and he's hammered. And finally, I was like, hey, Kenny, man, this has been so awesome. Could you give the phone back to Sean? And he goes, damn, you're long-winded when the interviewer tells you to get off the phone. I was like, okay, thank you, Kenny. I want to ask an actual Niner question. You are writing in your great weekly column, which complements your incredible podcast, Scoop City, but your What I'm Hearing column that is a staple at The Athletic. You're writing about Trent Williams and this long contract saga and kind of how it ended up dragging on so long, and they ultimately cut to the chase. What did you learn about that situation?
I learned that in the most tenuous, stressful times in life, acting like a human being can get a lot done. And for most of the summer, Trent Williams was not having any communication with anyone with the San Francisco 49ers. In fact, he was advised not to. His agent was having fine communications throughout the summer and pretty consistent, but the team hadn't spoken to Trent. And last Sunday, Kyle Shanahan picked up the phone and just called Trent and told him, we need you. We need you back in this building. We need you back on the field. And Trent said to Kyle and to John Lynch what he has told them before, which is, I will give you everything I possibly can out on this field. You will have to take me off this field on a stretcher, but I need to know that you're going to give me security off the field and take care of my family. And once that conversation wrapped up, it was pretty understood that this deal was going to get done, that both sides were able to give a little and come to an agreement. And I really think what made the story so interesting, because I normally don't really get in the weeds on how these things come together, because usually they're pretty boring. It's, a little time passes and then someone calls this one and this is that. But this one I liked because Trent hadn't spoken to Kyle. And the last time he spoke to him was on June 29th, which was Christian McCaffrey's wedding. And around the time of the wedding, the conversations weren't really going that great between both sides. So Trent started to get anxious about it. He wasn't sure if he wanted to go to Christian's wedding because he knew Kyle was going to be there. But he promised Christian he'd be there. He's like, he doesn't want to miss his teammate's wedding in Rhode Island. So he went to the wedding, and the way it was explained to me was he was a little uptight. So here you have 6'5", 340-pound Trent Williams in a designer suit, I'm sure, bobbing and weaving through the reception and through the cocktail hour, hoping he doesn't have to see Kyle Shanahan.
The skinny guy with the mustache.
And the long hair.
Oh, my God, the mustache. Help.
Yeah, maybe that's why Kyle was dressed that way, because he's like, I don't want to be seen either.
He was seen.
Yeah, he was noticed, too.
Oh, he was seen. I personally, outside journalist Diana, loved that look. I thought he looked fantastic, but I'm glad he's back to doing what he's doing now. But either way, they did talk. It was quick. It was a hug, and they moved on. But they didn't talk again until this past Sunday night. So it wound up all coming together. Trent wound up skipping tons of training camp and OTAs, but he certainly did not skip Christian McCaffrey's wedding, and this front office certainly didn't skip out on making sure he had that guaranteed money.
Diana Rossini, the voice you hear with us on the UMA guest line. So on the other side of things, Monday night, we'll see the Jets come to town. Hassan Reddick. They saw him on April 1st when he showed up to I guess, say hi, and that was it. They haven't heard from him. They haven't seen him since. What do you know about the Hassan Reddick situation for the Jets?
Yeah, of course you said the Eagles because that's where he was traded from.
That's where he was, right. Yeah.
And when he landed in New York, there was an understanding that he was going to get a new deal. The New York Jets will tell you, they said, hey, when you show up, we'll work on it. And Hassan's side will say, no, you told us that you're going to do a deal. I don't have to come every day, that we're going to work this out. So it's really been a summer of chicken really between both sides, and neither wants to give. And if you've covered this league long enough, you know if Hassan Reddick's not in the building right now, he's not playing on Monday night. And look, can stuff always change? Could they pick up the phone right now and say, all right, we're going to give you the new deal that you've been looking for, and we want to have you out there, and maybe he takes a couple reps out there, but I don't see it. That would be a stretch to me, in my opinion. But just talking to both sides, it just appears that nobody wants to give. They're talking, but someone's going to have to say, okay, I trust that if I come here, you will give me my money, and Hassan has to believe that that money is going to be the type of contract that he was looking for. You know, I don't think we need to point out what the biggest issue here is, which is why did the New York Jets trade for a player and not give him a new deal?
Yeah. It's weird. When I think about Jets dysfunction, I kind of always think about you because you and Zach Rosenblatt did such a great job last year of just reporting some of what was going on. And they obviously went all in with Aaron Rodgers, and then it all imploded, and here we are. We know about the Jets and their challenges. Does this surprise you that an organization that we all agree has done such a good job in so many ways, like the 49ers, keeps doing these long contract disputes that get messy and don't get decided till the very, very end, when they're clearly in a win-now window?
Yeah, I think people look at the Jets, they look at the Niners, and they do wonder why this stuff isn't easier. It's painful to watch. I don't think there is a human being in football who didn't know that the San Francisco 49ers needed Trent Williams. He had all the leverage, especially this upcoming season. And, you know, I spoke to Trent's agent, Vincent Taylor, about just this idea of why aren't teams just motivated to do this earlier so you can get your player in the building and they can get the actual real training and opportunity and all the things that come with and the benefits of a training camp. And he explained it very simply. He's like, I think a lot of decision makers are so worried and focused on the future that they forget now. They're looking at these deals and worried about what it's going to be 2-3 years down the line. Yet when you're San Francisco, you want to do this right now. When you're the New York Jets, you want to do this right now, which is why it is surprising that Joe Douglas made this mistake, especially Joe Douglas, who's learned from one of the best to do it in Howie Roseman in Philadelphia, which you have to wonder if Howie's sitting there going, like, this is funny. Like, wow, I won this thing. I won this trade because they were happy to get rid of Hassan Reddick because they didn't want to pay him the money that he's looking for.
They had just poached the Jets edge rusher right before that.
Yes, the Bryce Huff, who it was pretty well known in circles that the Eagles wanted to land him, and I think both sides kind of looked at it as like, all right, this will be a nice, not real trade. They obviously didn't go player for player, but everyone is going to get what they need is how they looked at it. Except the New York Jets are getting ready, to face Trent Williams here without Hassan Reddick.
If I were going to ask Kevin, your husband, about Howie Roseman seemingly getting the upper hand on that trade, what would he say?
All hell. He would, even I obviously have to reach out to a lot of general managers and coaches around the NFL to do my job, and God forbid he sees someone from Philly on my phone. It's just be an adult for 1 second. No, nobody else bothers. Like there is no care for other people. You know, I could be on the phone with the most important person in football, and he's not really that entertained. But if it's a Philadelphia human being, it's like. And by the way, I think it's important to note, it's not that my husband respects me or thinks I'm cool. That's not it. In fact, I wish there was more of that in my house. I feel like I'd be a happier person. But since I'm not so happy, I'm just going to lean into the work thing, and it seems to be doing all right.
Diana Rosita, the voice you hear, an insider for the Athletic, NFL insider in Scoop City. Make sure you give it a listen. Really fun podcast. It's been great since you guys started that. And make sure you read the column, What I'm Hearing. That's an awesome column each week in the Athletic. Diana, appreciate the time as always. Always fun catching up. We'll talk to you soon.
Of course. I love spending my Friday nights with you guys. Enjoy the games this weekend, and I will talk to you guys all soon.
Good deal there. Diana Rossini, one of the best in the NFL at covering the sport. And make sure you check out that Scoop City podcast. It is a lot of fun. All right, we caught up with Kyle Shanahan earlier in our 49ers Tailgate show, and we talked a lot about Ricky Pearsall. Also, John Lynch this morning on with Murph and Marcus said, yeah, Christian's going to be out there. Looks like Christian at practice, yada, 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 after we're hearing about the calf and the Achilles. And Kyle said, we'll see. Still limited today. And maybe not 100% as we inch towards Monday.
Usually has a really hard time not telling the truth for an NFL coach.
Yeah.
Like he's oddly real. So
it was a natural reaction, but I thought that was my take on that. You're right. When you listen back to the John, he was a little bit more. He's not the one making the final call on that stuff too. So he's got to be a little bit more diplomatic and more loyally, as they would say in My Cousin Vinny. You will act and dress more loyally. Tolbert and Coves, Mike Silver is hanging out with me on a Friday afternoon. Only about 25 minutes left of the show before we get you to Giants pregame. We will replay Kyle Shanahan for you. That's coming up next. I hope we still have time for Steve Kerr, his usual time. If not, we'll get to him tomorrow on a Saturday. 5:40 Giants pregame for a 6:40 first pitch. Kyle Shanahan is next on the Sports Leader. Frank Gore joined the morning show to discuss going into the 49ers Hall of Fame on Monday, and Dan Orlovsky previewed Monday's game with Papa and Lund. You can hear both podcasts up now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Faithful to him, it's not just a team, it's family.
I appreciate everyone in here. Love you guys.
Yes, sir! Here's the head coach of your 49ers, Kyle Shanahan.
You got a chance to do something this year, man.
With Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan joins us each week of the season, courtesy of the Uma guest line. What's up, Coach? How are you, man?
Good, guys. How you guys doing?
Doing well. Do you, I guess we'll get right to the question everybody's been wondering. What time are you meeting with Saleh to run the steps on Monday afternoon?
That's funny because I definitely don't do that stuff. I've already messed with him. I said if he's running our steps, I already got about 8 friends I've asked to come early and just heckle him the whole time. So I will see if he's brave enough to do it. But if he is, I hope we got dudes there messing with him.
Do you get amped up still this time of year? I mean, last night was fun, I think, for everybody just to have football back and have an exciting game and the way it went down. I know frustrating for Baltimore, but do you get amped up? I mean, it's cool to be the final game of Week 1.
Yeah, it is cool. I mean, it's nice to, I might get see a little bit on Sunday, which is always fun, and it's nice to be it's always fun when you're the only game on that day, because everyone gets to watch it and players get more pumped up for it. But just with our routine and everything, it's a little bit more that I enjoy having 8 days to prepare for a game. But the trade-off is it's going to suck to only have 6 days preparing for the next game. So that's usually the stuff that I think about when you just get in the schedule we're on.
So I do want to get into some of the stuff for Monday briefly, but I just wanted to ask, I mean, we heard your comments yesterday when you spoke to the media about Ricky Pearsall, and I can't imagine a position you're in at that point. You were preparing for a party and to have all the guys over, but how did you handle that period of time, 20 to 30 minutes before you knew he was going to be okay?
Oh, we were just told that he had gotten shot because all we knew that is because he called his girlfriend and just told her that he had been shot, and he wasn't sure if he was going to make it, and he just told her how much he loved her, and he had to get off and call his parents right away. And so we just knew because she called us. Yeah. And but it took us an hour to figure out the hospital, to talk to the police department, just to figure out where they were. And so that whole time we're just, you don't know where he's been shot or anything, and so it was tough. But then about an hour later, I got a call from Larry Day, one of our head of security, and he told me they had located him. They had talked to the hospital, the police department, everything. And first thing he told me was he got shot in the chest, and kind of dropped after that because I didn't hear everything right away after that because I just assumed the worst of when someone gets shot in the chest. Yeah, and then a couple of seconds later, I was like, wait, did you say he's all right? And he's like, oh, yeah, I just talked to the doctors. It went through the chest, out the side, the back, didn't hit one artery, no lungs, nothing. And he's up and he's conscious and he's doing good. Obviously, it's it's a horrible injury and a scary thing, but just health-wise and everything, he's going to be totally fine. And I hung up. I remember looking at my wife and trying to explain it to her, and then Ricky actually FaceTimed me a little bit later, and I know his adrenaline was going and stuff, but just to actually see his face right away, in his hospital bed with blood still on him and everything, and just the way he was talking to me, it was crazy just to hear the chest wound, to see where he was, and just the miracle that he was actually fine and it passed through him and didn't hit anything major that is going to hurt him here in the future. Yeah, a lot of humanity comes to the forefront, I think, when something like that happens. And then pretty immediately, we find out he's going to be okay. He was back at the facility. He actually told you, I want to play against the Jets. He mentioned that was crazy. A lot of the things he said. And also the adrenaline's going, but that's right. That's the type of guy he is. Those are things he's worried about. He's, saying, hey, maybe I'll be there later tonight. And, if I'm not, don't be mad if I have twice as much fun next year, coach. Yeah. And it's just things that it's like, dude, settle down. Like, he's like, Kyle, I'm sorry I got hurt. I'm like, what are you talking about, man? You just got shot. But he's a special kid. And, we knew that before, and just to watch how he's handled this. And, he's a G, man. Guys love him, and got as much respect for him as anyone I've been around.
You're a G as a coach, but I know you're a person, and I've known you a long, long time, and I know how much pride you take in just running the organization and being a coach. How heavy is that for you when you get that call that he's been shot in the chest, and then you see him FaceTime on your screen? What's the emotion like for you in that moment?
Well, the heaviness of when I didn't know he was going to survive was, it's hard a little bit to talk about because that's scary. What I can't imagine is getting his parents get in that call, or his girlfriend, and them hearing it and hanging up and not knowing, like even Ricky not knowing until he got to the hospital and the doctors could reassure him. That's the stuff that's so scary. And I remember my dad went through it. He had a game, and it was the last game of the year, and they lost to the Niners actually, and it was on New Year's Eve, and they went out. The players went out after a game, and a bunch of people shot up a limo a couple guys shot up a limo that a bunch of players were in, and it killed Darren Williams, and he was murdered the night after a game. And I just remember how much that shook my dad up and that whole team for a while. And those were kind of all the things I was thinking about. And it was pretty dark. But then so quickly not quickly, it felt like forever, but within the hour to be told that he's all right, and then actually see him, and it just became from like such a tragic thing to like a miracle, to where like you're almost celebrating it for him. And it's just like, you don't feel like someone's supposed to survive that. And when you talk to people, whether, from the hospital and stuff, or like out of like estimating 100 people to have gone through something like this, and Ricky's the second one to survive it. When I hear stuff like that, whatever that means, but when I hear it, I'm just like, wow, someone was looking out for this guy, and he's supposed to be around here for a reason. And then you hear the things like the bullet hole just being right below his tattoo of two praying hands and things like that. And it truly was a miracle.
Talking to Kyle Shanahan, 49ers head coach, a couple more minutes here on the UMA guest line. Just a thought from you on going up against Aaron Rodgers. We were talking about how it's interesting in that we haven't seen him in a year, and he had a sort of a different final season in Green Bay. But I said, until he shows anybody that there's decline or that he's Aaron Rodgers, he's just Aaron Rodgers in my mind. So you prep for a guy like that. You go about it like business as usual, right?
Oh, definitely. I don't care how many Achilles he does or how old he eventually is. Like, he's going to always be able to throw it. Aaron's too talented and too good of a thrower, and it's just so natural for him. I mean, Tom Brady can throw just as good at 48, maybe better than he did at 25, and Aaron's going to be that same type of guy, and he's always had athletic ability. I mean, people will slow down a little bit as they get older, but all he needs is enough to get his body in position and make some unbelievable throws, and there's no doubt in my mind that he's going to be exactly that guy, and he's probably going to be able to be that guy as long as he wants to be. So Aaron he's always been a scary guy to play against. He has the talent to do anything. He's done it for a long time, and it's not just the talent. It's how smart he plays, how he gets those guys to play around him. And when Aaron's on that field, no matter what type of team he's with, they always believe they have a chance, and they also got a real good team also.
Just a quick thought before we let you go. John Lynch was on our morning show today and said Christian McCaffrey's prep has been great. He's feeling good. He's going to be out there. Just expecting normal McCaffrey come Monday?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, anytime someone's been out for a while, you always got to be careful with them. We're evaluating each practice, and he was still limited today, so he didn't get to do quite as much. But he is getting there, and Christian's been through this stuff before, and I know he'll be out there on Monday, and we'll see how that game goes.
Kyle, have a great weekend, man. Enjoy the last couple of days before the start of your season, and we'll talk to you next week, man.
All right, guys. Appreciate it, man. Good talking to you guys.
Great stuff there from 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan. Adam Copeland, Mike Silver hanging out with you on a Friday as our 49ers tailgate continues. For those who don't know, Mike Silver was on with Murph and Marcus, I guess, earlier this week, and he said he thought the 49ers were going to have a down year. Did I say that? I guess so. That's what Derek put down on my paper. We'll pick your brain about it next. Why does Mike Silver hate the 49ers? That's next on the Sports Leader.
Wow.
faithful, crack one open, fire up the grill, because the Tolbert & Cope's 49ers tailgate is cooking on KNBR, the sports leader.
Every Friday throughout the 49er season, we'll get you the 49er tailgate show right here on Tolbert & Cope's. All football, all Friday, every Friday. By the way, 14 days from today, September 20, you're going to get the return of Harmony. Our sophisticated sex robot sent here each and every week to help you bang the book with her sports betting picks. Harmony's double banger returns on September 20th.
Are we allowed to say all this?
I just did. And people oftentimes, Mike, they ask for her record on gambling, and I don't know her record. What I can tell you is that she always finishes on top. That's just that's the way it goes down for Harmony.
Did you say banger?
Just matter. The double banger. 2 college games, 2 NFL games. Harmony will return 2 Fridays from today, but every Friday you're going to get the 49ers tailgate show on Tolbert & Cope's. And I said this earlier, for anybody who missed it, we're going to be doing a series of shows at breweries, specifically Fieldwork Brewery. We've got 3 shows lined up. October 18th, it's Friday, October 18th.
Great job, brother.
We'll be at Fieldwork Brewing in San Mateo. On Friday, November 15th, we'll be at Fieldwork Brewing in San Leandro from 2 to 6. And then on Friday, December 6th, Fieldwork Brewing in San Ramon from 2 to 6. So the 49ers Tolbert & Cope's tailgate shows roll on throughout the football season. So
love to see it.
Get a rundown for the show every day. Derek does a great job putting it together. And puts you on my sheet, and I didn't hear this sound. We actually don't have any audio to prove that you said this.
Yeah, I don't think it's true.
Yeah, it says Mike Silver on the morning show the other day. You told Murph that you think it'll be a, quote, down year for the 49ers. Now, you guys were calling bad vibe summer, bummer summer?
I've written about bad vibe summer. So here's kind of where I stand on it. I don't want to ignore signs, and there have been signs, as we saw with the 2 messy contract disputes, the wave of injuries. I think Isaac Yiadom got hurt in a walkthrough, weird stuff. Where you go, it's hard to come back after a Super Bowl defeat, and it just looks like, it's not going great. But I kind of have come around on the Pearsall thing, which I thought was, at first you're like, first-round draft pick got shot in broad daylight in his chest. That's
in the city in which he played. I mean, in San Francisco, right?
The more I hear about it, and talking to Kyle, the more I hear about it, it's like that's actually the most awesome thing that has happened in my 30 plus years of covering the league, that a guy got shot in the chest and is fine and is going to play. So I think that might be a good sign. And I guess, you could make the case to me, you heard Tim Ryan talking about the defensive line maybe be better. You could make the case to me that, some things won't be as good as last year. But I do think when you have a quarterback who's ascending and who is, kind of darker on the inside and more of a calculated, stone-cold thrasher than we give him credit for. And you have a coach like Kyle who is so brilliant at scheming it up and calling it on game day. That can uplift a lot of things that aren't perfect. So I don't know how they're going to do. I'm a little, worried about some of the stuff I've seen, but I also think they have it in them to be right back there. I also would say this. The Jets game does worry me. I agree that Aaron Rodgers is maybe going to be on one, and so they could lose that game, and I don't think it's doom and gloom. I think they might just be caught in, that vortex, but then be fine coming back.
I mean, I think it was you earlier who said the Jets have strengths and positions that the Niners have at times struggled in, right?
I don't know if I said that either, but I
can't remember if it was you or somebody that we had on earlier.
Everything that people think that I might have said is also true. I've just said everything.
You just say it all, and then you just got your bases covered.
Just put it on me. Put it on me, man. Put it on me.
What's your take on the Hassan Reddick situation? As we talked to Diana Rossini about that a few minutes ago.
Yes.
Because it is true. The Jets make a trade for a player, and that's been, she said it's a game of chicken. It's also kind of a game of he said, she said, where why would the Jets acquire a player without having agreed to sign the contract? It's why a couple of texters said, couldn't the Niners trade Ayuk anywhere? Well, sure, but you're not going to get the return for a guy who hasn't agreed to play.
I think key word in that question was Jets.
Yeah. There's no why when the Jets are involved.
Yeah, the why is everything, and the Jets are not everything. Yeah, I just I think it might work out in that there's incentive for Hassan Reddick to just show up at some point, and also if the Jets have no pass rush for a game or two, there's incentive for them to be like, okay, let's sweeten it. Remember Chris Jones watched that season opener against the Chiefs-Lions last year in the suite,
right?
And what he saw on the field was perfect. It was like,
they
wow,
need me. Right.
We need me. Yeah, and we lost. So
we need me.
Right. So maybe that happens. But either way, it works to the 49ers' advantage in that he's not going to be there week one. And, yeah, Trent Williams has only had a couple of days of prep. And, yeah, Brandon Ayuk didn't have a training camp. But at least they're going to be on the field, whereas, Hassan Reddick presumably will not be. So, I just – look, I think the Jets have been – they have the longest playoff drought now in I'll say the three major American sports and the NHL. Some used to call it the four. I think that's
three
not
major in the NHL is what you went.
Yeah, that's not coincidental. I mean, like when I rank the sports, I would and obviously college is big, but like I would put WNBA, I would put international soccer. There's a lot of things I'd put over.
I would specify
NHL.
4 major North American professional sports.
I think there's 3.
You think the WNBA has surpassed the NHL?
I think
being where we are makes that tough. You go to Philly though, they're nuts about you know what I mean? Like
I think it's such a drop off, and also college football is way bigger,
far and away.
And now you can pay college players, which, by the way, Cal fans who have lots of money, let's go. Make it happen.
Any proceeds from your book
and
going
not
to Cal
just
players?
Football.
No?
I want to see, like, if I win the lottery, like Nigel Kennedy when she entered the portal and ended up at Texas Tech, she would have been a bear if I won the lottery.
If you had a say,
because I care about Cal softball.
But nothing else?
No,
Other Cal sports? All Cal sports.
Care about all of it.
I got a tough time believing that they're going to pay a lot of the players who are not driving money and dollars to the university when they get their cap at what they're allowed to pay.
That's probably true, but I would have paid Nigel Kennedy a pretty penny.
If you get $20 million to spend on all of your athletics and you can pay players, I'd imagine like 99% of that's going to football.
Well, this is why you got to have. Well, yeah, there's that, but
and then how much you pay each player.
But
right?
within the sport, I think you have to, like in football. I was talking to Bill O'Brien about this. I was talking to Jimmy Mora, who's the UConn head coach. Bill O'Brien now at Boston College, just beat Florida State in my conference, the ACC. But you got to have a personnel guy. Like you have to have a capologist and a personnel guy, and that's why you're seeing all these weird titles in college football, where like former NFL personnel people will go or coaches, and it's like director of football strategy. What that is I need to be like a pro personnel director and a GM and a capologist all in one and run a whole department, because if people come up in the portal and you have to bid for them, like Cal paid, I think Sam Jackson, not Samuel, $50K or more last year.
I'm tired of this $50K.
To be their quarterback, and he was not good enough, and they could have used that money elsewhere. I think I know a lot of personnel people. I'd love to get to Berkeley to help with those decisions.
We'll end with Mike Silver on a high note here from the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 614 checks in and says, "Hey, douchebag, the NHL is in the top 4, clown ass B."
Is that from Canada?
I think it's from Greg Silver. I think Greg Silver said that.
I think Greg Silver was raised well. Hey, you know what? I'm going to smoke the joints every morning. I knew he was going to say that.
We're wrapping things up.
It's Friday.
Here.
Salute.
Let's thank our guests.
Let's go.
Giants third baseman Matt Chapman. Thanks for coming by. Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. Head coach Kyle Shanahan joined us. Tim Ryan, Diana Rossini, and we ran out of time for Steve Kerr. We'll have to do him next week.
And Giants, Matt Damon. No Matt Damon either.
Pre-game coming up next. Giants and the San Diego Padres. Till then, take it away, Dirk.
Oh, my God.